Lu Qingjing shook the snow off her cloak and greeted, I sent people to handle the matter you asked about, but I haven't heard anything. I was getting worried, so I came here myself.
Li fei smila tauquar-li.
I've almost finished checking the information you asked for. There's no news from Annie, and the charity work has been quite quiet lately. But I heard that some people from the charity went to Nanjong Forest recently, and quite a few have gone missing. Lu Qingjing was surprised. You mean the charity sent people to Nanjong Forest? Li Fei pretended not to care. Yes, I don't know what the charity is thinking. Maybe they were influenced by Si Minen's situation. It's a pity for those young girls. Lu Qingjing looked a bit stunned. Li Fei avoided her gaze and said, This has little to do with us. You shouldn't worry about it. I was just about to find you. Our tavern has some problems. I discussed with a few others, but we can't find a solution. Can you give us an idea? Lu Qingjing had already seen the message Li Fei sent and looked at the tavern's accounts recently. She immediately understood what was going on. She looked a bit troubled and said, Many ingredients can't grow in winter. The tavern situation is really difficult. The vegetables in the warm shed are limited. I think we should focus on selling soups and noodles during winter. Soon, we can buy some cattle and sheep from the western regions and sell more meat and vegetables. Li Fei thought this might hurt the tavern's reputation, but she realized it was the best option for now. She nodded reluctantly. All right, the western traders haven't arrived yet. We'll discuss the wool business later. Lu Qingjing considered whether to mention the leek onions, but decided it was better to tell everything at once later. Since there's nothing more to say, she casually exchanged a few polite words, and then left. Xiao Cui looked at Lu Qingjing's departing figure with some worry and said, Your Majesty, do you think the Empress might suspect the message you gave? After all, we haven't sent anyone to Aunt Lu's place. Li Fei took a sip of tea and sighed. If I really dared to investigate Si Minen, I wouldn't be worried for so many days. The Empress is smart. She probably already figured it out. But I suppose this is just a silent acceptance. Xiao Cui whispered, This morning, when I visited Qinglan, I noticed she seemed a bit off. I tested her for a while and found that her guardian talisman was missing. Li Fei nonchalantly said, That's nothing. The Empress usually doesn't care about such things. Besides, Qinglan has long been involved in exchanging information in the palace. It's all normal. Xiao Cui hurriedly said, I thought so too, but out of curiosity, I asked Shiwang where Qinglan went last night. To my surprise, Shiwang secretly told me Qinglan stayed at the young master's residence all night. Li Fei's cup slipped from her hand onto the floor, making a crisp. Xiao Cui shivered and shrank back. Her voice trembled as she said, Are you saying Qinglan might have spent the night with the young master? As soon as Lu Qingjing returned to the palace, she saw Qinglan, who looked much better, sweeping the courtyard. She smiled and said, Why not rest a bit longer? It's only noon, and you're already out. Qinglan bowed and smiled. I heard some news. The tavern is facing some difficulties, so I thought of some ideas to show you. Lu Qingjing had indeed been troubled by this matter. Most of the tavern's reputation was based on novelty. If they changed to mainly noodle dishes, they might lose their uniqueness. The people from the western regions are so clever, they probably already guessed why. If they really opened a similar tavern, it would be a big Tashengshi pavilion. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing carefully examined the paper Qinglan held, which listed many detailed plans. After reading it, she suddenly understood and happily said, This solves the problem. I didn't expect you to be so insightful. Qinglan quietly smiled without speaking. Lu Qingjing cheerfully went into the room. Qin Zhao sat on a chair, frowning as he looked at Ji Chen. Ji Chen sighed helplessly and advised, Forget it. With King Wei about to enter the capital, if you do something inappropriate now, the previous dynasty might not stay peaceful. This is the first festival I am spending with Lu Qingjing, and Qin Zhao still doesn't want any trouble. Hearing this, he changed the subject. I heard that the Lu family hasn't been doing well lately. Is it true that the new Madame Yin caused some trouble? Ji Chen felt a bit helpless about his gossip, but still honestly said, Madame Lu was caught trying to harm Madame Yin. It caused a big fuss a few days ago. Now she's been locked up, and even Lu Yorua can't go out. It shows that Lu Qi is really angry. Qin Zhao sneered with a hint of malice. Having a child later in life is different. Who knows if she can keep him? Ji Chen frowned and hesitated before cautiously asking, "Does the emperor know that this Madame Yun is from Simin inside?" Qin Zhao glanced at him meaningfully and said, "That little Yun was the missing person from Yun Fei's side. I still remember a bit. Besides us and the group that has already gone overseas, who else would want Zhao Yunheng dead? It's obvious, isn't it?" Ji Chen hesitated and shared his guess openly. Siminen's plans are really unfilial. I think she might send someone to the palace soon. Your Majesty, please be careful. Qin Zhao nodded, then suddenly remembered something with a sinister smile. I recall that a few days ago, the matter of Charity and Chong Lin being connected was exposed. Do you have anything to say about that? Ji Chen knew Qin Zhao was asking about Yansheng. He answered with a bitter look, I've already checked. Chong Lin is very likely one of Siminen's people. As for Yansheng, it's still unclear. Qin Zhao drank the tea on the table, feeling warm all over. He kindly poured a cup for Ji Chen as well. You don't need to worry too much. You don't know Yansheng well, but I do. It's hard to imagine him submitting to others. It probably has nothing to do with him. Just go ahead and make friends freely. Ji Chen rolled his eyes at him and said helplessly, I didn't want to doubt him either, but you should also know about Siminen's reputation. Back then, her alone destroyed over 100,000 soldiers of the Qin family in the previous dynasty. If Yansheng truly doesn't know her, I find that hard to believe. Lu Qingjin handed the written documents to Qinglan to deliver to Nyang Nyang. Outside the door, a littlest voice was heard. Jingqi Pavilion sent someone to say they want to see the lady. The passing young man, Qinglan, looked back at the young servant without saying anything. Lu Qingjin, curious, asked the servant from Jingqi Pavilion, I remember usually your shopkeeper contacts me. Why has it changed now? The young servant smiled simply and explained, our shopkeeper and our master went to see. I'm new here, so I was sent over. Lu Qingjin calmly sipped her tea and said, all right, I'm not interested in these matters. Just tell me why you came to see me today. The young servant whispered, we heard there are some issues with Shengshi Pavilion. Our leader said that you're a good partner of ours, so we thought helping you a little might be a good deed. Lu Qingjin finally understood that Jingqi Pavilion wanted to buy shares in Shengshi Pavilion. However, this was a clumsy move. She wondered if Wei Jinji knew about it. Thinking of this, she asked, I understand what you mean. I am a reasonable person and appreciate your kindness. But initially, your master promised me that Shengshi Pavilion's business wouldn't be involved. We agreed not to interfere with each other's businesses. I wonder if you now want to break that promise. Since the young servant was still young, his face turned pale when he heard this. He quickly said, our master didn't know about this. We only wanted to help you. If that's the case, we won't bother you anymore. Please don't take it the wrong way. He then took out a box and handed it over. Lu Qingjin ordered her people to take the box without hesitation. The young servant nodded and left quietly. Lu Qingjin casually said, just check this thing and store it in the warehouse. As the young maid was about to take the box, Lu Qingjin suddenly felt it looked familiar. She stopped the maid, took the box, and examined it. It was a finely crafted box made of sandalwood, with a piece of agarwood inlay at the bottom. Her heart sank. The box looked very similar to the one Qinglan brought back this morning. If she guessed right, they might be a matching pair. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin handed the box to the young maid and waved her away. Just then, Qinglan returned. Seeing her distracted, she smiled and asked, what's wrong? Did Jingqi Pavilion cause you trouble? Lu Qingjin shook her head thoughtfully, without speaking. Qinglan had no idea that her secret was already halfway exposed. She took out a medicine from her and said to Lu Qingjin, Madam heard that there are bamboo rats in the palace. This time, someone was sent to deliver the medicine. Please take a look and see if it works. Lu Qingjin took the medicine, looked at it, and smiled. Madam's medicine must be the best. Please thank her for me. It's kind of her to know about the palace affairs so quickly. Qinglan's eyes flickered for a moment, but She didn't reply. She simply took the cups from the table and went to wash them. Lu Qingjin thought for a moment and decided she had nothing to do, so she headed toward the vegetable garden. When she opened the door, she saw a chubby bamboo rat rushing toward her. She reached out and caught it easily. The rat was upside down, squeaking loudly as she held it. A young saw this and came out from the corner, looking worried. Fortunately, the Empress is here. I really can't handle this. These creatures are too clever. Luckily, there's not much grown in the garden, or everything would be ruined this time. Lu Qingjin threw the medicine to him. Put this near the entrance of the hole. I believe in a day or two, these creatures will pay the price. The young nodded and went to do as told. Lu Qingjin originally planned to loosen the soil or check the vegetables in the garden. Now, holding a bamboo rat was quite inconvenient. The chubby bamboo rat kept making its presence known, twisting and turning. Lu Qingjin couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at the struggling creature and suddenly remembered a modern dish made from bamboo rats. She smiled and headed toward the kitchen. It seemed she had accepted her fate. The bamboo rat's piercing cry echoed all the way. The cook in the kitchen looked at the Empress with a frightened expression and asked, "Your Majesty, are you here to cook again? Is that a mouse in your hand?" Lu Qingjin nonchalantly took the kitchen knife and said calmly, "This is the Emperor's dinner tonight." The cook took a deep breath, almost fainting. His voice trembled as he watched Lu Qingjin skillfully start to skin the animal. "Isn't that a mouse? Your Majesty, think carefully. The Emperor is the supreme ruler. How can he eat mouse meat?" Lu Qingjin, who had just been relieved that the bamboo rat was dead and she could finally rest, now heard this sharp cry again. She couldn't help but wonder whether she should eat human flesh tonight. In the end, she couldn't resist the cook's explanation. "This isn't a mouse. It's a bamboo rat and it's edible. Just watch." The events happening in the kitchen were still unknown to Qin Zhao. He was watching the Prime Minister in front of him. The old Prime Minister was crying and complaining with tears and snot. "Your Majesty, please take care of Simin and's people. My daughter is virtuous and kind. Recently, she almost was harmed to death. I dare not say much. Now, Simin and openly sent my daughter's close maid to someone else's house to be a secondary wife. This is such a shame. I am ashamed to face my ancestors." Qin Zhao slightly curled his lips and advised, "People are similar sometimes. Lu Qi's people are already pregnant. It's not good to make them leave now. Just bear with it. Who in Daga dares to gossip about you?" The old Prime Minister's eyes flashed with cunning. After a moment of silence, he started sobbing again. "People say that, but Lord Lu Qi is a person of importance. Xiaoyan was raised as my daughter since childhood. I never thought that old fool would marry my daughter. The wedding was rushed, and now Lady Lu is even more vicious, trying to harm Xiaoyan. I really can't accept this." Hearing this, Qin Zhao realized it was a different angle. He immediately understood that the old Prime Minister wasn't really trying to find the true culprit. It was just an excuse to find trouble for Lu Qi's family. When he heard that Simin and couldn't be moved for now, he quickly changed his approach. Since he was closer to the Prime Minister than to Lu Qi, Qin Zhao couldn't deny it outright. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao pretended to hesitate and said, "Since that's the case, I can't protect you anymore. Prime Minister, you should go yourself. I will give you an imperial decree. Just treat it as an official order to seek relatives." Qin Zhao was eating fragrant roasted bamboo rats and said, "I didn't know you could eat this kind of thing. In a few days, I'll have the townspeople catch some. This winter probably won't be so hard to endure." Lu Qingjin tore off a piece of meat from the back leg and handed it to Qinglan, who was getting weaker. "That's a good idea. But I think a big snow is coming soon. You should be careful." Although the capital wasn't a remote, extremely cold place, it snowed quite often throughout the year. Qin Zhao didn't pay much attention to it. He just glanced at Qinglan, who was quietly eating meat nearby. After they finished eating, Qin Zhao left. Qinglan was preparing the bed for Lu Qingjin and muttered, "You're the Empress now. Why haven't you had a proper wedding with the Emperor? If Lady Li and the others still have a chance to leave the palace, You are definitely staying. Why insist so much? Lu Qingjin reached out to look at the corn seeds on the bedside table. After a moment of surprise, she said, "This is not something I can decide alone. Besides, I and the Emperor are just partners now. The rest can wait for later." Qingluan didn't say much after hearing this. Outside the door, Qin Zhao wrapped her cloak tighter and left with a gloomy face. Little Fuzi, holding an umbrella to shield from the snow, said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Everyone knows the Empress is stubborn but kind-hearted. She probably just feels embarrassed and is making an excuse." Qin Zhao looked silently at the snow falling unexpectedly. The sound of her boots crunching on the snow was constant. Little Fuzi hesitated to speak. After a while, Qin Zhao coldly said, "Didn't you say the Prince Wei's wife is planning something in the palace? Just go along with it and don't worry about the rest." Little Fuzi shivered and whispered, "But the princess is planning to give you something to harm you. You said yesterday that such things are dirty and shouldn't be touched." Qin Zhao shot him a cold look. Little Fuzi wisely kept quiet. Late into the night, the lights in the study shone brightly, unnoticed. In the early morning, Lu Qingjin was still sleeping in the cold air when she heard the squeaking and creaking outside in the yard. She reached out and pushed aside the curtain on her bed.
Qingluan.
"What's going on outside?" After she finished speaking, she realized how cold the room was. The corn seeds she had placed on the bedside table last night were covered with a thin layer of ice. Lu Qingjin ignored everything else. She quickly grabbed a cloth bag and placed it inside her quilt. The cold air made her shiver. Qingluan finally managed to open the door. Outside, snow was falling heavily into the room. She hurriedly closed the door, rubbed her hands, and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't get up. I'll bring a hot basin to warm you." Lu Qingjin nodded instinctively. Seeing Qingluan's red hands from the cold, she asked, "It didn't seem this cold yesterday. What happened outside?" Qingluan came over and tucked her quilt tighter. It snowed all night and the temperature dropped terribly. Many guards in the palace got frostbite. Now, the remaining people are clearing snow in the yard. It seems the snow won't stop anytime soon. Lu Qingjin's heart sank. She had already known the Ice Age was coming, but she didn't expect it to have such a big impact. She held Qingluan's red hands and sighed, "Tell the people outside to rest. First, we need to make sure all parts of the palace are warm before doing anything else. We can't afford any more accidents." Qingluan nodded, released her hand, and left. Soon, cheers came from the courtyard. Lu Qingjin smiled helplessly, thinking they were just children. She looked down at the corn seeds in the quilt. The ice on the shells had melted, turning many seeds black and unusable. Sighing, Lu Qingjin kept the good seeds and threw the rest onto the table. Soon, Qingluan brought in a small fire basin with glowing charcoal, warming the room quickly. Lu Qingjin stood up and tidied herself, still worried about the vegetable garden, as the greenhouse was not very sturdy. Qingluan hurriedly stopped her. "Your Majesty, it's better not to go now. Many roads in the palace are blocked, and even if you leave the palace, it will be very difficult." Lu Qingjin's heart sank. She didn't know what was happening in the pigsty, but with such weather, things probably wouldn't turn out well. She wished the snow would melt. Suddenly, she shivered. Qingluan looked at her worriedly, tugging at her clothes and asking, "Does Your Majesty still feel cold? Stay in the palace. Once the roads are clear, I will go check the greenhouse." Lu Qingjin hurried to the kitchen, water from the snow running into her high boots. She clenched her teeth, but said nothing. The kitchen was well stocked. She grabbed a small, icy basket and mixed salt, pepper, and various spices. Qingluan didn't quite understand what she was doing, but trusted her from recent days. Lu Qingjin opened the door and sprinkled a little outside. The snow melted quickly. Qingluan's eyes widened in amazement. "What are you doing? I've never heard of such a magical thing." Lu Qingjin wasn't sure if it would work, but was relieved when she saw the effect. "Now it works. Take this to the palace to help clear the snow, and give the recipe to Consort Li. We don't know how things are in the capital right now. Be quick." Qingluan promised and hurried away. Lu Qingjing watched her figure, feeling oddly clumsy but had no time to think about how to build the greenhouse. Throughout the way, palace servants carrying medicinal powder to melt snow could be seen everywhere. Many were constantly sweeping water to prevent the melting snow from freezing again. Lu Qingjing arrived at the warm shelter with a serious expression. Surprisingly, most of the shelter was buried under snow, but it was still possible to see that inside was intact. A few young eunuchs were working together to clear the snow from the glass. Lu Qingjing approached them, handed them the medicinal powder, and casually opened the door to the shelter. The hot air rushing out made Lu Qingjing cough twice. The young, hearing the sound, hurried over and said, "Last night, fearing the snow would collapse this place, I kept burning coal. Luckily, we caught it just in time. But there's a layer of ice outside the glass, which might be hard to clean." In the gentle southern water town, everything was covered in snow and ice, a white world. A general stormed into Prince Wei's residence, loudly shouting, "Prince, think of a way quickly. It's freezing outside, and nobody knows when the snow will stop." The brothers are exhausted. Prince Wei, wrapped in a valuable-looking cloak, sat lazily on a chair and said, "Stop shouting. If cleaning is too hard, don't do it. There are plenty of potatoes and rice bought into the city. Distribute them to the people and tell them not to go out unless necessary. Also, send third brother to the Huron side to buy some coal." The general brushed off the snow from his clothes before entering and sighed, "Your Highness, maybe you should consider building a warm shelter to grow some plants, or even promote potatoes next spring." Prince Wei sneered, "Are you talking about the toy the Empress made for that kid? We still need to train soldiers and practice martial arts. We don't have time for useless things. Besides, isn't there a gold mine? What can't be bought with gold in this world?" The general hesitated, but didn't speak further. Instead, Wei Wang's elegant consort entered softly and said gently, "A few days ago, Yunheng brought news that the emperor has approved our trip to the capital for the festival. Why aren't you packing your things yet?" The general nodded at Wei Wang's gaze, bowed, and left. Wei Wang looked coldly at his back and said, "Qin Xian, that old fool, used to oppress me when he was alive. I didn't expect this young emperor, who just ascended the throne, to start giving me orders now." Wei Wang's wife's eyes flashed with a scheming light and comforted him. "That's because we haven't reached that position yet. Just watch. This time, I'll go to the capital and make sure to vent my anger for you." In the study, Qin Zhao looked at the pile of memorials and sighed, knocking on the desk. "Look, is there anywhere that hasn't sent news about the snow disaster yet?" Ji Chen lowered his head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do about that. Luckily, many obedient officials have planted potatoes, so although the city is now sealed by heavy snow, we still have enough food. However, many people have still frozen to death." Qin Zhao frowned and asked, "What about the disaster victims outside the city?"
Yichen chuckled.
"They're fine, thanks to the underground shelters built by the Empress. Many other cities used this method to house disaster victims, and it worked quite well. Interestingly, more people have frozen to death inside their houses." Qin Zhao picked up a memorial with a red cover and glanced at it. Usually, most of the coal comes from the Hu people, right? But this year, it seems that Western region's oil and coal are more dominant. Ji Chen thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "Maybe the Hu people are angry because the consort didn't marry into their group. I haven't heard of any place buying large amounts of Hu goods. The Hu say they have sold everything." Qin Zhao suddenly remembered the strange gold in the King of Wei's territory.
"Go check that."
The Hu are usually honest and wouldn't lie easily. There might be something strange going on. Ji Chen nodded and added, "There's another thing I found out a few days ago, but I was late to report it." Qin Zhao waved impatiently.
"Just tell me."
"Why are you hesitating?"
Yichen sighed.
"It's about some fruit growing in the mountain streams. Hungry people ate them, saying they are not poisonous and taste pretty good. At first, it seemed harmless, but recently, Shengshi Pavilion suddenly started selling them. Rumors say these fruits are a bad omen." Qin Zhao sneered coldly. "All this nonsense. It's the coldest part of winter now. Not to mention the mountain streams. Even the water in this house is almost frozen. How could anything grow?" Lu Qingjin was tending the overgrown chives in the vegetable garden when Lady Li, holding a small, bright red fruit about the size of her palm, entered. Look at this. Yunfei only fell ill for a short time and didn't pay much attention, yet Shengshi Pavilion dares to sell these unknown fruits without permission. At that moment, Li Qingjin no longer cared about politeness. She took the unfamiliar fruit from Consort Li's hand and examined it carefully. The fruit was clear and shiny, with a bright red color. When touched, it felt soft, more like jelly than a real fruit. Consort Li sighed and said, "This is called ice crystal fruit. It only appeared a few days ago. The shopkeeper of Shengshi Pavilion secretly sold it to make extra money. I only heard about it through rumors." Such a shameful servant. Lu Qingjin had seen this kind of fruit in Crown Princess Si Minen's agricultural book. She let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, it's not poisonous. Let Shengshi Pavilion find a new shopkeeper to sell it. I'll try to grow some later. It looks like it has a nice smell. Consort Li's face turned pale, and she stammered, "It's not about whether it's poisonous. This fruit is a bad omen. No one can say what might happen if people eat it. You should think carefully." Lu Qingjin handed her a bunch of chopped chives and said, "You're not afraid of Si Minen, so why worry about this? Besides, these supernatural stories are just made up. You should read more books when you have free time." Consort Li thought to herself that her garden grew in a strange way that didn't match what she read in those books. Still, hearing this made her feel more reassured. She and Xiao Chui left together. Outside the garden gate, Xiao Chui looked worried and said, "Your Majesty is busy now, but we can't let rumors spread like this forever." Consort Li tightened her clothes and sighed. "This isn't our problem. Just watch. In a few days it will be over." Si Minen has finally started to stand out. With her personality, she won't be able to stay silent for long. Xiao Chui looked around at the snow and whispered, "I hope the snow keeps the King of Wei from coming to the capital. Otherwise, everyone will have a hard time." Consort Li forced a smile and dropped her heated stove in a different direction. "Why are you worried? The Empress and Si Minen are handling it. We only need to stay close to the Empress. Don't forget how much the Emperor favors her now. Even the King of Wei can't win her over, no matter what he tries." Lu Qingjin clapped her hands and looked at the well-maintained chives in front of her. She nodded with satisfaction. "These chives grow quickly. You don't need to watch them too closely. Just water them once every few days." The young glanced at the nearly bare chives on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Only then did Lu Qingjin happily leave with the ice crystal fruit. Most of the imperial garden was covered in snow, except for the large central lake. Although there was a thin layer of ice on it, it somehow refused to freeze completely. Lu Qingjin observed it for a while, then decided to walk in a certain direction. A young nearby, who was clearing trees, saw her and hurried over. "Your Majesty, it's too dangerous here. Please don't go. If you need anything, just tell us servants." Lu Qingjin looked at the flattering and felt it was somewhat familiar. After a moment, she suddenly realized, "You are the who left earlier. Didn't you say you were going to a certain lady's palace? How come you're here in the imperial garden now?" They awkwardly smiled. "I was foolish back then, not recognizing my mistake, and was demoted. It turns out we owe you an apology, Your Majesty. Please forgive us for our faults." Lu Qingjin's eyes were complicated as she looked at the man. "You're lucky. If you had stayed in my palace, you might have already met your end by now." At this moment, they also remembered the fire in the queen's palace. His face, already not good-looking, darkened further. Lu Qingjin ignored him and walked to the lake. She broke the thin ice on the surface, revealing the buried ice crystal fruit near the shore. The transparent ice reflected the red of the fruit, making it look like a fire burning at the bottom of the lake. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and said coldly, "Don't tell anyone about what happened here. Otherwise, I might really have to hold the chief steward accountable for his betrayal." The shivered and shook his head. "I understand the importance of discretion. Rest assured, Your Majesty." Lu Qingjin nodded in satisfaction and left. The young behind her rolled his eyes and secretly ran in another direction. At the inn, the Human prince was wearing a thin sheepskin coat, drinking tea. His attendant looked outside and mocked, "Look at the Han people in the capital. They can't handle a little snow." Many of the men are even sitting on the ground crying. "It's so embarrassing." The Human prince placed his cup down heavily. "Sahar, don't go too far. Remember why we came here?" Sahar hesitated for a moment, but still closed the window. The passers-by downstairs clearly heard the rude words from the foreigners earlier and looked at the inn with disapproval. The foreign prince looked at the rising steam and asked, "I heard that a few days ago, King Wei bought a lot of things from us, and your father sold almost all the coal that leads to the capital?" Sahar shrugged helplessly and said, "Now there are coal mines in the capital. Even if we bring coal here, no one will buy it. It's better to sell it directly to the south. Plus, King Wei offered a pretty high price." The foreign prince sneered coldly and said, "He's just a rough man. We shouldn't get too close to him. You should remind your father that we rely on Miss Siminen." Sahar responded softly, and after a while asked, "I heard that the current Empress is the daughter of Miss Siminen. Shouldn't you call her Lady Siminen?" The foreign prince stroked his braid and smiled. "If she's a lady, I can't marry her. I plan to marry her someday and take her back to our land." Sahar sighed helplessly and said, "Charity sent someone again the other day, saying she wants to see you." The merchant caravan from the western regions slowly entered the city. Notably, they brought many sheep with them. Jida patted his horse and said, "What's going on? I feel like this city is as cold as our land. It's really hard to endure." Lu Qingjing wrapped her clothes tighter and smiled. "No matter how hard it is, we have to get through it. Jida and the young master aren't afraid of hardship, right?" Jida laughed loudly and pointed at the sheep on the cart. "You see, these are the best sheep from the western regions. There have been snowstorms all the way here, but these sheep are perfectly fine. Just look at them." Lu Qingjing moved closer to look and could smell the fresh sheep scent from afar, along with the biting cold wind and snow. She waved her hand, and the people behind her packed many glass items into the cart filled with potatoes, mushrooms, and dried goods. Jida watched as the little carefully lifted the sheep onto another cart and said, "I heard that the foreigners have been acting up. Aren't you going to explore more of the western regions? If the foreigners break their promises and stop trading, the people in the city will be in danger." Lu Qingjing hadn't heard of any recent issues with the Hu people. Hearing this, he calmly said, "This is something our Emperor you needs to worry about. Jida and the gentleman might as well go to Shengshi Pavilion to take a look if they have time. Recently, there are quite a few new things, and if luck is on your side, you might even find some ice crystal fruit." Without waiting for Jida or the others to respond, he turned and headed back to the palace with the carriage. Jida and the guards watching Lu Qingjing's figure frowned and said, "Does this woman know something? Her attitude seems suspicious." Jida's smile stiffened. "Send someone to contact Mr. Zhao and tell him that we should meet soon." The guard agreed and left. Jida and the others looked thoughtfully at the full carriage. Before they could say anything, they heard a calm voice behind them say, "Our master wishes to see you. Please come with us." At the same time, a dagger was pressed against his lower back. Jida swallowed hard, feeling reluctant, and followed. The nearby guard, sensing something, continued with his work as usual. In the lord's residence, Zhao Yunheng sat by the fire, sighing helplessly. "Has Qingwan come over recently?" The steward slightly twitched his lips and respectfully said, "A few days ago, the lady of the house sent a message. She said that many places in the palace have suffered from heavy snow, causing great damage. Even the queen's warm shelter collapsed, and she couldn't leave her bed." Zhao Yunheng smiled coldly. "I heard yesterday that the queen's warm shelter miraculously didn't collapse. Turns out, it was just her putting on a show to save face. I thought this woman had some incredible skill. Turns out, she's just fooling men and farming." The steward lowered his head without denying. The prince received news that the emperor has agreed for them to come to the capital. They should arrive soon. Madame Lu sat leisurely in the hall, enjoying the snow. A Hu prince beside her looked at her with a dark and inscrutable expression and said, "It's rare that you invited me here. The last time I received such treatment was many years ago." Madame Lu took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands and said, "Now that things have gone well, I wanted to give the prince a surprise. I think soon you won't be so petty." Before the Hu prince could reply, they heard faint footsteps outside. Both inside were not good people, so it was easy to tell that the person outside was not there voluntarily. The Hu prince's face darkened strangely. "You should know that we are now at odds with the western regions. What does this mean?" Aunt Lu looked at him, clapped her hands, and the door opened. Jida looked at the foreign prince inside with wide eyes and shouted, "It's you. Do you know what will happen if the western regions find out I was kidnapped? Your land will be turned to dust. How dare you treat me like this?" Just as the foreign prince couldn't bear it anymore, Aunt Lu calmly said, "This gentleman misunderstood. The foreign prince is just my guest, no different from you." Jida looked carefully for a moment before shouting in surprise, "You are Simeon, the one from Nanjonglin?" Aunt Lu threw her handkerchief into the fire and sighed. "When Zhao Yunheng was working with you, didn't he tell you the enemy's name? The prince of the western regions." Jida's face turned very ugly. After a while, he obediently sat down without speaking. A servant stepped forward and said, "There is news. King Wei will return to the capital in 3 days." The foreign prince's hand trembled as he drank water. Aunt Lu smiled charmingly and said, "You really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Don't pretend you don't know about this." Jida hesitated for a moment and muttered, "This is my fault. I want to apologize. I didn't know the Empress was your daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this choice. I hope you will give me another chance." The foreign prince gently set down his cup and said, "Selling coal to the south was my father's decision. I don't agree with it. Unlike this person, I didn't help King Wei return to the capital or spread rumors. Please believe in my cooperative attitude." Aunt Lu glanced at him and softly said, "It's understandable that you didn't know. But what about knowing and not reporting it?" Everywhere in the Empress's palace, busy palace, maids hurried about. Qin Zhao looked at the full cart of sheep with some confusion and asked, "What are you doing? Haven't you already distributed the wool to the disaster victims?" Lu Qingjing wiped his hands and said, "The wool has other uses. The mutton is for the New Year festival. The money is in our hands, so it's time to spend it. Don't you like this gift?" Qin Zhao stared at him for a long moment before saying, "What kind of gift is this?" "It's not just for me. If you want to give me a gift, then." Lu Qingjing quickly turned around and said, "Business at the restaurant is getting better and better. I think we'll make back the money soon. You don't need to worry about these expenses. Jida has already discussed with me. In a few days, a batch of fire oil will arrive. Even if there are no foreign goods in the capital, we won't have to worry." Qin Zhao looked a bit frustrated as she watched Lu Qingjing talk to herself and look around without noticing her. Lu Qingjing seemed to be happily ignoring her own words, as if she didn't see anything. Outside the palace gate, a few consorts who had planned to leave reluctantly came back in. Consort Shu looked around and smiled, saying, "It turns out we didn't realize how interesting the Empress is. We finally have some free time, so we came here to have some fun. Please don't mind us, Empress." Lu Qingjing didn't know if she liked it or not. Next to her, Qin Zhao's gaze could have burned the others. Consort Li looked at Bai Baiyang and said, "A few days ago, I saw the Empress spinning wool. I'm very interested. I wonder if the Empress has time to teach us." These words were directed at Qin Zhao, mainly to talk to Lu Qingjing. Qin Zhao sighed helplessly, "I have things to do in the imperial study. I will come back to talk to you tonight." After Qin Zhao left, everyone relaxed. Lu Qingjing looked at them with a smile and said, "What are you doing? We just talked to him for a bit. As the Emperor's consorts, what will you do if you act like this in the future?" Her words sounded strange. Seeing her red, slightly abnormal ears, the others quickly changed the subject. "This morning, I heard that a barbarian prince also wants to marry Aunt Lu. Isn't he just waiting for a chance to come over?" Lu Qingjing almost spat out her tea, suddenly remembering that before they knew Aunt Lu's identity, a general had also asked to marry her. She nervously asked, "What happened to that general who wanted to marry Aunt Lu?" Consort Shu looked at her with regret and said, "That general has been dead for several days. He was said to have died from a fever after being too happy. I think this barbarian prince isn't much better." Consort Li shook her head helplessly. "Let's not talk about those useless things. The rumors in the capital have already found their source. Aren't you curious?" Concubine Xian played with her nails and said boredly, "The source of the rumors is either Charity or Zhao Yunheng. At worst, it's also from the Lu family. There's nothing interesting about that. I'd rather hear about Siminen." Consort Li took a sip of tea and looked at the snow outside, saying lightly, "Yes, the rumors did come from the Lu family, but many of them were spread by Jida. We might have fallen into a trap." Lu Qingjing's hand trembled fiercely. "You mean Jida is with Wei Wang? That's impossible. Now that the barbarians and us are enemies, if the western region side with them, they won't cut off contact with the barbarians like before." The concubine Li sat calmly in place and said, "This only shows one thing. The Huns don't really want to oppose us. They may have already chosen a side in the capital, while the western region people chose another. It's certain that the western region people did not choose us." The noble consort trembled as she lowered her teacup heavily. Everyone's eyes focused on her for a moment. After a while, as if she had made a decision, she closed her eyes and spoke. "The letters from the Huns prince are all about expressing feelings. Many of them are about wanting to cooperate with my family. I didn't agree at the time for various reasons, but I believe his intention was to stand with us. He also hates the emperor very much, so he must be loyal to Siminen." Lu Qingjing lazily sat in the hall by the fire. Qingluan coughed twice to remind her, "This morning, the emperor sent word that the wild boars you found earlier had a litter of piglets. Now the little ones can almost eat on their own, and the big ones are no longer useful." Lu Qingjing gently tossed the shovel into the nearby fire pit and smiled. "It seems these pigs are being watched. All right, tell the officials in the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare. We'll start slaughtering pigs this afternoon." Qingluan carefully tidied up the items near the fire pit. When she turned around, she suddenly staggered. Lu Qingjing was startled and quickly helped her. "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold during the heavy snow the other day? That's the easiest time to get typhoid. You should go see the imperial doctor." Qingluan looked pale and straightened up. "No need. I think I just overworked recently. A couple of days of rest should be fine." She hurriedly left. Lu Qingjing looked helplessly at the heavy snow outside, feeling a bad premonition. The fire burned brightly, and soon it made her drowsy. Half asleep and half awake, she felt as if someone had quietly sat beside her. A cold wind blew, and Lu Qingjing opened her eyes drowsily. Concubine Li's voice sounded nearby. "You finally woke up. If you don't wake soon, I'll come to get you myself. It's so cold, and you're sleeping in the hall." Lu Qingjing wrapped her cloak around herself helplessly and said, "It's because the fire is so warm. Why are you here? I thought after the last reprimand from the emperor, you wouldn't come for a long time." Her words made concubine Li feel uneasy. She hurriedly took a sip of tea and calmed down. "Let's not talk about that. Recently, I haven't finished copying the Buddhist scriptures that the emperor ordered. With the new year approaching, I worry that I might spend New Year's Eve still working in the scripture hall." Lu Qingjing gently comforted herself, saying, "Tomorrow, I will talk to the emperor. There's no need to punish you so harshly. Just stop copying." Consort Li smiled confidently, saying, "You're so kind, Empress. I heard you were planning to slaughter a pig, so I came to help you." Lu Qingjing quietly approached the door, and upon hearing this, she nearly stumbled and almost fell, feeling a bit helpless. She said, "Who told you that?" "I ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to slaughter a pig. I'm not strong enough to do it myself. As for Qingluan, she's quite quick. She got the news so fast. I wonder if she's gone to the Imperial Hospital." Consort Li paused while drinking water and casually asked, "I remember Qingluan is your personal maid. She's quite clever. Has she been feeling unwell lately?" Lu Qingjing was preoccupied with thoughts about her two piglets and replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, it's been cold and snowy recently. I've noticed her complexion doesn't look good." Consort Li discreetly wiped away the water droplets on her hand and asked casually, "It's late now. Let's go see how the pig slaughter is going at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Yun Fei and the others have heard about it. If we go too late, the good stuff might be taken." Lu Qingjing hadn't eaten pork in a long time, so hearing this, she nodded happily. The two of them slowly left, walking through the snow. Qingluan, behind the house, watched Consort Li's back thoughtfully. Qin Zhao sat unsteadily in his chair, swaying back and forth. Jichen frowned and said, "Yesterday, I failed in my duty. The thief must have escaped somewhere. I think they've already left the city." Qin Zhao slammed the memorial on the table angrily. "Not only did you let the thief steal many of the Queen's research seeds and the information about the underground shelters from the cellar last night, but you also let them leave the city before morning?" Jichen lowered his head, silent, seeming ready to accept punishment or orders. Outside, faint footsteps sounded. After a while, Yansheng appeared in the main hall. Qin Zhao squinted at him, silent for a long time. Yansheng bowed and said, "This matter is my fault. The Grand General wanted to pursue the thief, but I was worried about the soldier's safety and stopped him. If the Emperor wishes to punish me, I am willing to accept it." Qin Zhao hesitated for a moment before angrily leaving. Jichen watched Yansheng with a complex look, silent for a long time. When Qin Zhao angrily arrived at the inner court, most of the people had already finished dividing the items. Lu Qingjing excitedly said, "Leave the intestines and organs to me. The pig's head is frozen, and no one is allowed to touch it." The concubines were satisfied with their own shares and said nothing. A big bowl of fresh pig blood, steaming and white with heat, sat in front of them. Qin Zhao wrinkled his nose in disgust and covered his nose. "Why are you still here? Once you're done dividing, go away quickly. What kind of smell is this?" Lu Qingjing wiped her hands and stepped forward, hugging him. "There's still blood sausages to make. Just wait a bit longer. When we get back, I'll make you braised pork." Qin Zhao had never eaten braised pork before, but he trusted Lu Qingjing's cooking and held back his dislike, standing still without moving. Half an hour later, Lu Qingjing handed the cooked blood sausages to Qingluan and reached out to support the weakly vomiting Qin Zhao. "You're so delicate. Just endure a little longer and stop vomiting. If you keep vomiting, you'll get dehydrated." As they walked toward the Queen's palace, Qin Zhao said, "Quickly throw away those messy things. Can you even eat that?" Lu Qingjing, after much nagging, finally returned to the palace with Qin Zhao. A little hurried over, nearly bumping into them. Lu Qingjing, using Qinglan's support, stood up and scolded, "Are you in such a hurry that you don't watch where you're going?" The little didn't speak, but knelt trembling on the ground. Lu Qingjing, feeling puzzled, touched her neck. After a while, Qin Zhao coldly said, "Lock this person up. We'll question him properly in a few days." Although Lu Qingjing didn't want to trouble the scene was too suspicious. She thought for a moment but didn't speak and went to the kitchen instead. Qingluan looked back at who looked embarrassed as he was taken away. Qin Zhao sat in the dining hall for a while before Lu Qingjing brought over a plate. The aroma rising from the plate immediately caught Qin Zhao's empty stomach. Before he could say hello, he started eating. The fresh wild boar meat, lightly smoked with spices, emitted a strange fragrance. The red and white meat, paired with dark red sauce, looked especially tempting. Qin Zhao ate without lifting his head, using the freshly steamed rice. Lu Qingjing watched him quietly with a gentle smile. Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to a deep red mark on his neck, and her face turned grim. "Early in the morning, I heard the sound of a young maid chopping ice." Lu Qingjing rubbed her eyes, thought for a moment, then pulled the blanket back over her. Qingluan opened the door and entered. The thick new curtain we added a few days ago worked well. The cold wind outside didn't in at all. Listening to Qingluan's footsteps, Lu Qingjing felt sleepy and drowsy. Qingluan, a bit helpless, came over gently and said, "Your Majesty, you should get up earlier today. Yesterday, the little from the vegetable garden came to tell us that many of the vegetables have grown quite tall. The seedlings are old now. Maybe you should go see if we need to plant a new batch." Lu Qingjing stretched lazily, shivering as she left the bed. She dressed while saying, "Tell someone to prepare more baskets and get some extra quilts ready. It's so cold outside, we can't let the fresh vegetables freeze." Qinglan, tidying up the bed, muttered softly, "Your Majesty, maybe you're being too cautious. We have enough to eat now, and aren't those pickled vegetables? How long can fresh vegetables last?" Lu Qingjing gently tapped her on the head, wiped her face, and said, "The new year is coming soon. Our palace is so poor. What's worth showing off? It's these fresh vegetables that are rare. Maybe we can save some money this way." As they headed toward the vegetable garden, Qinglan comforted her. "You don't need to worry too much. Although the palace has little gold and silver, we still have many antiques. When the time comes, the emperor will arrange everything." A cold wind blew past. Lu Qingjing instinctively shrank her neck. As the Empress, I can't just ignore everything. All right, let's not talk about this. What happened to that little we caught a few days ago? Qinglan hesitated before replying. That little said he was of unknown status and has been sent outside the palace. The emperor told you not to worry about it. Lu Qingjing suddenly remembered something strange about thinking about how the palace had been filled with smoke, vinegar, and steam for several days. She grew serious and asked coldly, "Tell me honestly, where did that little go?" Qinglan looked at her thoughtful expression and sighed helplessly. "I knew you wouldn't be able to hide it. Actually, that little had a poison insect on him, specifically targeting women. When the emperor found out, he sent him straight to the concubine's residence. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen." Lu Qingjing remained silent as they walked, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qinglan looked unwell, clutching her stomach and staggering slightly. Aunt Lu lazily leaned on the noble consort's bed. A diligent servant brought over a cup of tea and said, "The person in the storeroom has been caught." It was indeed someone sent by the King of Wei, claiming it was part of a plan during the new year. He came to find a way to make the Empress feel unwell, but he failed and was captured. Aunt Lu sneered coldly. Yu Jie was quite clever before. How did she become so dull after being a princess for a few years? It's a pity. I had hoped to let her go. The servant hesitated and cautiously asked, "Are you sure you don't want to do anything about their plan? What if the young lady doesn't want to cooperate?" Aunt Lu finished her tea quietly, watching the slices floating at the bottom of the cup, and said helplessly, "I originally didn't want her to marry the emperor, but circumstances forced me to marry her off. Now it's a good thing. Still, the royal family is cold, and she needs her own children. She's been avoiding intimacy with the emperor. What kind of future is that?" The servant lowered his head, afraid to speak further. Aunt Lu was silent for a moment before softly asking, "Any news from the western regions?" The servant thought carefully before cautiously replying, "Jida is a wise man and has started moving in the past few days. We should hear something soon. But Wei Jin's situation is more complicated." Aunt Lu put down her teacup and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's indeed difficult. This person is unpredictable. It would be better to settle things quickly." Inside the warm greenhouse, it was lively. Small eunuchs carefully carried baskets filled with cotton blankets in and out. Qin Zhao nearly bumped into someone at the door. Lu Qingjing was kneeling near the colored peppers talking. "Do you water them every day? Why do these peppers, which don't produce much, have the highest yield?" The small looked somewhat aggrieved and said, "They look so pretty with their red, green, and yellow colors. Lady, you have to understand people's love for beauty." Lu Qingjing almost laughed out loud. Before she could speak, a force pulled her up. Qin Zhao, behind her, gently said, "Is this a good harvest? It looks lively here." Lu Qingjing happily turned around and handed the colored peppers to him. "Of course. I've calculated that this harvest of greens is enough to feed the entire palace for the winter. When the new year comes, you can reward the greens, saving a lot of money." Qin Zhao looked at the large pumpkins carefully carried out, feeling quite pleased. "It seems you're not planning to save on your restaurant. Remember, the ministers from the previous court weren't polite to me. You really don't understand frugal living at all, but that's okay. After all, I'm so capable that I can just barely support you." As I say this, I press a cold bell pepper against Qin Zhao's face. Qin Zhao chuckles softly and pats her head. He then instructs, send some of the vegetables to the cellar and keep the rest in a warm room to take care of. Xiao Fuzi agrees and goes to make arrangements. Lu Qingjing, pulled along, asks suspiciously, my greenhouse isn't even rearranged yet. Where are you taking me? Qin Zhao carefully chooses his steps and replies, your vegetables are ripe now, and the palace cooks are waiting. I'll show you how to prepare some new dishes. They arrive at the kitchen. Lu Qingjing looks at the eager cooks with a helpless smile and says, are these royal chefs? They're not from Shengshi Pavilion. Why do I need to teach them? Qin Zhao leans against the door, eating sunflower seeds, and calmly says, the new year is coming soon. The previous court already received many formal greetings, and they all want to try Shengshi Pavilion's dishes.
Just do your best.
Lu Qingjing reluctantly begins to teach. Luckily, the royal chefs are slow in thinking but quick with their hands. She quickly explains most of the points. Turning to Qin Zhao, who is standing there stealing bites and looking around, she sarcastically says, look at those ministers. Their faces are almost as thick as yours. They publicly criticize me but secretly want to eat and drink well. Consort Li is rushing around outside the queen's palace, spinning in circles. When she sees Lu Qingjing, she pulls her without a word. It's already this late. Why are you so obsessed with the vegetable garden? Lady Su has asked several times, and she's about to accuse you again. Lu Qingjing thinks to herself how difficult these people are. Sometimes they want to eat, sometimes they want to meet. Consort Li doesn't give her a chance to refuse and keeps giving instructions in a rapid-fire manner. Lord Su is known to be difficult to please in the Ministry of Rights. His wife just entered the palace, so you must listen carefully. The Wei King will visit during the new year, and anything could happen. We absolutely can't make mistakes in etiquette. Lu Qingjing's ears are full of these words, and her head is aching. Finally, she arrives at Liyun Palace and sees several palace women there. Usually lively and energetic, they now look like elegant ladies who have just entered the palace. Mrs. Su is a kind-looking woman. When she saw Lu Qingjing, she smiled and bowed. I have long heard that the Empress is a kind and compassionate person, and I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Truly, it's the Emperor's blessing. This statement was quite boastful. Lu Qingjing, used to people being overly modest, was surprised to hear such words. She felt a bit awkward but was saved when Yun Fei, standing behind Mrs. Su, silently made a mouth gesture. She is the Emperor's nursemaid. Lu Qingjing then smiled gently. I've also heard of your good reputation. It's a bit embarrassing, but I don't know what brings you here today. Mrs. Su warmly pulled her to sit down and pointed to some fabrics nearby, saying, isn't it time to give out new clothes? I thought the Empress might not know much about these things, so I took the liberty to come to the palace. Look at these patterns and see which one suits. They can be made into clothes for the wives of officials above the third rank. This is a tradition before the new year. Lu Qingjing thought to herself that there were indeed many rules here. She kept a calm expression, casually assigned some fabrics, and then left quickly. Yun Fei, her companion, let out a long sigh, finally done. That stern look was uncomfortable.
I wonder what the new year will be like.
It probably won't be easy. Lu Qingjing held her warm stove tightly but still shivered. I never knew the Emperor had a nursemaid before. And just now I felt that lady was a bit strange. Yun Fei sighed before speaking. No wonder you didn't know. That's a rumor about the late Emperor's affair, and the palace rarely talks about it. But recently, when we promoted potatoes, only the consort Shu's family and Mrs. Su helped a lot. Lu Qingjing, walking and surprised, said, I didn't know that. I didn't expect her to be loyal to the Emperor. I should have thanked her properly earlier. Yun Fei glanced at her helplessly and said, don't you see her hostility towards you? She's helping because she has some connection with your aunt and remembers the late Emperor. It has nothing to do with you. If it weren't for her age, I'd even suspect she has feelings for the Emperor. They had reached the gate of the Imperial Beast Garden. Lu Qingjing opened the door and said, don't talk nonsense. If the Emperor gets angry, I can't protect you. Hearing the roar from inside the garden, Yun Fei asked in confusion. Didn't the Imperial Beast Garden just open a few days ago? Why does the palace now have money to raise rare and exotic beasts? Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile. What are you thinking? We have only been working hard for a year. Inside, there is a New Year gift sent from the northern region said to be a camel. But I haven't seen one before. Let me take you to see it. When Yun Fei followed inside, she muttered, the sound doesn't really seem like a camel, more like a wild animal. Lu Qingjin was caught off guard and was startled to see a black bear in the iron cage. A young palace maid ran over to explain, this was sent by the general in the morning. It was found in the mountains outside the city, and we haven't had time to deal with it yet. Yun Fei looked around the bear and frowned, saying, this is a pregnant mother bear. Why was it brought back? Surely we can't kill it. Lu Qingjin looked at the obviously hungry bear with some helplessness and asked, what do you plan to do with it? The young maid hesitated for a moment before tentatively speaking, the palace can't keep a bear now. The general said he would come in the evening to kill it. It might make a good dish for the new year. Far away in the south, a carriage was creaking as it headed toward the capital. King Wei shook his head tiredly and sighed, I don't know what's wrong. These days I feel less and less energetic. The queen sat beside him, her eyes flickering with a mysterious light. A few days ago, I gave you medicine. It's just that your body is weak in winter. The women in the backyard, you should see less of them, your majesty. King Wei smiled helplessly. You do get jealous. But never mind, your health is the most important. When we return from the capital, Aunt Fei will be giving birth soon. Then we can let the rest go. It's too troublesome to keep them in the yard all the time, always fighting and jealous. The queen's eyes darkened slightly, but she sweetly responded, I am also quite jealous. Maybe your majesty is tired of me too? King Wei wrapped his arm around her waist and softly laughed. How could that be? They're just playthings. You are the woman I want to spend my life with. Just as he finished speaking, the carriage stopped outside. A guard said in a deep voice, the road ahead is blocked by heavy snow. We might have to wait for a while. King Wei nodded and got out of the carriage. How are things in the western regions? Any news from Jida? The guard lowered his head respectfully and replied, Jida hasn't contacted us for a while. We can't reach the young master either. King Wei spat angrily and cursed. What a useless person. I entrusted him with such an important task in the capital, and now he's gone silent. Truly lacking in wit and strategy. The scholar-like military advisor quietly approached and took a quick look at the nearby Wei princess before speaking. The young master also feels helpless.
Please stay calm.
Once you arrive in the capital, everything will be better. Wei Wang rubbed his forehead and sat on a stone. Didn't I tell them to burn all the potatoes in the city's cellar? Why is there still no news? The advisor hesitated before saying, the young master sent word that the city's defenses are very tight, making it hard to act. He managed to sneak out some of the Empress's research seeds, saying the harvest was quite good. Aunt Lu, lying on the bed with a pale face, looked at the kneeling servant nearby and asked, how is it going? The servant lowered his head respectfully and replied, it's done. Lord Yan has taken everything out. Zhao Yunheng has nothing left now. Once the Wei King arrives in the capital, there will be a good show. Aunt Lu snorted coldly and said lightly, be very careful. Don't let small successes blind you. Also watch the southern area. We must ensure Fei's child is safe. A maid nearby hesitated after seeing the servant leave and said, yesterday, there was news from the palace that Qinglan is pregnant. What should we do? Aunt Lu picked up the soup bowl on the table, blew on it, and said calmly, Xiaoling found her, didn't she? Let's switch Qinglan out. Her child has helped us a lot. The maid carefully wiped the spilled medicine with a cloth and said, Qinglan has become uncontrollable lately. Maybe we should persuade her. Her status is too important. Aunt Lu sighed regretfully and said, she's a good girl. I planned to send her away when the time was right. But now, with this incident, have someone give her the death curse secretly. Quietly, so no one notices. The maid trembled slightly and agreed. Aunt Lu glanced at her and said, I heard you Jia already sent the plague medicine to the disaster victims' hideouts? The The maid nodded and took the bowl. We couldn't stop it in time. We're still trying to find solutions. The foreigners have some clues, and soon there should be medicine to treat the plague. Cutting off the roots prevents future trouble. Prepare the men. It's best to burn all those disaster victims on the day the Wei King arrives in the capital. No bodies should be left behind. Next year, Qingqing shouldn't be busy with this anymore. Aunt Lu lay back again, and the maid at the bedside was speechless for a long time before sighing and leaving. In the Empress's palace, it was lively with many palace servants coming and going. Lu Qingjing sat helplessly on a chair. Why do you all have to call me? Can't you decide these things yourselves? Concubine Shu chuckled while cracking sunflower seeds. It's the holiday season now, and Xingshi Pavilion has been closed for a few days. We're just relaxing. We came here to have some fun with you. Noble consort Xian sipped her tea, watching Xiaotsue, who was dressed in red and green, smile and say, "Look at Xiaotsue. She's grown up. Her clothes are so pretty and bright." Xiaotsue looked upset and complained, "Your Highnesses, please don't tease me. It was just that Shi Wang brought back clothes for good luck. I was told to wear these, but if I had known they looked like this, I wouldn't have worn them at all." Lady Li playfully pinched her nose and said, "There's nothing to be shy about. Soon, you'll have a marriage proposal, and your wedding dress will be much more colorful than this." Qingluan looked at Xiaotsue with some envy and helplessness, then reached out to touch her belly, her expression darkening. Suddenly, she seemed to lose control and rushed out of the room. The room suddenly fell silent. Only the confused noble consort Xian widened her eyes and asked, "What's wrong with Qingluan? She doesn't look well. It's winter. She must be careful." Lu Qingjing frowned and after a moment, ordered, "Go call the imperial doctor and send someone to bring Qingluan back to her room to rest." The women nodded quietly and dared not speak. After a while, Lu Qingjing sighed and said, "I know you all aren't completely unaware. The news network outside the city has already been set up. I don't want to ask about the details now. I just want to know who the baby in her belly belongs to." Yunfei and Lady Li looked at each other before speaking slowly. "This child is the son of Prince Wei, Zhao Yunheng. We don't know the full story, but in a few days, Qingluan will leave the palace. She could have left quietly, and once little Ling returns, you wouldn't know anything."
But now,
Lu Qingjing sighed, closed her eyes, and said helplessly, "A mother must be strong." "Fine, just handle the arrangements for the ceremony. Don't let others find out about this. I will deal with it myself." The women all took their leave. As Yunfei turned to leave the door, she looked back and said, "Someone stole potatoes and seeds from the cellar outside the city. Be prepared. It won't be easy to start planting in spring." After saying this, she left without looking back. Qingluan quietly came in, and Lu Qingjing caught her as she was about to kneel. "Have you thought about the future?" she asked. Qingluan trembled, her lips trembling with tears, and asked, "Can I still have a future?" Lu Qingjing took a sip of tea and said calmly, "As long as you speak up, I have ways to handle it, whether it's with the consort or the emperor. Now, tell me, what do you want to do?" Qingluan gently touched her belly and firmly said, "I want to leave the palace and find Zhao Yunheng. He won't ignore me." In the young master's residence, Zhao Yunheng trembled as he asked, "Are you saying Qingluan is pregnant with my child?" The steward sighed and nodded. The message from the Empress's palace should be true. "What do you plan to do?" Zhao Yunheng paced back and forth before speaking. "Ask the Empress what conditions she has. I want to bring Qingluan out." The steward suddenly knelt and advised, "Please don't act impulsively. A few days ago, the princess brought news that concubine Fei already has a child. Recently, the prince has been more displeased with you. Qingluan is no longer useful now. If you really give up on the support from the Lu family for Qingluan, even a princess might not accept the child." Zhao Yunheng's eyes flickered as he looked at the steward. "As long as you don't tell anyone, neither I nor you will be known. What do you think?" The steward's voice suddenly faded away. In the empty hall, only Zhao Yunheng's low, somewhat happy, yet strange laugh could be heard. Qin Zhao slammed the teacup in disbelief and said, You mean to give Zhao Yunhing's child and woman back to him unconditionally and keep everything in the palace a secret? Lu Qingjin rubbed her forehead helplessly and said, "There's nothing I can do now. Are we going to threaten him with the child, with the emperor and empress involved?" Qin Zhao finally calmed down. After thinking for a while, she realized there was no better way. She sighed helplessly and said, "Your consort really has talent." Unfortunately, in the end, she was played by this woman. Lu Qingjin forced a bitter smile. "I wish she weren't so capable, but I'm afraid her skills go beyond that." The carriage gently moved along the ancient road, leading to the capital. Inside, Prince Wei leaned on soft cushions, feeling sleepy. His wife sat nearby, looking anxious and waiting for something. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, lifting the curtain to reveal an anxious maid outside. The princess tightly clenched her handkerchief and quietly stepped out. The young servant driving the carriage quickly stopped when he saw her. Calmly, the princess faced the cold wind and ordered, "Forget the others. I will go to another carriage. You must take good care of the prince." The servant nodded nervously, afraid to speak. He watched as the princess got into a smaller carriage. The maid helped her settle in before speaking. The housekeeper in the capital sent word. "It seems the heir has been secretly seeing a young palace maid. Now she's pregnant, and he's been hiding it. The Lu family is worried about how to explain this." The princess was not only cold, but also angry. She hadn't spoken for a long time. After taking a sip of tea handed to her by the maid, she said bitterly, "This rebellious son. How dare he do such a thing? Send someone back and tell him. If we reach the capital and that girl is still alive, he will never call me mother again." The maid hesitated but nodded. Outside, the wind and snow grew stronger. The curtain was blown loudly by the wind. The princess shrank her neck and asked, "I heard things aren't good in the capital. How many refugees have died outside the city?" The maid moved to block the wind and replied, "Some refugees have died, but not from hunger or cold. Most likely, they died from your insects and the plague. People in the city are starting to suspect something." The princess touched her hand warmer and coldly said, "What does suspicion matter? They have no proof. No matter what, the prince from the Hurin is already working on a solution. If they seize their herbs, even the Empress's power can't save the thousands outside the city. And the treasury is empty." The maid nodded, took the empty teacup, and brought it back. Outside, the wind and snow raged even more. The princess squinted, a look of pride on her face, as she gazed at the faint outline of the capital. In a mansion inside the city, Lady Lu sat in the hall drinking tea. The warm fire burned brightly, and outside, the snowstorm was like a different world. The young servant spoke coldly, "Prince Wei is almost here. Everything outside is ready. Are you sure about this?" Aunt Lu looked at the light-colored tea in her cup with a complicated expression. "It was because of my one moment of kindness that my father was killed, my mother humiliated, and in the end, even my sister didn't survive. Now you're asking me if I regret it?" The young servant looked up sadly at her, his voice faint and mixed with the wind and snow outside, making it hard to hear clearly. "But you still have the young lady. After today's events, she will surely become distant from you. She's your last family member." Aunt Lu seemed tired. She gently waved her hand. The young servant was silent for a moment before standing up and leaving. The snow and wind immediately swallowed his figure. Aunt Lu sat there for a long time, lost in thought. The common people in the city were still busy. They didn't stop because of the heavy snow and wind. Everyone looked worn out from their hard lives. Outside the city gate, a fancy carriage rumbled into the city. Many townspeople pointed at the carriage, which was even more exquisite than the royal carriage. King Wei hadn't yet opened his window to see what the capital looked like when suddenly, loud wails came from outside the city. At the same time, a deafening explosion sounded. All the townspeople's numbness disappeared, replaced by shock and fear. King Wei's heart jumped. He quickly opened the carriage window and asked, "What's going on outside? Did something happen?" A young guard got into the carriage quietly and said, It seems the disaster relief camp outside the city was blown up, and there's a big fire. It looks like our explosives caused it. King Wei's beard almost stood on end from anger. He could only scold bitterly, tell the people below not to make a fuss. Send some people to find out what's happening. Everyone else, follow me to the Marquis's residence. The guard nodded and got off. Soon, the carriage rumbled toward the Marquis's house. The people behind still stood there, staring toward the outside and at the strange convoy. An old man was packing up snacks on a stall and said, "King Wei is really something now. Just after entering the capital, something like this happens. I think we'd better stay out of trouble today." A young person nearby, confused and clueless, asked, "What's going on? Who is King Wei?" A kind old lady cautiously stepped forward and explained, "King Wei is a founding hero of Great Yu. The former emperor rewarded him by making him a prince from a different family. Now, many of the disaster victims outside the city are from his land. Who knows if he did this to save face? It's a pity the Empress's efforts were all in vain. The disaster victims were burned to ashes." In the palace, Lu Qingjin was tending to a tree she called a plum blossom. Outside, Xiaoling hurriedly rushed in, saying, "Don't worry about that now. The city is in chaos. The disaster victims outside haven't escaped and have been hit hard by explosions. They are probably all burned to ashes now. The fire is spreading toward the city, and the guards are no longer enough. Princess Li has already taken some people from the palace and left." Lu Qingjin's hand trembled as she held her scissors, and a branch of the plum tree broke off. She ignored everything else, quickly took her cloak, and headed outside. "Send someone to tell Yun Fei and the others to stay calm in the palace. Nothing must go wrong now. The city's nobles also need to be kept stable." Xiaoling nodded and hurriedly left. The carriage clattered toward the outskirts of the city. Along the way, many people discussed the affairs of King Wei. At first, Lu Qingjin didn't pay much attention, but after hearing it repeatedly, she felt something was wrong. At this moment, Shi Wang, who was close to Princess Li, ran over and got into the carriage. Lu Qingjin looked at him sharply. Shi Wang wiped his sweat and said helplessly, "The explosion this time was caused by the batch of gunpowder we haven't found yet. It won't affect the city, but the disaster victims outside are helpless now. Luckily, there are still many potatoes safe in the cellar outside." Lu Qingjin's handkerchief fell to the ground as she trembled and said, "Tell your ladyship that even if there is a slim chance, we can't give up. Also, find out who is responsible for this." Shi Wang nodded, hesitated for a moment, but said nothing. Outside the window, the wind and snow howled, and soon his figure disappeared from view. When Xiaoling opened the carriage curtain outside, the wind and snow blew in. The blazing flames looked like a magic show in a snowy land, burning fiercely everywhere. As soon as Lu Qingjin stepped down from the carriage, she heard the screams of many people trapped in the fire. Princess Li was standing nearby, watching, or rather, everyone who came was watching. Lu Qingjin hurried over and scolded sharply, "What are you all doing standing here? Can't you hear there are so many people in the fire? Why don't you go save them?" Princess Li held her back, looking down with an unreadable expression, her voice calm. "Don't go. It's useless. Look carefully, those people are only breathing. Even if we save them now, they won't survive. The weather is too dangerous, and we must be responsible for the soldiers brought here." Lu Qingjin suddenly fell silent. The wind and snow continued to fiercely, and the snowflakes stung her face. From the distant fire, the sound of oil burning could be heard, stubbornly resisting the cold wind and snow. Soon, the screams of the people faded away, replaced by a foul smell of burning in the air. When the next gust of wind blew through, only coldness remained. Lu Qingjin didn't know how she returned to the palace. She only remembered that the common people along the way looked at her with disappointment and helplessness. The capital city seemed to be boiling like meat splashed with hot oil. Madame Lu stood in the courtyard, looking at the distant thick smoke, sighing faintly. "Did the people you sent come back?" A maid stepped forward quietly and said, "The ones who set off the explosives and poured the oil have all been dealt with. A few people from the barbarian tribes returned, saying they prepared a gift for Miss, and it will be delivered to the palace soon, as a New Year gift. Madame Lu turned and walked toward the house. Isn't that just a New Year gift? That girl is too kind-hearted. Seeing such things makes her feel uncomfortable. It's better to have some other matters. Send a message to the palace, telling Yun Fei and the others to visit the Empress's palace more often. The young maid promised and left. Madame Lu casually sat by the dragon-shaped stone, warming herself by the fire. A servant unexpectedly came in and looked at her steadily. Are you satisfied now? More than 300 lives lost just for a sigh? Miss Simin, and you are really different now. Madame Lu looked at the lively flames with some helplessness. The reason I kept you wasn't because I couldn't find anyone else. It's because you're still from the Xie family. Now you're taking on more and more responsibilities. I won't say much about the others. You were the one who caused the incident with Qinglan, weren't you? Do you know your few words almost ruined my plan? Have you already forgotten my second sister? The servant's body trembled slightly, and his eyes looked complicated. Then forget it. I can't do these things for you anymore.
You are no longer Miss San.
You are just Simin. He turned and left without looking back. Simin and sighed deeply. A piece of her clothing somehow slipped into the dragon stone and was burned to ashes. Madame Lu looked at the glowing embers and told the new maid who had just entered, from today on, everything will be your responsibility. You are now in charge. The maid knelt down hesitantly and said, Mistress, maybe you should wait a bit. The leader might have been just angry words. Aunt Li wiped her hands, stood up, and looked outside at the snowstorm. She sighed helplessly and said, I've endured for so many years. I can't let emotions control me now. No matter who it is, they can't ruin my plans at this moment. He's done enough already. While the fire outside the city is still burning, throw him in there. Nono nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Simin seemed to ignore her and left. In the palace, Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjin, who seemed distracted. He sighed helplessly and said, You don't need to feel guilty. This matter is ultimately connected to Prince Wei. Luckily, what happened isn't impossible to trace. Soon, we can catch them. It will also bring peace to those who have passed away. Lu Qingjin sipped her tea calmly and stared at the throne behind Qin Zhao. What can't they do in this world? I thought it was just some petty fights, maybe killing a few people, mostly aimed at us. But I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Over 300 lives lost, and not even a body left behind. Qin Zhao gently held her hand with some concern. Look at what the common people are saying. They're still reasonable folks. Sooner or later, those who don't value human life will pay the price. Lu Qingjin hesitated for a moment, then took what Qin Zhao was holding. After a while, her expression seemed much better. Qin Zhao handed her a cup of tea and said, This is partly my fault. If I hadn't been so strict in my investigations, they wouldn't have worried about the plague being exposed and resorted to murder to cover it up. Maybe this fire also saved the people of the capital. Lu Qingjin took a sip of tea, silent and lost in thought. Outside the door, Xiaofuzi's voice clearly reached her ears. Your Majesty, the Hu People Prince said he sent a New Year gift to the palace, mainly for the Empress. Curious, Lu Qingjin took the box. It was made of dark wood, with a familiar gleam. She frowned and opened it. Inside, yellow beans filled the entire box, making a rustling sound as she moved it. Qin Zhao looked at Lu Qingjin, who was stunned, and asked, Is this important? I haven't heard of it before. Lu Qingjin took a deep breath, calming herself, and explained, Now, the oil we use is made from rapeseed. This can also be used to make oil, and it's much better in both taste and yield. It has many other uses too. I'll tell you later when the time comes. Qin Zhao nodded and put away the soybeans he had just received. There's no need for you to worry about these matters now. Go back and rest. If your aunt sees you like this, she will be very worried. I won't explain it to her then. Lu Qingjing smiled helplessly. Aunt has been busy lately. Since the last issue with Qinglan, I haven't seen her for a long time. I think she's a bit angry. Qin Zhao led her outside and said, "Even if your aunt didn't handle Qinglan's matter well, it's okay now. Something big has happened, and the Prince Wei has been hurt quite badly, much more than Qinglan." Lu Qingjing felt uneasy after hearing Qin Zhao's words. As she walked toward the vegetable garden, she asked, "What has Aunt been doing lately? I haven't heard from her in many days." Xiaoling pouted and bypassed a snow pile, whispering, "It's still because of Qinglan's matter last time. Aunt is angry. If there were someone trustworthy to serve her, she wouldn't want me to come back. You didn't handle things well last time." Lu Qingjing's heart eased a little, and she reluctantly said, "That matter was mainly Aunt's fault. I was just trying to help Qinglan. It's better than a girl being alone and pregnant, right? Yet Aunt is still thinking about scheming against her." Xiaoling sighed helplessly, gently pushing aside a branch and speaking softly, "Although I haven't known Aunt for long, I can tell she's not the type to leave a way out. It seems Qinglan's situation is more complicated than it looks. In the future, the master should discuss important matters with Aunt." Lu Qingjing stomped heavily on the snow beneath her feet, the crunching sound making her scalp tingle. "I'm mainly worried that this has something to do with Aunt. Just now in the Imperial study, I felt the Emperor's words were a bit strange." Xiaoling gently opened the garden door, her eyes flickering. "What are you thinking? Aunt has been busy lately. You should plant the soybeans you have now. There are other ladies in the palace too." Lu Qingjing nodded, placing the box she held down. The greenhouse was empty, nothing inside. When the little saw her, he was very happy and said, "Yesterday, I was worried that the lady had nothing to plant, but I didn't expect her to come today." Lan Qingjin reached out and took the shovel he handed over, smiling helplessly. "Why are you so quick to find out? I just came over, and you already knew before I could say anything." The little scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed but smiling. "Isn't it because you're holding that box? You always use this box when you come to plant things. I've almost gotten used to it." Lan Qingjin was momentarily stunned, gazing thoughtfully at the box in her hand. Even Xiaoling and the little had already started planting soybeans without noticing her hesitation. It was only the little's voice that woke her up. "Your Majesty, how many beans are in this box?" Lan Qingjin shook her head, dismissing her earlier doubts, and spoke loudly. "Whatever can be planted in this box, plant it. It's better to plant densely. The harvest will be quite good." The little nodded and hurriedly began working. After a moment of hesitation, Lan Qingjin picked a few soybeans and joined the planting. The spiritual energy in the winter soil was thin, mostly cold ice energy that even Lan Qingjin's Emperor Flame bloodline found hard to activate. She could only try to infuse her spiritual energy into the seeds. Meanwhile, the little, who had the yellow Emperor's bloodline, looked energetic and lively. Inside the warm greenhouse, the spiritual energy grew thicker with everyone's efforts. The soybeans in the soil absorbed enough water and seemed ready to sprout. Seeing the fertile land, Lan Qingjin's mood finally improved. In Liyun Palace, Yun Fei shrank back as she looked out the window at the snowstorm that had stopped. Fei Fei gave her a helpless look and said, "Look at yourself now. If someone didn't know better, they'd think your house was on fire today." Yun Fei didn't bother to argue with Fei Fei's tone. She looked at the gloomy sky outside, swallowed nervously, and asked, "Could it really be Simeon who did this? Not long ago, we just helped Empress Dowager send Qinglan to the Crown Prince's residence, and then this happened. Do you think Simeon is angry?" Fei Fei took a sip of tea, looking coldly at the snow-covered ground. "We're already considered part of the Empress's people. Even if Simeon is angry, she can't do much. Don't worry, Shiwan will be back soon." Just then, faint footsteps came from the corridor. Shiwang, covered in snow, walked in. The warmth from the earth dragon's heat was instantly overwhelmed by the cold air rushing toward him. Yun Fei shrank back, her face turning even paler. "Has the general already found out something?" Fei Fei rolled her eyes at her, but didn't speak. Shiwang hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "There are some clues now. All evidence points to King Wei. However, today, a body was found in the fire scene. The person's face is still mostly intact. The general looked at it and brought the portrait. Would the two ladies like to see it? Princess Li hesitated briefly and nodded. Consort Yun had no objections. Shi Wang quickly opened the portrait. It showed a handsome man standing quietly in the snow. The moment Princess Li saw the portrait, she dropped her teacup in shock. Consort Yun trembled and pointed at the man in the picture, unable to speak for a long time. Little Cui saw that the two ladies looked upset and quietly stepped back with some people. After a while, Consort Yun slowly said, "It seems we didn't mistake it. The man in the portrait is the former butler of the Xie family. But wasn't he already dead long ago?" Princess Li, being smarter, looked at the green vine in the corner of the room and muttered, "It looks like this matter really has something to do with Siminen." Consort Yun turned around, her face looking very unhappy, leaning against a nearby pillar, her nails almost breaking. "She has truly gone mad. We can't go on like this. We must let Empress know what kind of person she is." Princess Li's voice made her stop in her tracks. "If you go there today, you'll become a corpse in the fire tomorrow. It won't do anything but anger Siminen. We need to think long-term. At least, we can't let Siminen know that we are the ones who talked about this." In the greenhouse, 3 people had finished planting and sat on nearby chairs, gasping for breath. Little Ling asked confusedly, "Why does the lady like such tiring work? She used to be a spoiled young lady. I thought she liked embroidery the most." Lu Qingjin shook her head with a helpless smile and said, "It's because Daegu is too poor. You might not believe it, but when I first entered the palace, I couldn't even eat 3 full meals a day. The food was mostly leftovers. There was no other way." A little, sipping tea, said with a hum, "Actually, the lady might not understand palace life. It wasn't to the extent that even the Empress couldn't eat enough. It was more that the Emperor wanted to discipline you. But luckily, you're quite capable." At the prince's residence, King Wei sat on the main seat, looking at Zhao Yunheng kneeling below with a cold expression. This batch of gunpowder was hard to get from the western regions. Yet you used it to do such foolish things. Now even I am implicated because of you. Although the queen's face was not looking good, she still insisted, "This cannot be something Hunger did. He's not foolish. We have already planted a plague and some insects among the refugees. There's no need for him to do anything else. Also, the explosion happened right when we entered the city, which suggests something more complicated is going on." King Wei closed his eyes, seeming to think about something, and his expression softened. "You have a point, but this incident has already caused us a lot of trouble. If things go wrong later, the Emperor might take advantage of the situation. We can't take that risk. From today until I leave the capital, you don't need to worry about the city's affairs. The most important thing is to maintain good relations with the Liu family." The steward looked unhappy. The Princess of Wei nodded at him, and he finally spoke, carefully. "Your Highness, recently the Liu family has brought in a new wife. Since then, they've cut ties with us. I heard that Lord Lu Qi wants to side with the Emperor, and the heir has been busy with this for a long time." King Wei let out a deep breath. "In a few days, I will go see Lord Lu Qi myself. That old fool probably forgot why he originally stood on my side." He turned and left. Zhao Yunheng looked at his mother silently and then quietly headed to the back courtyard. The Princess of Wei hesitated but said nothing. The steward carefully brought in a cup of tea and said, "Please don't worry, Princess. Although Miss Qinglan no longer has much support, she is still relatively safe. The heir is usually cautious, so I doubt the king will notice anything." The Princess of Wei rubbed her forehead with a resigned sigh. Concubine Fei is now heavily pregnant. If only one son remains, Hunger's position will be unstable. And now, this appears. No matter how kind-hearted I am, I can't accept her. Outside the door, an old maid hurried in through the snow, creaking loudly. "The palace affairs are settled. Yuelu has been arranged. I heard that the Emperor and Empress haven't consummated their marriage yet. Once everything is done, even if the Empress is very capable, she won't help the Emperor anymore." The Princess of Wei adjusted her gold hairpin and smiled. "Of course. Siminen's daughter always has some spirit. But that alone isn't enough. Send someone to bring a guard into the palace, and the next night, have someone take care of the Empress's side as well. I want to see what expression my sister will have then. The old lady's face turned pale. Sending women to the emperor was considered normal and not a big deal, even if caught. But sending men was different. It was a serious crime of disrupting the harem. Thinking of this, the old lady had a plan in mind. In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjing was playing with a small box, absent-mindedly asking, since the new year is coming soon, haven't you sent any holiday gifts, Aunt? Xiaoling sighed helplessly, poured her a cup of tea, and said, maybe you're tired from planting soybeans earlier. These are gifts for elders, and elders usually send gifts first, not the other way around. Lu Qingjing nervously touched her nose and smiled awkwardly. Look at me. I've been so busy I forgot. Is there anything valuable in the palace that I could give? Xiaoling thought for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and replied, maybe just the box made of agarwood you're holding. The rest are mostly vegetables or seeds, and Aunt doesn't lack those. Lu Qingjing's eyes flickered as she casually asked, do you know if Aunt likes agarwood or sandalwood? Seeing the small fire in the cage almost dying out, Xiaoling hurried over, sniffed, and hesitated before saying, she doesn't exactly say she likes them, but her collection mostly consists of boxes made from these two woods. Since she keeps many insects, these woods are less likely to attract bugs. If you give her this box, it's fine, but it might seem a bit too simple. Lu Qingjing placed the box on the table thoughtfully and said, I think she probably already has plenty of such boxes. Maybe I should think of something else to give. Xiaoling finished sweeping the coal and wiped her hands before covering the cage again. Speaking of New Year gifts, I just remembered, yesterday, Qinglan secretly brought a gift for you. She must be thinking of you. Lu Qingjing suddenly became interested and exclaimed, bring it here, let me see. It's been a while since I last saw Qinglan. I wonder how her child is doing. Xiaoling went to another corner, rummaging through things, and said, don't worry about her. I heard that the way Prince's son's backyard is now managed by her. She probably can't take the hardships. They say the first child is more likely to be born prematurely. Maybe in spring, she can bring the baby to see you. Lu Qingjing smiled helplessly and said, you really are a little girl. Such things usually have to wait until August or September. How can the baby be born in spring? Did you find it after searching all this time? Little Ling found a box and handed it over. She sighed in relief and said, fortunately, it's winter. Otherwise, the food in this box sent by Qinglan would spoil. Your Majesty, please open it and try. They say that when a woman has a child, her skills improve. Lu Qingjing smiled as she took the box. When she saw the intricate fragrant wood patterns on it, her face stiffened. Little Ling looked at her with some confusion. Your Majesty, do you think something's wrong? Or do you want me to warm it up? Lu Qingjing forced a smile and said, there's no need. Let's just taste it. In the backyard of the young master's residence, Qinglan, dressed in a beautiful warm gown, sat on the noble consort's bed and asked, has the item been delivered? A young maid looked around and whispered, yes, it has. Only little Ling knows it was you who sent it. The lady on the other side also knows. Qinglan touched her belly and looked with a strange coldness. That's good. The time is coming soon. Be careful and prepared. The palace also needs to watch closely. Although the lady said the emperor has his own plans, we must be cautious. We can't let the princess suffer because of the Duke of Wei's reckless actions. The young maid looked worried and asked, are you truly willing? After all, it's your first child. Qinglan looked at her coldly. The lady's plan is more important than my life. Besides, it's just a child. In the Wei Wangfei's hall, she sat and looked at the lanterns in the corridor, quietly asking, how is the palace preparing? A young maid behind her gently combed her hair and replied, it's ready. Once the emperor and empress drink the wine at the upcoming ceremony, everything will be complete. Wei Wangfei stood up, adjusted her elegant clothes, and said, let's go to the palace early. It's almost time, and we can't let anyone wait. The maid nodded and helped her as they headed out. Behind them, Qinglan slowly stepped out from behind a screen. It seems they've started. Any news from the lady? The young maid shook her head and thought for a moment before replying, not yet. But Lord Chomlin seems to think the lady doesn't plan to target Wei Wang this time. There must be some other plan. Qinglon's belly had grown large, making walking difficult. The maid behind her looked worried and supported her. Miss, you should stop thinking about this. You caught a cold a few days ago, and now that the baby is bigger, it's more uncomfortable. The palace affairs are none of our business. Qinglon walked over and looked at the plain mashed potatoes on the table, smiling softly. I don't mean to interfere with the master's affairs. I just feel uneasy because the lady is in the palace. She doesn't even know what the master plans, nor does she know who can be trusted. The young maid poured her a glass of water, somewhat helpless, and said, Miss is also the master's daughter. Why are you worried about these things? Qinglon looked outside at the cold wind blowing fiercely, her expression a bit worried. If it were before, I wouldn't worry. But recently, the master even killed the commander, which shows that something is wrong. The palace was decorated with bright lanterns and looked lively. Many new palace maids looked confused. Similarly confused was Lu Qingjing, who was tending to a rare plum blossom in the queen's palace. Xiaoling watched her with a worried look and said, Madam, why are you still daydreaming? It's already late, and the other ladies in the palace have asked several times. Soon, officials and family members will come into the palace. Lu Qingjing put down her water jug, looking confused, and followed Xiaoling outside. Today isn't a festival. Why are we suddenly attending some ceremony? Could there be another festival I don't know about? Xiaoling shrank her neck against the cold wind, turning sideways to block the wind and speaking with some helplessness. During festivals, the palace doesn't hold grand ceremonies. This is a celebration for the new year, arranged by the emperor himself this year to show care for the officials. You haven't been managing palace affairs for a while, so you might not know. Lu Qingjing, feeling helpless, entered Lu Qing Hall. Inside, there was a lively scene of singing and dancing. Yun Fei and a few others had already taken seats. They kept making eye signals at her. Nearby, a lady, whose husband was a certain minister, smiled and said, Everyone says the Empress is impressive and outstanding. I didn't expect her to be so slow with etiquette. It just shows that every strength has its weakness. Lu Qingjing sighed helplessly, thinking she wouldn't bother with this now. A cold, distant voice came from nearby. I think that lady is quite rude. Does she have any special skills to make up for it? The lady looked in the direction of the voice, seeming to want to say something, but after a glance, she said nothing. Lu Qingjing also wanted to see who was speaking for her, but the lively ceremony soon dispersed, and people came and went. Yun Fei and others approached with wine cups. Fortunately, the lady's impression of you is still good. Otherwise, today's noble guests wouldn't let you off easily. Lu Qingjing sat on a stool, confused, and asked, What lady? But what about the person who just helped me? Consort Li sighed helplessly and said, It's the person I saw in my palace a few days ago. What's wrong with you? Why are you still so distracted? Lu Qingjing rubbed her forehead tiredly and said, I don't know what's wrong. Today I feel very tired and restless, like something big is going to happen.
You don't need to worry about me.
I'll just sit here for a while. Just as the concubine Shu was about to explain, she heard a sharp voice say, The emperor has arrived. Lu Qingjing was pushed forward by someone, and Qin Zhao quickly caught her, saying, Be more careful. Even if you're offering a toast, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Lu Qingjing felt her mind becoming even more fuzzy. She didn't have time to ask what kind of toast it was, only remembering that she seemed to have drunk something spicy. Someone was whispering nearby, saying it was this way. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a bed. Qin Zhao's figure was faintly visible at the door nearby. Everything is ready. I don't want to hear any gossip. Also, the matter with the Princess Wei must be handled. We absolutely cannot let her escape. A gentle voice from the little maid said, The servant understands, but the Empress Dowager. Qin Zhao flicked her sleeve and said coldly, That's not your concern. Just take care of things outside. The little maid's voice gradually faded away. Lu Qingjing moved slightly and found her strength had returned quite a bit, and her mind was clearer. Qin Zhao's footsteps grew closer. Lu Qingjing decided to close her eyes and pretend to sleep, feeling a little nervous as she waited for Qin Zhao's next move. Suddenly, she was surprised when her lips felt warm. She opened her eyes wide in shock. Qin Zhao's handsome face was getting closer and closer, and her eyes reflected the same surprise, but with a hint of passion. Qin Zhao saw she was awake and didn't stop. Instead, he pressed her down forcefully as if he was determined. Lu Qingjing tried to resist, but her strength was fading as she saw the intense look in Qin Zhao's eyes. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the lively main hall, and everything fell silent. The Wei princess seemed to smile faintly, but Yunfei suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, a maid hurried in, stumbling and shouting, "Someone has defiled the palace." The officials looked at each other thoughtfully and followed her outside. Before reaching the door, they could already hear the noise inside. The chancellor's face darkened instantly. The Wei princess was about to speak, but she saw the young maid who had led them earlier shake her head gently. The princess consort's face suddenly turned pale. She looked with disbelief at the already opened palace door, from which one man and one woman hurriedly emerged. Unfortunately, neither of them was the emperor or empress. They hurriedly looked up, and it was the two people she had arranged. The officials were not fools. Seeing this scene, they understood everything instantly. The entrance quickly fell silent. Princess Li cleared her throat to break the silence. "Since the emperor and empress are not here yet, we can't handle this matter lightly. Let's go to the main hall. As for these two, leave them to me." Yunfei nodded before other ladies could speak. "My sister is right. Although we are new here, we are not ignorant. We understand the importance of timing and order." With this, everyone's mouths were shut. Even those who wanted to speak up remained silent. One by one, they obediently followed Princess Li back. The princess consort of Wei looked at the young palace maid who hurriedly left, opened her mouth but said nothing. In the inner hall, Lu Qingjing sat in Qin Zhao's arms, sighing as she listened to the commotion outside. Qin Zhao's muffled voice came over. "You don't seem very happy." Lu Qingjing sneered and started dressing. "In this situation, making love would only make me happy if I shared the same mind as His Majesty." Qin Zhao's eyes brightened. "You're not angry about making love, but you're angry because I tricked you?" Lu Qingjing helplessly patted his head. "We're already married.
Besides, I
like you. Isn't this something that will happen sooner or later?" Qin Zhao was so happy, he almost spun around. He forgot everything else and smiled foolishly at Lu Qingjing. Before Lu Qingjing could say anything, she heard Xiaofuzi's voice. "Your Majesty, the plan failed. All traces have been erased, and even the Wei princess consort has no further plans. What should we do?" Qin Zhao's eyes widened instantly. "Come in and tell me." Xiaofuzi trembled as he entered, lowering his head. Another group appeared. "Our plan failed, but the remaining two are still here. If we interrogate them, they might identify the Wei princess consort." Lu Qingjing opened the window, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "No need. Those two have probably been trained. Don't expect them to identify the princess consort. They might say all sorts of nonsense. That would only make things worse for us. Better to kill them." Queen Zhao nodded and waved to Little Fuzi. Little Fuzi wisely left. Lu Qingjing remained still, not moving. Qin Zhao gently wrapped his arms around her from behind and asked, "It seems you already know. Won't you tell me?" Lu Qingjing leaned lightly against Qin Zhao and said tiredly, "Who else would do such things without hurting me? Your Majesty already knew long ago, so why ask?" Qin Zhao rested his head on her shoulder and softly said, "I knew about the Queen Dowager's affairs long ago, but I still don't understand what your aunt wants. I don't know her plans, but it seems she still cares about you, and by extension about you." The ceremony returned to its lively atmosphere, but something still felt strange. The old chancellor seemed distracted, lost in thought. Even Li Fei looked worried, and Wei Wangfei's face was dark with displeasure. Yun Fei and a few others finished dealing with the young palace maid and came in. They found a quiet room where Li Fei sat down before speaking. What exactly is going on? I was so shocked, I thought the Empress really. Li Fei rubbed her forehead and sighed helplessly. We should have noticed earlier. The Empress's mental state isn't right. But there were so many other things happening, we didn't pay attention. Concubine Xian, who was shallow-minded, couldn't sit still, and asked worriedly, we should go find the Empress now. Who knows what's happening to her? Yun Fei shook her head and explained, this is beyond what we can control. You saw today, those two people were clearly arranged to come in, but they ended up together. That shows the Emperor was prepared. Wei Wangfei is unharmed, which means others are involved. Li Fei nodded and comforted her. We just need to keep things steady here. I believe both Si Minin and the Emperor won't let anything happen to the Empress. Xu Fei and Xian Fei looked at each other and hurried toward the main hall. Yun Fei took a sip of tea and said, you probably see it too. Now it's just the two of us. No need to hide anymore. Li Fei glanced at her calmly and asked, what do you see? Are you talking about the Emperor's meeting with the Empress or the pastries Qinglan brought? Or is there something wrong with them? Yun Fei took a sip of tea and said calmly, they all have their issues, but the most important thing is the attitude of the king consort. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that since she returned to the main hall, the king consort has been distracted. Li Fei's eyes flickered for a moment before she said, what's so strange about that? If I had done something like that, and others found out, I would be worse off than her. Don't overthink it. The main hall was lively and joyful, but many people intentionally kept their distance from the king consort. She firmly held her wine cup and asked, have they figured out who did it yet? And those two people can't be spared. I can't let others hold my evidence. The maid, quietly pouring her more wine, said softly, there's a hint of the Emperor in this matter, but we haven't figured out who is helping us yet. It seems to be someone from the charity side. The prince has already gone back. Do you want to go back too? The prince seems quite angry. The king consort turned her ring and snorted, I didn't get hurt, and the prince hasn't revealed anything. He's angry not because of me. There's no reason to go back. It's better to stay outside and avoid the fuss. The maid hesitated for a moment before quietly saying, but the prince seems upset about the heir's matter. Miss Liu Rua has already arrived at the residence. It seems Miss Qinglan has been discovered. Maybe you should go back and check. The king consort quickly stood up and headed outside, ignoring the surprised looks of others. She asked as she walked, didn't we agree to send that woman out of the city in a few days? Why was she discovered for no reason? The maid swallowed hard and carefully helped her forward. It was supposed to be unnoticed, but Miss Qinglan suddenly felt unwell and called the imperial doctor. The prince was nearby at the imperial medical office, so they ran into each other. The doctor even congratulated the prince, so now everything is exposed. The heir has also returned home. The king consort was so angry she couldn't speak for a moment, then she quickened her pace. As soon as Lu Qingjing got up, she heard Yun Fei and others laughing outside. She sighed helplessly. Although she knew these people were well-informed, she still felt reluctant to deal with them at this moment. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing buried her head back into the quilt. Xiao Ling brought in water and, seeing her, sighed. The Empress Dowager simply spent last night with the Emperor and didn't do anything shameful. It's better to leave early, as several other ladies are already waiting outside. Lu Qingjing was brushing her hair and said, I remember I was with you all last night. Where did you go in the end? Xiao Ling paused, looked a bit guilty, and raised her head. The events of yesterday were planned by the concubine mother. I left with the others who came to pick me up. Lu Qingjing didn't want to accuse anyone, but she was surprised and asked, what exactly was the plan of the concubine mother? Xiao Ling pouted and knelt down. Your Grace, I really can't say. The plan of the concubine mother was ultimately for your sake. Lu Qingjing waved her hand impatiently and left. Li Fei smiled and spoke first. Your Grace is in such a good mood today. It's been many days since I saw you look so well. Lu Qingjing simply nodded and walked toward the hall nearby. She thought you all are so quick to spread news. It's cold early in the morning, and you're standing outside my courtyard. Yunfei took a sip of hot tea and then said, "Wasn't there a big incident at the Wei Prince's mansion last night? We called you here to talk about it."
After all, Qinglan was sent by you.
Lu Qingjing paused while drinking tea, looked at Xiaoling, who was lowering her head, and asked, "I haven't heard anything. What happened to Qinglan?" Not long ago, she was managing most of the affairs at the heir's residence. Xu Fei was eating snacks and said, "You still don't know?" The original heir valued her a lot, but after the Wei king came to the capital, there was no news of her. "I heard that the Wei princess didn't approve of this marriage and didn't tell the king. Yesterday, it seems she was discovered." Lu Qingjing wrinkled her nose, about to speak, but suddenly heard the excited voice of Shiwang rushing in. "Ladies, stop talking. Something happened in the previous dynasty." Everyone was startled. Yunfei put down her teacup and asked, "Don't be in such a hurry. What's going on?" Shiwang took a breath and said, "Last night, Lord Dong from the minister's residence and Lord Fu from the general's residence both died of the plague. Now the previous dynasty is in chaos. People are saying that the Wei king has behaved badly, angering heaven and the people. They want to offer the Wei king to heaven." Even Lu Qingjing, who usually didn't like the Wei king, couldn't help but speak out. "This is ridiculous. How could the emperor agree to such a thing? Didn't he reprimand those officials?" Shiwang wiped his sweat with a boulen and said, "I've already scolded them, but many people are still afraid. Now, the public anger is boiling over. Yesterday, I received news that many ships at sea have also been destroyed, with wreckage and bodies washing ashore. Many of the dead died on the day King Wei entered the capital. Even if the emperor scolds them now, it won't help." Little Yun from the Lu family gently patted her belly with pride and said, "I used to think that Qinglan following Miss would have a good ending, but she's just like me, relying on men to gain favor in the second half of her life." A nearby maid looked at her with a flattering smile and said, "She's not as good as you. You are Lady Lu, officially married to Lord Lu."
What is she?
"I heard that even yesterday, the queen consort didn't acknowledge her, so it seems she has a tough future ahead." Little Yun looked at the rising sun outside lazily and asked, "I heard that recently the Empress planted some new and strange things in her greenhouse." The maid smiled awkwardly and said slowly, "That thing was actually something I sent over. It was specially brought by the lady to please the young lady from the barbarian lands. If you want, I can ask about it again." Little Yun sighed, her eyes shining with a malicious light. "What am I? How dare I covet the young lady's things? It's just that her greenhouse is exposed to the hot sun every day, and it's easy for accidents to happen. I can't bear to see her so worried every day, so I decided to help her. After all, some things only stop bothering us once they are achieved." The maid behind her rolled her eyes a few times, agreed softly, and then left. Little Yun smiled with determination, full of mockery in her eyes. When Lu Qingjin entered the imperial study carrying a food box, Qin Zhao was busy reviewing memorials, looking overwhelmed. When she saw her, he quickly stood up, took the food box and said gently, "Why did you come here suddenly on such a cold day?" Lu Qingjin sighed, opened the box, and a sweet, warm aroma spread out. The wind outside was still howling, but this warm scent almost brought tears to Qin Zhao's eyes. She handed him a bowl of red sugar lotus seed soup and said, "I heard about the affairs of the previous dynasty. You were busy this morning and didn't even have time to eat. By noon, you hadn't eaten anything. It's been like this for a while. You should eat something now. I don't know what those people are thinking. If this matter isn't handled well, I fear that King Wei might rebel. The Great Yu has just recovered for a year, and everything seems to be developing smoothly. We absolutely cannot let anything go wrong." Lu Qingjing slowly leaned in and embraced him. "Don't worry, there's always a way to solve problems. You're too tense right now. Take a rest. I'm here with you." Qin Zhao closed his eyes and nodded. After a while, he slowly said, "There's something I didn't want to tell you, but it's related to you. I think even if I don't say it, someone else would. The owner of Jingqi Pavilion, Wei Jinji, might be in trouble." Lu Qingjing released his hand and stared at Qin Zhao with wide eyes. Qin Zhao sighed helplessly, patted her head, and said, "Don't worry. Right now, it's just some shipwreck debris washing ashore. We haven't seen any bodies yet. There are still many ships sailing at sea, and some might have already been rescued." At this moment, Lu Qingjing couldn't hear anything. Her mind was filled with the scene of Wei Jinji leaving. She wasn't foolish. She naturally knew that part of Wei Jinji's reason for going to sea involved her. Now that something has happened, she feels her heart heavy. Qin Zhao understood her pain and didn't say much. Lu Qingjing didn't know how she ended up near the greenhouse. She just wanted to find a quiet place to stay. She didn't know how much time had passed before snow suddenly started falling from the sky. Lu Qingjing looked up blankly. The bright sun was hanging in the sky, but there was no warmth. Large snowflakes fluttered down. Xiaoling's gentle voice came over. "Your Majesty, don't cry. It's so cold. Be careful not to freeze your face." As soon as she finished speaking, she heard hurried shouts nearby. "Someone, come quickly. The greenhouse in the Imperial Garden is leaking water. Come help put out the fire." Xiaoling hurriedly ran over. Lu Qingjing was initially startled, but then calmed down. She stopped Xiaoling and asked quietly, "Do you remember what's planted in our greenhouse now?" Xiaoling paused, confused, but obediently replied, "Right now. We're growing soybeans, and they're already ripe. A little said we could harvest them soon. Don't you worry, Your Majesty. If it really burns, it would be such a pity." A cold smile appeared on Lu Qingjing's lips. "Today, I'll teach you something. Soybeans are not afraid of fire, especially small fires like this in winter." On the stormy sea, Wei Jinji stood inside the cabin, looking at the storm outside with a complicated expression. A man beside him casually handed him something and said, "Brother, don't worry too much. This ship is very strong, and these waves are nothing to worry about. We'll reach Japan in a few days." Wei Jinji took the wine jar and smiled. "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, I might have been lost at sea. I will repay this kindness someday." The man waved his hand and laughed loudly. "You're quite polite, little brother. I see you're not old and seem to be having a tough time. Maybe you haven't even grown up yet. It would be a shame if something happened to you." Wei Jinji thought of something, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said nothing. A woman nearby, holding a knife, looked at him with flickering eyes, lost in thought. Qinglan took a sip of tea, ignoring the faint orders from the Princess Wei. She calmly said, "Forget about the others for now. I can feel my body getting heavier and my clothes no longer fit. I've asked the best tailor in town to make me a new set with the finest fabric." The steward nodded silently, glancing helplessly at the displeased Princess Wei before quietly leaving. The princess coughed coldly and said, "I know what you're thinking, but our heir is of noble status. Someone of unknown background, like you, isn't suitable. Once you have the baby, I'll find you a good place to live, where you won't have to worry about food or clothing. If you just stay quiet and live peacefully, it's fine." Qinglan wiped her mouth and sneered. "The princess really overestimates me. I'm just a servant girl. What stability can I seek? I'm just taking it day by day. But now that I have a child, I should think about the future. Luckily, the heir has agreed to marry me as the princess consort, so I won't have to worry about the rest." The princess's face turned pale with anger, speechless for a moment. After a while, she finally relaxed her grip on the cup. Suddenly, the steward hurriedly ran in, interrupting her. "Madam, something's wrong. The prince has brought Feinyang back. He said if the heir is stubborn, there's still hope." The princess's cup shattered on the ground with a loud bang. Qinglan, seemingly unaffected, calmly sipped her tea as if nothing was wrong. The steward couldn't hold back and softly said, "Miss Qinglan, you should stop drinking tea. It's really not good for the baby." Qinglan paused, then looked up brightly. "I didn't know that. When the princess handed me the tea just now, I drank it." "Thank you, steward." Princess Wei clenched her handkerchief so tightly that it nearly tore. Just then, Zhao Yunheng hurriedly walked in. "I know my mother doesn't like Qinglan or this child, but she is still my family. If my mother has nothing to do, there's no need to see her again." After saying this, She left without looking back. The remaining Wei princess sat blankly in place, tears unable to come. The palace was still lively, as if the fire in the warm pavilion hadn't affected anything. Lu Qingjing calmly carried a basket of soybeans into the kitchen. Xiaoling, while directing her subordinates to clean up, asked, "What should we do about the Empress? I saw her leave without giving any other instructions. Maybe she's too angry to speak." A young, wiping the blackened glass slowly, said, "That doesn't seem right. Don't guess blindly. There are still many soybeans to pick up. Hurry and work. The Empress has others to serve her. Can't you manage without her?" Xiaoling pouted and continued to command her people to pick up the beans. Suddenly, a young palace maid screamed. Xiaoling quickly went over. The maid, trembling, pointed at a long object and said, "Is this a human body?" "Xiaoling, sister, what should we do? I just touched it." Xiaoling, frustrated, gently tapped her head and said helplessly, "Why are you so timid? You usually listen to all sorts of nonsense, but when it matters, you get scared. It's just a piece of burnt cloth. Hurry up and work. Stop thinking about other things." She picked up the cloth and turned to leave. But the cloth surface was already burnt. When Xiaoling lifted it, something fell out with a rustling sound. The servants nearby froze in shock. On a neatly written iron plaque, 3 characters read, "Si Min and Qin Zhaowen, busy in the imperial study," immediately stood up upon hearing this. "You mean the Empress's warm pavilion was burned, and they found the iron plaque of Si Min?" Xiao Fuzi wiped his forehead sweat and sighed. "Yes, that's true. Many people have seen it. Rumors are spreading everywhere in the palace that all these incidents are part of Si Min An's conspiracy. The Empress might not be able to hide it anymore." Just as he finished speaking, Ji Chun hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, something's wrong." The Empress suddenly appeared at Si Min An's residence. "The situation is unclear. Do you want to go rescue Si Min?" Qin Zhao sighed helplessly and took a sip of tea before speaking. "I know you're worried that Si Min hasn't arranged for anyone at the residence, but I still feel that the charity event isn't about trying to get rid of Si Min. Let's wait and see a bit longer." Ji Chun bowed his hands and was about to leave, but Qin Zhao stopped him. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly said, "Do you really not know which side Chonglin is on?" Ji Chun suddenly stopped and, after a long pause, reluctantly replied, "It's not that I don't want to say, but the situation in the capital is still unclear. His Majesty wants us to wait a bit longer." Madame Lu sat in the hall, staring blankly at the snowy scenery outside. A maid quietly approached and said softly, "The charity master has arrived outside. Should the young lady see him?" Madame Lu put away her pearl bracelet, hesitated for a moment, and softly said, "Go ahead and prepare for departure. Let the gatekeeper let him in." The maid bowed and left. Madame Lu sat quietly in her chair, lost in thought. After a while, faint footsteps sounded outside. She snapped out of her reverie and sneered, "They've fought enough by now. All the tricks have been used. Now you're just acting timid." The charity master outside showed a pained expression for the first time. After a long moment, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Madame Lu's gaze fell on him, and she seemed to sigh as she said, "It's been a long time. You still look the same, but unfortunately, I've grown old." The charity master sat beside her, took a sip of tea, and spoke with a trembling voice, "I've also grown old, but you just can't see it. I've even forgotten your real name." Madame Lu gently picked up a water jug and refilled the nearly empty teapot. The sound of water flowing filled the quiet room as she calmly said, "A few days ago, the last person who remembered my name also died. Now I can't even remember it myself. Everyone calls me Si Min. That's a good name. You can call me that too." It seemed that all the sadness disappeared with her words. The charity master closed his eyes, returning to his usual gentle but cold demeanor. "If you truly gave up your name, the capital wouldn't be like this now. In the end, you're still not willing to let go." Madame Lu held her hot tea and sighed. "You're still the same. Just say what you need to. I don't have much time left." The charity master was silent for a long time, seemingly giving in. He softly said, "I won't give up. I hope you take care of yourself. She spoke without turning her head and walked out the door. Aunt Lu calmly took a sip of tea and said with a hint of sarcasm, I thought you came suddenly to plead for JG. The kind-looking person paused at the door and said, I was about to speak, but from your words, I can tell you won't let her go, so there's no point. Just remember one thing. If we can defeat you once, we can do it again. Be careful in your actions. Aunt Lu looked at his back for a long time without speaking. A maid nearby quietly said, Our things are all packed. Mistress, if everything looks good, we can set out. Aunt Lu's teacup slowly fell from her hand. She closed her eyes and softly said, No need. Let's go. In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjing was lazily reading a book. Xiaoling came in and sighed helplessly, Your Majesty, you should stop reading. There are so many fun things outside. Why stay here? Lu Qingjing closed her eyes in frustration and said, It's just to learn more about what crops there are. I never heard of that ice crystal fruit before. When planting it, I didn't know anything. If Lady Li hadn't happened to pass by, those nearly ripe ice crystal fruits would have rotted in the lake. Hearing this, Xiaoling helplessly walked over and took the book covering Lu Qingjing's face. You're not a saint. You should know some things aren't that rare. Today, some fresh came into the kitchen. If you're bored, you can go take a look. Lu Qingjing became interested and pulled Xiaoling outside while saying, I must see this. I've never seen in the palace before. I used to wonder why, with the sea so close, there's no seafood. Xiaoling, a bit helpless, threw down her cloth and didn't bother to remind Lu Qingjing that she was just tidying up. This isn't near the coast, so for some reason, there aren't many sea creatures. To eat seafood, you have to go far out to the open sea. The price of seafood in the capital has always been high. If the Shengshi Pavilion hadn't made a big profit recently, the emperor wouldn't be willing to spend. Lu Qingjing crushed the snow at her feet and asked with some doubt, I don't know what Shengshi Pavilion earned recently. Also, are there any new dishes being introduced now? The western region people have already gone back. How could there be any money to be made? The little spirit whispered close to her ear, It's just that the recent incident with Qinglan was exposed. Although the king's wife was very angry, it didn't help much. The king and the heir seemed to like this child. Qinglan probably came to take care of our business and kept eating from Shengshi Pavilion, but she also helped us make a good profit. Lu Qingjing felt a strange feeling in her heart and didn't know what to say. Luckily, the two of them stumbled and finally reached the imperial kitchen. The cooks saw Lu Qingjing and smiled, saying, Your Majesty has finally arrived. These fresh are quite valuable. We don't know what the emperor likes to eat, so please take a look. Lu Qingjing wasn't planning to do much, since winter are usually not very fat. She took one and looked at it, and was surprised to see that all the in the tank were fresh, fat, and lively, as if they had been specially raised. She looked at the chili peppers nearby, thinking they might make spicy crab. But Xiaoling gently pulled her aside and whispered, Your Majesty, have you decided? These days, it's your time of the month. Eating chili peppers might cause trouble. Lu Qingjing sighed helplessly and gently picked up a head of garlic. You don't need to worry about it. Xiaoling, help out. Today, we're making garlic-flavored crab. Xiaoling happily agreed, and the two of them rolled up their sleeves and started working. In the imperial study, Qin Zhao looked at the door for the 100th time. Finally, Xiao Fuzi spoke, Please wait a little longer, Your Majesty. The Empress has already brought the garlic-flavored crab. It should be here soon. Qin Zhao nodded with satisfaction. She's considerate. She even made dinner and brought it over. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Qingjing calmly carried a lunchbox and walked in. When did I lose my sense of kindness? Fine, today I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you. Look at these, such are rare in winter. Qin Zhao glanced at her sharply and said sternly, You're inexperienced, little one. No matter the season, India capital are expensive. These are very fat and tasty. Focus on making money. When the palace becomes rich in the future, you can eat every day. Lu Qingjing almost fainted at his shameless words. Just eat your fill. When I fill the treasury in the future, I'll let you eat these every day. Not even one meal can be skipped. During their conversation, Qin Zhao had already opened the food box. The strong smell of garlic made everyone feel hungry. Outside, the cold wind was still blowing loudly. Inside the main hall, the earth dragon was burning, making crackling sounds. Qin Zhao chewed happily on crab meat, squinting with pleasure. He looked up at Lu Qingjin, whose cheeks were slightly red from the firelight, and smiled happily. Feeling Qin Zhao's mood change, Lu Qingjin no longer minded Qin Zhao's playful smile from earlier. She was peeling a crab and said, "Eat more rice. This crab is still a cold food, and in winter, it's not really suitable to eat it." Qin Zhao took a bite of crab yolk with his rice and said, "I didn't expect you to know quite a bit about medicine." Lu Qingjin pouted, a little helpless, and said, "You don't need to figure it out because I don't really know much about medicine. I just heard people talk about it often and remembered it." After finishing the last crab, Qin Zhao lazily yawned. Lu Qingjin, eating her soup and rice, looked a bit disgusted and said, "It's only been a little while, and you're already so tired. Did you not sleep well a few days ago?" Qin Zhao wiped his hands and leaned his head on Lu Qingjin's shoulder, pretending to be helpless. "It's because you refuse to come and keep me company. The long night is so lonely, I can't sleep alone." Lu Qingjin rolled her eyes, finished her last bite of rice, put down her bowl, and said, "What nonsense. Yesterday, I already heard that you and the Grand General talked all night. This morning, Consort Li even came to complain that you don't understand how to care for your subordinates." Qin Zhao was surprised that so many people had complained after just half a night without sleep. He sighed helplessly and said, "That's all because of your aunt. Recently, there was progress on the matter of the 2 officials who died from the plague. The clues all point to your aunt. But since yesterday noon, she's been missing, and we're all worried." Lu Qingjin's hand, holding her tea, paused slightly as she looked in disbelief and asked, "My aunt has disappeared? Why haven't I received any news yet? You're not blaming me, are you?" Qin Zhao glanced at her faintly and said, "Probably, because your aunt doesn't want to tell you. After all, she's the one doing many things herself." Not far outside the capital, on a main road, several carriages were stopped. A young maid entered one of them quietly and said, "Things in the capital are almost arranged. We should get news soon. Qinglan is handling it well." Si Minan looked in the direction the wind was blowing and said calmly, "I've never believed in the idea of people's hearts being predictable. You're already in charge, so you better think carefully about your actions." The maid lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Only after the carriage started to move slowly did she speak. "My lady, I didn't inform Miss about this trip. Do you think that's okay? After all, Miss has no one to rely on in the palace." Si Minan rubbed her forehead softly and said, "Now that Qingjing has already become Qin Zhao's wife, she is officially the Empress of Great Yu. As for that young man, I believe he is reliable and won't neglect his wife." The maid nodded silently. After a while, Si Minan suddenly opened her eyes. Outside the carriage, the sound of noisy horse hooves reached her ears. She looked straight at the maid beside her. The maid, sweating profusely, hurriedly said, "That's impossible. The city has already set up a distraction spell. Even if Miss checks herself, she won't find anything." The carriage suddenly stopped. A voice from outside called out, "Miss Simin, you are very clever. I almost fell for your trick." Simin gently opened the carriage door and looked at him calmly. "I've never known you to be so untrustworthy. Or, do you think a handful of people can stop me?" Jidagung chuckled loudly, patting his horse as he said, "That's impossible. I'm not as foolish as the Princess Wei. My father just ordered me to come with you. Miss Simin, and do you think it's convenient for me to come along?" Simin curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. "You don't even know where I want to go, and you're just following. Aren't you afraid you won't make it back?" Jidagung looked at her steadily for a moment before slowly saying, "Who says I don't know? The place you want to go is none other than Nanjong Forest." Early in the morning, everyone in the palace rushed toward the kitchen. Concubine Li, curious, asked, "I see everyone is so excited. Is there something new in the kitchen? Has the Empress made some new toy again?" Xiao Chui helped her walk toward the kitchen, saying, "You're overthinking, Your Majesty. The Empress probably just arrived. The things sent into the palace last night were from the coastal people. Many of them caught sight of it, but since they didn't know how to eat it, they left it. Shengshi Pavilion bought some with their money and sent them to the palace, hoping the Empress would see." As they spoke, they reached the door of the kitchen. Lu Qingjing was holding a strange, oddly shaped object and was talking about something. When concubine Li saw the ugly thing, she exclaimed, "Quickly put that down. Not only does it look ugly, but the two claws on it aren't something you can just grab with." Lan Qingjin turned around and saw her happily smiling. "These are little lobsters. You probably don't know, they're very tasty. At first, I was thinking of making garlic-flavored ones, but since you're here, I'll make spicy ones instead." Princess Li didn't understand the strange connection between the two and looked worried as she watched Lan Qingjin hold the little lobsters. "You should put those down first. They might be dangerous." Lan Qingjin looked at the crowd gathering around and started to shoo them away. "All right, everyone go back. It's just some ingredients sent by Shengshi Pavilion. What's so interesting? Is there nothing else to do?" The others, just there for fun, quickly left. Only Princess Li and Lan Qingjin remained. Princess Li sighed and followed Lan Qingjin into the kitchen, watching her prepare the lobsters. She said, "Yesterday, I just heard about Auntie Lu. I was planning to visit you this morning, but I didn't expect you to be so lively, here early in the morning watching this."
Lan Qingjin sighed helper.
"I didn't want to either, but what can I do? I don't know much about Auntie's affairs, and I can't make decisions. I've thought about it, and I figure I might as well accept it. It's not too dangerous, and in the capital, these people are beyond reach." Princess Li was silent for a while after hearing Lan Qingjin's words. Only when she started frying the lobsters did she speak again. "Actually, I think Auntie doesn't have any bad intentions. You might find that strange, but that's how I feel." Lan Qingjin handed her the finished lobsters softly. "I feel the same, but it's no use. As long as she doesn't clarify things, His Majesty and the General won't let her go." The two sat silently on nearby chairs. Outside, the cold wind was still howling. Inside, the two of them peeled the lobsters while watching the snowstorm. After eating a few, Princess Li praised, "No wonder Shengshi Pavilion's founder is so famous. These lobsters are amazing. They leave a wonderful taste in your mouth." Lan Qingjin smiled helplessly and pointed outside at the raging snowstorm. "That's probably because it looks so cold outside. That's why you think the food tastes extra good. Actually, my lobsters are quite ordinary." Princess Li took a sip of tea and picked up another lobster, saying softly, "It's not just the appearance. This year, I don't know what's wrong. The snow and wind never stop. Winter feels especially long. If this keeps up, it's hard to tell day from night." Lan Qingjin listened to the howling cold wind and suddenly remembered the description of the Ice Age she had read about. The land was covered in snow, fierce winds howled loudly, and dripping water froze, making it hard to tell day from night. She paused at this thought, unable to imagine how terrifying the winter would be then. Consort Li had almost finished eating. She wiped her hands and looked at Lan Qingjin, who was still standing there smiling. She said, "It's only morning. You really can't tell day from night? Remember, our emperor is waiting for your breakfast." Without looking back, she walked into the snowstorm. Xiaoling came inside, stomped her foot in frustration, and said, "Your Majesty, it's better not to go out. Just finish making what the emperor wants to eat here and send it over. It's freezing outside." Lan Qingjin looked at the snowy sky in confusion and softly asked, "Do you think Auntie knows the reason for this snowstorm?" Xiaoling sighed as she tidied up the table and said, "Madam, you probably aren't confused, right? Auntie kept some things from you, but her heart is good. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't blame everything on her." Lan Qingjin shook her head with a smile and couldn't find words to argue. She thought for a moment, then poured the remaining lobster soup from the basin into the pot. Xiaoling looked a bit puzzled and asked, "Madam, what are you doing? Are you making a bowl of lobster with this soup? But isn't it a bit early for that?" Lan Qingjin poured a bowl of rice into the pot and smiled. It might be a bit early, but Consort Li finished eating and left. Once I finish cooking this, I'll draw some pictures for you. Take them outside, and see if you can make something with them. Xiaoling looked at the leftovers in the pot, pursed her lips, and realized how much her lady was favored. She then hurriedly took the sketches and left. Young master's residence's Qinglan touched her stomach anxiously, looking at the snowy sky. She asked, "Did the lord just leave yesterday?" A maid nearby nodded and brought over a cup of hot tea. She said, "Yes, the commander arranged everything yesterday. The people in the capital can be commanded freely by you." Qinglan took a sip of tea, looked at the distant figure, and said calmly, "Let's not talk about that. First, eliminate the Queen's lady. Otherwise, my plan will be too difficult to carry out." The young maid's hand trembled slightly as she hesitated and said, "Why bother? The Lord has already left. If you secretly leave this child behind, what will happen? Besides, the young master is so kind to you. You can't just ignore him." Qinglan lowered her head, unable to see her expression clearly. After a long pause, she sneered and said, "You really think the heir cultivated by King Wei is a fool? He has other plans. When new benefits come, I and this child will no longer matter. We will be abandoned. Only the master won't abandon me. What is the child compared to that?" The maid standing nearby was speechless. Outside, the wind and snow howled loudly. After a while, Zhao Yunhing's voice came from outside. "Today's weather is really terrible. Don't you feel cold? If you are cold, I will find some earth dragons to bring over." Hearing this, Qinglan relaxed her expression and slowly walked over. "It's already quite warm. The young master doesn't need to worry. But why are you here at this time? Did you get scolded by the prince again?" Zhao Yunheng warmed his hands by the fire and gently embraced her.
Don't worry about it.
"You're pregnant after all. The imperial doctor said you shouldn't think too much. With me here, I won't let you and the baby suffer." Qinglan's body stiffened slightly before she slowly said, "I can't help the young master now. When this child is born, perhaps you should find a more prominent family to be your wife." Zhao Yunheng's eyes darkened as he gently held her. "Even if I marry someone else in the future, I won't abandon you. No matter what, you must believe that I still like you very much." Qinglan silently forced a smile in a place he couldn't see. "Young master, you should remember this. Remember that I liked you very much, and I liked this child too." The two embraced warmly, while outside, the cold wind howled fiercely. After a while, someone let out a choked sob in the snowstorm, then left toward an unknown place. Lu Qingjin had just brought her lobster soup and rice into the imperial study when she heard Qin Zhao's roar. "Now that Siminen is no longer in the capital, you still can't find out anything? 2 more people have died, both famous honest officials. If you can't find out, how am I supposed to explain to the people of the world?" Lu Qingjin quietly stood outside the study. Until Ji Chen came out looking somewhat embarrassed, she softly said, "Sorry, General. Ultimately, it's the trouble brought by Auntie." Ji Chen brushed the snowflakes off his body. His voice was muffled in the howling cold wind. "There's no need to apologize. It's just each person doing their part. But the Empress must remember her current position. If there are more figures like this in the capital, I won't be able to bear it." Lu Qingjin carried her lunchbox, quietly watching Ji Chen's back. A snowstorm blew in, and everything in front of her turned white. Suddenly, Lu Qingjin softly laughed and said, "It won't happen. Things like that will never happen." After saying this, she turned and walked into the study without looking back. The cold wind grew stronger, and a clumsy maid quietly left. When Lu Qingjin entered the main hall, she saw Di Long coughing heavily. "Why is it burning like this? Quickly, someone lower the charcoal fire here."
"It's choking me," she said.
Qin Zhao, who was angry, didn't notice her words and signaled Xiao Fuzi. Xiao Fuzi had become better at serving. Seeing this, she hurriedly carried Di Long out and replaced him with someone else. Qin Zhao rubbed his forehead and smiled softly. "You're good at timing. You came in just now. If you hadn't spoken, maybe I would have called someone to carry him out soon. Why bother choking yourself?" Lu Qingjin handed her lunchbox softly and said, "If I hadn't come, you'd probably already be starving." It's mainly because of my aunt's matter. I just came to vent my anger. Qin Zhao looked at her with affection, smiled, and opened the lunchbox. The smell of spicy crayfish instantly filled the palace. Even Xiao Fuzi standing nearby couldn't help but swallow. Qin Zhao took a bite slowly and said, I heard this morning that you sent Xiao Ling out into the snow to find a craftsman. If you need something, it's better to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs. They do their work carefully. Lu Qingjin sniffed the nearby incense burner and smiled. You should think more carefully. What craftsman can Xiao Ling know? She probably went to Shengshi Pavilion to find help. The things she gets will be on Shengshi Pavilion's account, which is better than the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Just then, Xiao Ling ran in, breathless. Your Majesty, I've brought it back. See if it's okay. Qin Zhao quickly finished his rice. It's not something special. Is it outside the study? I want to see exactly what it is. Lu Qingjin slightly curled her lips and hugged him. Wait a moment. It's not a small item. It's probably still on the carriage. Xiao Ling, go back and prepare a room just for it. Also, bring the beans I soaked for a few days. Qin Zhao, walking outside with her, asked curiously, what exactly is it? Why does it need a whole room? Could it be some living creature? Lu Qingjing helplessly stopped and shook her head. Weren't you just handling official affairs? The Grand General looked exhausted when he left. Don't be careless, or next time he might scold you. Qin Zhao didn't mind and casually held her arm as they headed toward the Queen's palace. Soon, they heard the creaking sound of a stone mill and a strange bean aroma filled the air. Outside the city, in a quiet estate, a kind-hearted person sat peacefully. After a while, someone slowly entered, wearing a long veil that blocked others' view, and only glimpses of beautiful hair suggested it was a woman. Seeing her come, the kind-hearted person sighed deeply. You're coming to see me at this time. What's the use? You might as well go back and check on the young master. The child in Lady Fei's is truly the bloodline of King Wei. If he finds out, your position won't be safe. The princess of King Wei's eyes flashed with a faint light. After a moment, she spoke slowly. I didn't know before that Simin and was my senior sister. Now that I do, there's not much I can do. I know you've met her, but with her personality, she probably won't listen to advice. The kind-hearted person, feeling annoyed, interrupted sharply. If you already know, why are you here? Do you want me to help, or are you offering your life in exchange? The princess sat calmly, appearing composed. Your life was bought with many people from the Xia family. I dare not think about it. But hunger is your child. I have a special insect that targets those who raise insects. If you still care about family, do me this favor. When Simin dies, my senior sister will die too. Isn't that a win-win situation? The kind-hearted person looked at the box, lowered his head, and after a long pause, gave a barely noticeable nod. The princess smiled happily, then left quickly, as if afraid he might change his mind. After her figure disappeared, a young servant nearby asked worriedly, is the mage really going to help her? Our situation isn't good right now. If this continues, we'll be at a dead end. The kind-hearted person looked up with obvious sarcasm. After a moment, he slowly said, this woman is really powerful. If I weren't unable to have children with my cultivation method, I might believe her. But unfortunately, her plan will ultimately fail. The young servant covered her face and softly exclaimed, such a big matter. The princess consort dares to lie. Is she crazy? Aren't you angry? Sishan adjusted her clothes and smiled, saying, it's just a joke. There's nothing to be angry about. The King of Wei is naturally suspicious, so he must investigate thoroughly. I'm just watching the fight from the sidelines. In the palace, four concubines sat comfortably in the Empress's palace, holding cups and drinking soy milk. Lu Qingjing took a sip and found it very good, then called Little Spirit to share some. This is very nourishing. Everyone should drink more. When the time comes, if you want more, just come over. The stone mill is always there. Concubine Shu let out a long breath. It's good to have a cup of soy milk in winter. Tomorrow, I'll think about making some for Shengshi Pavilion. Business has been quite slow lately because of the cold. We can't go on like this. As she finished speaking, palace maids brought in a tray and several strange bowls. Lady Li curiously leaned over and pointed at the white stuff, asking, "What is this?" "It smells quite good." Lu Qingjing used a knife to cut the tofu into small pieces and explained, "This is also made from soy milk. It's called tofu. Try it and see if you like it. I plan to promote it at Shengshi Pavilion when I have more soybeans. It's like a preview, and in spring, it will be available for the common people." After tasting, everyone liked it very much. However, Yunfei pointed at a bowl that had been brought over but not touched and asked, "This should also be edible, right? It looks a lot like soy milk." Lu Qingjing took a sip without saying anything. The others thought it was a drink and all took big sips. After a while, they all looked bitter and hurriedly drank tea. Lu Qingjing watched them and laughed loudly. "That's soy juice, which is very sour. If you drink it like that, I wouldn't be able to stand it either." Concubine Xian took a careful sip after a while, seeming to like it, but the others nearby shook their heads politely, declining. Xiaoyan stood calmly in the Lu family hall, drinking tea. Lu Yurua looked at her fiercely. "Don't think of yourself as anything special. You're just a nominal wife, and you really think you're the mistress of the Lu household?" Little Yin gently pushed her golden hairpin and smiled softly. "Miss, your words are not quite right. The master has already entrusted all the household affairs to me. Lady Lu has been ill for a long time, and we don't know how much longer she can hold on. If you have time, you should focus more on taking care of her. I won't trouble myself with other matters." Lu Yorua nearly fainted from shock, leaning back in her chair. It was Lu Qi, who came in from outside to comfort her. Such matters shouldn't worry Yunny. After all, she is already pregnant. Tomorrow, I will visit the heir's residence to ask for an explanation. But remember, the heir hasn't officially recognized that woman. Don't go too far. Lu Yorua, though usually bold and reckless, knew well who her long years of wealth and status depended on. So, even though she looked furious on the surface, she didn't say anything and left angrily. The young maid behind her struggled to follow and advised softly, "Miss, you should calm down. The lady is seriously ill, and everything depends on you now. You must be very careful not to make any mistakes." Lu Yorua returned to her room, pacing in frustration. She suddenly smashed an antique vase beside her. The maid looked at the valuable object with concern but dared not speak. Lu Yorua took a deep breath. "These little brats really don't take me seriously. Lady Yun is fine, after all, she was granted by the emperor. That Qinglan is just a servant girl, a lowly girl. Now, I really don't know who's more important." The maid's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, afraid to speak. Lu Yorua cursed herself for a while, then finally seemed to calm down. The room fell into a tense silence. An old maid tiptoed over and said softly, "Miss, don't be angry. Lady is still sick, but she cares about you. The Princess Wei has already sent news that tonight they will resolve the obstacle. Please rest assured." Lu Yorua first smiled happily, then frowned and asked, "This matter must not be interfered with by Mother. If the heir finds out it involves us, it will be very bad." After thinking carefully, Lu Yorua hurriedly ran toward Lady Lu's courtyard. But before she entered, a strong medicinal smell nearly made her faint. The old maid helped her inside while sniffling, "Miss, don't be upset. Lady's health is worsening day by day. She's enduring it for your sake." Lu Yorua had depended mostly on her mother since she was young. Now, she was so distraught that she almost cried. She hurried inside, and Madame Lu had already heard her footsteps. Although her face was pale like paper, she was leaning on a pillow, waiting for her. Seeing her mother in such distress, Lu Yorua almost burst into tears. Madame Lu's expression softened slightly as she scolded, "You're useless. Why are you so sad? Instead of wasting time on this, you should think of a way to deal with that hateful woman." This made Lu Yorua remember her main purpose. She wiped her tears and said anxiously, "Mother, are you crazy? You know very well that if the eldest son finds out we did this, it's all over. Why are you still so reckless?" Madame Lu sighed deeply, her face looking even more grim. How could I not know? But now, do we have any other options? If we don't follow the Queen Wei's wishes, you won't even get close to the eldest son's residence. Lu Yurua's face looked unhappy, but she didn't argue. Instead, her eyes showed a hint of unwillingness. Madame Lu saw this, but said nothing. Qinglan had just received news from the Queen Wei. She was told that in the evening, she would go to the temple to burn incense and pray. Qinglan smiled coldly and told her maid, "Make sure everything is arranged. The eldest son must see clearly how this child, disappear." The maid looked hesitant but finally nodded and went out to send a message. Finally, evening came. Qinglan, feeling anxious, finished a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup. She touched her belly and suddenly shed a tear. Someone outside was already urging her. Qinglan calmly wiped her tears and quietly left. The setting sun outside was blood-red. She knew what kind of path she was on. Sometimes, once a person is already on the road, they have to keep going. Lu Qingjin sat in the palace, drinking a bowl of bean juice. Under the disapproving gaze of Xiaoling, she handed the remaining bowl to her. Xiaoling took it and set it aside. "Forget it. I was born to suffer. I can't drink this. You keep it and drink slowly." Lu Qingjin didn't mind. She stretched lazily and asked, "Why haven't we heard anything about Qinglan these days? Maybe she's pregnant and too tired. Tomorrow, let's secretly send a good doctor from the palace to check on her." Xiaoling paused while tidying up. "Maybe not. The Wei Prince's residence is so rich, they wouldn't care about palace things. We'd better not embarrass ourselves." Lan Qingjin smiled helplessly as she looked outside at the rare moment of peace from the wind and snow. She said, "What are you talking about? Our palace is now prosperous. The Grand Secretariat and even people from the western regions have made a lot of money. We are no longer so poor. Besides, this is my gift to Qinglan. It's not necessary for the King of Wei's residence to accept it." As soon as she finished speaking, a young palace girl's voice hurriedly came from outside. "Something's wrong, Empress. Lady Li just brought Qinglan here. She said the general found her from a temple. Now she's in Liyun Palace, but she's not going to last much longer." Before Lan Qingjin could react, she saw Xiaoling's eyes widen in shock, and she exclaimed, "How is that possible?" At this moment, Lan Qingjin finally realized that Xiaoling's earlier words sounded strange. She didn't say much and stood up, heading toward Liyun Palace. Xiaoling, who had come to her senses, didn't rush to follow but instead moved toward a corner of the palace wall nearby. Outside the palace wall, a figure was crouched there, trembling. Xiaoling walked over and impatiently said, "I told you before, it's best if you don't come here when you're fine. Now you're here, and it might cause suspicion. I won't argue with you. Just tell me what's really going on with Qinglan. Didn't you say the child disappeared outside the palace?" The figure turned around anxiously, revealing a happy face. "Xiaoling, don't say that. Qinglan was supposed to be fine, but somehow she's not the young master's child. It's the general and Yan Sheng. That plan is at least half ruined. When Qinglan fainted, she told me to tell you that no matter what, this child cannot stay." The snow and wind started again. Xiaoling's face, partially obscured by the snowstorm, looked blurry. Even her voice sounded faint. "Do we really have to do this? The master has already passed away. Can't Qinglan's child stay?" Xiao Wang, who had looked simple and anxious before, suddenly turned cold. Xiaoling looked into his eyes and felt it was colder than the snowstorm. Xiao Wang sneezed, seeming to calm down a little, but his voice remained icy. "Xiaoling, it's better to remember who your master really is. The master has gone to Nanjong Forest. We, who stay in the capital, must not let things fall apart." He turned and left without looking back. Xiaoling, holding a warm hand warmer, rubbed her hands and was silent for a long time. After a while, she turned and headed toward Liyun Palace. At this moment, Consort Li, who was in the main hall of Liyun Palace, was sweating profusely. Little Cui quickly handed her a glass of water to comfort her. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Miss Qinglan's baby is no longer in danger. With so many imperial doctors in the palace, it can be treated. Consort Li sat down feeling defeated and said helplessly, "My brother has given me a real trouble. If the baby survives, that's good. But if not, the Prince of Wei won't give up easily. Moreover, the Empress Dowager might also blame me." As she finished speaking, Lu Qingjing entered the room. Seeing her condition, she sighed and tried to comfort her. "Don't worry. I understand the situation well. The general is kind-hearted, and I am grateful. Now, saving the baby is the most important thing." Just as she finished speaking, the chief doctor came out and reported, "Your Majesties, this young lady doesn't look very well. Fortunately, she hasn't had a miscarriage, but she is uncooperative. If this continues, neither of them will be able to be saved." Lu Qingjing felt a surge of fire rising from her heart. In that moment, she lost all reason. She ignored everyone trying to stop her and rushed inside. Inside, Qinglan was lying pale on the bed, muttering about her master. Lu Qingjing had never thought that at this moment, her aunt was truly a troublemaker. She closed her eyes and scolded, "That person has already gone somewhere. From today, I am the mistress of the capital. If you still have a little loyalty, keep this baby safe. We'll deal with everything else later." Qinglan looked at her with a dazed expression. Whether her words worked or not, she finally opened her mouth and took the medicine. Lu Qingjing felt a bit uncertain, but then let out a long sigh of relief. Before she could push her out, she saw Xiaoling quietly come in. It seemed Xiaoling noticed her attention was on this side and hurriedly tried to leave. Just as Lu Qingjing was feeling extremely tense, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Xiaoling's arm, and headed outside. In the main hall, Consort Li, who had just heard that the situation was improving, hadn't yet relaxed when she saw Lu Qingjing walking out with a fierce look. A guard who had been silent for a long time seemed to want to stop Lu Qingjing from heading to the sleeping quarters, but was stopped by Consort Li. As a member of a noble family, she immediately understood the situation. Seeing the scene, she pretended not to see anything and obediently stayed in place. Here, unimpeded, Lu Qingjing has already taken Xiaoling into an empty room. Xiaoling lowers her head, looking upset and silent. Seeing this, Lu Qingjing sneers coldly, "Are you showing me this attitude on purpose? Do you remember what you told me when you came out of prison? Now tell me, what were you doing in Qinglan's room just now?" Xiaoling sighs deeply, lifts her head, and firmly says, "No matter what, please believe in my loyalty, Your Majesty. I have never betrayed you." Lu Qingjing seems to be amused and laughs coldly. After pacing a few times, her eyes turn red as she scolds, "Loyalty? Do I even deserve that? I thought you all cared about me. Now tell me, how are you loyal to me? I want Qinglan's child to be born safely, and I want the consort to stay peacefully in the capital. But now, tell me, what is loyalty?" Xiaoling kneels on the ground, unable to speak. She is actually loyal to Si Minin and obeys Lu Qingjing only because Lu Qingjing is Si Minin's daughter. For a moment, both are silent and tense. Lu Qingjing calms herself and speaks lightly, "I understand that the consort has her difficulties. I also know that my influence over her is weaker than hers. I won't say more. If you truly want to follow me, stay. If you still want to help the consort, then leave. I don't keep unloyal servants here." Xiaoling's eyes turn red instantly. This is the first time Lu Qingjing clearly calls her a servant. She has always been treated like a sister by Lu Qingjing. Now, her words feel like a huge disappointment. Thinking of this, Xiaoling suddenly drops what she's holding. Lu Qingjing doesn't look back and leaves the room. Xiao Cui waits outside and bows to her, saying, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Qinglan's child is safe. Our Lady said that since it's late and the snow is heavy, it's better to stay and rest in Liyun Palace." Lu Qingjing nods and enters the main hall. Li Fei sits nearby drinking tea, watching her look upset, and comforts her. "Don't worry. My place isn't completely safe, but it's relatively quiet. Qinglan won't be harmed here. You should rest now." Lu Qingjing shook her head, unable to speak, but her face remained as pale as before. Consort Li looked at her for a long time before finally, sighing helplessly. She handed her a cup of tea and said calmly, "I really can't understand this anymore. I heard about Qinglan's situation from back then. She betrayed you, yet you are fine now. Now, for her child's sake, you are so worried and busy. If someone didn't know better, they might think this child isn't the heir of the King of Wei." Lu Qingjin took a sip of tea and slowly said, "It has nothing to do with whose child it is. It's just about a life." But recent events have truly been heartbreaking. The Wei Wangfei in the young master's residence nearly broke her nails in anger after hearing this. She spun around several times before finally asking angrily, "What are you all doing? Such a simple matter, and you can't even handle it properly? You even let that little troublemaker escape." The maid lowered her head hurriedly and said, "Princess, you should stop worrying about other things now. The young master already knows, and even the Lord has heard about it. Please think of a solution quickly." Wei Wangfei seemed to have lost all her strength and slumped into her chair, muttering, "It's already at this point. What can we do? We are just stubbornly refusing to admit it." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yunheng burst into the room. The guards behind him wanted to stop him but didn't dare, following him all the way. Seeing this, Wei Wangfei waved her hand and said calmly, "There's nothing wrong with the young master coming to see me. You all can leave now." The guards bowed and obediently left, but their eyes carried some sarcasm as they looked at Wei Wangfei. When most of them had left, Zhao Yunheng finally spoke coldly, "Mother, can you tell me now why you did this? Qinglan, no matter how bad she is still my child, your grandson. I already said I wouldn't give her the position of the princess consort. She's just an outsider to be raised. The Grand Wei Wang residence can't afford to support a woman and a child? Why are you doing such a thing?" Princess Wei initially thought she would deny everything, since Zhao Yunheng was not raised by her and their relationship was only blood ties now. But since the words had already been spoken, there was no point in denying. Thinking of this, Princess Wei closed her eyes, feeling a bit anxious, and spoke hurriedly. "What else could I be for? Isn't it all for your heir position? Do you even know that Lady Fei is almost arriving in the capital? The prince is clearly not going to favor you anymore. Once her child is born, what hope do you have left? You're lucky enough to have a noble family marriage, yet you have a maid. Have you ever thought about what will happen in the future?" Zhao Yunheng seemed to be deeply shocked and was silent for a long time. "How is that possible? I am already this old. Even if Lady Fei has a boy, the father won't favor him." Princess Wei sighed bitterly and spoke with some restraint. "I'm not trying to hurt you. Your father is now in his prime, and the more power he has, the more suspicion there is. What could be better than a safe heir? Your mistake was thinking too much on your own." Tears seemed to flicker in Zhao Yunheng's eyes. "Mother, don't worry. I didn't know before, but now I do. I won't just sit and do nothing. Just wait and see. I can keep this child, and I can also keep my position." In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjing was slowly drinking tea, watching the sun rise outside. A little servant, Xiaoling, came over and knelt. "Your servant has thought it over. I will no longer have any ties with the lady. I hope the young lady can forgive me and trust me again." Lu Qingjing's gaze remained calm. "If you've decided, that's fine. From now on, forget that this ever happened. But if there's a next time, even the lady can't save you." Outside the door, the cheerful voice of Shi Wang faintly reached in. "Greetings, Empress. Young Lady Qinglan has woken up now. Our master says you can come and see her now." Lu Qingjing nodded without speaking. Shi Wang quietly left as if she didn't notice anything. Xiaoling looked at her with a flicker of hesitation but said nothing. Lu Qingjing looked toward the kitchen and stood up calmly, asking, "I remember there was some soy milk left yesterday. Is it in the kitchen now?" Xiaoling, leading the way, replied, "Yesterday, Consort Yun and Consort Xian both asked for some. There's still some now, but not much. If the Empress wants some, I'll have someone warm it up." At this moment, Lu Qingjing had already entered the kitchen. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. I don't really want to drink, but Qinglan's health is quite weak. I'll prepare some food to take over and help her recover." Xiaoling sighed as she helped and said, "Your Majesty is very caring, but Qinglan has probably already drunk a lot of soup and drinks. This soy milk might not be suitable anymore." Just as she finished speaking, she saw that the contents in Lu Qingjin's bowl were finer than tofu and looked like tofu. Xiaoling hesitated, took the bowl, and tasted a bite. The delightful texture made her squint her eyes in surprise. "What's going on? I feel like this tofu has become much softer." This was the first smile Lu Qingjin had shown since last night. "This isn't tofu anymore. It's called tofu pudding, and it's very delicious. If you like it, eat more. Later, have someone prepare some to send to the palaces. Also, ask Yunfei to think of a way to send it to Shengshi Pavilion. The soybeans planted a few days ago are ripe, and I think we can promote them in the capital." Xiaoling finished her bowl of tofu pudding in a few bites and then left, sighing with some worry. The capital is now very bleak, and the snowstorm is getting worse. To grow soybeans, we need to build warm shelters. Other noble families might be better at it, but most common people in the city have just barely eaten enough. It's probably too costly to build such shelters. Lu Qingjin remembered how difficult it was to promote potatoes initially. She looked a bit down and said, "It's only because we are trying to find a way through Yunfei. Without family support, we can only rely on others." As they spoke, they arrived at Liyun Palace. Queen Li was nowhere to be seen. Qinglan was sitting nearby, drinking pregnancy medicine. After last night's events, she had thought everything through carefully. The plan had failed, but by coincidence, some effects had been achieved. The child didn't necessarily have to disappear. Thinking of this, she grew more grateful to Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin came here not to dwell on past issues. Seeing Qinglan looking clear-minded and resigned, she didn't dwell on old matters. She spoke softly, "Try this tofu pudding. I just made it and even the emperor doesn't have it. It's unique to you." Qinglan smiled and took the bowl, sipping a bit. The sweet, slightly warm tofu pudding slid smoothly into her stomach, giving her a strange but pleasant feeling. She took another bite, and Lu Qingjin looked at her thoughtfully and softly asked, "Are you still planning to return to the young master's residence now?" Hearing this, Qinglan paused, then with a bitter smile, she said, "Your Majesty probably knows why I entered the young master's residence back then. Now, the plan is halfway done, but the master hasn't given any further instructions. My child still hasn't disappeared, and now I don't know what to do." Lu Qingjin closed her eyes as if thinking, then after a moment, she opened them and looked at her steadily. "When you left, I had some idea of what was happening. Speaking of which, I also bear some responsibility. If you still acknowledge me as your master, then stay. The emperor is on my side. You just need to focus on giving birth to this child." Qinglan clenched her teeth and sighed helplessly. "Of course I believe in your Majesty. From now on, my life and my child's are in your Majesty's hands." Lu Qingjin nodded faintly, saying nothing, but her gaze remained thoughtful. Outside the door, Consort Li quietly left with her guards. The guard asked uncertainly, "What does your Majesty mean? Why not go in? Isn't everything already said inside?" Consort Li looked at him with gentle eyes. "Don't speak of others. I can't quite understand Qinglan's thoughts, and what face would I have to speak to the Empress about this?" The guard carefully held her hand. "Don't be too yourself. Things are already good enough. Even the Prince of Wei can't say much now. And since Simeon has left the capital, you don't have to be so tired." Consort Li's smile grew warmer, and her tone carried gentle, helpless complaints. "That's what they say, but from this situation, Simeon probably still has tricks up her sleeve. We need to be careful. Besides, the Empress is now making tofu and tofu juice, and today even a tofu pudding. She seems eager to promote soybeans. We're all busy." The snow and wind grew stronger, but the imperial study was peaceful. Qin Zhao sat drinking the new tofu pudding sent by Lu Qingjin and said, "Simeon seems to be thinking about something. Half of the forces in the capital are now under the Empress's control." Jichen took a sip and sighed, saying, "It's hard to say. I kept thinking about what happened yesterday, and I still feel something's wrong." I'm afraid Yan Sheng might secretly be in contact with Siminen. If we're not careful, we'll all fall into their trap. Qin Zhao smiled coldly and said, who in the capital isn't connected to Siminen? It's just mutual use. I think Yan Sheng cares more about you than about Siminen. After saying this, Qin Zhao seemed quite happy. He was eating tofu pudding from his bowl and asked, I remember the Empress said this morning to promote soybeans and tofu. How is that going? Ji Chen sighed helplessly. You're too impatient. You only asked about it this afternoon. Aren't you worried there might be no news in the capital yet? Qin Zhao sneered lightly and said calmly, there's no need to rush. The capital is small. Even if you throw a stone, it will take just an hour or two for the ripples to spread. You're hesitating. Are you worried it might turn out badly, like last time? Ji Chen took a sip of soy milk and shook his head, saying you're right. The results are really good. The tofu and soy milk from Shengshi Pavilion are very popular. The recent construction of the warm sheds is also very successful. The Empress has truly made a name for herself this time. In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjin looked stunned as she watched the ledger brought by Yun Fei. Xiao Ling explained, last time, the Empress made potatoes that earned many households a lot of money. This time, many common people want to buy seeds, and some merchants are anxious. Now, the demand exceeds supply, so we can make a good profit. Since arriving in this world, Lu Qingjin had always relied on her own calculations. She was often met with cold looks and sarcasm. This was the first time her suggestion was quickly responded to. She felt excited and thought, forget the merchants, they're mostly wealthy. Ordinary people need it more. Let's sell to those who can build warm sheds first, since we don't have many seeds. Xiaoling thought carefully and said, this year's snowstorm is especially heavy. The potatoes in the cellar outside the city might freeze if we don't eat them soon. Since the Empress announced the method for building warm sheds, many merchants probably want to buy them. I'll go check how many are left. Lu Qingjin remembered the big fire outside the city and felt a bit gloomy. After a moment, she asked softly, be honest with me, what exactly was the connection between that big fire outside the city and my aunt? Little Spirit was suddenly speechless upon hearing the question. Lu Qingjing's heart sank straight down, and she almost asked in a hoarse voice, it seems there is really a connection. Can you tell me what it is for? Little Spirit clenched her teeth and replied with some helplessness, Your Majesty, please don't blame the concubine. This matter is beyond her control. The King Wei's wife is her junior sister. She released insects to the disaster victims outside the city, and also caused those people to catch the plague. Although the concubine is skilled in magic, her medical skills are not as good as the king's wife, so she had no choice but to take this drastic step. Lu Qingjing looked pale as she gazed out the window at the snowstorm. Her rational mind kept telling her that this was unavoidable, but her emotional side thought of her gentle sister-in-law's face. Little Spirit was already kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably. The room fell into silence at this moment. Outside the door, Yun Fei's voice was heard. What's going on? Everyone has come this far, but no one has come out to greet us. Is Empress Mother so delighted by the bill that she's gone crazy? As she spoke, Yun Fei and concubine Xu entered. Lu Qingjing quickly composed herself and greeted them with a smile. The two heroines probably came to ask for rewards, right? The soybeans haven't been sold yet, so it's a bit early for that. Yun Fei saw tears on Little Spirit's face and her eyes flickered, as if nothing had happened. Then she smiled and said, Your Majesty, this time the reputation of the people has reached its peak. Everyone says you are a living bodhisattva. How does it feel to have such widespread support? Concubine Xu sat down with a smile and said, Now we have some backing. I'm also taking advantage of a situation and being a bit shameless. I wonder if Your Majesty could sell us some soybeans first? You know, my family has been in business for generations. This is good stuff. Even if we don't make money in the capital, there are other places. Lu Qingjing, calm as ever, sat back and took a sip of tea to settle her mood before slowly saying, That's all fine. After all, we are relatives by marriage, so we should take care of each other. Lu Qingjing leaned by the fireplace, gazing calmly at the snowstorm outside. then suddenly asked, "Are the plum blossoms in the imperial garden about to bloom?" Little Spirit was busy planting scallion seeds when she heard this. She paused, almost laughing out loud, and said, "Your Majesty, haven't you already seen the weather outside? With this kind of weather, even crystal fruits can't grow, let alone plum blossoms. But the southern Zong forest should still have some green things. It's just a pity that as the Empress, you probably won't be able to go there in your lifetime." Lu Qingjing suddenly became interested, tilted her head, and leaned closer to Xiaoling, asking, "I've been hearing a lot about Nanjong Forest lately. I only know vaguely that it's a place with many insects, but I don't know the details. Why don't you tell me more?" Xiaoling picked up a handful of seeds, blew off the dust, and slowly said, "This place is quite sacred. Most legends of Du are connected to Nanjong Forest. For example, the ice crystal fruit was discovered there, and the famous Xie family also came from Nanjong Forest. But I can't say exactly what is special about Nanjong Forest." Lu Qingjing straightened up and carefully added a piece of charcoal to the fire in the ground dragon, focusing sharply on the key point. "I've never heard of the famous Xie family you mentioned. Is it related to the lady of the house?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoling's face turned pale. Fortunately, Qin Zhao entered just in time, stomping his feet and complaining, "Spring is almost here, but it's still so cold outside. It's really thanks to you staying indoors all the time that you can handle this." Lu Qingjing stood up and took her cloak, smiling as she said, "I don't have much to do. Shengshi Pavilion is still doing good business. Luckily, the promotion of soybeans is going smoothly, and there are people taking care of the greenhouses. What do you think I should do when I go out?" Qin Zhao, having gained some experience, didn't argue with her. He sat by the table, took a sip of tea, and wrinkled his nose at the spicy taste. "Your place is really good everywhere, but this tea is terrible. I've been here so many times, but I still can't get used to it. If you have time, you should change it." Lu Qingjing looked at the teacup with some doubt, took a sip, and shook her head helplessly. "What kind of taste do you have?" The original tea was even stranger. "If it weren't for the lack of drinks in summer, I wouldn't want to drink this at all." Qin Zhao smiled affectionately at her. "You're picky. Most of the tea leaves are from the south. Now the south is under the control of King Wei, and the Princess of Wei is skilled in insect magic. Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare go there to find tea leaves." Lu Qingjing sighed helplessly and shook her head. The wind outside grew stronger, howling as it shook the door. The cold wind blew in through the window, making Lu Qingjing shiver and curl her neck. "I heard that because of the weather this year, many princes who should have returned to their territories haven't come back. It seems King Wei has no plans to return either." Qin Zhao looked out at the vast whiteness outside and slightly curled his lips in a sarcastic smile. He said he's not really refusing to go back because of the weather. Most likely, he thinks Zhao Yunheng has taken his spotlight and power in the capital. But that's actually good. The two of them are exhausting each other, saving us a lot of trouble. Zhao Yunheng has come to visit quite a few times, saying he wants to take Qinglan back. What do you think? Lu Qingjing shot him a sideways look with a half-smile, took a sip of tea, and replied, "These two are quite interesting. Now that you still hold some power, they're already fighting each other. But Zhao Yunheng does have some skills. The Wei Prince's residence is so wealthy, he probably didn't come empty-handed. After all, Qinglan is my maid. Shouldn't you show the gift he sent?" Qin Zhao smiled helplessly. Just then, Xiao Fuzi entered at the right moment and handed them a wooden box. The box looked old and not made of precious materials like sandalwood or agarwood. It seemed to be made from sour jujube wood. Lu Qingjing looked at the box with a smile and softly asked, "I used to think that anything sent from the Wei Prince's residence would be made of fragrant wood, but now it looks so plain." Xiao Fuzi's mouth twitched as he bowed respectfully. "My lady, you're joking. No one in Du uses fragrant wood for gifts, not even the Wei Prince's household. Even their own boxes are mostly made from sour jujube wood." Lu Qingjing lowered her eyes without speaking and quietly opened the box. Surprisingly, inside was not gold or silver jewelry, but a single wisteria branch lying quietly inside. Qin Zhao was the first to reach out and take it, examining it carefully while smiling. Zhao Yunheng is truly lovesick. This flower only grows in Nanjong Forest. I saw it last during the war. Lu Qingjing knew about this wisteria flower. It wasn't very useful, but the taste of wisteria flower cakes was quite good. Seeing the branch outside frozen almost to the point of melting, Lu Qingjing quickly called Xiaoling's flower pot over. Qin Zhao put down the branch and sighed. You're really attentive. It's clear Zhao Yunheng didn't send this for me. But isn't it too much to have flower pots inside Qin Palace? I thought you only grew plants in the greenhouse during winter. During autumn, Lu Qingjing poured soil collected for a decorative plum blossom into a flower pot. She used her spiritual power to enrich the already fertile soil before planting a purple wisteria. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but retort, "It's not like you didn't almost freeze the plant when you brought it in a box. If you had just planted it in a warm greenhouse, it would have saved a lot of trouble. But never mind, planting it here for a while is fine. Later, I'll build a special greenhouse for it. Maybe Xingshi Pavilion can even sell wisteria flower cakes." Qin Zhao looked at her with a mix of amusement and helplessness. You're almost obsessed with money. But speaking of recent events, things in the western regions have calmed down quite a bit. Even the merchant caravans in the capital are fewer. I heard something happened. Lu Qingjing poured water on the wisteria from a nearby kettle and snorted at his words. The Hu people have also calmed down recently. I guess my talented aunt-in-law did something big again. Right now, only Prince Wei and Charity are left in the capital. I've almost forgotten about Charity during this quiet time. Qin Zhao quietly whispered while sipping tea, "You probably don't know this, but Charity was involved with the Prince Wei's wife. Although the Prince Wei has no proof, he might know. Now that the Prince Wei has entered the capital, things might change." Lu Qingjing was focused on nourishing the wisteria with her spiritual power when she nearly released her energy onto Qin Zhao's face. After a moment, she sighed and said, "I thought even if Charity wasn't a proper monk, she would still follow the rules. But she's not interested in power or beauty, which really opened my eyes." Qin Zhao found her shocked expression quite amusing. He reached out and patted her head. The little spirit beside them seemed to sense what he was about to say and looked at him with a pair of angry eyes. Qin Zhao, unfazed, sighed and said slowly, enduring the spirit's fierce gaze, "It turns out you really don't know anything. But that's understandable. The fact that Charity is involved with your aunt-in-law is quite shocking. I guess Si Minin is too ashamed to bring it up." Hearing this, Lu Qingjing suddenly threw the flower pot across the table. Luckily, the little spirit nearby caught it just in time. The little spirit carefully placed the pot back on the table and seemed to want to say something, but seeing Lu Qingjing's dazed expression, it held back. Empress Qin Zhao seemed thirsty and took a sip of tea, saying softly, "It's been many years now. When I was competing with the Princess Wei for Charity, Si Minin was still the third miss of the Xie family. Perhaps even the Princess Wei didn't know that her senior sister was Si Minin. In a way, Lu Qi is lucky. He has been safe and sound all these years, thanks to your aunt." Lu Qingjing sighed deeply. She was naturally very clever. Now that she knew the full story, she understood everything clearly. She said with some emotion, "I think my aunt married into Lu Qi's family for my sake. The incident with the coffin must have been a trick she devised. It's a pity that Lu Qi still sent me to the palace. My aunt must have been furious back then." Qin Zhao looked at her with a meaningful gaze and said, "Sometimes, what you see and hear isn't the truth. The incident with the coffin did more harm than good. Si Minin loves you so much, she wouldn't have done such a thing. There must be some hidden reasons." In Li Yun Palace, Consort Li frowned as she looked at the recent troop movements. "What's going on? I hear many guards have resigned lately. Why would they leave in the middle of winter?" Xiao Chui poured her a cup of tea and said slowly, "Don't worry. It seems the Xingshi Pavilion is recruiting new people. Many have gone there. Also, recently, the Empress Dowager shared the method for building the warm pavilion. Now, many people are thinking of starting their own places." Consort Li sighed with a headache and took a sip of tea, then stuck out her tongue. "Why does this tea taste so bitter? Did they add something strange?" Xiao Chui glanced at the jar and explained, "This was sent by the Empress Dowager. She said it's good for health and added a lot of bitter melon powder. You should try some." Just yesterday, noble consort Xian fell ill from heat. The bitter melon might not taste good, but it helps clear heat. Consort Li sat up, stretched, and after bringing the warm stove closer, obediently took a sip. With the Empress Dowager's wild ideas, we're all about to burn out. It's the noble consort managing the palace affairs. The more power you have, the greater the responsibility. It's only natural that we get more fire. Xiao Chui looked at her with a hint of reproach. Don't be so pleased about others' misfortune, your ladyship. Your face hasn't looked any better these days. You should rest more. As soon as the words were spoken, Shi Wang outside the door came in, looking distressed and trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, please take a look. I don't know who left this at our palace gate this morning. It even says it's a gift for the Empress." Princess Li looked up and saw that the box made of agarwood in Shi Wang's frozen, reddened hands was dark and seemed to glow with an ominous light. Xiao Chui, not thinking much, impatiently said, "Why bother the Empress with such a small matter? Maybe the people from the Imperial Household Department didn't pay attention and left it at our palace gate. Considering that Consort C has been ill, and the current officials are usually careful, it shouldn't be a problem. Just take it over." Hope blinked with some difficulty and said, "Sister Xiao Chui, let me finish. If it were just an ordinary box, I would send it directly. But this box is definitely a gift for the Empress, sent by Si Minin. I've thought about it carefully, and I really don't dare to make the decision myself." Princess Li gently took the box, touching it twice. She noticed that it was scratched in many obvious places. Xiao Chui hesitated and asked, "What should we do, Your Majesty? How could Si Minin send something here? Didn't she already go missing? With so many people in the capital looking for her, she still sent something to the palace?" Princess Li carefully opened the box. The agarwood scent was pleasant, and inside, a lot of red beans and green beans lay quietly. She sighed and suddenly smiled. This was sent with urgent delivery from 800 miles away. It must be some rare beans. Although the Empress doesn't say much, everyone can see she's still worried about Si Minin. "I think Si Minin sent this to report her safety." Xiao Chui gently picked up 2 beans and smelled them. Besides the fragrant scent of agarwood, there was only a cold, snowy chill in the air. Xiao Chui then breathed a sigh of relief. That makes sense. But why did it come here? I thought it would be sent directly to the Empress's palace. Princess Li reached out and placed the box on a nearby table, closing it again. She dressed quietly and smiled as she said, "I think after the matter with Qinglan is settled, Si Minin no longer has someone directly delivering things to the Empress's palace. That's why she chose me. It's not a bad thing, just a favor to her. Let's send it over early. Who knows what might happen if we wait too long." Little Chui looked outside at the howling snowstorm and worriedly glanced at Consort Li, who looked unwell. After a moment of hesitation, she resigned herself and took her cloak to help her put it on, muttering, "Your Majesty is too kind-hearted. Now that the Empress is no longer close to Si Minin, your safety seems uncertain. Qinglan is still in the side hall, and Zhao Yunheng has asked about her several times. No one knows what Si Minin thinks about this failed mission. If things go badly, we might also be affected." Consort Li pulled her cloak tightly and said calmly, "Si Minin is a remarkable person. There's no need to overthink. Now, our only task is to do this well. As for Zhao Yunheng, let the Empress handle him. We are not the ones in charge." After saying this, Consort Li and Little Chui turned and walked into the snowstorm without looking back. Nearby, Shi Wang saw them leave and stood up alone, letting out a strange, mocking laugh before walking away. The snowstorm still raged. In Prince Wei's residence, Zhao Yunheng sat quietly by the window, silent for a long time. His young servant nearby asked curiously, "The young master has been sitting here for a while. Outside the window, there's only wind and snow. What's so interesting? You should take care of yourself first. The prince has come to remind you several times, saying that Fei Nyang will arrive soon." Zhao Yunheng sighed helplessly and said, "I know that. But shouldn't Fei Nyang come to the capital with my father personally? Do you think my mother and I should go too? The servant awkwardly smiled and replied, that wouldn't be right. She's just a concubine after all. Today, the prince said he couldn't go out because of something urgent. The princess, being of high status, refused to go either. Now, she can only come to see you. Zhao Yunheng stood up and let the servant drape his cloak over him. Has Liu Ruo received news? Has she found out whether she was involved in the last incident? The servant gently helped him adjust his clothes and said, it's not news from Miss Liu, but from Lord Liu Qi himself. The last incident has been clarified. Both the princess and Lady Liu were involved. Miss Liu didn't do anything herself, but whether she knew about it or not, we don't know. Zhao Yunheng gave a sarcastic smile but said nothing. He mounted his horse and headed toward the city gate. Just outside, he saw a convoy approaching. The convoy slowly stopped, and a woman stepped out of the lead carriage. She had a graceful figure, as beautiful as autumn water. She wore a thick fox fur cloak and stood in the snow without appearing bulky. From a distance, it was almost impossible to see her large belly. Lady Fei tightened her cloak and smiled. It was my insistence that brought you here, young master. Now you can go back. I hope you won't be tired. Her words were reasonable and well-spoken. She behaved modestly, not showing off her pregnancy. Even Zhao Yunheng, who was in a bad mood and biased, couldn't get angry. He replied politely, Lady, no need to worry. After all, you are my stepmother. Everything in the house has been arranged. Just rest assured and stay comfortably. Lady Fei looked down, her eyes hiding a hint of ill will. Unfortunately, Zhao Yunheng's attention was elsewhere, so he didn't notice. She walked toward the house and said, forget the rest. Isn't this supposed to be the young master's residence? Now it looks like the king of Wei's house. When I arrived, I thought I was in Danzhou. A cold anger flashed across Zhao Yunheng's face, but he kept a gentle tone as he explained. Father said he wants to stay in the capital for a while. If rebuilding the palace is too extravagant, he will change the sign. Lady Fei gently touched her belly and said slowly, yes, that makes sense. We are all family after all. Different signs don't matter. I was just talking too much. I hope the young master doesn't mind. Zhao Yunheng disliked this woman very much. Hearing her words, his calmness was more genuine, and he harbored more resentment toward his parents. In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjing sat quietly, looking at the box on the table with a somber expression. Shaoling worriedly asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? You knew Lady Fei would send something, so why are you upset now? Lu Qingjing looked at the red beans and green beans inside the box, feeling a complex mix of emotions. She sighed and slowly said, forget it.
Put these two things aside for now.
I think Li Fei hasn't left yet. Please send them to her, and thank her for me. Little Spirit carefully tidied up without rushing to send a message. Your Majesty should go out and take a look. Princess Li came here in this heavy snow, and she can't just turn back now. Yesterday, I heard that the palace received another batch of small lobsters. Would you like to see them? Lu Qingjing, feeling somewhat bored, looked at her book and said calmly, What's there to see? They're just some small lobsters. Didn't I already learn how to prepare them? Do I really need to worry about it? Little Spirit pouted and replied calmly, That's not necessary. However, the Empress said the taste of these lobsters is good, and the kitchen staff is thinking of ways to raise some.
They're busy with that now.
Lu Qingjing suddenly became interested. Although she thought raising small lobsters wasn't very useful, she was still thinking about the Shengshi Pavilion's business. She put on her clothes and headed outside. When she reached the door, she saw Princess Li happily saying, I heard the kitchen staff is trying to raise small lobsters. Do you want to come see with me? Princess Li originally planned to smile and greet her before leaving, thinking her task was done once she saw Lu Qingjing. But unexpectedly, Lu Qingjing came up with another idea in just a few days, and she sighed helplessly. All right, let's see if it really works. Not long ago, the small lobster business at Shengshi Pavilion was quite good. As they spoke, the two arrived at the kitchen. They saw several people looking worriedly at a bucket of small lobsters. In a nearby room, a ground dragon was burning, apparently planning to dig a large pond. Princess Li exclaimed in surprise. It seems Xingshi Pavilion is making money now. I heard the glass factory outside the city is also sharing profits. The emperor's ambitions are growing bigger. Lu Qingjing chuckled and shook her head, walking over to give some advice. There's no need to dig such deep pits. Just enough is fine. And don't clean out the mud too thoroughly, or the lobsters won't survive. You don't need so many ground dragons. The water isn't cold. Princess Li squinted as she watched the busy kitchen staff. The small lobsters in the warm room were clawing and struggling, not very obedient. She went over, tested the already dug pit, and tossed in a lobster. Instantly, the murky mud and dirty water submerged the lobster completely. Princess Li sighed helplessly and said, "Your Majesty should buy some more small lobsters. These are just too few." Lu Yorua from the Lu family was pacing angrily inside the room, occasionally smashing things. A maid entered quietly, bowing her head and whispering, "The young master just sent word that the matter from last time is settled, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Please take care of the Haiyan Tower and don't cause trouble." Lu Yorua's face darkened further, but she didn't explode. Instead, she asked calmly, "How are the business affairs at Haiyan Tower?" The maid seemed to tremble in the cold wind before answering. "Recently, the Empress has introduced many new ideas, and Xingshi Pavilion's business is doing very well. Plus, the promotion of soybeans has made the Empress very famous. Now, Haiyan Tower's business is quite poor." Lu Yorua chuckled coldly, looking at a delicate bracelet in her hand. She said sharply, "Which shameless daughter is it? Such clever tricks. But I am not easy to bully. Prepare some people outside. Tell them to promote the Empress's reputation. I don't believe any of the other consorts genuinely want to help her." The maid wisely left, and inside the room, Lu Yorua's eyes turned red. She seemed to be somewhat nervous, but she suddenly laughed softly. On the snowy, windy road, no one was left. Only the howling cold wind blew across the empty path. The innkeeper stood at the door, sighing, "This year, I don't know what's wrong. The snow and wind haven't stopped for a moment. If it weren't for the Empress teaching us how to build warm shelters and grow crops, we might have starved this winter." Just then, a faint shadow of a carriage appeared on the road. The innkeeper hurriedly said, "Get ready quickly. It looks like guests are coming." The young clerk sighed and said, "Are you sure you're not seeing things? It's already this late. Most of the refugees from the south have already come through. Who else would be heading south now?" As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the door. The young clerk shivered and quickly went to greet the visitors. A woman wearing a hood silently entered without saying a word. Nearby, a person from the western region spoke, "Hey, kid, stop staring. The wind and snow are heavy. Prepare a few rooms for us, and bring some food and drinks into the rooms." Although the young clerk was puzzled, he didn't say anything. He carefully led the group to different rooms. When the woman entered the house and saw no one was around, she took off her hood. The maid, pouring tea, said, "News has already spread in the capital. Lu Yorua still isn't giving up on tarnishing Mississippi. Do you think we should teach her a lesson?" Si Minin rubbed her hands and sat on a stool, calmly asking, "Haven't we already asked Yan Sheng to reveal the capital's influence to Qingjing? Why hasn't she acted yet?" The maid paused while tidying her clothes, feeling a bit helpless, and replied, "Qinglan is very loyal. If Miss didn't have some secret medical skills, the child might not have survived. Yan Sheng has done his best. Even the Grand General suspects him. But Mississippi Si Minin sighed with a headache, has Qingjing obtained the influence, but isn't planning to investigate or use it." The maid explained while tidying up the room, "Not exactly. Miss only took Xiaoling and Qinglan, the others she didn't bother with. Although half of the influence is in her hands, the group is leaderless and can't help much. If things continue like this, it might get worse." Si Minin looked out at the strong wind outside and smiled faintly. "I don't think so. I just heard the shopkeeper lament earlier. It seems many now see Qingjing's value. Let things develop naturally. But tell Chong Lin to secretly watch. If it gets out of control, Lu Yurua won't stay. The maid agreed and closed the window. Looking worried, Lu Qi is still useful. If something happens to Lu Yurua, he might not be able to handle it. Seaman took a sip of tea and exhaled deeply. No need to worry about that. Now, Xiao Yun is already carrying Lu Qi's nominal child. As long as Xiao Yun stays safe, Lu Qi won't make a big move. Lu Yurua is just a petty troublemaker. Once Lady Lu passes away, it'll be her turn. Since Lu Qingjing promoted soybeans and warm sheds in the capital, the streets have become lively. Everywhere, vendors sell farming tools, seeds, and even fertilizers. An old man stopped at a stall, holding and asked, "What's going on lately?" "I've heard a lot of rumors, mostly about the Empress." Nearby, the stall owner took a sip of hot soy milk and sighed. Probably some troublemakers stirring things up. We all know who the Empress is. It'll be fine after a while. The older woman nearby spat angrily and said, "It must be those jealous of the Empress who are spreading rumors. I don't know what kind of unkind people believe such things." A few people talked for a while and then left. Similar scenes kept happening in the streets and alleys. Chong Lin stood upstairs in Shengshi Pavilion, looked out the window, and quietly smiled. A young servant beside him was pouring wine and said, "Now, the Empress really has authority. There are many instigators all over the city. Her reputation hasn't changed at all, and many people are still defending her." Chong Lin took a sip of wine and said calmly, whether she is truly loyal to the country and the people, even in difficult times, she won't give up. But this situation is also quite good. The servant nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, it saves us a lot of trouble. Young Master Wei Jinji asked you to look after things when he left. I guess there's no need to worry now." Chong Lin glanced at him and said softly, "You must remember that such words should not be spoken casually. Be more careful in the future. If others find out, we won't get any benefits." The servant nodded silently and lowered his head. After a while, Chong Lin spoke again, giving an order. "There's no need to worry about the current situation in the capital. You and your people should find the source of the rumors and point it to the consort. The rest doesn't matter." The servant looked confused and asked hesitantly, "Isn't that young lady supposed to help the Empress? Now that the consort is considered part of the Empress's faction, we might offend the Empress if we do this." Chong Lin quietly sipped his tea, looked at the wooden table, and suddenly smiled. Simin is now in the south. Even if she disagrees, there's nothing she can do. I haven't touched Lu Qingjing, just doing what I want. No one will care. The palace in the early morning was busy yet quiet. Xiaoling finally finished her work when she heard a faint voice behind her. "Miss Xiaoling, have you decided? Will you really never see the master again?" Xiaoling stiffened and turned around. In the empty laundry room, Shiwang stood at the door with a bad expression, looking coldly at her instead of his usual cheerful self. Seeing she didn't reply, Shiwang clicked his tongue and said, "Even if you tell the Empress my identity now, it's no use. Everything that needs to be removed in the capital has been done, and the plans are in place. I don't care anymore." Xiaoling wiped her hands and looked out the window at the rare clear sky, smiling faintly. "I hadn't thought of that before. After all, many times, it's your decision, or the plan of the master. Do I have any choice in the matter?" Shiwang sneered and rolled his eyes. "Since you already know that the master allows you to do this for a reason, and Miss hasn't gained any real power in the capital, or perhaps you're deliberately leading her to think otherwise, what's the matter? After a few years working under Charity, do you really not know how you've been surviving?" Xiaoling gently patted her water-soaked, slightly frozen clothes and said calmly, "In the end, whether it's experience or official status, I am definitely above you. Who gave you the courage to question me? Or maybe no one told you to do this. You're just trying to find a way out for yourself." Shiwang's face darkened even more. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to argue back. Xiaoling looked at him and smiled softly before speaking again. "I won't pursue this further. The power in the capital is now in my hands. Just go tell Qinglan to rest well, and the master's side is temporarily kept quiet. If I haven't come to find you, then don't come here." She turned and left without looking back. Shi Wang stood at the door in a daze, sighing deeply before he finally left. On a clear day, the palace walls were faintly red. Xiaoling, on the way, ignored the palace maids and eunuchs bowing to her and stared straight at the walls. When she arrived at the Empress's palace, she suddenly remembered the plum blossoms that Lu Qingjin had asked her to bring back last night. She sighed and entered the room, noticing that although Lu Qingjin, who was usually sleepy, had woken up, she was still leaning on the noble consort's bed, drowsy. Xiaoling tiptoed over and gently covered her with the fallen quilt. Lu Qingjin shivered and woke up. "You're back? Did you pick the plum blossoms?"
she asked.
Xiaoling rubbed her numb legs and smiled, replying, "The plum blossoms I saw on the way here either hadn't bloomed or were already wilting. I didn't see a single good one. After thinking about it, I decided not to pick any. If the Empress really likes them, I can go to the Imperial Garden to take a look later." Lu Qingjin, a bit confused, rubbed her eyes and smiled upon hearing this. "You're quite straightforward. I didn't want the plum blossoms for display in the main hall. I suddenly remembered the plum blossom pudding yesterday." Just in time, Consort Shu brought a bucket of milk in the evening. The unopened and half-opened plum blossoms can still be used. Xiaoling seemed a bit shy and lowered her head, quietly going to tidy up on her own. Lu Qingjin glanced at her casually, without speaking. Outside the door, the voice of the concubine consort was heard, somewhat noisy, likely because she had brought milk last night. Lu Qingjin stood up quickly and headed toward the door. Xiaoling slowly stopped wiping the table and thought for a moment before following. Just at the doorway, she heard Lu Qingjin's gentle voice. "Xiaoling, go check if the milk tea is ready in the kitchen. If it is, bring 2 cups. Reluctantly, Xiaoling turned to leave. As she walked away, she saw the concubine consort standing at the palace gate, looking somewhat upset. Although the concubine consort was confused about why Xiaoling was being sent away, she had more important matters to attend to and didn't mind too much. She said, "Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. I truly don't know anything about the rumors outside, and I don't understand how so many people could slander me." Her words lacked any evidence and sounded like a flimsy excuse. She knew this herself, but was helpless because she couldn't produce proof. Half of her family's business had been taken away because of these rumors. That was why she had the courage to come here and seek a way to survive. Lu Qingjin looked at the bright sunlight with a mysterious expression and said, "This morning, I planned to make some plum blossom jelly for you all, but now it turns out we are missing the plum blossoms. Why don't you come with me to the Imperial Garden to pick some?" The maidservant next to the concubine consort wisely didn't follow, but watched their figures with a happy expression. Xiaoling, carrying the milk tea, saw this scene and sighed helplessly. Lu Qingjin looked at the gradually blooming red plum blossoms in the Imperial Garden and sighed with emotion. "Frost on the snow, I never thought I would see such a magnificent sight one day." The concubine consort responded, "This winter has been especially cold. Usually, plum blossoms wouldn't bloom so beautifully, but it's probably because your warm shelter in the garden has affected them, making them so vibrant." Lu Qingjin smiled bitterly while pruning the plum blossoms and said, "I'm just a variable. Many things that don't make sense are always related to me. You don't need to worry about the rumors. Tomorrow, I will ask Li Fei and the others to help. Usually, catching a few people is enough." The concubine consort fell silent, but finally relaxed her heart. Lu Qingjin nodded at the few plum branches in her hand, satisfied, and said, "That's enough. Let's go back. The plum blossom jelly I mentioned is really delicious. I'm not joking." 2 people said they would go back, but as they walked, they reached the imperial kitchen. Concubine Shu looked at Lu Qingjin humming a little tune while kneading dough, feeling a bit helpless. She said, "I heard earlier that you thought of making plum blossom cheese because I gave you milk. Now you're here in the kitchen, but there's no milk here." Lu Qingjin kneaded the dough with a calm voice. "I used to always try to do everything perfectly. Even though plum blossom cheese can be made without milk, I prefer to wait until the milk arrived before making it. Honestly, there's not much difference." Concubine Shu looked at the pale dough and was speechless. For a moment, only the sound of Lu Qingjin kneading remained in the kitchen. Outside, Not even a breeze could be heard. The two of them quietly focused on their own tasks, as if in a silent confrontation. But unlike a fight, neither of them wanted to win. The sound of water from the next room suddenly interrupted the silence. Concubine Shu, as if startled, said softly, "But now that we have milk, why not add it?" I don't know much about plum blossom cheese, but I understand that every method has its reason. Leaving out one ingredient changes the taste. Lu Qingjin smiled sarcastically. "You're right, but in this case, the milk is just for coloring. It's optional. In the end, no one cares about the color when they eat it." Concubine Shu sighed and suddenly said, "Have you really thought it through? Sometimes, it's better when others bring things to you than when you try to figure everything out yourself." The water sound from the next room kept going. It seemed that with good weather, even the crayfish needed a lot of water. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile. After a while, she remembered Concubine Shu's question. "But what is brought to me isn't really mine. Everyone has their own plans. I used to live peacefully farming, but now everything seems impossible. If that's the case, I might as well figure everything out myself. I know you're worried about Siminen, but she's gone too far now. Even if she's just trying to survive, she can't go on like this." The plum blossom cheese was already in the pot, steaming hot and fragrant with delicate pastries. Soon, a light aroma filled the air. Concubine Shu sighed, realizing that hiding wouldn't help anymore. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Fuzi hurriedly called out from outside. "The Empress Dowager is unwell. This morning during the early court session, the Emperor suddenly fainted for unknown reasons. The Imperial doctor has already examined him, but he insists on reporting the results to the Empress Dowager first. I have no choice but to tell you. Please go and see him quickly." Lu Qingjin frowned but hadn't spoken when the concubine Shu spoke first. "Don't worry, go ahead. I will watch over things here. Whether it's the plum blossom pudding or other matters, there's no need to worry." Lu Qingjin nodded and left with Xiao Fuzi. After walking for a while, a young maid quietly entered. "Why hasn't the Empress Dowager returned yet?" "The Lord and Lady are waiting for news." Concubine Shu looked calmly at the bright flames in the stove and smiled softly. "Tell your father and mother that this matter is settled. From now on, our family will be under the Empress Dowager's care. Whether it's Siminen or Prince Wei, we can't avoid it anymore." The maid looked worried and hurried a few steps closer. "Empress Dowager, please don't act impulsively. The reason the Empress Dowager is so smooth is because she has support behind her like Siminen. Now, relying solely on the Empress Dowager is too dangerous. I just heard that the Emperor seems to have caught a plague. Without that support, the Empress Dowager is even more vulnerable." Concubine Shu calmly fanned the bright flames in the stove. "You don't need to worry about these matters. Just follow my instructions." The maid, unwilling but knowing there was nothing more to say, slowly left. Lu Qingjin arrived at the sleeping quarters and saw the Imperial doctor frowning as he bowed to her. Everyone else had been dismissed. She didn't want to beat around the bush and asked directly, "What exactly is going on with the Emperor?" The senior doctor stroked his beard and sighed. "The Emperor has caught a plague. Fortunately, it's attached to a type of insect, so there's no risk of contagion. However, this illness is even harder to cure." Lu Qingjin's face turned pale as she sank into a chair, unable to speak for a long time. No one understood better than her what this plague on the insect meant. After all, even Siminen couldn't handle it back then. This was the first time she hated her lack of medical skills. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingjin firmly said, "This must not be leaked. Just tell others he caught a cold and was overwhelmed by worries recently, which caused him to faint. The court affairs will be handled by the Grand General and the Chancellor together. Xiao Fuzi, go and inform them." Xiao Fuzi agreed and left. The senior doctor looked at Lu Qingjin with concern and was about to speak. "Rest assured, Your Majesty. I have been in the palace for many years, and although such things are poisonous and dangerous, I have never seen them before. I will do my best to treat him." Lu Qingjin nodded and told him to go and prepare the medicine. The room was now empty except for Qin Zhao on the bed, breathing softly and faintly. Lu Qingjing slowly walked over. Qin Zhao's pale face appeared before her eyes. What was once just worry now made her feel genuine concern. She sat quietly by the bed, holding Qin Zhao's hand. Outside the door, a young maid's voice was heard. "Your Majesty, the noble consort requests to see you." Lu Qingjing calmly replied, and then walked to sit at the table. When the noble consort entered, she saw Qin Zhao's pale face. She was surprised and realized that most of the rumors were true. She bowed and placed the food box on the table. "I know you're worried about the emperor, but you need to eat. This plum blossom pudding is freshly made. Please try some." As she lifted the lid, a rich, sweet aroma filled the room. The tempting smell did not excite Lu Qingjing's appetite, and she only took a quick bite before setting it down. The noble consort felt lighter after letting go of her worries earlier. Now, eating the sweet plum blossom pudding, she was quite relaxed. Lu Qingjing glanced at her and sighed. "Now, we are truly in the same boat. I won't hide this from you. I believe you've heard that the emperor has been infected with a strange illness." The noble consort's hand trembled slightly as she ate. "Speaking of the strange illness, I know who did it. The imperial doctors can only cure the disease, but the insect inside the body is still very dangerous. Do you have any plans?" Lu Qingjing took another bite of the pudding and said helplessly, "What plans can I have? I just want to ask the Empress Dowager for help. Besides the Princess Wei, she's the only one who might have a chance. Is there anyone else in the capital?" The noble consort smiled faintly and explained softly, "Think about Simi An's personality. Even if she knew about the emperor's condition, would she help? There's another person in the capital who can help, someone the Empress Dowager can surely reach. Why don't you guess who?" Lu Qingjing thought for a long time and suddenly shivered as she spoke in disbelief. "You mean the charity?" The noble consort looked at her in surprise and nodded. "I didn't expect your Majesty to be so well informed." "Yes, it's him. I don't know why he's acting so strangely towards you, but if you ask him, I believe he will agree." Before Lu Qingjing could react, he heard at the door say, "The Grand General is in the study. Would the Empress like to see him?" Lu Qingjing rubbed his aching head and sighed. The concubine Shu politely bowed and said, "You may think about it carefully. I will take my leave now." Lu Qingjing looked at the concubine Shu's back with a frown and ordered, "Tell the Grand General and the Prime Minister to wait in the study. I will join them shortly." The young nodded and left. The spacious sleeping chamber was now empty except for Qin Zhao, whose life was still uncertain. A young palace maid secretly peeked through the door and then left. At the Wei Prince's residence, the Princess Wei was trying on a hairpin in front of a bronze mirror when she asked, "Did the matter I asked you to handle a few days ago get done? Why haven't I heard any news from the palace yet?" Just as she finished speaking, her personal maid entered. "The palace has already sent word. The emperor is indeed ill, but the Empress has suppressed this news." "What should we do, Princess?" Princess Wei sneered and threw the hairpin onto the table. "What can we do? It's just a young girl. There are already many of Hung Er's people in the court. Tomorrow, they will collectively accuse the Grand General and the Prime Minister of conspiring with the Empress to seize power." The maid hesitated before saying, "Recently, the Crown Prince has been missing. When he does come back, he mostly spends time talking with Fei Nyang. He hasn't been here for a long time." Princess Wei stood up angrily and looked outside. "It's that wicked girl again. But Hung Er is still my son. Go find him and tell him about this. He won't ignore me." The maid wanted to say more but held back. Before she reached the door, she heard Zhao Yunheng's calm voice say, "There's no need to go. I'm here. If Mother has any instructions, just tell me." Princess Wei snorted in dissatisfaction. "You still come here? I thought those two little demons had taken your soul." Zhao Yunheng came in and sat at the table. Hearing this, he frowned. That was too much to say. Qinglan is just a junior, and it's understandable to be strict with her. But Nyang Fei is my stepmother. Your words are a bit inappropriate. What do you mean by that? Your confused father hasn't come to see me for half a month, and you've been friendly with him to make me feel distant. Now, I can't even get him to call me a little fairy. Zhao Yunheng frowned as he looked at his now somewhat crazy mother and sighed helplessly. It's enough. I already heard about what happened earlier. I've taken note of your matters, and you'll see the results tomorrow morning. It's getting late, so I'll go now. After speaking, Zhao Yunheng left. His mother, full of unspoken words, stopped mid-sentence. She looked at the newly risen sun outside and smiled coldly, her expression even more wild. This is my good son. In the end, he still favors others. I won't let those people go. They are the ones who caused me to lose my son. The maid knew Noah, standing nearby, dared not speak. The Wei princess seemed to remember something and strode quickly toward her room where she kept her insects. Si Minin sat outside Nanjong Forest, which had warmed up considerably, and chuckled. I didn't expect that even after so long, my junior sister is still so sensitive to insects. That saves me some effort. The maid respectfully handed her a cup of water and looked worried. But the emperor has already set a trap with insects, and there's also a plague involved. It might be very difficult for Mississippi. Would you help her? Si Minin sighed lightly and said calmly, Qingjing has now taken a path I can't help her with. Even knowing this, I can't interfere. One day, my influence will turn against her. My enemies or friends might become her enemies. The best thing she can do now is learn to fight back and plan for herself. The maid hesitated and slowly spoke, but Miss hasn't established herself yet. Xiaoling might be disloyal. Qinglan is loyal, but the crown prince is watching him now. Si Minin shook her head without speaking, as if she had made a firm decision. Suddenly, strange fog rose in Nanjong Forest, drawing both their attention. In the palace's imperial study, the sound of a teacup falling suddenly echoed. Little Fuzi hesitated and didn't dare to enter. After a while, they heard the steady voice of the Grand Marshal from inside. The Empress is thirsty. Send someone to serve tea and cool her down. Little Fuzi helplessly entered. Lu Qingjing was sitting by the table, catching her breath. When she saw Little Fuzi come in, she handed over her last teacup. Little Fuzi reluctantly took the cup and went to the corner to brew tea. The Chancellor looked at the angry Empress with a troubled expression. Madam, please calm down. The Emperor has known these people would act this way for a long time. The General just said that everything was planned in advance by the Emperor. It sounds bad, but it is actually the safest way. Lu Qingjing slapped the table and sneered, Safe? Doing this could mean the Emperor might die. I could try to help, but I can only watch helplessly. This isn't what I would call a well-planned strategy. Ji Chen took the letter handed to him by the Chancellor and said calmly, I understand that the Empress is worried about the Emperor. But this is his effort. As long as the Emperor wakes up, he can use these letters to take power from the King of Wei. Then, the situation in the court and the city will become clear. Lu Qingjing calmed herself and said slowly, I understand your plan, but that doesn't mean I agree with him. From now on, I won't interfere. But if the Emperor is in danger, I can't just stand by. Ji Chen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the Prime Minister chuckled and said, In the past, I didn't believe that Consort Yun would willingly accept being subordinate. Today, it seems the Empress is truly loyal and caring. I truly admire that. Lu Qingjing sneered coldly, took the tea brought by Xiao Fuzi, and drank it slowly. She said lightly, There's no need for that. I'm not as ambitious as you two. I can't accept such words from the Prime Minister. After saying this, Lu Qingjing shot a sharp look toward the palace, and then turned to leave. After a moment, Ji Chen spoke slowly. It seems that even if the Emperor wakes up now, it will still be difficult. Lu Qingjing stormed into the Empress's palace. Before she could sit down, she heard hurried footsteps at the door. Xiaoling rushed in and said anxiously, Madam, this is bad. Many officials are already kneeling outside the palace gates, saying they want to impeach you. Lu Qingjing poured the remaining tea from her cup onto the ground and said casually, That's nothing new. Wasn't I being impeached every day before? Why is it different now? Just tell the general and the Prime Minister. Xiaoling sighed helplessly and explained, It's different this time. Somehow, the news got out. Now many people know that the Emperor is unconscious. The officials are not only impeaching you but also the general and the prime minister. They say these two are colluding with you and are traitors. The court is in chaos now. Lu Qingjing was startled and stood up quickly, but she remembered the prime minister's earlier words about everything being premeditated, so she stopped. A few hurried consorts entered the room. The noble consort, who manages the harem, was the first to hear the news. She approached quickly and asked anxiously, "What exactly is going on? Yesterday, everything was fine. So how did such a thing happen in just one morning?" Lu Qingjing slightly curled her lips and silently cursed Qin Zhao again before speaking. "You don't need to worry. Ultimately, this is still the Emperor's plan. It may be a bit chaotic, but it shouldn't get out of control." Hearing this, the noble consort finally relaxed. She knew how worried she was when she heard her brother was being accused. After everyone sat down, she said, "Although this won't get out of control, we can't do nothing. Let's wait until the officials are kneeling properly, then send someone to bring some food. I heard the Empress made plum blossom pudding this morning. That sounds quite nice." The concubine Shu was the most at ease among them. She smiled when she heard this, but the noble consort sighed helplessly and said, "Stop joking. We have some understanding now, but the risks are still too high. We should help a little." Consort Yun took a sip of tea and coldly said, "Help how? Now my father and the noble consort's brother are both in danger. Let the planners in bed figure things out on their own." Lu Qingjing couldn't help but laugh and cry at her words. It seemed she wasn't the only one who disagreed with Qin Zhao's plan. Thinking of this, she gently comforted Yun consort. "Don't worry too much. I am here, after all. I will ensure the safety of the Grand General and the Prime Minister." Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoling's voice came again. "Your Majesty, something's wrong at the Imperial Garden. The red beans there have suddenly bloomed overnight. Now several officials say the strange omen has passed." The noble consort slammed the table angrily and said, "These people are so bold. Kneeling at the palace gates is one thing, since there's a tradition of ignoring protests, but now they've come into the palace." Lu Qingjing didn't think much of it. She just valued her red beans too much and was worried that these people, in their anger, might destroy the red beans or the warm pavilion. Without hesitation, she put on her cloak and went out. The others quickly followed behind her. A group of people quickly arrived at the warm shed in the Imperial Garden. From afar, they saw guards confronting a few elderly men with white hair. Lu Qingjing hurried over and gently said, "Honorable elders, I am eager to learn from you. The blooming of these flowers is simply due to the right time, nothing to do with ghosts or spirits. If you truly find my words displeasing, you can impeach me. There's no need to think of other ways." The leading old man sharply glared and scolded, "Don't try to deceive us. With the emperor ill and unable to rule, who can we impeach? Maybe these red beans are part of your scheme to harm the emperor. Today, I must destroy them." Consort Li looked at the red beans almost covering the shed and sighed. "The former empress once said how abundant these red beans were. I didn't believe it then, but now I see it's truly impressive." The old man who had wanted to say more earlier almost fainted upon hearing this. He pointed at Consort Li, speechless. She then noticed another old man nearby, pointing and whispering. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and scolded, "Normally, at your age, I shouldn't say much. But it's wrong for you elders, who have read so many books, to speak such nonsense. Are you being influenced by someone? If you reveal this, the Empress won't punish you." These people had only come because they benefited from Zhao Yunheng. Zhao Yunheng had repeatedly warned them not to anger the Empress. Now, hearing this, they all looked guilty and no longer dared to argue, standing quietly aside. Lu Qingjing watched as they were taken away and couldn't help but smile. It seems these elders were told to do this. Otherwise, the shed might have been dismantled before we arrived. Yunfei nodded helplessly and sighed. "I thought the crown prince's son was loyal and powerful, but it turns out he's willing to do this for Qinglan." Consort Li moved toward the shed and said, "What else could it be? The Wei King's side is also starting internal conflicts. They still have to pretend, and I feel sorry for the Wei King's son. Concubine Shu smiled and admired the red beans, saying, "Don't speak too soon. I heard that the Wei King's concubine has already become pregnant, and it might be a boy. The Wei King is more cautious of Zhao Yunheng every day. Who knows what will happen in the future?" They chatted and laughed as they entered the shed. Before Lu Qingjing could react, a young suddenly knelt in front of her. "Please provide the next part of the text for translation and editing." I didn't want to do it either, but at that time there was war. My mother had a younger brother, and our family was about to run out of food. Just then, Du established the country, and many servants were taken into the palace. My father saw this as a chance for a better life and sold me to the palace. I only later discovered that I had this ability. Back then, life in the palace was hard, and I was afraid to speak out. Luckily, I met the Empress. Lu Qingjing saw his silly smile and couldn't help but smile and shake her head. She asked, "What exactly do you want to do? Following me all this time? Are you just hoping to get a cloak?" The little stopped, seeming hesitant. Lu Qingjing usually didn't like wasting time, but seeing his expression, she inexplicably stopped. After a while, the little spoke softly, "I know you might not believe what I say next, but this matter is very important. I dare not hide it. Before the emperor was poisoned, he came to the warm pavilion. I was watering the red beans and didn't stand up to greet him. I saw Miss Xiaoling secretly following the emperor. Later, I heard he was seriously ill, but I suspect it wasn't an illness. Miss Xiaoling might have poisoned him." Lu Qingjing's eyes darkened as she turned to look at him steadily. The little looked terrified, with slightly reddened eyes, unable to speak. After a long moment, Lu Qingjing sighed and said, "I understand. Don't tell others about this. The palace isn't as safe as it seems. If you don't want to fight, then don't get involved in these matters." She turned and left without looking back. The little let out a long breath of relief and then walked into the bushes. Prince Li stood quietly by the frozen lake, coughing softly. An old nanny looked at him with concern and advised, "The weather's gotten a bit better, but it's still winter. If your health isn't good, you should go back. There's nothing interesting by the cold lake." Prince Li's young face showed a sweet smile as he looked up and said, "Now that the emperor is sick, I really can't do anything. I feel upset, so I want to get some fresh air here. Don't worry about me, Nanny. I don't know if the medicine in the palace has taken effect yet. Please go help me check on it." The old nanny sighed helplessly. She cared for her young master, and though she didn't fully understand, she didn't ask more. Once the old nanny left, Prince Li's expression disappeared. His cold face showed a maturity and authority beyond his age. A nearby guard bowed and slowly began to speak. "The Empress has already left the warm pavilion. It seems the matter with the young has been settled, but I haven't heard any news about the Empress punishing little Ling yet." Before Li Wang could speak, he heard rustling sounds coming from the bushes. After a while, the graceful figure of Consort Li slowly appeared, holding the young in her guard's hands. Li Wang raised an eyebrow innocently and asked, "What is Consort Li doing? I don't remember offending you recently. Why are you disturbing the scenery here?" Consort Li gave a cold smile and quietly stood beside him for a moment. Only the young's desperate cries remained in the air. Unfortunately, this place is very remote, and after a while, no one came. The young seemed exhausted from struggling and quietly hung his head with his hands down. Consort Li looked back and said with a smile, "Finally, it's quiet now. I was worried I'd disturb the prince." Li Wang stepped back awkwardly and smiled faintly. "What do you mean, Consort Li? I may be young, but I am still a man. I wouldn't be scared by just a few cries." Consort Li adjusted her hairpin and said helplessly, "Prince, you've been so quiet lately that even the Emperor and Empress seem to have forgotten about you. I thought you might have some secret illness that can't stand noise. When I found this young today, I wondered whether to send him straight to prison. But since he's here to take care of the Empress's warm pavilion, I couldn't help but come see you." The two, one old and one young, stood quietly by the lake, talking. The scene was quite strange. Soon, some inexperienced young palace maids secretly watched from a distance. Li Wang waved his hand dismissively. What exactly do you want? You brought this person to me, but you didn't plan to punish him, right? Just tell me if you need anything. Consort Lee turned to look at the shimmering lake and smiled. Prince, you're very straightforward. I won't beat around the bush either. Recently, the court has been unstable, and the people are uneasy. I want you to stabilize this chaos so that the Empress can focus on caring for the Emperor. Li Wang sneered and replied casually, You overestimate me. I am just a young prince, still a child. How can I possibly stabilize the situation in the capital? Consort Li's voice was calm as she said, Simin and is now in Nanjonglin. Who holds the power in the capital? Prince Li's smile was shattered by this statement, but Consort Li seemed determined not to let him go. She turned around and coldly stared into his eyes. There's no need to discuss the others. Half of the power has already fallen into chaos, and the other half hasn't revealed itself yet. Tell me, if this power isn't in your hands, then who arranged for my brother to go to the temple? The young beside them looked stiff. After Consort Li finished speaking, she waved her hand at the, That's enough. You are no longer useful. From today, serve the Empress properly. Just pretend nothing has happened here. He was released and quickly left without looking back. Prince Li watched his figure and clapped his hands. Impressive. I thought the first to suspect and expose me would be Simin's daughter. I didn't expect it to be you. But I really want to know, why are you so loyal to the Empress? You should know that, according to the message Simin gave me, you are considered untrustworthy.
Consort Li snarat coldly.
Untrustworthy means I might still help you. After all, I am not your enemy, and the Empress is now my greatest support. Why wouldn't I help her? Prince Li casually glanced at a nearby guard and suddenly nodded in understanding. So that's why. That's understandable. Even a general wouldn't agree to his sister causing chaos in the palace. The only one who can protect this man now is the Empress. Consort Li seemed to be hit where it hurt and asked sharply, Prince Li, stop thinking about unnecessary things. Right now, I hold your weakness. Just tell me, do you want to help or not? Prince Li turned and slowly walked away, his voice colder than before. Why wouldn't I help you? But you should know, the palace guests are arriving soon. If you want to stay safe, you'll have to learn to turn a blind eye. Consort Li looked in the direction he left and sighed heavily. A guard nearby cautiously stepped forward to support her and comforted her. You don't need to worry. His words mean he has agreed. Let's go back. Recently, I've told the palace patrols to relax a bit. Consort Li shook her head in disagreement and followed him toward Liyun Palace. No need, let's see how things develop. The person he mentioned is probably involved in charity work. Even in the heavily guarded Queen's Palace at that time, this monk could come and go freely. I want to see what skills he has. Lu Qingjing in the Queen's Palace stared at the knot in her hand, lost in thought. A little beside her reminded, Your Majesty, you should go see the Emperor. It's time for the Imperial Doctor to check his pulse. Maybe his condition has improved. Lu Qingjing had planned to wait until night to go, since the sleeping hall was still safe at this time. Hearing this, she frowned, stood up, and headed toward the study. The little sighed in relief when he saw her leave. The sleeping hall was empty, with only the dragon lamp flickering and crackling. Lu Qingjing hurried in and saw the scene, feeling confused. Before she could call anyone, she heard a familiar voice from a corner. It seems the Queen and the Emperor are truly close. I was wrong before. Lu Qingjing was startled but kept a kind smile and said, Perhaps the charity monk has seen too much of the world's coldness, thinking all talented people are feared by rulers. I must say, I am disappointed. The charity monk didn't mind the blunt words and sat by the stove, speaking sadly. It's not prejudice, just timing. You probably know who I am. Do you really think this backward era can have equal feelings? Lu Qingjing felt something was wrong but was too worried about Qin Zhao's health in bed to think further. She said, I thought you came here to save the Emperor. Turns out, you want to sow discord. But maybe this isn't the best time. The charity monk smiled confidently. I can easily cure the Emperor's poison, even extract the insect. But I need Queen's consent first before I can act. Lu Qingjing slightly frowned but quickly returned to calm. She spoke slowly. Feel free to say what you want. This concerns the safety of Great Yu. I believe I can do most things as long as they're not too extreme. The monk waved his hand and poured himself a cup of tea. Your Majesty, you're being modest. It's not an unreasonable request. I just want to make a bet with you. Bet on your and the Emperor's love. If you win, I will help you free of charge. But if you lose, I want your life. What do you think? Lu Qingjing put down her teacup and didn't feel that this charity gamble was taking advantage. She asked with some doubt, so, how can I be considered to have won? Charity smiled softly, his expression gentle and warm in the sunset light. As long as the Emperor doesn't suspect you, guard against you, or give up on you by the end, then I have lost. Lu Qingjing stared into his eyes and slowly spoke. I have made this bet. The mage can start saving people now. Charity seemed to have known the outcome all along. He took out a small drum and gently tapped it. The clear, crisp sound gradually filled the room. Lu Qingjing felt annoyed by the noise, but stayed silent for Qin Zhao's sake. After a while, Charity stopped. Seeing Lu Qingjing's pale face, he chuckled softly. You look just like that woman even now. It's a pity that people like you don't have a good ending. Before she could reply, she heard rustling sounds from the bed. A dark, black insect quickly crawled out. It was half an arm long. Lu Qingjing couldn't imagine how this insect had come out of Qin Zhao's body. Charity reached out without hesitation and caught the insect. He spoke calmly. This bug enters the body and feeds on vital energy. Now that it has grown this big, I can't do anything else. When the Emperor wakes up, there may be some after effects, but with proper care, it will be fine. I have fulfilled your request, so I won't bother you anymore. Lu Qingjing looked at Charity's back and sighed heavily. Suddenly, Qin Zhao on the bed upright as if electrocuted, collapsing at the bedside with black blood coming from his nose and mouth. Lu Qingjing hurried over. Qin Zhao seemed to recognize her faintly, forcing a smile, and trying to comfort her. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Qingjing gently stroked his back with some pity, watching him still dazed and constantly reassuring himself. For the first time, she felt confident. No matter what schemes Charity had, she believed she wouldn't lose. The imperial doctor at the door had just entered when he saw the Emperor, who should have been lying in bed, vomiting blood by the bedside. He was so frightened that he almost lost his soul and quickly ran over to check his pulse. Lu Qingjing didn't mind his rudeness and made space for him. She thought Qin Zhao looked a bit frightening now, but she wasn't too worried about Charity's understanding of the situation. The imperial doctor finally finished checking the pulse and relaxed, his face brightening as he said, Your Majesty is truly blessed and fortunate. The poison in your body has been removed. Now, only the symptoms of the cold remain. With a few days of rest, you'll recover. But illness is the body, so you should take good care of yourself. Lu Qingjing smiled and praised. The imperial doctor is truly a master in the country. Even such a complicated poison was easily cured. I really admire him. The doctor had been somewhat doubtful about how the illness suddenly improved. Hearing this, he proudly replied, Thank you for the high praise, Your Majesty. It is my duty. I will go prepare the medicine now and ensure Your Majesty recovers as if you were never sick. After speaking, the doctor happily left. Lu Qingjing helped Qin Zhao lie back on the bed. Qin Zhao, who was awake now, looked at the direction the doctor left and asked with some confusion, Was my illness really cured by the doctor? I don't remember the doctors in the palace being this skilled. Lu Qingjing gave a cold smile and adjusted his blanket. Of course, Your Majesty doesn't remember. You've been so careless with your life that you probably don't remember anything. Maybe it's because the doctor saved you. You might feel a bit disappointed that you didn't die. If so, I can help you out. Qin Zhao, hearing this, suppressed his doubts and looked at Lu Qingjing with a faint smile. Forget it, you probably don't want to. I'm festy. Bring me a glass of water. Lu Qingjing snorted sarcastically, but stood up and poured him a glass of water. Gently, he fed it to Qin Zhao. After drinking, Qin Zhao finally felt his throat less sore and let out a breath before explaining. Stop being angry. I didn't tell you about this time because I was wrong, but the court is very chaotic now. Taking this chance to clear out the people the Prince of Wei has been buying is a good idea. Besides, I don't know who poisoned the Prince of Wei's wife. There's no way to hide from it. Lu Qingjing shook his head, feeling the anger in his heart slowly fade. Still, he was a bit unwilling. He slammed the cup on the table and said nothing. Qin Zhao, helpless, pouted and said, Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I just finished detoxing. I'm asking you now how pitiful I am. Lu Qingjing sighed helplessly and turned around, saying, I really don't know what to do with you. Now the court is already in chaos, just as you wished. Many people have already knelt at the palace gates to impeach me, the general, and the prime minister. If you had woken up a little later, we might have had to pray for the enemy to show mercy. Qin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Isn't Xinglan still in the palace? I think Zhao Yunheng isn't willing to be too harsh. The Queen of Wei is quite a tough character. I thought even if she was poisoned this time, there would be evidence. Then the Wei family could all be caught at once. But now, it seems we've suffered a setback. Lu Qingjing's eyes flickered as he remembered what the little said in the garden. He hesitated before speaking, but before he could, the Prime Minister's voice came from outside. Why is the Empress still here? The Emperor won't wake up for a while. You should take care of the court affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhao, looking energetic and leaning against the bed, appeared. The Prime Minister awkwardly bowed and apologized. I didn't expect Your Majesty to be awake. I may have spoken improperly. Please forgive me. Qin Zhao waved his hand dismissively and asked casually, No need to fuss over these small matters. What's really going on outside? The Prime Minister wiped his sweat and looked distressed. The general has ordered people to surround the general's residence. I barely managed to come out alive. The officials and common people are acting like madmen, demanding explanations. Right now, they're just surrounding the house and not letting anyone out. It might escalate to violence in a few days. Lu Qingjing frowned and asked, Has Princess Li made any move? Did the palace guards go to stop her? The Prime Minister shook his head helplessly. The general is worried about the safety of the palace and refuses to let Princess Li and her people intervene. Now, only Yan Sheng can keep things stable inside the house. Qin Zhao coughed twice and gave a cold smile. Even before I die, so many people are already watching me. If I really die, I wonder what will happen. Send my orders. Say that this morning's court was normal, and have Princess Li take people to arrest those causing trouble. I want to ask them what they're trying to do at the morning court tomorrow. The Prime Minister agreed and left quickly, almost as if worried that Lu Qingjing might oppose him. Just as Lu Qingjing was about to speak, he heard the howling wind outside the window. Qin Zhao frowned and sighed. Why is there wind and snow at this time? If this continues, the crops might not be able to be planted in time. Lan Qingjing turned around, took the medicine bowl from the imperial doctor, blew on the medicine to cool it, and fed it to him. There's nothing to worry about. We have warm shelters, and the common people are not fools. If it's really urgent, we can build more shelters. At worst, I will negotiate with the glass factory to lower their prices and give up this year's profits. Qin Zhao frowned as he drank the medicine. The steam from the bowl dampened his eyelashes. Under the faint light, tears gathered on his beautiful eyelashes, making Lan Qingjing gasp. Qin Zhao looked up with some confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong with me now? Lan Qingjing quickly leaned forward and gently kissed his face. Seeing Qin Zhao's cheeks turn red suddenly, he smiled and said, It's nothing much. I just think you're quite handsome. The princess consort of the Marquis of Wei almost broke her nails in frustration. A maid trembling nearby said, These things are indeed real. Now that the troublemakers have returned home, your arrangements caused quite a commotion. The emperor has sent people to arrest them, and they will be tried during the morning court. After speaking, she lowered her head and dared not say more. The room fell silent, leaving only the heavy breathing of the Marquis's wife. After a while, the maid cautiously spoke again. Those few people were bought with money. Who knows if they're just afraid of death?
You should think of a way.
If they reveal anything, the prince won't let you off." Just as she finished, a gentle voice came from outside, soft and calm. "What are you doing?" "I came here to see the princess consort." "How can I get in if you block me?" The marquis's wife flicked her sleeve and steadied herself. "Let that woman in."
I want to see what she has to say.
Soon, Aunt Faye stepped in slowly, walking with small, careful steps. She nodded to the marquis's wife as a sign of greeting and then sat down on a nearby stool. "Princess consort, your defenses are surprisingly tight. There's no real need for that. This is the Marquis of Wei's residence. No small troublemaker can get in." The marquis's wife, feeling annoyed, fiddled with the carved root on the table. "You're not here just to see how I am doing, sister. If you have something to say it quickly. It's late, and I need to rest." Aunt Faye seemed to be momentarily stunned by her words. "I'm sorry to bother you. I didn't expect the princess to be sleeping so early. The prince mentioned there would be a banquet at the Ministry of Officials today, and I thought it wouldn't be proper to come alone, so I brought someone with me. I was wondering if the princess might like to join us, but I didn't mean to disturb you." As I spoke, I was about to stand up and leave. Princess Wei felt very wronged. She was unaware of the banquet's details. Feeling overwhelmed, she stood up and gently placed the carved root sculpture at Lady Fei's feet, stopping her from leaving. Lady Fei seemed to have anticipated this and stood still, her smile slowly fading. "What is the princess doing? I came here with good intentions, but I didn't expect to be met with your anger. Are you forgetting the prince's reputation?" A maid quickly closed the door behind her. Princess Wei sneered coldly. "Who do you think you are? You only gained the prince's favor because you're pregnant. Without that, you'd probably be sold to a brothel like the other concubines in the palace. How dare you show off here?" Lady Fei's face remained cold as ice, but she smiled softly. "I'm just an ordinary woman. My only use is to bear children. I don't come from a noble family, and I lack the skills of poison arts that might prevent me from having children." Hearing this, Princess Wei's face turned completely cold. "You have some nerve. The heir is still in my son's hands. If you want to keep this child alive, you must rely on me. I don't know who gave you the courage to confront me now." In the early morning, the sunlight was so bright it was hard for Lu Qingjin to open her eyes. Xiao Ling came in chattering. "Madam, you're so free today. I went to the warehouse early this morning to find the remaining red beans, and I also picked a pumpkin from the greenhouse." Lu Qingjin lazily sat up from her chair and said calmly, All right. Stop complaining. At most, I'll share some pumpkin pancakes and red bean porridge with you today." Xiao Ling pouted slightly, looking a bit upset. "You're so dismissive. Everyone knows that the things you make are sent to the various palaces. When haven't I been able to get a little?" Seeing this, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile. She peeled the pumpkin while saying, "I'm not lying to you. Today's is different. There are very few red beans, so I can spare some for you. The others in the palace can't share." Lu Qingjin said as she placed the already peeled pumpkin into the pot to steam, then turned around to handle the red beans. Xiaoling seemed distracted and nodded in acknowledgement. The kitchen suddenly became quiet. After a while, Xiaoling spoke again. "Your Majesty just woke up not long ago, so she probably doesn't know. Last night, there was quite a commotion outside the palace. It is said that during the banquet at the minister's residence, Queen Wei and Lady Fei went together. Somehow, Queen Wei took out a long snake and tried to throw it at Lady Fei's belly. It was the crown prince who cut the snake and saved Lady Fei and the unborn child." I heard Queen Wei's face turned very dark. "It's a pity for Miss Li." Lu Qingjin was washing the red beans and looked over with some confusion. "Didn't you say Lady Fei is fine? Who is Miss Li?" Xiao Ling sighed helplessly and said, "Although your Majesty has been in the capital for a long time, many people still don't recognize her. Miss Li is a relative of Lord Chonglin. This time, she rushed to stop the snake and was bitten on the face. Her beauty is ruined, and she probably won't be able to marry in the future." Just as Lu Qingjin finished steaming the red bean porridge and packed it into a box, she heard this and frowned slightly, puzzled. I heard that there are many talented people in Prince Wei's residence. How come this small injury can't heal? Could it be that Prince Wei is too angry to help? Golden pumpkin cakes were placed neatly on plates. Xiaoling shook her head in rebuttal. That's impossible. Although Prince Wei is angry, he wouldn't refuse to help. The snake's venom was extremely toxic, and saving Miss Li's life was already difficult enough. As for her face, there's nothing that can be done. Lu Qingjin took the red bean porridge and packed it into a food box. As she headed outside, she said, "That's a pity. I wonder if Lord Changlin is heartbroken. His fiancée is gone just like that." Xiaoling couldn't help but retort. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? That woman is talentless and immoral. Now her face is ruined. She's no longer a fiancée. She's just a clown." Lu Qingjin glanced at her sideways and said casually, "I see. I've read many stories before. Many devoted men refuse to marry anyone but their true love. Miss Li only hurt her face, but it shouldn't affect her children. I don't think Lord Changlin will give her up." Xiaoling's face instantly turned pale at her words. Golden pumpkin cakes smell very tempting. Soft red bean porridge in a glass bowl has a crunchy texture. Qin Zhao slowly eats the food on the plate, then takes a deep breath and says, "These two things are quite tasty. How did you come up with them?" Lu Qingjing sighs helplessly and looks at the man who has been eating these two items every day since a while ago, smiling. "I'm from another planet. Of course, I know many things. Didn't you already know that? I thought you liked spicy and fresh flavors, but I didn't expect you to enjoy this sweet and fragrant one." Qin Zhao doesn't argue. He just slowly wipes his mouth and says, "It doesn't matter. By the way, where is the maid who is always around you? I've come here several times, and I haven't seen a personal maid in the Queen's palace." "That's strange." Lu Qingjing bites her lip, her voice mixed with complexity, and says, "I didn't realize you cared about people so much before. No need to test anymore. Xiaoling is no longer in the palace. If you have questions, just ask directly." Qin Zhao rubs his forehead and smiles shyly. "Recently, someone was seen outside the Nanjong forest, where Ximin was. We still don't know what she plans to do. Isn't the only way to find out from you? Do you know who controls Ximin's forces?" Lu Qingjing glances at him with some helplessness. After a while, she looks outside at the many flowers and plants that have started to bloom and says slowly, "Some of her forces are with Changlin. We thought he was a kind person, but we might have been misled. In fact, he's been secretly helping my aunt. The rest of her forces are still missing. We don't know if they're still in the capital. If you ask me, even if my aunt took her away, it wouldn't be surprising." Qin Zhao opens the other half-closed window completely. A gentle breeze carrying the fresh scent of grass blows in. Qin Zhao feels all his irritation slowly fade away. His voice is hoarse and heavy. "When I was recovering from my illness, many people were eager to act, but some unknown forces suppressed them. I suspect this is another force left by Ximin. Unfortunately, it quieted down later. Now, even Ji Qin can't find any clues. It's really frightening." The cooled tea had a stronger, sharper, spicy smell. Lu Qingjin took a sip and then spoke casually. "In the end, this force is still helping us, so there aren't many other concerns. We should investigate the Nanjong forest area carefully, since it's Wei Wang's territory. You should know that Wei Wang's intentions are much more direct." Qin Zhao turned around with a half-smile, looking at her for a moment before slowly saying, "I always feel like you know something you haven't told me. You've been guessing what it might be." Before she finished speaking, a young maid's surprised cry came from outside the window. "Madam, you have to see this. We don't know where it came from. Should we keep it?" The innocent voice broke the serious, tense atmosphere. Qin Zhao stepped back in some frustration and looked at the small palace maid, about 14 or 15 years old. "Is this the new personal maid you hired? Are you hiring someone to serve or to take care of children?" Lu Qingjin walked toward the door and smiled when she heard this. "Don't talk nonsense. This child is just young and curious, but she has a pure background. She's the best choice for the future Empress." The young maid hurriedly held out what she was holding when she saw Lu Qingjin come out. Madam, you have to see this. It's a little bird that fell from somewhere. Should we keep it? Qin Zhao approached and stepped on the flowers blocking the path, sneering mockingly. That's not from falling. It's clearly hatched from a nest in the bushes. It's probably been eaten by something, leaving only one. Look at what kind of mind this little maid has. If all children were like this, I'd be so angry I could die. The maid widened her eyes in protest, glaring at him. Seeing that they might start arguing, Lu Qingjin quickly stepped in to smooth things over. You're the emperor now. Why are you so petty? It's spring, and a small animal isn't a big deal. Just raise it. Xiao Si, go find a place to keep this little thing. Xiao Si agreed, and turned to leave. Qin Zhao, unwilling to back down, said, You only protect this little maid. She's not very smart, and you won't let me say anything. Besides, I'm the emperor. Why can't I punish 2 palace servants? Do you really dislike me that much? Hearing this, Lu Qingjin was overwhelmed and quickly changed the subject. I've planted a lot of mugwort in my yard. When it's ready, I'll make green rice cakes for you. Since you like sweet things, you probably like this too. Qin Zhao seemed to give up and, feeling a bit curious, asked, What is Qingtuan? I've never heard of it before. And mugwort isn't edible, right? But I did hear that mugwort can be used medicinally. Lu Qingjin crouched down, looked at the small patches of mugwort seedlings, and smiled as she explained, Mugwort can be used medicinally, but it's also fine for making desserts. Qingtuan is made from mugwort, glutinous rice, and red beans. It tastes quite good, similar to other red bean desserts. Hearing this, Qin Zhao was surprised and asked persistently, Why haven't you made red bean desserts lately? I didn't even know red beans could be used for desserts. Have you been making them in the palace and giving them to that little official? Do I still matter as your husband? Lu Qingjin felt very helpless. She didn't know when Qin Zhao started acting like a large animal that lacked a sense of security, constantly seeking attention. She thought for a moment, then turned and took Qin Zhao's hand, slowly saying, Lately, you've been drinking red bean porridge every day. The red beans growing in the warm shed aren't enough for your porridge. Where would I make red bean desserts? And what's wrong with you recently? Don't you think your behavior is a bit strange? Qin Zhao, feeling discouraged, rested his head on her shoulder and answered in a muffled voice, I heard some news recently. It seems that way Jinji, the one who opened the glass factory with you, is fine and will be back soon. Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile and said, That's good, but it doesn't really concern you. Qin Zhao looked at her pretending not to understand and gritted his teeth as he said, No matter what, you can't get too close to him. You're the Empress. Lu Qingjin covered her mouth and smiled happily, saying, You're so childish. You're grown up and you're still jealous. I haven't left the palace many times this year. Most of the time, I stay in the royal estate or Shengshi Pavilion. I rarely go to the glass factory. Things have been pretty peaceful in the capital recently. How is the planting going? Isn't there still a ceremony for heaven? Qin Zhao seemed to recover and turned around shyly. This year's harvest was pretty good. The fields outside the city that were affected by the disaster have been redistributed to the common people. Many are planting the corn, potatoes, red beans, and soybeans you promoted. Of course, under the court's influence, potatoes are planted the most. This year, because of special circumstances, the heaven ceremony was postponed. Lu Qingjing frowned with some confusion and asked, Recently, there haven't been any strange events. Why is the ritual to pray to heaven being postponed? Qin Zhao, walking her outside, replied, It's just a statement made by officials. Actually, it's because King Wei is here this year, and outside the capital, there have been many wild bulls appearing, which makes it unsafe. So, they said the ritual is postponed. In fact, it means there won't be a ritual this year. Today, Jichen mentioned setting traps outside the city to catch wild bulls, so we might as well go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice of a young maid hurriedly came over. My lady, I've already made arrangements. I also want to go outside the city to see. Qin Zhao's face darkened immediately. He turned around coldly and said, You want to go? Are you the master here? Don't the many tasks in the palace need to be done? Lu Qingjing, feeling a bit helpless, stopped him and looked at the nearly crying young maid. She said reluctantly, "All right, pack up and let's go together." The palace affairs can be left to Qinglan. Although she is pregnant now, she can still handle most palace duties. The young maid cheered and left happily. Qin Zhao helped her into a sedan chair and said, "Qinglan, you've brought her back? Why hasn't she been sent to Zhao Yunheng's residence yet? If it takes too long, she might end up giving birth in the palace." Lu Qingjing, leaning on the carriage wall, said helplessly, "It's because the Wei Wang residence is too chaotic. The Wei Wang consort hasn't done anything extreme recently, but a few days ago, I saw her and always felt uneasy. Qinglan is like a sister to me, so I can't send her back to that place now. Besides, being born in the palace is fine. There's still the imperial doctor." Qin Zhao, lost in thought, lifted the curtain to look outside. The gentle spring breeze made people feel happy, but his tone grew serious as he said, "It seems someone is secretly stirring trouble in the Wei Wang residence. Even the situation at Lu's estate isn't good. Some officials are speculating that I might be involved. These rumors have made the situation more stable, in a strange way." Just as he finished speaking, the carriage suddenly jolted. If Lu Qingjing hadn't helped him, Qin Zhao almost fell out. His face darkened further as he stood up, ready to go out and scold the driver. Lu Qingjing stopped him helplessly and said, "It's spring now. Horses can be restless, that's normal. It has nothing to do with the driver. Just relax and be at ease. I noticed you seem to be getting hot lately. When you go back, don't drink tea anymore. It's spring now, and it's not suitable anymore." Qin Zhao helplessly nodded without saying anything. The streets of the capital are busier than during the heavy snow in winter. Many people are setting up stalls selling strange and unusual things, mostly different kinds of food, though they look quite odd. Seeing Lu Qingjing look confused, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile and said, "Most of these people don't really like eating these strange foods. But your stories are already popular among the common folk. If they don't dare to try new things, it's like they're falling behind. It's actually quite interesting." Lu Qingjing didn't expect the common people to be so adorable. She looked at the street snacks and couldn't help but laugh. The carriage creaked and moved quickly. Soon, they arrived outside the city. Lu Qingjing felt that the temperature seemed to drop quite a bit. Qin Zhao took out a light coat and draped it over her, saying softly, "This area is close to the capital. There are rivers and many wells nearby, so most people grow rice here. There's plenty of water, but in spring, it tends to be a bit cooler." Lu Qingjing, curious, looked up as Qin Zhao helped her down from the carriage. She saw that outside the city, the land had turned into a vast water area, with delicate rice seedlings gently swaying in the water. It looked lively and full of life. She couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few weeks into spring, and these farmers are so hardworking. When the first rice harvest comes in a few days, it will be enough to feed everyone in the city. Potatoes seem unnecessary now. Qin Zhao followed her toward the rice fields, feeling the cool, moist breeze. His mood improved greatly. He softly explained, "Now, with the income from Shengshi Pavilion, the Treasury is doing well. The inner Treasury has opened some shops in the city, and their earnings are good. But we still lack enough grain. Not all this rice can be kept for the people, and there are still taxes to collect." Lu Qingjing nodded understandingly. "That's normal. But you must be careful. It's easier when the city is close by, but in distant areas, harsh policies and heavy taxes are not acceptable. Daxia is just beginning to develop, and the people's well-being is more important." Qin Zhao patted her head and smiled. "I know all this. The imperial examination is coming soon. I planned to select some people to send to different places. This will help strengthen management and also prevent problems like these from happening." Lu Qingjing nodded, and the two of them silently headed deeper into the rice fields. An old woman approached them, and Lu Qingjing looked worried, frowning as she wanted to pull Qin Zhao away. However, Qin Zhao held her hand and stood still without speaking. The old woman carefully came closer, looked at them briefly, then hurried back and loudly shouted, "It's really the Empress. She's come to see us. The Empress has arrived." Lu Qingjing was on alert for a while, not expecting such a development. She was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong?" "I think everything looks fine. Look at how enthusiastic these villagers are. Meanwhile, I, as the emperor, feel like I have no presence here at all." Just as she finished speaking, a group of people ran over from a distance, making a loud noise. Qin Zhao also became less calm. The two of them held hands and hurried toward the carriage. Lu Qingjing and Qin Zhao, both breathless, sat in the carriage heading back to the capital. The villagers behind them kept shouting. Qin Zhao smiled and looked back, saying, "How does it feel to be loved? Not bad, right?" Lu Qingjing took a sip from a nearby water bottle and then said, "You scared me. If I didn't know these people were grateful, I might have thought they were enemies." Their enthusiasm isn't always a good thing. Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile, with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "You came too late. If you had seen the founding of Dagwa years ago, when my father entered the capital, it was a scene of thousands of cheers. Compared to that, what's happening now seems insignificant." Lu Qingjing understood that during a change of dynasty, the common people are usually the happiest. She also knew that a ruler recognized by the people must have some charm. However, her feelings about Qin Zhao's father, the founding emperor of Dagwa, were complicated. She hesitated slightly and asked, "I've heard some stories, but I don't really know what kind of person the late emperor was." Qin Zhao looked kindly at her, as if she saw through everything, and spoke calmly, "I know you think that because of his charity work, my father wasn't a wise ruler. But besides charity, he was a competent emperor. Even now, I wonder how he gained his trust through charity. That's quite hard to understand." Lu Qingjin was about to speak to comfort them when she heard the commotion outside the carriage. She looked back uncertainly and pulled back the curtain. "What's going on? Why does everyone seem to be heading in that direction? Has something happened in the capital?" Xiao Si quietly approached the carriage and said, "I've already checked. It seems there was an incident at the Wei Prince's residence. People are rushing to watch the scene and to help put out the fire." Lu Qingjin turned to look at Qin Zhao, who frowned in confusion and ordered, "That's something the general should handle. We should return to the palace now. It's a pity. We had planned to have lunch at Shengshi Pavilion, but it looks like that won't happen." Lu Qingjin lowered the curtain with a bitter smile. "You're not worried at all? With the situation in the capital finally stabilizing, something like this happens. I'm worried it's not that simple. The general might be called into the palace before lunch." Just as she finished speaking, the carriage creaked to a stop. Outside, Ji Chen's voice sounded. "This is a serious matter at the Wei Prince's residence. I cannot act on my own. I respectfully ask the emperor to come along." Lu Qingjin's mouth twitched as she sighed helplessly. She looked at Qin Zhao's face, noticing his tired expression. "Now I understand how the general managed to keep his position. He's good at shifting blame." Qin Zhao responded with a nod, and the carriage started moving again with a squeak. The surrounding commoners looked at the carriage with trust. Qin Zhao sighed and muttered, "Ji Chen really brought me a big problem. If the situation at the Wei Prince's residence isn't resolved today, I might lose my standing among the people." As they spoke, they arrived outside the Wei Prince's residence. The gate was in chaos, and only Zhao Yunheng was kneeling there to welcome the guests. After Lu Qingjin got out of the carriage, she exchanged a look with Qin Zhao, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lu Qingjin took a step back and stood behind Qin Zhao as he stepped forward to help Zhao Yunheng up, lost in thought. Nearby, Xiao Si quickly walked over and whispered, "I just checked. The Wei Princess has gone mad. Somehow, she got black powder and blew up the entire residence. The fire was finally put out by the Imperial Guards." While they spoke, they followed the crowd into the Wei Prince's residence. Zhao Yunheng led the way and said shamefully, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry to trouble you. My mother suddenly went mad and blew up the residence. Even my father was injured. Now only I and Aunt Fei are safe." Qin Zhao quietly observed his words and actions for a while before asking, "King Wei and the princess are visiting the capital for the first time. This black gunpowder is forbidden. Could there be some troublemakers secretly involved?" Zhao Yunheng knelt down, looking ashamed. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I think someone gave this black gunpowder to my mother. I am weak and unable to investigate clearly. I request the general's help in examining this matter. Qin Zhao looked at the ruins, almost turned to ashes, and sighed as if feeling sorry. This is a recent disaster. I can't bear to see you carry such a heavy burden. Let the general investigate this alone. The Wei Prince's residence can no longer be used. You should move to the inn for now. After saying this, he left with Lu Qingjing, looking regretful. Once in the carriage, Qin Zhao's expression disappeared. He frowned and asked, "You've already seen everything. Do you believe what Zhao Yunheng said?" Lu Qingjing leaned against the window and watched the Wei Prince's residence fade into the distance. She shook her head. "I don't believe it. I even doubt that the Princess of Wei did it. There are traces of oil everywhere in the residence. Even if the princess went mad, she couldn't plan something so carefully. It seems more likely that Zhao Yunheng arranged it." Qin Zhao shook his head thoughtfully and said, "That might not be the case. I observed Zhao Yunheng earlier. He seemed to truly know nothing. But the concubine Fei looks suspicious. It must have been someone behind the scenes who made the move." Lu Qingjing suddenly thought of Qinglan. Seeing Qin Zhao looking a bit troubled, she sighed and said, "This is probably connected to my aunt. You should send someone to watch over the concubine Fei. Maybe it will reveal her other influence in the capital." In the Wei Prince's residence, Zhao Yunheng looked at the departing people and clenched his teeth. Have we really found out who did this? A servant, feeling helpless, lowered his head and explained, "It's not that we didn't try. Most of the belongings in the house have been burned. The Princess of Wei is only left as a charred corpse. Concubine Fei lost her baby and hasn't woken up yet. There's really no way to find out." Zhao Yunheng swallowed hard and said helplessly, "Anyway, this matter is over. We must clean up the house's belongings and hide everything well. We can't let others find out. The rest will be handled by the general." The servant hesitated and cautiously asked, "But what if this whole thing was actually done by the general himself?" Zhao Yunheng shook his head without replying and turned to leave. Lu Qingjing silently returned to the Empress's palace. Qin Zhao went to the imperial study. Shao Si watched Qin Zhao's figure leave and asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, you should think of a plan. What if the emperor really suspects you?" Lu Qingjing took a sip of water and smiled softly. "If that's the case, there's no need for a plan. If it reaches that point, it means I have lost. At that time, life and death will no longer matter." Shao Si sighed helplessly. "Please don't say that, Your Majesty. People say you are a divine being of great you, here to help all living things." Lu Qingjing smiled bitterly, shook her head, and said nothing. Just then, there was a sound outside the door. Lu Qingjing waved her hand, signaling she didn't want to see anyone now. Shao Si wisely stepped outside. In the empty palace, only Lu Qingjing was left. For the first time, she felt truly lonely. She sighed, gazing blankly at the flowers and grass outside the window. Suddenly, a clear bird song caught her attention. She saw a small bird, which had come to the window, tilting its head and looking at her. Lu Qingjing cautiously approached. The bird seemed to remember her scent and gently hopped onto her hand, rubbing against it a few times. She couldn't help but smile, feeling much better. Footsteps grew closer outside. Soon, Shao Si entered and was startled to see the bird. "This little one can fly so soon? Amazing!" Lu Qingjing raised her hand and handed the bird to her with a smile. "They all grew up in the wild. It should be able to fly now. By the way, have you heard anything during your time outside?" Hearing this, Shao Si sighed helplessly. "Princess Li sent someone here. She said there are fierce beasts and poisonous insects in Nanjong Forest. The local people are suffering. But really, this should be reported to the emperor. I don't understand what Princess Li is thinking. This matter has nothing to do with us. Yet, she hurriedly sent it here." Lu Qingjing's heart sank suddenly, almost falling to the ground. Shao Si quickly stepped forward to support her and asked, "Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? I'll call the imperial doctor right away." Lu Qingjing took a few deep breaths and tightly grasped her. No need. Just have the people from Princess Li's side watch carefully. I want to be alone for a while. Xiaoxi looked at her with concern for a long moment before bowing and leaving. Nanzhong leaned Simeon and looked at his chaotic subordinates and frowned. Next to him, Jida smiled and walked over with a knife. People used to say how great Simeon was, especially that he was cold and indifferent to lives. But now it seems that's not quite true. Simeon took out some remaining insect-repelling powder and sprinkled it on his subordinates, speaking calmly. Even now, Prince Jida and the prince still won't tell me why you came. If another wave of bugs appears later, I won't care about you anymore. Jida's face suddenly looked very bad. He quickly said, I'm from the western region. You still need us to carry out your plan. If I die, my father won't let you go. Simeon packed up his gear and slowly stood up, leading his people forward. The tall, leafy trees swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. He softly said, I used to think the prince was a very powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be like this now. When your father sent you, he should have expected this outcome. Do you think he would turn against you and me for you? Jida, who had been with his father for many years, naturally understood this. His face looked worse. After a moment, as if he had given in, he spoke, My father told me to stay close to you and see if there really is a divine stone in this world. I don't believe it, but I have to follow orders. Please believe me, I mean no harm. Simeon smiled and raised his hand to cut a vine from a tree. Of course I believe you. If you had malicious intent, you probably wouldn't be here now. I'm just curious. What does the Western King want with the divine stone? Was it also for this that you and King Wei cooperated before? Hearing this, Jida's face improved a lot. He walked ahead, clearing the way, and looked at the dark forest not far away. Of course. The Queen of Wei is also her disciple. My father used to trust her the most. But since you appeared, everything is different. Is there anyone in this world who is closer to the divine stone than Miss Simeon? Besides, I've heard about the capital while traveling these days. I must say, you're really impressive. Simeon slowed down his movements, frowning silently as he tested what happened in the capital.
Why don't we talk about it?
Jida glanced at her, sighed, and explained, Queen Wei is dead. King Wei is seriously injured. Only Zhao Yunheng and a concubine named Fei remain in the palace. The Empress has led the people of the capital to farm. The harvest from one season is enough to feed the people of the city for a year. Don't say it's just us. Even the barbarians probably wouldn't dare to act rashly now. As the trees crackled loudly, groups of bugs appeared again nearby. Despite being afraid, their subordinates didn't take a step back. At this moment, Gita no longer cared to praise their loyalty. He sighed in frustration. I don't believe you planned all this from the start. If we keep going like this, we'll never reach the middle of Nanzhong Forest. Think of a way quickly. Simeon glanced at him, clicked her tongue twice, and took out a small flute from her pocket. The flute was only half a hand long. She gently blew into it near her lips. Gita, who had initially relaxed upon seeing this, was surprised when no sound came from the flute at all. He panicked and ran backwards. Simeon, are you crazy? The flute doesn't work. It makes no sound at all. A maid calmly reached out and grabbed him back. Gita looked around after a while, realizing he hadn't heard any screams. He turned his head and saw that the bugs had already left. Simeon was watching him with a teasing look. Gita straightened his clothes and explained, Western regions are remote and poor. Such bugs are rare. I was startled, but now that everything's fine, let's keep moving forward. Simeon sneered and walked ahead. You're just like your father. When he came here, he was the same way. Gita looked at her suspiciously. That's impossible. My father came here many years ago. How could someone your age be guiding him? Simeon rolled her eyes and replied calmly, Of course, it's not me. It's my master, the one you all call that person. Golden corn gleamed brightly in the greenhouse. Lu Qingjing looked at the scene with a worried expression, unable to speak. The little guarding the greenhouse happily said, Your Majesty, look! So much corn. Enough for us to eat for a while. This greenhouse is really useful. Xiao Si glared at him sharply and comforted him. Although these corns are a bit old, they can still be cooked and eaten. Besides, it's the busy planting season now. Such good seeds are in high demand. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Lan Qingjin sighed helplessly and said, "The corn we had before is almost all eaten. I thought of using these corn cobs to replace the ones we sent to the palaces last time for tasting, but now they've become seeds." After speaking, she turned and walked away. Xiao Si looked at her back and also sighed. Then he quickly went to the little and scolded, "What exactly are you doing? Don't you know that the Empress doesn't want seeds unless specially instructed? Now, all the corn is dried out like this. How can the Empress eat it?" The little, feeling a bit wronged, squatted down and explained, "It's because the old man in charge of the greenhouse took sick leave. I was only told to stay here for a few days. I didn't expect the corn to ripen so fast here." Xiao Si let out a helpless hum and left. At that moment, Lan Qingjin was thinking about what was happening in the greenhouse when she heard Xiao Si's worried voice. "Does the Empress really want to eat corn? Should I go buy some outside?" Lan Qingjin shook her head with a smile. "I don't really want to eat it. It's just that Qinglan's legs often cramp lately. I thought she might be pregnant and have no appetite, so I wanted to find some fresh corn for her. Now that it's gone, it's no big deal. I'll look for other things instead." The two walked and talked. Before reaching the Queen's palace gate, they saw Lady Li's little Cui. Little Cui hurriedly swallowed and said anxiously, "Something's wrong. Empress. Qinglan is about to give birth. She's now in Yuhuang Garden. Lady Yin has never seen such a thing before and can't help now. You should go see her quickly." Lan Qingjin didn't bother with anything else. She threw down the bamboo basket in her hand and hurried over. As she walked, she asked, "It's only spring now. How can she be about to give birth after just a few months? And how did she end up in Yuhuang Garden?" Little Cui wiped her sweat and sighed helplessly. "We didn't know at first. When we arrived, we overheard the imperial doctor say that Qinglan's health was good and there was no danger. But since it's her first child, she might give birth early. She was supposed to be near the imperial garden, but after meeting Lady Yun, she ended up in Yuhuang Garden." Lan Qingjin remembered that there were no palaces near the imperial garden and suddenly understood. Little Cui stopped halfway and Lan Qingjin, who had never seen someone give birth before, became very nervous and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else happening?" Little Cui looked sad and helpless as she said, "The imperial doctor wanted to pick some mugwort from the imperial garden, but look around, there's nothing nearby. The mugwort in the imperial hospital hasn't been available for a long time. What should we do now?" Hearing this, Lu Qingjing's patience snapped, and she couldn't help but get angry. What is wrong with the imperial hospital? Why is there nothing like this? Xiao Si gently advised from the side, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The mugwort in our yard has grown quite a bit now. It should be usable. I'll go pick some right away. You should go ahead first. The Jade Emperor Garden still needs someone in charge." Without looking back, Xiao Si left. Lu Qingjing turned around and saw Prince Li Jingjing standing in front of her. Perhaps because he knew Qinglan had gone into early labor and was very nervous, Lu Qingjing's eyes widened with fear, and she took 2 steps back. Prince Li Jingjing smiled and stepped forward to support her, saying helplessly, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Have you forgotten me after not seeing me for so long?" At this moment, Lu Qingjing didn't have the energy to say much. She simply picked him up and headed toward the Jade Emperor Garden. "Time is tight, Prince Li Jingjing, don't mind. Let's go see your little brother." Prince Li Jingjing's adorable round face immediately frowned, making him look like an innocent child unaware of the world. His servants, seeing this, all lowered their heads and dared not speak as they followed behind. Prince Li Jingjing, feeling uncomfortable, moved restlessly and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Giving birth isn't something that happens in a short time. I heard earlier that if Qinglan goes into early labor, she might deliver in the middle of the night." Lu Qingjing looked at him with some suspicion, but her steps didn't stop. "How does a child your age know so much?" Prince Li Jingjing struggled a bit, feeling dizzy from the movement, and then answered hopelessly, My father used to have many concubines. Their children are all born like this. I've seen it many times, so I know. As they spoke, they arrived at the gate of the Jade Emperor Garden. Lu Qingjing smiled and casually teased, so you have quite a few brothers and sisters, huh? After being set down, Prince Li Jingjing adjusted his clothes and gave a cold smile. Of course not. Those women's children were never born. Honestly, I'm a bit unfamiliar with scenes where children are actually born. Lu Qingjing's initial plan to walk inside suddenly halted. She looked at the indifferent Prince Li and felt a chill run through her body. The Prince Li raised his head with a seemingly innocent smile and said, "Your Majesty, today is really a strange day. Why did you stop?" Before Lu Qingjing could answer, Consort Yun hurried over, grabbing her hand and crying out, "What should we do?" The imperial doctor said it's difficult labor. The baby hasn't been born yet, and there's blood coming in and out. It's really frightening to watch. Lu Qingjing was also unsure of what to do, but having seen many serious situations, she wasn't too panicked. She simply stood at the door, comforting Consort Yun. Neither of them knew much about childbirth, so they huddled together, chatting and seeming to understand each other. When Xiao Si came in, he rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Ladies, please find a place to sit down. Giving birth is a hard task, and there's some waiting involved. I've already brought the mugwort. There shouldn't be any other danger." Lu Qingjing and Consort Yun sat in the main hall. The fragrant tea filled the room, but neither of them could calm down. Prince Li sat quietly on the side, with a calm expression. If you didn't notice the sarcasm in his eyes, he looked just like an ordinary child. When the three ladies arrived, they saw the room filled with steam. Consort Shu took a handkerchief and fanned herself, sighing helplessly. "What's going on? It looks like the place is on fire." Prince Li, with a lazy and childish voice, said, "It's not on fire. The two ladies are too impatient. They said they want to warm up the hall so they can better see the baby." Consort Li and concubine Yen looked just as nervous. Hearing this, they nodded quickly, ignoring the steam in the room and sitting quietly. They thought that with a few more people coming, the atmosphere might improve. Prince Li, feeling helpless, shook his head and said nothing. Finally, Consort Li, feeling tense but trying to hide it, glanced at him secretly. After a while, the footsteps of the imperial doctor could be heard. Lu Qingjing almost jumped up and ran to the door. Prince Li was drinking tea, but when he saw this, he nearly choked and almost fainted. Lu Qingjing's mind was filled with bloody scenes and sounds from earlier. She trembled as she asked, "How is it? Is Qinglan and the baby okay?" The imperial doctor shook his head and, holding his beard with a helpless look, said, "Miss Qinglan was born prematurely and once touched a pink jasmine in the royal garden. Luckily, there's no serious problem now, but the child is weak at birth. I'm afraid her lifespan might be short in the future." Lu Qingjing's heart pounded as she hurriedly asked, "Is there any way to make the child healthier or things that could help her?" The doctor quickly reassured her, "Don't worry too much. There are many ways to address congenital weakness. The most urgent issue now is that Miss Qinglan's milk supply is low or even non-existent. We need to find a wet nurse or someone to help feed her. The child can't go hungry." After speaking, the doctor bowed and left. Prince Li, standing nearby, frowned and made a few disapproving sounds. Empress Li looked at him with a cautious expression and asked, "Does Your Highness have any advice?" Prince Li's fair face slowly formed a somewhat sarcastic smile that quickly disappeared. "I am just a small prince. What right do I have to interfere in the harem's affairs?" "Empress Li, don't joke. I was just thinking about the gift from the southern border a few days ago. It might be helpful to everyone." Lu Qingjing snapped out of her thoughts and looked at him with bright eyes. Even though Prince Li was usually deep in thought, she felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "I'm still young. The southern border sent a black and white cow, called a dairy cow, which produces milk. It might help ease the urgent situation." Lu Qingjing nodded and smiled. "Thank you. That's interesting. I'll go to the southern border in a few days to get a few more. Raising them would be good." Prince Li seemed to feel accomplished and left with a faint smile on his face. Lu Qingjing let out a long breath and turned around, puzzled. When did the royal garden get pink jasmine? Isn't it usually plum blossoms? At this moment, Consort Yun relaxed and thought for a while before slowly shaking her head. I'm not sure either. I just heard someone calling for help and went over. That's when I saw Miss Qinglan lying on the pink jasmine. I was so scared that I hurriedly took people to Yuhuang Garden. Outside, 2 old maids entered with sympathetic looks. Madams, please come see. It's just a child. Miss Qinglan probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Lu Qingjing carefully took the child, who was soft and adorable in the cradle. The concubine Li beside her spoke calmly. You should all know the child's identity privately. Just take good care of him. If anything happens to this child, you won't need to stay in the palace anymore. 2 old maids hurried over, bowed, and took the child away. Lu Qingjing looked at their backs and asked confusedly, they're just 2 older maids. If you say that, won't they be afraid to truly care for the child? Concubine Li pulled her toward the outside and said, why are you still so stubborn? We've already said it's just a precaution. Do you think they came here just to show us the child? No, they're just trying to find out our attitude. If we hadn't said those words earlier, this child might not get proper care. Lu Qingjing deeply felt the coldness of palace life. She sighed helplessly without speaking. The noble consort, who was following, asked, are we going to see that cow? Do we really need to raise more? Besides producing milk, it seems to have no other use. Lu Qingjing looked at the nearby cowshed and slowly entered, speaking softly. It's just because the cow just arrived in the capital and not many people know its value. Actually, the milk it produces can be used to make many delicious dishes. We can raise more and treat it as a new delicacy for Shengshi Pavilion. The black and white spotted cow stood quietly inside, watching them. Concubine Li was the first to exclaim, is this a cow? It looks strange, but it seems very gentle. The noble consort asked practically, when did there become a cowshed in the palace? Wasn't this place originally the treasure pavilion? Lu Qingjing waved her hand casually and said helplessly, you see how the palace has become. There are no more treasures. I think this place is empty, so someone put the cow here to store things for Prince Li. It's probably hard to arrange for the cow, so they just left it here. The noble consort was speechless, unsure how to explain that the treasure pavilion itself was a treasure. The noble consort then walked over to the cow and gently touched it, worriedly saying, this cow doesn't look cheap. Can the southern border give us a few more? Consort Li leisurely walked over and lazily spoke, you don't need to worry about that. My brother knows the southern border very well. Just ask him when the time comes. However, the matter of Prince Li shouldn't be taken lightly. That child is quite problematic. Lu Qingjing was giving instructions to her subordinates. From now on, this place will be turned into a cattle shed. Young Lady Qinglan's child will rely on this cow. Take good care of it. Also, expand the shed a bit, as a few more cows will arrive in a few days. Consort Li originally wanted to remind Lu Qingjing, but seeing her, she shook her head helplessly. Queen Yin looked at her thoughtfully, as if recalling something. Lu Qingjing worked hard all morning and was exhausted. Seeing a few consorts leave, she said nothing. Instead, Xiao Si slowly approached her and whispered, Madam, didn't you hear? I think Consort Li was speaking sincerely. Lu Qingjing took a sip of water, stood up, smiled helplessly, and said, there's nothing I can't hear. Prince Li's identity is unclear. I think Consort Li might have guessed something, but she's hiding it, so it's not convenient to say outright. Instead of listening to half-truths and guesses, I'd rather investigate myself. The young servant behind her frowned slightly, not agreeing, and said, Madam, are you so confident? I think Prince Li doesn't seem easy to deal with. What if we can't find anything? The palace servants coming and going around them all respectfully bowed. Lu Qingjing took a deep breath and quickly said, if we can't find anything, it means this person is from the lady's side and is on our team. They had arrived at the queen's palace gate. Xiao Si hurried forward to open the door and said, if we can't find out why she's helping us, isn't that suspicious? Madam, isn't that a bit hasty? Lu Qingjing looked at the mugwort in her courtyard and replied, "There's a saying. If you want people not to know, don't do it yourself. If someone has harmed me or plans to harm me, no matter how well they hide, there will be clues. The only people without clues are those on our side. And judging by Consort Li's calm demeanor, it's probably not a big deal." Qin Zhao suddenly appeared from somewhere and clapped in admiration, as expected of the Empress. "You see through all this so clearly. But if your guess is wrong, it could be dangerous. Don't you care?" Lu Qingjing looked at Qin Zhao's calculating eyes and smiled helplessly. "What does it matter? I now hold many chips and many people's interests are closely tied to me. If I die, I fear many people would be unable to hold back their tears. Thinking this way, I no longer find it frightening. Don't you agree, Your Majesty? If I die, who will farm the land and take care of you?" Qin Zhao gently smiled with affection, took her hand, and walked outside. "You're really hard to deal with, but what you said makes sense. To reward you, I plan to take you to see something special." Lu Qingjing was dazzled by Qin Zhao's smile. When she regained her senses, she was already on a carriage. She lazily spoke as she enjoyed the spring breeze. "Before we arrive, you should tell me what we're going to see. I don't remember any country recently offering something unusual." Qin Zhao looked at the official document in his hand and slowly said, "It's not anything too strange. A few days ago, near a mineral vein, we found a large banyan tree. The most amazing thing about this tree is that it grows lushly near the mineral vein, and the water that irrigates it is from the water galaxy. Many people see it as a miracle, even wanting to build a temple and burn incense for it. When the Grand General found out, he thought it was interesting and reported it." Lu Qingjing had long known that strange sights could be found in the wild, but she didn't pay much attention. She looked at the blooming flowers outside and said lightly, "This isn't very strange. The Grand General seems to be more interested in these small matters. He should have already investigated the case at the Wei Prince's mansion." Qin Zhao stretched out his legs, sighed long, and took a sip from the water cup beside him before slowly speaking. "It's not that simple. The Wei Prince's mansion has now become the focus of everyone's attention in the palace. It's like a single thread that can pull the whole body. Even the Grand General can't act too freely. Plus, the Wei Prince isn't dead yet, which makes things even more complicated. The situation is stuck. Only Zhao Yunheng seems to know some inside details. Others are clueless." Lu Qingjing turned her head, picked up the official document on the ground, and looked at it while asking, "Is the Wei Prince really not dead? Didn't they say he was badly injured? I thought he was dead after not hearing anything for a while. He really is lucky." Qin Zhao looked in the direction the carriage was heading and smiled coldly.
Nothing good has happened.
That old fool must have already prepared a plan. If he hadn't been injured this time, I would even suspect he was behind it." As they spoke, the two of them reached the back mountain. From afar, they could smell the scent of coal, and the air was filled with dark coal ash. Lu Qingjing covered her nose and mouth, looked around, and frowned, asking, "There's nothing around here at all. Could it be that the villagers secretly dug up the banyan tree?" Shao Si stepped forward, fanning himself with a small fan, saying, "Your Majesty, please be patient. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, it will be better. That banyan tree is very large. It's impossible for the common people in the city to hide it, so they just haven't found it yet." Qin Zhao looked at her without saying anything, as if he agreed. From a distance, they could see the crown of the banyan tree. Suddenly, the air seemed to clear up quite a bit. Lu Qingjing raised her hand and gently pressed down Shao Si's fan, looking thoughtfully at the banyan tree emitting a strong spiritual aura nearby. Qin Zhao stretched lazily and let out a good-natured sigh, saying, "The air around this mineral vein is really bad. Now I understand why the villagers call this a miracle. The air here has definitely improved a lot. But I wonder how long this old tree can survive." Lu Qingjing moved closer and carefully examined the banyan tree. Although it looked lively and lush, there was a sense of death radiating from it, as if it was near the end of its life. Gently, she placed her hand on the trunk. The strong vitality and spiritual energy suddenly surged through her, like being dipped into warm water on a cold winter day. Lu Qingjing closed her eyes and carefully felt it. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Qin Zhao looking at her with a complicated expression. Lu Qingjing lowered her hand and smiled, asking, "What's with that strange look?" "It's just an ordinary banyan tree, isn't it?" Suddenly, her words cut off. Turning her head, she saw that the tree beneath her hand had turned into blackened charcoal. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, only stepping back in confusion and standing there blankly. Qin Zhao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and gently held her in his arms, speaking softly, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about this today. If anyone asks, just say the water galaxy suddenly surged and flooded the roots of the banyan tree, turning it into this." The guards and palace maids nodded obediently, not daring to argue. Lu Qingjing, still looking dazed, was pulled onto the carriage by Qin Zhao. When the carriage started to creak and shake, Lu Qingjing finally snapped out of her trance and hurriedly said, "You have to believe me. I'm really not a monster. I don't know how I ended up like this. I just closed my eyes for a moment." Qin Zhao sighed, reached out, and gently embraced her, saying softly, "I am your husband and the most powerful emperor of this country. As long as I am here, you don't need to worry about anything. No one in this world can hurt you while you're with me." Lu Qingjing's tense heart finally relaxed. The two of them kept this posture until they reached the palace. She didn't know if it was because she was frightened, but she fell asleep. In her hazy sleep, she seemed to see someone's past and future. The woman was happy because she came to another time and space, and the person beside her was the king of the entire country. She openly showed everything she knew and kindly tried to change the unfairness in the court. Li Qingjing, as an outsider, watched the king's suspicion grow deeper. He wanted to warn the woman, but he couldn't. One day, the king finally took action. But everything that followed became confusing and unclear. Lu Qingjing couldn't tell if she was that woman or herself anymore. She heard Qin Zhao's gentle voice whispering in her ear, telling her not to be afraid. Suddenly, all the darkness slowly faded away. When Lu Qingjing opened her eyes, she found it was morning. Xiao Si was watching her worriedly. When she woke up, he hurried over to ask kindly, "Your Majesty, are you all right? You've been sleeping for almost a day. The emperor just went to the morning court." Lu Qingjing rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit hungry. She didn't bother to wash up and quickly took the bowl from Xiao Si, drinking a few sips of porridge before asking, "You saw what happened yesterday. Why are you still here now? Aren't you afraid I might be a monster?" Xiao Si sniffed and looked a little sad as he said, "Don't say that. It must have been an accident that you happened to be there. Even if you are a monster, you're the best one. If it weren't for you, I might still be working at the laundry yard." Lu Qingjing was just recalling her dream and asked casually, not wanting to talk more. She changed the subject and asked, "Has the cows from the southern border arrived?" Little C was momentarily stunned, then stood up and slowly opened the window. He said, "Not yet, but yesterday the people from the southern border agreed. It seems we still have to wait a few more days. The dairy cows in the treasure pavilion have produced a lot of milk, which the ladies of the different palaces have shared. The rest was sent to the Jade Emperor Garden. Miss Qinglan said she would come later to thank us." Lu Qingjing finished her porridge, took a deep breath, and asked with some confusion, "Shouldn't Qinglan be in the Queen's palace? Why is she coming here to thank us? Will she be staying at the Jade Emperor Garden from now on?" Little C looked at the withered plum blossom pot on the table and sighed. Hearing this, he paused and hesitated before saying, "It's possible that Miss Qinglan will really stay at the Jade Emperor Garden in the future." Today, the emperor issued an order to grant her residence there. Although he didn't say her name directly, most people in the palace already know what's going on. Many even suspect that the emperor likes Miss Qinglan. Lu Qingjing paused her movement of getting out of bed and subtly asked, "What about Consort Li and the others? How did they react?" While watering the withered plum blossom, Little C replied angrily, "Of course they reacted. Consort Li and her allies, including the Grand General, are planning to impeach the emperor at the morning court today. They didn't want to tell you at first, but it would be too pitiful if you didn't know about this." Hearing this, Lu Qingjing relaxed and even found it a bit amusing. She asked. So, tell me, does the emperor like me or not? Little C turned around, thought for a long time, and slowly said, of course he does. But since ancient times, emperors' minds are often unpredictable. We're worried too. The Empress is so kind, but she's at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Lu Qingjing suddenly remembered her strange dream and felt very down. She casually walked to the table and sat down, looking at the withered plum blossom pot lazily. She said, this plum blossom is already dead. Find a place to throw it away. In a few days, it will probably start to smell. As she spoke, her finger lightly brushed the trunk of the dead plum tree. A strange aura seemed to flow from her finger, as if her spiritual power had been amplified countless times. Lu Qingjing was stunned, and Little C exclaimed in surprise, Lady, look. It seems like the plum blossom is coming back to life. The leaves are growing again, but it looks like it's growing too fast. Lu Qingjing looked up and saw that the plum blossom pot had transformed into a lush, large plant. Many branches and leaves were slowly stretching out, resembling a small banyan tree. The most surprising thing was that a tiny flower was blooming at the top, as if it had suddenly come to life. Lu Qingjing reached out in disbelief and touched it, confirming that it was indeed alive. She looked at her hand and fell into deep thought. Although the bloodline of the Flame Emperor could accelerate the growth of many seeds and even injured plants, it definitely couldn't bring dead things back to life. She remembered the scene behind the mineral vein and frowned. It was probably the sudden infusion of spiritual power that caused the plant to bloom. Before she could figure it out, she heard Xiao Si cheerfully exclaim nearby, Spring has come. This plum blossom is so happy. It didn't bloom in winter. It was just waiting here all along. Lu Qingjing slightly curled her lips, really not wanting to crush her own confidence in teasing others. She changed the subject slowly. I heard that the crown prince of the previous dynasty has some new developments. What exactly happened? Xiao Si, being straightforward, thought for a moment and quickly answered, Your Majesty, this news is quite recent. I just heard it this morning. At first, everyone thought the palace of the Wei Queen was on fire, but later they said thieves kidnapped the Wei Queen. Now, everything is in chaos. The Crown Prince of Wei doesn't allow the Grand Marshal to continue investigating. He seems very guilty. This morning, he even said he would bring Lady Qinglan to his residence. Lu Qingjing gave a cold smile and gently stroked the plum blossom, speaking softly. It seems that once the truth was uncovered, the Crown Prince of Wei realized he couldn't bear the consequences, so he found a scapegoat and let things go.
But the Emperor might not give him that chance.
Xiao Si nodded happily. Exactly. That was the main topic in court this morning. Lu Qingjing sat blankly at the door, holding a flower pot. Xiao Si was busy coming and going, talking about the recent expenses and income of the Queen's palace. After a while, Lu Qingjing finally came to her senses and asked, Why have I been sitting here so long without seeing anyone? Didn't the inner court send some new people? Why are there fewer people now? Xiao Si hesitated before answering, This is related to your fainting yesterday. The Emperor is worried someone might leak information, so he hasn't let anyone in. This morning, he even called all the people from the Queen's palace away, saying they would be sent back later. Lu Qingjing lowered her head and nodded without saying much. Xiao Si continued busying himself, ignoring her. Soon, a familiar voice came from the doorway. So the Empress is still here. Our master asked me to invite you for a talk. Xiao Si approached and sneered sarcastically. Look at where we are. What kind of person is your master to dare call the Empress over? The young looked up slightly and said coldly, It's better for you to speak carefully, young lady. Besides us, only servants like us are in the palace. If you offend the wrong person, even these servants might lose their jobs. Seeing his face, Lu Qingjing remembered she had seen him in the Imperial Garden. Once she confirmed his identity, she had no more doubts. She was in a bad mood, so she didn't want to say much. She packed up and left with the others, leaving Xiao Si behind, calling out anxiously. The young led the way and softly asked, Does the Empress have anything to ask? If we're not good people, wouldn't that be dangerous for you? Lu Qingjin followed steadily behind, as if she was in control now. She lazily smiled and said, "Since I entered the palace, danger is everywhere. I've gotten used to it. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, I'll wait until I see your master." The young's cold expression changed slightly, as if he was choked. After a moment, he returned to his calm look and said lightly, "Our master is Princess Juan, the late emperor's consort. Now that the emperor has no mother, our master is considered the most noble in the palace." Lu Qingjin had never heard of Princess Juan before. Her expression remained unchanged, but she felt uncertain inside. No one knew how the current Empress Dowager, who had been in the palace for so long, would suddenly disappear without explanation. She also didn't know what they wanted from her this time. Thinking of this, she looked around. The red walls and green tiles still looked like a palace, but as they went deeper, everything seemed covered in a layer of dust. Noticing her change in mood, the young sneered coldly, "Empress, don't be surprised. This is still the palace. But the current view is very poor. Many places are too run down to clean. This area is uninhabited." Lu Qingjing let out a sneering laugh, seeming to speak with disdain. "You just said your master is a noble person, but now you can only live in this dilapidated place. You didn't come to me to seek better treatment, did you?" The young stopped in his tracks. Just as Lu Qingjing thought he was about to get angry and do something, a gentle female voice suddenly came from nearby. "What you say makes sense. I only brought you here to meet you, but now I think it might be good to try to go out and see if we can get something better." Lu Qingjing turned around and saw a ruined palace. The door was a strange green. A middle-aged woman dressed in old palace clothes was standing quietly there, smiling. If Lu Qingjing had doubted her earlier, now she was completely convinced of her identity because this woman was incredibly beautiful. Although her clothes were ill-fitting, her elegant aura was still shining, like a goddess standing in a broken place. Lu Qingjing felt a little embarrassed and smiled shyly. "No offense, I just want to know what you called me here for." The woman smiled and led Lu Qingjing inside, saying as she walked, "I mean no offense either. I'm just curious about what kind of woman has captivated that man's son. Your visit today was quite unexpected." The woman's voice was soft and gentle, like she had sung before, but there was a slight sharpness to it. If Lu Qingjing hadn't sensed any malice from her, she might have left already. Seeing that she didn't respond, the woman covered her mouth and smiled. She held a worn handkerchief quietly in her hand. Under the sunlight, her appearance, combined with her humble clothes, looked like an old painting, beautiful yet nostalgic. Unconsciously, Lu Qingjing couldn't help but ask, "Earlier, you said you wanted to go out. Do you mean leave the palace?" The woman looked at her in surprise, shook her head helplessly, and struggled to pull out an old chair to sit down. Then she panted heavily, as if she had used all her strength. "Of course not. I never wanted to leave the deep palace. I just want to leave this ruin. But unfortunately, that's impossible." Lu Qingjing frowned as she looked at this place. She saw the old plaque in front of the hall with the faint characters Juan Palace. The woman looked at her with a nostalgic gaze. "You really resemble your mother, both kind and full of hope. As for me, I am already old and don't know how much longer I will live. Qin Zhao's luck is really good." Lu Qingjing walked over confused and squatted beside the woman. The spring sunlight was especially bright. She looked against the light and seemed to see tears that were about to fall in the woman's eyes. "Who are you? Why do you know my aunt? Do you know her plans?" The woman adjusted her cloud hair and smiled faintly. Her eyes seemed to mock or to be nostalgic. "My name is Juan. I do know Si Minen, but she is not your mother. Your mother is truly a good person, just a bit too naive." Before Lu Qingjing could ask further, she heard hurried footsteps at the door. The woman smiled, struggled to drag a stool, and walked into the house murmuring, "Coming so soon. It's time to leave again." The footsteps grew closer. Lu Qingjing felt an urgent feeling rising from her heart, but didn't know how to express it. When Qin Zhao entered, he saw Lu Qingjing standing there blankly, staring at the empty, dilapidated courtyard. He quickly stepped forward and tightly hugged her, asking anxiously, "What exactly is going on?" "I just finished the morning court and heard that some strange little took you away." "Are you stupid? This palace isn't safe right now. How could you just leave with someone?" Lu Qingjin felt a bit dizzy. When she regained her senses, it was Qin Zhao's face. She instinctively retorted, "It's not just casually. I know that person. He's a little from the Imperial Garden, and I came here to see the Empress Dowager of the former emperor. There's no danger." But as soon as she said this, Qin Zhao's face darkened. He looked at the empty courtyard and almost gritted his teeth, saying, "What are you talking about? The former emperor only had one consort, and she left with him years ago. This courtyard is just a ruined place, no one lives here." Lu Qingjin's face suddenly turned pale. She steadied herself, raised her eyes, and looked around. The yard was covered in dust, no longer the tidy but dilapidated scene from before. After a long moment, she finally looked up and said, "This can't be. Just now I saw that woman. She said she was the Duke of Joan. She also said my mother was not Siminen and that she knew my mother." Qin Zhao looked up with her. They both stared at the plaque that read Altar of Sacrifice for a long time in silence. After a while, Qin Zhao frowned and led her outside. "It's probably the tree from yesterday that caused your hallucination. This place was originally a common hall for the concubines who died during the previous dynasty. No one lives here now. I already asked Xiao Si earlier. She said the young clothes are from the previous dynasty. She was so anxious when she saw you leave." Hearing this, Lu Qingjin felt dizzy and followed Qin Zhao outside. When she looked back, she saw a young standing silently in the ruined yard, looking at her coldly. The face was as pale as paper, and he wore an old-fashioned coat. Suddenly, Lu Qingjin remembered where she had seen this before. Not in the Imperial Garden, but in her dream last night. Qin Zhao noticed her strange expression and held her tighter. As the sedan chair slowly lifted into the air, Lu Qingjin finally came to her senses. "Do you know a woman called Juan?" Qin Zhao looked at her with a strange expression and sighed slowly. "Yes, I do. But she wasn't a consort of Emperor Diyu. She was a consort from the previous dynasty, said to be the mentor of Siminen. But she died many years ago." Lu Qingjin took a deep breath, her mind full of the woman's smile and expression. After a long pause, she said, "Maybe it was just a hallucination. The woman I saw just now looked to be in her 30s, so she probably wasn't Joan herself." Qin Zhao looked at the outside of the sedan hesitantly, hesitating before speaking. "But what you said just now, that woman told you that Siminen couldn't be your mother, must be true. I've wanted to say this earlier, but didn't know how. Siminen's mentor was an expert in poison magic. Although she didn't start practicing from a young age, she trained for many years. According to the rules, she shouldn't be able to have children anymore. Your mother might really be someone else." Lu Qingjing felt her mind was a muddled mess and instinctively didn't want to think about it. She tentatively changed the subject. "Today should be the end of the month. Why haven't I seen the profit sharing from Shengshi Pavilion?" Qin Zhao swallowed his words before they reached his mouth and slowly spoke. "Actually, you're mistaken. The profit shares for Consort Li and Consort Yun from Shengshi Pavilion have already been sorted out. Your share and the Treasury share have both been sent to the Queen's Palace, along with the glass factory share. I only took a quick glance, but it was a large sum of money." Lu Qingjing was amused by his exaggerated attitude and laughed. She reached out to pat his head and said helplessly, "How much can you see from a quick glance?" They talked and laughed, and the atmosphere gradually improved. Neither of them mentioned the ridiculous experience earlier. Amid the fun, they returned to the Queen's palace. After Lu Qingjing got out of the sedan, she realized that Qin Zhao's words earlier were not just jokes. She saw 2 large boxes in the originally empty courtyard, covered with bright red silk, and there was even a box of golden leaves. Xiao Si, seeing Lu Qingjing breathe a sigh of relief, didn't have time to ask where she had been. Instead, he looked worriedly at the boxes in the courtyard and said, "Your Majesty, please take a look." Consort Li sent someone to say these are the profit shares, but I really have nowhere to put them. Now, only I am left in the Queen's palace, and I can't even move these boxes. Lu Qingjing looked suspiciously at the 2 boxes wrapped in red silk. If all the profit shares in Daegu were wrapped in red silk, she almost thought these silver items were money from selling Xingshi Pavilion. Qin Zhao, seeing her stunned expression, chuckled and said, "Didn't you promote the warm shelter a few days ago? Now, whether it's Xingshi Pavilion or the glass factory, they are both thriving. These profit shares are many, but it's understandable." Xiao Fuzi, who had received Qin Zhao's signal, hurriedly brought people to store the profit shares. Lu Qingjing sat at the table, holding a pot of plum blossoms, sighed long and tiredly, and couldn't find the words to speak. Qin Zhao looked thoughtfully at the plum blossoms and asked, "I remember when I came here yesterday, this was still a withered branch. How did it bloom so quickly?" Lu Qingjing's eyes flickered for a moment, and she wasn't sure whether to tell the truth. After all, being brought back to life was very rare. But seeing Qin Zhao's curious gaze, she decided to speak honestly. "I am originally a descendant of the Flame Emperor. Yesterday, after being stimulated by the old banyan tree, my bloodline was enhanced. Reviving plants like this is no longer a difficult task." Qin Zhao's hand paused slightly as he sipped his tea. Lu Qingjing felt uncertain inside. She kept thinking about the suspicious look the Emperor had in her dream. She wasn't sure what Qin Zhao was thinking. Seeing her worry, Qin Zhao smiled helplessly and said, "What's that look for? I was just wondering if every time you use this ability, you might see illusions." Feeling a bit ashamed, Lu Qingjing lowered her head and thought carefully before speaking slowly. "This is the first time I've used it, so I don't know much. But it wasn't like this before." After eating, Lu Qingjing felt much more energetic. Qin Zhao was stuffing small steamed buns into his mouth while saying, "It's only today that I realize the people in the harem are not all useless. At least, they make money much faster than I do. Pity I am still the emperor of this country." Lu Qingjing patted her stomach, lost in thought, then suddenly chuckled. "You're quite self-aware. Speaking of the harem, I remember something. Li Fei has already fallen for that guard. Do you have no plans?" Qin Zhao finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and looked up in confusion. "What plans should I have? I'm not involved with Li Fei. Besides, haven't we already fallen for each other? What are you jealous about?" Lu Qingjing rolled her eyes dramatically and waved her hand to signal Xiao Si to clear the dishes. "You're always thinking about all sorts of nonsense. I just mean, we can't let them stay in the palace forever with no titles or status." Qin Zhao's hand trembled as he sipped his tea, unable to drink a single sip for a while. He sighed and put down his cup. "You just said I was daydreaming. Are you trying to get me to marry them off? What would I become then?" The Grand General definitely wouldn't agree. "You should think more realistically." Lu Qingjing didn't really want to do anything and had nothing more to say. She thought that in a few days, she should talk to the noble consort about this matter. Qin Zhao saw her expression and helplessly raised an eyebrow, saying, "Thanks to you, I received some news a few days ago. It seems that the noble consort and a prince from the barbarian land have become close. I didn't pay much attention at first, but your words reminded me. In a few days, you should talk to the noble consort. If they get along, that's fine, but they must not do anything that damages the royal reputation. Zhao Yunheng is watching now, and if something goes wrong, it will be hard to fix." Lu Qingjing shook her head helplessly and felt a bit sorry for Qin Zhao. "All your consorts have left you. What will you do? Am I not enough as the only empress?" Qin Zhao almost laughed at her jealous tone and gently patted her head with affection, saying, "That's enough. I'm satisfied with just you. I won't have another woman in this life." Lu Qingjing smiled proudly, took a sip of tea, and closed her eyes comfortably. Just then, Xiao Si hurriedly ran in and said, "Your Majesty, look quickly. The noble consort just sent a message. She said Wei Jinji has returned and brought back many things for you to see." Lu Qingjing remembered that Wei Jinji had recently come back. She quickly stood up and walked outside, saying, "You should go to the study to look at the reports. I'm leaving the palace now. Maybe I can bring back some good things for you. Qin Zhao helplessly shook her head and took a few steps outside. Then, as if remembering something, she asked Xiao Fuzi nearby, "Did Zhao Yunheng say yesterday that he wanted to bring Fei Nyang home?" Xiao Fuzi nodded quickly and replied, "Yes." The young master said that the prince is most worried about Fei Nyang and her unborn child because of his serious injury. So, he brought Fei Nyang back to recover. He said her baby is about to be born. Qin Zhao frowned and thought for a long time before saying, "Go and investigate who Fei Nyang really is. Be sure to do it quietly so no one finds out." Xiao Fuzi nodded and tentatively asked, "Is the Emperor suspecting that what the Empress encountered yesterday was not a hallucination?" "I've already checked, and no unfamiliar little eunuchs have been seen. The abandoned palace has only the Empress and no one else. Should we invite a priest to perform a ritual?" Qin Zhao glared at him coldly and scolded, "Ridiculous. If performing rituals is effective, should I go and seek out Master Sisan? Right now, the palace is filled with unrest and endless troubles. No one knows how many people are secretly plotting. The Empress's importance has increased, and I fear these people won't give up easily." Xiao Fuzi agreed, and hurriedly left. Qin Zhao was left gazing longingly toward the outside of the palace, sighing as if exhausted. Lu Qingjin and Xiao Si were riding in a carriage, leisurely heading toward Jingqi Pavilion. Along the way, they saw many foreign merchants. Xiao Si, noticing her interest, slowly explained, "Many of these merchants are from overseas. They say they came because of the open policies of Great Yu, but they always buy strange things. Many merchants avoid them, worried they might be scammers." Lu Qingjin became curious and asked with a smile, "Strange things? Tell me, what do they have?" Xiao Si thought for a while before recalling what he had heard. "They sell brushes, ink, paper, and porcelain flower pots." There was also a merchant who said he came from very far overseas and brought back a lot of cloth and silk. These are common items, but even in Western regions and among the nomads, they don't seem to need them. I wonder what they plan to do with all this. After hearing this, Lu Qingjin felt more confident about the situation in Great Yu. She became more optimistic. After all, the Ice Age was only a problem on this continent. Overseas, it might not be so difficult. Thinking of this, she looked thoughtfully at the distant dock. Xiao Si's voice hurriedly called out, "Young lady, snap out of it. We've arrived. The people from Jingqi Pavilion are coming out." Lu Qingjin was brought back to reality and saw Wei Jinji standing at the door, smiling warmly as he looked at her. Seeing her regain her composure, he smiled gently, "You're still the same, still so dreamy." Wei Jinji seemed to have changed a lot, perhaps because of the hardships of traveling abroad and enduring the weather. His aura felt more mature. Lu Qingjin looked at the steady young man before her and smiled with a hint of nostalgia. Young Master Wei has indeed changed. It seems that traveling abroad has truly tempered a person. But you've become more composed. It looks like Jingqi Pavilion's future will be limitless. Wei Jinji looked at the woman in front of him with a slightly dark gaze. Actually, Lu Qingjing had also changed quite a bit. The most obvious change was that her words and actions now truly resembled those of a mature woman. Thinking of this, Wei Jinji smiled bitterly and said, "I'll take that as a good omen. I brought back quite a few things this time. You should come in and take a look. Standing here makes it seem like I, the host, don't know how to entertain guests." Lu Qingjing smiled and, with Xiao Si, awkwardly went inside. The two sat in the guest hall on the second floor of Jingqi Pavilion, drinking tea. Outside the window, busy crowds moved about. Lu Qingjing put down her teacup and spoke first. "Didn't I say I brought back many things? Why is there still no sign of them now?" Wei Jinji smiled politely and refilled Lu Qingjing's cup. "Let's wait a bit longer. When we return, many of the items are still piled in the ship's hold, and the staff are still organizing them.
It will take some time."
"I didn't expect you to come so quickly. If I had known, I wouldn't have notified you so soon." Lu Qingjing shook her head with a faint smile. Suddenly, she saw someone among the busy servants below carrying something that caught the sunlight. It looked like a plaque. Wei Jinji leaned over to look and chuckled. I thought you were only interested in plant seeds. I didn't expect you to be interested in such ancient objects as well. Lu Qingjing tightly grasped her teacup, forcing a smile. It's not that I'm very interested, but I recognize that plaque. Do you know the story of Princess Juan? Wei Jinji thought for a moment, frowned, and explained, I don't know much about it. I only vaguely know she was a concubine from the previous dynasty, possibly a demon concubine. The fall of that dynasty is somehow related to her, but beyond that I don't know much. Princess Juan died too young. Lu Qingjing nodded, unsure of what to say. Just then, the footsteps outside eased the awkward silence. Soon, Xiaoxi peeked in and asked, Master, do you want to see it now? Lu Qingjing thought to herself, isn't my purpose here just to see what was gained from this overseas trip? But since she couldn't say that openly in front of Wei Jinji, she could only smile awkwardly. Xiaoxi was straightforward and, seeing her hesitation, scratched his head in confusion and persistently asked, Are you going to see it or not? Wu Jinji helplessly shook his head and said, Just bring it in. Honestly, I haven't had much time to look at it properly. Let's check it out together this time. Although it's a gift for you, if it's good, I might keep some for myself. Lu Qingjing sighed at his thoughtfulness and quickly nodded. She couldn't help but doubt her own ability to choose people. Xiaoxi walked in clumsily, opening the box and placing it on the table, then said, I don't even know what this box is made of. It's so heavy. Carrying it upstairs almost tired me out. It doesn't seem like good wood. Wu Jinji couldn't help but chuckle softly. Xiaoxi thought this mysterious, charming man was teasing him, so he immediately responded coldly, Are you saying you're poor and can't afford a good box? Are you arguing with me? Lu Qingjing felt so embarrassed, she almost kneeled. She covered her face with a bitter smile and whispered, All right, go downstairs and take a look. Also, send a message to the palace, telling them I won't be back for lunch. Xiaoxi glared fiercely at Wu Jinji, obediently left, and didn't forget to close the door behind him. Wu Jinji took out the sprouted sweet potatoes from the box. These are the sweet potatoes I found at sea. The box is moisture-proof, but we encountered 2 storms on the way, and it got water inside. I was planning to try some when I got back. Lu Qingjing looked at the few sweet potatoes in the box and said in disbelief, You traveled thousands of miles for months and only brought back these few? Wu Jinji smiled helplessly and said, These are just in a moisture-proof box. Most of them are still on the ship. I packed a whole half ship of these. Even now you could promote them. I heard on the way back that your promotion of greenhouses and soybeans is going very well. Congratulations. Lu Qingjing wondered if she was overthinking. She listened to Wu Jinji's later words, which strangely sounded full of resentment. That's possible, but I don't know how good the sweet potatoes are. If they don't grow well, I'll be at a loss for buying them. Wu Jinji looked at her in surprise as he ordered his men to pack the sweet potatoes into a cart to take back, then headed downstairs. Are you planning to buy all the sweet potatoes? Looks like you really want to promote them. Lu Qingjing shrugged and followed him, saying helplessly, Currently, there still isn't enough grain in the capital. If we could get more food, the common people would have an easier life. Luckily, recently I promoted quite a few things and they are all pretty good. I think this time, with some effort, it shouldn't be too difficult. Wei Jinji sighed and said, It's been so long since I saw you. I really miss having a queen. You would be a capable queen. The emperor is truly lucky. Lu Qingjing waved her hand and smiled shyly. A little servant girl ran over happily. Your Majesty, do we really need to take this back? I don't think it's very useful, and it's not made of good wood. Lu Qingjing looked at the plaque the girl was pointing at, feeling a bit surprised. She looked at Wei Jinji. Wei Jinji sighed helplessly, momentarily unable to pay attention to Lu Qingjing's expression. He asked with some resignation, Little girl, tell me, what do you think is good wood? The girl, unaware of how strange the scene was, proudly said, You really haven't seen much of the world. Good wood is obviously sandalwood or agarwood. This yellow and black thing, who knows what kind of wood it is? How could it be in our palace? Wei Jinji smiled and looked at Lu Qingjing in a gentle tone, explaining, This is made of golden Manhwa wood. It can prevent insects and also refresh the mind. It's a rare good item, but it seems to be the plaque from the former princess, and I initially thought it was unlucky, but since you seemed very interested this morning, I decided to give it to you. Lu Qingjin felt like her eyes couldn't leave the plaque. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You just said earlier that it's an antique. Bringing it all this way and giving it to me is too precious." Wei Jinji laughed loudly and said, "How long has the previous dynasty just ended? This is just a useless thing. I don't know how it ended up overseas. The people there didn't recognize its value, so they gave it to me. It's just a token. Since you bought so many sweet potatoes, consider this my gift to you." Lu Qingjin thought for a moment and nodded. "All right. I'll leave some sweet potatoes for you later as a return gift." Lu Qingjin quietly stood on the golden throne hall, watching the excited group of officials below. Qin Zhao sat on the throne with a grim expression. Ji Chen hesitated for a moment before slowly stepping forward. "Your Majesty, I do not believe the words of these officials. The Empress only went out of the palace to buy things. Miss Qinglan disappeared inside the palace, and even if the Empress had bad intentions, she wouldn't have had time." An older official quickly stepped forward to scold him. "Is the Grand General trying to cover up? The Empress's involvement in this matter is closely linked to Consort Li. Even if she didn't do it herself, she must have given instructions. Everyone knows the Empress has always disliked the Prince of Wei." Before Lu Qingjing could reply, she heard Zhao Yunheng crying out loudly, "Please, Your Majesty, decide for me. Qinglan is just a young maid, but she gave birth to my child. I know I haven't been favored by the Empress because of the Haiyan Tower, but the child is innocent." Lu Qingjing finally understood why Zhao Yunheng had been so obedient lately. He was waiting here for her. Hearing this, she coldly smiled and said helplessly, "Why are these officials accusing me? They probably know the truth in their hearts. Qinglan is part of my palace, and I usually take care of her. If I really wanted to harm her, why would I go through so much trouble to make her disappear?" Before everyone could react, the Chancellor stepped forward. "This matter is truly suspicious. Someone secretly took women and children out of the palace. This is beyond my expectations. It also poses a great threat to the Emperor's safety. I hope the palace officials will thoroughly investigate. As for the Empress, she is indeed a suspect. For now, she should rest." These words covered everything. Although they publicly criticized the Empress, Lu Qingjing no longer cared about palace power struggles. She had nothing left to worry about and seemed to support her quietly. Seeing that the Emperor had agreed, the officials could no longer press the issue. Only a few officials who genuinely cared for the Empress sighed secretly. After Qin Zhao announced the retreat, they left angrily, appearing unwilling to let this go easily. Qin Zhao naturally did not believe that Lu Qingjin would do such a thing, but the events in the palace could not be easily ignored. Once the matter was settled, he pulled Lu Qingjin away. When they were almost at the warm shed, he finally let out a long sigh. "Don't blame me for not protecting you. The situation is still unclear right now. I'm sorry you had to suffer." Lu Qingjin was originally quite angry, but seeing so many people upset for her and thinking about the mysteriously missing Qinglan mother and son, her worries outweighed her anger. She opened the door to the warm shed and sighed as she went inside. "I understand what you're saying. In the end, this is still my fault. If the palace's management had been stricter, this wouldn't have happened. By the way, we should think of a place to plant sweet potatoes." Qin Zhao looked at the lush greenery inside the shed and felt somewhat relieved. He asked with some suspicion, "I know about this. Isn't it the sweet potatoes you brought back from Jingqi Pavilion? Even if they're not suitable for planting now, we can wait a few days. The seeds are usually durable." Lu Qingjin shook her head with a bitter smile. She took a box from Xiaoxi, opened it, and showed him a sprouted sweet potato. These were brought over already sprouted. "It's too late to plant them now. With the palace's issues, people are bound to start gossiping again. It's not suitable to promote planting now. Luckily, we still have corn, soybeans, and potatoes. Even if the sweet potatoes don't yield a good harvest this year, it should be enough." Qin Zhao had always thought that Lu Qingjin had suffered a great injustice. Seeing her dedication to the people and the country moved him deeply. He also grew more resentful of Zhao Yunheng. It seems that only because King Wei was seriously ill did Zhao Yunheng dare to do such things. I underestimated him. Lu Qingjin casually picked a small yellow persimmon and handed it to him. Exactly. I didn't expect Xinglan's situation to be so ruthless. But earlier in the hall, I felt that he still had some genuine feelings. Hearing this, Lu Qingjin suddenly remembered the plaque she had recently received. While setting up a trellis for the beans, she said, "It seems that the person I saw in the palace a few days ago, the Princess Joan, might not have been an illusion. Maybe she's the one who stole Xinglan and the others. It's just a pity I don't really understand Princess Joan." While saying this, Lu Qingjin secretly glanced at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao gently picked up a bean vine wrapped around the rack and sighed softly. Technically, this person should be dead, but since she is Ximinan's master, I can't say for sure. If it really is her, the situation in the capital would become even more unpredictable. Lu Qingjin finished arranging the last rack, wiped his hands, and frowned. Is there no news about Princess Joan in the palace? I've been in the palace for over a year, and I've never heard anything, not even from my aunt. Qin Zhao also wiped his hands, picked up a water jar, and poured water while speaking. That's quite a legend. Although Princess Joan has been in the palace for a long time, no one knows what she looks like. Some say she can change her appearance, but after so many years, no one knows what she likes or wants, which is suspicious. It seems that half of Ximinan's plan might be for this person, and the other half for revenge. Lu Qingjin suddenly remembered Wei Jinji's strange look when looking at the sign. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. There's nothing we can do now. The Grand General is really in trouble himself. I saw during the morning court that most of those people are coming for me, and the rest are targeting the Grand General. The greenhouse was almost finished. It seemed that Lu Qingjin's improved bloodline had taken effect, making the spiritual energy emitted by the plants even stronger. Qin Zhao took a deep breath of the fresh air and said helplessly, "In the end, they are all after me. Let's go back and eat something. I've been arguing with those people for so long, and I'm hungry." Lu Qingjin shook his head with a smile, leading his people back to his palace. "You really like to slack off and take credit. During the court, you barely said a word, and now you're asking for a reward. You're just thinking about my palace's red bean cakes." Wei Wang's Zhao Yunheng sat coldly in his chair, drinking tea. An older man beside him looked helpless and advised, "Young master, there's no need for that. The situation is still unclear, and the emperor is very suspicious. If we act too early, it won't do any good. Better to ask Wei Wang directly." Zhao Yunheng looked coldly at him after setting down his tea. "Old sir, you are very patient. I can't be. My wife and children are missing, and if I don't pressure the palace for answers, where can I find them?" The elder quietly mumbled without speaking, then sighed and said, "Actually, our original plan might have harmed Xinglan and her son. But now that they are missing, perhaps we should choose someone else. I think the eldest daughter of the Lu family is very suitable. Although Lu Qi himself isn't particularly impressive, he has close ties to charity. If we can use the help of the charitable master, our great plan could be within reach." Zhao Yunheng seemed somewhat tired and waved his hand. The several elders looked at each other for a moment before leaving. The young servant stepped forward and poured him a cup of tea. "Young master, don't worry. I believe the princess secretly took them away. After all, your child wouldn't be harmed by anyone." Zhao Yunheng understood his unspoken words and smiled coldly. "I'm not particularly upset about this child. There will be others in the future. It's just that this situation is too strange. Although the capital is chaotic now, we have some knowledge of the different forces. The first ones to act so blindly were those who secretly replaced my mother with someone else's body, then took my child from the palace. No matter what, this force is not friendly." The young servant sighed helplessly. "Our people are already investigating, but there's no clue at all. Now, we can only hope for the Empress." In the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjin was lazily leaning her head, watching Qin Zhao eat a red bean cake. After a while, she seemed a bit tempted, so she took a piece and started eating herself. You're quite relaxed. Now both inside and outside the palace are watching me. It's been 2 days. If I don't act now, they might force me to go to the Golden Throne again. Qin Zhao ate and sipped his tea. You're overthinking. After we left last time, I received many reports saying you're innocent. This time, Zhao Yunheng must be anxious. Have you thought of any solutions? Just as he finished speaking, several concubines entered. The lead, Yunfei, looked at the scene with obvious disdain. The emperor may not be able to help, but he should at least look worried. Eating and drinking here like this is truly disappointing. Recently, Qin Zhao noticed that his concubines were increasingly less respectful toward him. Usually, they avoided him, but it was especially upsetting when they came to mock him during certain occasions. However, thinking that they are now his financial supporters, he swallowed his anger and said with frustration, "It's not really my fault. I was just trying to balance things in the previous court, and I've already spent too much effort. I don't know how to find anyone now." Lu Qingjing chuckled and patted Qin Zhao's hand.
Stop talking about this.
We can still sit here peacefully because of the emperor's protection. Do you have any useful clues now that you're here? Li Fei smiled and took the raccoon from Jiang Yunfei's arms. There aren't any clues, but the raccoon in Yunfei's hands has become more obedient. Since we're out of options anyway, I thought maybe the raccoon could help find someone. It's worth a try. Lu Qingjing had never heard of a raccoon being able to find people, and she had never seen a well-behaved raccoon before. Still, they needed a solution. After a brief discussion, they took out the clothes that Qinglan had worn when she gave birth. Yunfei held the raccoon and said repeatedly, "Go smell it. We need to find the owner of this clothing." The little raccoon sniffed and then walked over. Everyone watched nervously. After a while, the raccoon sat down and let out a big burp. The group was disappointed and sat back down. Qin Zhao looked at the raccoon with some disgust. What kind of nonsense is this? I thought it was well-trained, but it's just overeating. Yunfei's eyebrows furrowed in anger. She was about to argue with Qin Zhao, but Lu Qingjing had already noticed that these concubines no longer cared about competing for favor. Since they had started earning money, they had challenged the authority multiple times. To prevent them from arguing further, Lu Qingjing quickly stepped in and said, "Maybe the raccoon just needs more time. I heard that raccoons respond slowly. Maybe it's just tired from being far away." As soon as she finished speaking, the raccoon, which had been sitting on the ground, suddenly dashed out. The group was caught off guard by its quick reaction and hurried after it. Outside, the guards saw the most noble ladies of the palace running after a raccoon, disheveled and unkempt. It took them a moment to react before they hurried to follow. As the raccoon ran further, the path ahead became more familiar. Lu Qingjing frowned and sighed. It really is this place after all. It seems I underestimated Master Siminen's master. As the group stopped at the broken courtyard gate, Lu Qingjing, panting, looked at the small raccoon that had stopped moving and asked, "Yunfei, look at this. Since it's your pet, what do you think it means?" Yunfei walked over, looking at the broken surroundings, trembling a little. After a while, she found a small piece of cloth under the raccoon's paw. Li Fei stepped forward and examined it carefully, saying, "This is a baby's shoe. It must have been torn apart and left here. It seems that Mother Qinglan and her child were brought here by someone." Lu Qingjing rubbed her aching forehead. Before she could speak, she heard the others gasp. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the shadow of the raccoon falling into the well. She hurried forward, but Qin Zhao stopped her. "Raccoons are usually good with water, but we can't go through here. The well is almost dry. Let's wait outside the palace." Yunfei, a bit anxious, asked her puzzled little raccoon, "Outside the palace? But the well water is connected everywhere. Even if it's nearly dry, it's hard to predict. Where can we wait?" Li Fei dusted herself off and said, "It's simple. We just need to reach the deep alley near Jingqi Pavilion." Although Lu Qingjing was now the Empress, she didn't know much about the affairs in the capital. When she heard about Jingqi Pavilion, She suddenly thought of Wei Jinji, which made her feel a bit heavy-hearted. Without saying anything, she and the others headed toward the deep alley near Jingqi Pavilion. Li Fei sniffed and sighed long. What is that smell? It's so unpleasant. Even if your little raccoon ran here, do you think it's waiting for us? The virtuous consort, understanding the situation, comforted her. Let's wait a bit longer. After all, 2 lives are involved. Yun Fei, don't worry. Even if the raccoon didn't come here, it should be able to find its way back. After waiting anxiously for a while, they heard rustling sounds. The small raccoon, wet-haired, ran from nearby. Yun Fei reached out to hold it, but it dodged away. The raccoon lowered its head, sniffed, then ran toward the alley entrance nearby. They looked around and followed. After they left, the window of Jingqi Pavilion opened. The shopkeeper peeked out, then withdrew, with a helpless look. Young master, what should we do? These people have already followed us here. It seems we won't be able to complete the task the master gave us. Wei Jinji took a sip of tea and gently shook his cup. There's no need to worry. After all, aren't there many people supporting us? Even if it's discovered, it's not us. Besides, the ship has already left a few days ago. I didn't expect the emperor and his officials to think of such a plan. The shopkeeper wiped his sweat as if he just remembered something. You're right. I forgot for a moment. But that nobleman is very unpredictable. It's better for the young master to keep his distance in the future. Wei Jinji lazily responded as if he had taken the words to heart, with a calm tone. I heard yesterday that the King Wei can't get out of bed. What's going on? The promised princess, Wei, hasn't come either. Does Zhao Yunheng and his family no longer want to cooperate? The shopkeeper looked around carefully, then quietly closed the window before speaking. Recently, many things have happened in the capital. Rumor has it that Princess Wei has died. That nobleman has already taken action to control the King Wei, but no one knows why. Even the charitable master has been quiet. As for Zhao Yunheng, I don't know if he's unaware or just keeps making mistakes. A sharp glint appeared in Wei Jinji's eyes. It probably isn't anything else. Zhao Yunheng might be reasonable, but the main reason is that he didn't oppose the nobleman's plans. It seems things will be settled soon. I also heard that Madame Yun from Lu Qi's household had a miscarriage recently. What's going on with that? The shopkeeper lowered his head and answered honestly. It's said to be jealousy and rivalry, but Lady Lu was already on her last breath long ago. Miss Lu is reckless and naive. Someone must have secretly taken action. But since Ximin isn't in the capital now, it's hard to say who's behind it. Wei Jinji looked downstairs at the busy customers and smiled coldly. It seems this nobleman has big plans. Even Ximin, with her cleverness, is too inexperienced. The people under her are starting to betray her. The shopkeeper thought to himself that if there was a plan, it was probably part of the nobleman's scheme, which caused these events. But seeing his young master's lonely and thoughtful expression, he didn't speak. However, Lu Qingjin and a few others calmly arrived at the dock. Even Qin Zhao, who had trained in martial arts, found this running difficult, let alone the several consorts who rarely left their chambers. Lu Qingjin was somewhat better off, as she often went out of the palace to do farm work. The others looked miserable, their faces flushed as they sat on nearby rocks, unable to speak. After a while, Princess Li finally caught her breath and said, "It seems we don't need to work anymore. The little raccoon is already at the dock. Mother Qinglan and her son are either thrown into the water or gone out to sea." Lu Qingjin sighed and walked over to pick up the little raccoon, looking at the nearly empty sea with a frown. She asked, "Wasn't this dock usually very busy? Why does it look abandoned now?" Qin Zhao came over and handed her a water bottle. "Yesterday, we received reports that strange things have been happening here. Some sailors believe the sea god is angry. Fewer ships have gone out to sea these days." Lu Qingjin became interested and asked without delay, "What kind of strange things?" Qin Zhao sighed and pointed to the distant waves. "Recently, the waves have been very big. Many fishing boats have capsized, and some fishermen have been dragged into the water by their nets and drowned." Yun Fei, trembling in the cool spring breeze, said, "Let's go back. There's no clear clue here, and it sounds pretty dangerous." Just as she finished speaking, Ji Chen's voice came from behind. "Why are the Emperor and the ladies here? Are you here for the ships too?" Behind Ji Chen, Yansheng smiled gently and nodded politely, as if he hadn't seen anything. This was the first time Lu Qingjin had seen Yansheng so close, and she frowned uncomfortably. Qin Zhao didn't notice and said to herself, "No, a few days ago, Qinglan and her son went missing. We came to investigate, but the trail ended here." Ji Chen looked back and cast a glance. Yansheng, seeing his gaze, sighed helplessly and stepped forward to explain, "We've heard about this too. But the matter of the ships is more urgent, so we didn't report it earlier." Lu Qingjin carefully moved closer to Yunfei, who was still dazed, and asked, "What exactly is going on? What are these ships?" Yunfei was startled by Lu Qingjin's voice and took a moment to recover before explaining, "The sea ship is specially sent out to patrol during sea accidents. It disappeared in the past because the Treasury wasn't full enough. Now that the Treasury is richer, the general personally oversees the new sea ships. I believe they are now out at sea to catch something." Although Lu Qingjin had adapted to this era, he still felt some dislike for these outdated things. So he didn't ask more. Yansheng, however, seemed to have heard their conversation and looked in that direction. Qin Zhao noticed his gaze and frowned, appearing to want to block Lu Qingjin. But for some reason, he hesitated and didn't move. For a moment, everyone was silent except for the sound of the sea breeze. Facing the cold sea wind, Lu Qingjin suddenly spoke, "I've long heard of your Excellency's reputation. Today, I am fortunate to meet you, and you are truly handsome and noble. But your appearance seems more like someone from the south. I remember your family should be from the capital city." Yansheng chuckled playfully. In this era, having 3 or 4 wives is quite normal. "I thought even if I looked like a foreign lady, it wouldn't be strange. After all, your concubine is very familiar with the foreigners." Lu Qingjin thought that everyone praised him as a handsome young man, and even if others doubted him, he wouldn't mind. But unexpectedly, he was suddenly at a disadvantage. It was not a good time to speak. He could only be glad that his relationship with Qin Zhao was good enough not to make Qin Zhao suspicious of him. Qin Zhao originally wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness when they suddenly heard excited shouts from the sea. The group looked over and saw a small boat riding the waves coming toward them, with people on board shouting for some unknown reason. Li Fei wiped her wet face from the sea spray and smiled. "The general is truly capable. Our sea ships are becoming more and more powerful." Her words sounded distant and abrupt. Even Ji Chen, who knew his sister well, was momentarily stunned. Yansheng, standing nearby, smiled and replied, "Your Majesty is too kind." Yunfei and the others had long experienced Yansheng's stubborn personality. They didn't expect to gain any benefit from him, so even though they were curious, they all kept quiet. The boat reached the nearby area shortly after, and the crew members disembarked and bowed to the crowd. The leader threw a net down casually and spat before saying, "This is it. At first, we thought it was a big fish, but it turned out to be some strange-looking creature that resembles a crab. I wonder if we can eat it." Lu Qingjin walked over, picked up the net, and looked closely. She saw a giant crab trying to tear the net apart with its claws. Nearby, Yunfei held a small raccoon and took a few steps back, unable to hide her complaints. "What exactly is this? It looks so ugly. The Empress should stay farther away. What if it hurts someone when it comes out?" Before she finished speaking or received a reply, 2 voices interrupted her. "It's not this thing." Both Lu Qingjin and Yansheng said the same words at the same time. They paused, surprised. Lu Qingjin looked at him thoughtfully, while Yansheng, seeming to know nothing, stepped forward to explain. "Even if this thing is strong, it shouldn't be able to drag down an adult. There must be something else in the sea." Just as he finished, a group of people approached from a distance. They had an aggressive attitude at first, but when they saw Ji Chen's expression, they looked uncomfortable. The group hesitated nearby, and Ji Chen was the first to walk over. "Shenli Chong, what are you and your people doing here?" The man leading the group looked even more unhappy. After a long moment, he forced a smile and said, "We know the benefits of the court, and we understand that the general is doing all this for us. But now, it's no longer pirates. The sea god is angry. If you keep causing trouble, we might not be able to go to sea later this year." Yen Sheng, who had been calm, suddenly became angry. "Nonsense. All these gods and spirits are just stories. If we leave, tomorrow you will come to sacrifice and many men and women will die at your hands." The village head's face grew darker. Before he could speak or argue back, a long, deep cry echoed from afar. It was vast and heavy, like the sea god whispering. Lu Qingjin looked at the villagers kneeling on the ground, her lips twitching. She told Xiaofu behind her, "Go to the nearest place and buy a big, fresh fish." Hearing this, the crew members on the boat, though not knowing Lu Qingjin well, sensed she was someone important. They responded, "No need. We have some here. If you want it, take it." A man who spends most of his time at sea spoke in a deep voice, so loud that everyone's attention was drawn to him. Yen Sheng's earlier anger suddenly disappeared like ice meeting fire, and he just stared quietly at Lu Qingjing. Seeing this, Lu Qingjing sighed and decided not to keep secrets. She slowly spoke, "This isn't a sea god, just a rare whale that doesn't often appear. You'll see what I mean soon." Before anyone could react, she and Xiao Fuzi headed toward the beach. The cold sea wind stung their faces. Lu Qingjing guided Xiao Fuzi on what to do, rubbing her hands from the cold. Soon, she felt a faint warmth on her shoulders. She turned around and saw Qin Zhao smiling and wearing a heavy coat. Before they could speak, Xiao Fuzi exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty, look, it's coming over." Lu Qingjing found it strange that the whale was so easy to spot, but when she saw the black and white shadows in the water, she let out a breath of relief. "It's a killer whale." "That's understandable. Come everyone, take a look." Qin Zhao squatted down, curious, and reached out as if to touch the whale, which looked quite adorable. Just then, Lu Qingjing was busy talking to some villagers when she saw the killer whale suddenly spray water directly onto Qin Zhao's face, then happily dive back into the water. The villagers saw this and believed in what they saw. However, Qin Zhao was not in a good mood. "All right, the problem here is solved. Let's go back to the palace. We also need to handle the case of Qinglan and her child going missing." Lu Qingjing thought to herself, "Can't you just leave because you're embarrassed?" This is actually the key clue to Qinglan and her child's disappearance. But seeing Qin Zhao's unhappy face, she felt a bit sorry and didn't say anything. After all, getting splashed with water by such an adorable little creature in this weather wasn't a good thing. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing approached the villagers, who were marveling at the scene. The village chief, being experienced, immediately saw that Lu Qingjing was someone important. He forced a smile and asked, "Honored guest, do you have any instructions?" Lu Qingjing waved her hand politely and smiled. "There's no need to be so respectful. I just wanted to ask if there have been many merchant ships sailing out recently, or if you've seen a woman with a child come by." The village chief couldn't help but laugh. "You're asking about that? Recently, more merchant ships have been sailing out. Some women who can't make a living anymore are also leaving with their children, trying to find a way to survive." Lu Qingjing carried a bunch of fish and shrimp onto the carriage. The concubine Li, standing nearby, covered her nose and said helplessly, "Quick, take these things away. This carriage is meant for 5 people, but it's too small. Once these are on, we won't have space to sit." Qin Zhao sighed and stepped forward. Before he could speak, he saw the fierce-looking king crab in the net. His face turned pale, and the words he wanted to say disappeared. Lu Qingjing looked at him sadly, but after a long pause, she obediently handed over what she was holding. The group slowly rowed away in the carriage. Behind them, at the dock, the orca whales continued to hum. Yen Sheng stood by the sea, feeling lost as he enjoyed the sea breeze. After a while, he spoke softly, "Keep an eye on the palace, especially on the Empress. If necessary, send someone to find the Grand General." Behind him, The young servant looked helpless and hesitated several times but didn't speak. Frustrated by the lack of response, Yan Sheng turned around impatiently. Seeing Ji Chen's cold face reflected in his eyes, he was momentarily speechless. The servant saluted quickly and left in a hurry. Only 2 people remained on the dock. The sea breeze still blew fiercely, and Ji Chen looked out at the vast sea. Is there something you can't say now? Why wait until it's too late? What will you do when you have to explain your identity? Will you keep pretending? Yan Sheng smiled bitterly and looked at the dark clouds gathering in the distance without speaking. Both of them fell silent. The wind grew stronger, making it hard to stand, but the silence between them remained. A sailor nearby hesitated and approached Yan Sheng, bowing respectfully.
Boss.
It looks like a storm is coming soon. Should we head back? We're exhausted, and it's clear we can't hold the ship against the storm. Yan Sheng nodded coldly. You did well this time. Go back with your men. In a few days, you'll receive some supplies at home. The court won't let you work for nothing. A few sailors in the distance cheered and slowly left. One of the nearby sailors seemed to want to say something but hesitated, looking at Ji Chen's expression and holding back. Ji Chen watched everyone leave and sighed deeply. If you don't want to talk now, I won't force you. Let's go back too. This storm looks serious. The whole dock might flood. This conversation blended with the distant howling of orcas, making it hard to hear clearly. Yansheng seemed to not hear at all and remained silent for a long time. When Ji Chen turned to leave, he finally spoke, his voice soft like a whisper. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Do you only trust the Emperor and that mysterious Empress? Ji Chen closed his eyes, letting the cold sea wind his hood off. After a long pause, he spoke coldly. Maybe you don't remember, but I did trust you. When I first returned to the capital and didn't know many people, you said you owed me your life, so I believed you. Later, I found out that Yan Sheng, though low in rank, was a powerful figure in the city. So, tell me, should I trust you even more? Yan Sheng trembled slightly, but quickly recovered. Whether you believe it or not, I truly was saved by you. Let's go back now. The storm is getting worse. Ji Chen sighed and slowly followed Yan Sheng, who looked weak, back to his house. Both knew they no longer trusted each other, but surprisingly, neither left. Lu Qingjing just returned to the Empress's palace and saw the yard full of fish, shrimp, and Xiao Si was busy catching them alone. A huge king crab was about to climb onto the newly planted mugwort, which was fragile and almost overwhelmed by the giant crab. Lu Qingjing quickly stepped over, threw the crab onto a nearby fat fish still struggling, and Qin Zhao clapped in amazement. Wow, this is incredible. I've been emperor for many years, but I've never seen so much seafood in the palace. Where did all this come from? Lu Qingjing, who had been helping until Xiao Fu took over, paused, wiped his hands, and looked at the fresh seafood happily nodding.
No wonder you didn't know.
Recently, I was impeached, and the news spread widely. Jingqi Pavilion is a partner, so when they heard about it, they immediately sent gifts to comfort me. I thought I shouldn't refuse, so I didn't. I didn't expect they would send so much seafood. I can give some to the other concubines as a thank you gift today, and it saves me some money. Initially, Qin Zhao was not very happy when he heard that the gift came from Jingqi Pavilion. However, Lu Qingjing's greedy look made him laugh. Before he could say anything, he heard the little servant ask, Your Majesty, which of these items should be sent away? Qin, just send everything away now. Now, only I am left in the palace, and I really can't handle so many things. Only then did Lu Qingjing realize that the queen's palace was still empty. She turned around with a stern face and looked at Qin Zhao. Where have you sent the others in the palace? It's been so long. You should have brought back a few. Don't tell me I did something wrong. Qin Zhao touched his nose, feeling guilty, and went over to the seafood basin nearby. Lu Qingjing followed helplessly. Seeing Qin Zhao hesitating and not speaking, she decided to focus on Xiao Fuzi, who was working diligently nearby. Xiao Fuzi was busy dividing the seafood into portions to send to different palaces when she heard Lu Qingjing ask coldly, Why hasn't the emperor sent anyone back from my palace? Can Xiao Fuzi explain this properly? The few people present stiffened and remained silent. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow over the seafood on the table. Lu Qingjin's face was grim as she snapped a crab leg and threw it into Qin Zhao's bowl. Try this, Your Majesty. All this seafood feast was sent by my people, and it's fresh. Qin Zhao nervously ate the fish, watching Lu Qingjin's expression and the table full of seafood. Xiao Fuzi, feeling sympathetic, stepped forward and separated the largest king crab. It's better to wait until after we eat to discuss this. These are good things, and they're hard to come by in this palace. Lu Qingjin sneered coldly and said lightly, It sounds like you're trying to advise me. Shouldn't you be advising our emperor instead? I, as the Empress, still don't understand why I am under house arrest. How ironic. Qin Zhao took a sip of fish soup and sighed deeply. Even under the bright candlelight, he seemed shadowed. He spoke gloomily, I know you're feeling wronged, but I am too.
The court is in chaos now.
On the surface, only I and the Prince Wei are involved, but no one knows how many factions are secretly divided. I wanted to suppress this matter, but besides Zhao Yunhing's restless pickiness, there are others who, for some reason, also refuse to give up. During this time, I can only ask for your patience. Lu Qingjing was not truly angry. She was just trying to gather information. Seeing this, she felt even more distressed. All right. I understand what you mean. Even if I stay in the palace a bit longer, it's no big deal. My people don't need that many, and the most important thing is to find out where Qinglan and her son have gone. Although she betrayed me first, she didn't do anything irreparable. This matter is also connected to my aunt. I just want to avoid causing more casualties. Qin Zhao held her tightly and slowly said, Trust me. In a few days, once this chaos is over, I will send people to find Qinglan and her son. Please wait a little longer, okay? Lu Qingjing shook her head with a bitter smile, thinking, when will this end? Once power is in your hands, there's never enough. It's all just self-deception. Deep down, she wanted to abandon Qinglan. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The seafood feast was quietly finished, and when Qin Zhao left, Mrs. Shun looked at her. The morning sun was even brighter. Lu Qingjing sat early in the yard, lazily shelling broad beans and yawning as she complained to Xiao Si. What time is it? Why are you still busy? You act like an old woman. Xiao Si didn't know what he was busy with either, muttering as he worked. Lu Qingjing was about to finish her beans when she stood up. Your Majesty, why are you so impatient? I heard that wood carving is quite valuable, so I learned some skills. This is my first piece. Once my skills improve, I will carefully preserve this wood carving as a keepsake. Lu Qingjing looked up and saw the sunlight was very glaring. She squinted and reluctantly stood up. On a decent piece of wood, a crooked, bumpy shape was faintly visible, vaguely resembling a little person. Xiao Si didn't think his work was ugly and confidently assured her, Your Majesty, please wait a few more days. Although this piece looks nice, it means a lot to me. Even if you like me, you can't part with it. In a few days, I will carve you a new one. Lu Qingjing thought to herself, I'm not blind. I like it. If I look at it every day, I might really get blinded by its ugliness. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing forced a smile. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind blew toward her, and a white thing quickly and precisely landed in her mouth. Lu Qingjing sighed and asked Xiao Si, Is it really my fault, or is this era just wrong? I always feel that farming has nothing to do with others. I do my own thing, they live their lives. When they can't survive, I can give them my things, but there are so many people pushing me like they're arguing. They want me to be content with being ordinary, like every young lady. Xiao Si took a step back, staring blankly at the blue sky. The plants in the yard seemed to glow with a special light. Lu Qingjing heard her say, Once, I heard my mother tell a story. It's about animals in the mountains all eating meat, except the tiger. When asked why, the tiger always said it wanted to become immortal and couldn't eat meat. Many animals mocked him, saying he was overestimating himself, but the tiger persisted. In the end, the tiger really became immortal. while most of the mountain animals had already died early. Lu Qingjing thought this was the first time she found her little maid interesting. She changed her posture and continued squatting on the ground. The spring breeze grew stronger, blowing more vigorously. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Actually, Lu Qingjing didn't agree deep down. Even though she came from a more advanced modern world, she believed it was better for people to adapt to the times. After all, following the majority has some truth. Xiao Si seemed to sense something and, while playing with the black seeds in her hand, said softly, "Your Majesty, do you also think I'm wrong?" Lu Qingjing hesitated, feeling strangely that Xiao Si was very different at this moment. It's not exactly wrong. But if you go against the flow all the time, it might be too hard. Life is short. Why make things difficult for yourself? Xiao Si seemed to hear a joke and laughed. Amid the flying cotton like snow, Lu Qingjing almost thought she saw a lady who had been trapped in despair for many years, not a young girl in her prime. The feeling was strange and absurd, as if all the innocence and obedience in Xiao Si suddenly disappeared in an instant. Xiao Si looked up at the distant clouds with a tired smile, as if she had finally laughed enough. She sat up and gazed at the sky. Even if a noble daughter is born a commoner, she is still noble by birth. At most, she might be bullied a little, but she won't starve. But I am different. When my mother told me this, I was almost dying from hunger. I didn't die, but my mother did. Do you know why? Lu Qingjing felt a bad feeling rising in her heart. She shook her head and said nothing. Xiao Si sighed with a look of weariness. It's simple, really. My mother, to prevent me from starving, gave me her blood. Over the years in the palace, many people wanted me to do things for them. But I thought about my mother, and I couldn't agree. It's not that I wanted to refuse everything, but sometimes the hardships given by heaven are enough. You need something to keep you going. Lu Qingjing sat silently on the ground for a long time. Her life had also been full of ups and downs. She had seen many things that others might never see in their lifetime. But one thing was certain, she had never gone hungry. Xiao Si stood up as if nothing had happened, as if everything else had returned to her. Xiao Si casually reached out and plucked a tomato from the branch, wiped it, and ate one. He then frowned and said, "Your Majesty, next time could you plant a more sour tomato? All these days, everything has been so sweet that I've grown tired of it." Lu Qingjing stood up and walked toward a corner filled with eggplants and beans. "Are you too naive? I've been so strange lately, and you're not even afraid. If I really were a fairy, I'd be reluctant to eat you." Xiao Si chuckled and leaned in while gathering the beans and eggplants into a basket, saying, "I know you have some abilities you can't tell outsiders about. But after spending so much time with you, I understand you well. Besides, I'm different from those before me. I grew up in the laundry yard, with no backing or power. None of this concerns me. Now, your Majesty is my master, and I just want to serve you well." Lu Qingjing smiled warmly, watching the chaos in the courtyard wind down. She clapped her hands and headed toward the palace gate. Xiao Si happily followed behind. Just as they reached the door, they met Xiao Fuzi, who was about to enter. Xiao Fuzi paused, hurriedly bowed, and said, "The Emperor said tonight's dinner will be in the Empress's palace. If you're free, you should prepare yourself." Fearing that Lu Qingjing might refuse, Xiao Fuzi quickly left. Lu Qingjing, walking toward the vegetable garden, sneered coldly. "I haven't been kept informed about the court affairs lately. Just tell me everything. At least I want to know how our emperor suddenly remembered me." Xiao Si felt that His Majesty's words were risky, but since he couldn't warn in time, he explained everything honestly. Earlier, the emperor scolded the Empress in the main hall, saying her actions disappointed and hurt him. He also said that now, only personal maids are allowed to serve in the Empress's palace. Later, the Grand General argued to clear your name, but since there's no proof that you and Qinglan's mother and son are unrelated to the disappearance, there are still some people making noise. Overall, things are better now. Lu Qingjing felt the soft touch of willow catkins brushing her face. All the worries she had felt in her heart a few days ago seemed to fade away like passing clouds. Perhaps because it was spring, She felt her spiritual energy was abundant, making her feel relaxed and happy. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoxi thought carefully and didn't find anything funny to say, so she silently closed her mouth. She felt deep sympathy and believed her master had been greatly affected by recent events. Lu Qingjin, as if nothing had happened, slowly spoke. I remember the Empress said I was forbidden from leaving the palace, so why has no one stopped me these days? Xiaoxi wanted to say that there had been people watching her in the past few days, but since Lu Qingjin hadn't gone out, she changed her words to something more positive. The noble consort manages the palace guards. After hearing about this matter, she called 3 absurd rumors and transferred the people away. The news from the former court isn't as accurate now, so no one has discovered anything yet. As they talked, they arrived at the vegetable garden. Compared to the thin spiritual energy in the courtyard, this place was rich in it. Even an ordinary person like Xiaoxi liked being here. Once inside, she looked much happier. Seeing her innocent and cheerful expression, Lu Qingjin couldn't help but smile. I knew that even women in the palace, even if they hold grudges, aren't heartless. If this matter isn't resolved, it's not a big deal. Now, just being like this is already good. Living together like this feels peaceful and beautiful. Xiaoxi nodded as if she understood, but behind her, Qin Zhao's voice came helplessly. I put a lot of effort into the previous court, and you're just thinking about living peacefully with others. Do you still have a conscience? Lu Qingjin snorted coldly, turned around, and started tending to the water celery. The fluffy water celery wasn't prickly and looked quite adorable. Qin Zhao picked up a water jug, crouched down, and poured water over her, leaning over Lu Qingjin. The flowing water, full of spiritual energy, instantly made the water celery look lively again. At first, Lu Qingjin didn't think much of it. She often used her spiritual energy to help plants grow. But after a while, she felt something was wrong. The spiritual energy in her body was involuntarily flowing toward the water jug in Qin Zhao's hand, as if there was some attraction coming from him. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjin was not yet frightened when she heard Xiaoxi's slow voice. In the past, I only heard that if a husband and wife are truly in love, their energy is connected. I thought it was just a story told by storytellers, but now I understand what peaceful days are and what it means for energies to be in harmony. All the doubts that had just arisen in Lu Qingjin disappeared. She thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. Qin Zhao saw she was almost done and put down the water bottle, gently holding her. A few days ago, when you heard about the previous dynasty, you looked all over the place with a strange expression. Why are you in such a good mood today? Are you not angry anymore? Thinking about that makes me quite happy. Lu Qingjin looked at his somewhat gloomy face and sighed deeply. I thought it was just a story told by storytellers. Let's put this matter behind us. We've been in a cold war for so many days, and that's enough. Qin Zhao nodded happily. The pear on the branch suddenly turned red. Lu Qingjin looked up and saw her worried expression. Qin Zhao pulled her up and said as they walked toward an unknown place, "You can worry about other things, but this matter doesn't need attention. In the palace, I am the emperor, and no one will care about your abilities. As for Simeon, you need to be careful yourself. I heard a few days ago that there was a loud noise in the Nanjong forest, which means Simeon has really succeeded." The palace walls were dark red. For a moment, Lu Qingjin didn't know where she was. Some unfamiliar decorations reminded her that this was not any path she had walked before. Xiaoxi hurried forward and stopped in front of them. "Your Majesty and Empress, please think carefully. If you go any further, you'll reach an uncleaned area. It's too dangerous for you to go in. If something falls, it would be terrible." Lu Qingjin had been thinking about other things and wasn't paying attention. Now, when she looked up, she saw that the place was already dusty and gray, like the place that had taken her to that day. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver and instinctively shrank closer to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao gently held her hand and comforted her. "You don't need to be afraid. Even if it's an unclean place, there is no real danger. I know you didn't understand what happened last time. Since I have some free time now, let's go in and take a look." After waving to Xiao Si, she turned to leave. Even though Xiao Si usually didn't like Qin Zhao because of her status, she reluctantly made way and quietly followed behind the two. Xiao Fuzi, seeing this, deeply sighed at the girl's lack of awareness. The two, thinking of this, she couldn't help but shiver and instinctively shrank close. Suddenly, only the sound of dripping water remained in the empty space. It was as if the sound came from nowhere, yet it was very clear. Lu Qingjing looked up at the source of the sound and saw a grand tower in the distance. Xiao Si softly added, "Your Majesty, you shouldn't look at this." It said that the former emperor of the previous dynasty was burned alive here. After that, even when the Great Yu was founded, no one dared to come here. Seeing that the girls still didn't understand the situation at this point, Xiao Fuzi couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Under Qin Zhao's stern gaze, Xiao Si carefully took a few steps back. Lu Qingjing, however, was not paying attention to that. Her eyes were fixed on the tower. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered as she thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be interested in this. It's not a big deal, just a bit unlucky. If you want to see it, I'll take you." Most people wouldn't bother at this point, but Xiao Fuzi thought that once the Empress said this, he had to follow her to another place. Just when he thought he was fully prepared, Lu Qingjing firmly said, "Let's go see it. Even if it's unlucky, it's no big deal. Ghosts and spirits are all just tricks." Xiao Fuzi originally planned to mention another place, but almost blurted it out and then swallowed the words, letting out a very unpleasant burp. Xiao Si looked at him with some disgust, but still handed him his water bottle. Lu Qingjing heard this, but only smiled without asking why and headed in that direction. Xiao Fuzi almost thought the Empress understood what was going on, but seeing Xiao Si's confused expression, it didn't seem like she did. The group slowly moved toward the tower, which was getting closer as the dark tower loomed ahead. Lu Qingjing stood below the tower, deep in thought, and asked, "I heard that in the past, many towers built in pairs were meant to ward off evil. Why does this tower have 9 levels?" Qin Zhao remained silent, just watching the lively Xiao Si. Of course, Xiao Si, having grown up in the palace, knew about these things. She was very nervous but didn't think Qin Zhao's attitude was problematic. She said seriously, "This tower is said to be built by a kind-hearted mage. The 9 floors represent the Buddhist idea of 9 levels leading to 1. The ashes of the former emperor's consort, Jianfei, are said to be here, but no one knows exactly where. Some say the former emperor was burned here, but those are just rumors with little proof. Still, this place feels strange. Usually, even us elders wouldn't come here." When Lu Qingjing heard this, she didn't feel scared but became more interested. She pushed open the big door and went inside. Most towers look large from the outside, but inside, it feels cramped. However, this tower still feels spacious inside. Lu Qingjing even found it very comfortable and familiar. Qin Zhao saw her go in and let out a long sigh before following. The tower was completely black, as if enchanted. When Qin Zhao entered, she couldn't help but shiver. The sound of dripping water lessened as they went in, making it seem like the water wasn't in this tower at all. Lu Qingjing seemed enchanted, touching the murals on the walls. The murals told a small story, but unlike other colorful murals, these were all black and white. There were no logical scenes or characters, just meaningless lines. Yet somehow, they still conveyed a tiny story. Lu Qingjing softly asked, "Every time I ask, you all say there isn't much record of Jianfei. Whether it's the palace maids or you, that's what you reply. But I always feel that's not the truth. You just don't want to say. Now that we're here, I'm even more sure of this. Can someone finally tell me what really happened to Jianfei?" Qin Zhao closed her eyes and sighed deeply when she heard this. When Lu Qingjing finished speaking, everyone looked upset. Xiao Fu's legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. After a long moment, Lu Qingjing turned to look steadily at Xiao Fu. Her voice, almost crying, begged, "Can the Empress not ask any more?" The sound of arriving inside the Black Tower seemed to amplify, making it even more strange. Lu Qingjin looked at little Fuzi, who was trembling on the ground, calm but silent. Qin Zhao looked at him quietly for a long time before sighing. Is it really that important? Haven't you already learned about Princess Juan? The Black Tower is just a legend. Lu Qingjin chuckled softly, as if agreeing with this. A breeze suddenly blew past his temple, and Qin Zhao's face turned very grim. Before he could say anything, the guards outside the door announced, "Your Majesty, the general has been waiting in the study for a long time. Should we go back?" Qin Zhao stiffened for a moment, without speaking. Lu Qingjin seemed to see his helplessness and shook his head with a smile. "Let's end it here. You go back first. I'll just wander around here.
Xiao Si is with me."
Little Fuzi had already run out of the door when he heard the voice. Qin Zhao could only nod. Soon, only Lu Qingjin and Xiao Si remained inside the Black Tower. Xiao Si looked around, feeling that his master wasn't planning to leave, so he sadly followed along. Lu Qingjin explored the Black Tower and found it very strange. It was not only very spacious but also empty, with no way to reach the upper floors, let alone the 9th floor. The tower seemed built for immortals who could fly without walking. Looking at the black and white murals, Lu Qingjin frowned and softly asked, "You've been in the palace for so many years. Do you know anything else about this Black Tower?" Xiao Si shrugged and sighed helplessly. "Your Majesty, that's a tough question. This Black Tower is considered a bad omen even in the previous dynasty. We palace people are too busy just avoiding it. No one really looks into it. As for the legends, we don't know much. It's said that Princess Juan's ashes are inside, but everyone knows that's a lie. Over time, no one cares anymore." Lu Qingjin nodded and slowly left with Xiao Si. As the tower's door closed, it sounded like something inside had loosened with a loud, but Lu Qingjin, who had already left, didn't hear it. They walked between the dilapidated buildings as if the whole world had forgotten about them. Lu Qingjin was lost in thought, feeling okay. Xiao Si, unable to bear it any longer, slowly rubbed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, have you finished? Let's go back. Most of the palaces here are just useless wall paintings, and they look very gloomy." Lu Qingjin was thinking about the Black Tower and wasn't paying attention. She only realized something was wrong when a cold wind blew past. Xiao Si was trembling and looking around nervously, as if afraid something might jump out at any moment. Seeing her fear, Lu Qingjin smiled and shook her head. "Are you too timid? It's just a breeze. What could possibly happen in this deep palace?" Just as she finished speaking, a strange, low, eerie laugh came from somewhere nearby, sounding as if it was right in her ear. Xiao Si closed her eyes tightly and clutched Lu Qingjin's arm in fear. Even Lu Qingjin, who didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, felt goosebumps all over her body. In this dark, dilapidated palace, only the two of them remained, making it hard to call for help. After a while, the laugh gradually faded away. Xiao Si opened her eyes, looking scared, and said, "Your Majesty, I really can't watch anymore. Let's go back. This place is too frightening. If you like it here, we can come back with some people in a few days." Lu Qingjin realized things were truly wrong now. Whether it was caused by humans or something else, staying here was no longer safe. She thought for a moment and slowly turned with Xiao Si toward the Queen's palace. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed behind them. This time, it was no longer distant but seemed to be right in their ears. Lu Qingjin quickly turned around and saw the little who had taken her away last time standing behind her. Although he looked obedient and respectful, his expression was very strange. Xiao Si screamed in fright and couldn't stand still. The pale face slowly stretched into a mocking smile. If the Empress wants to explore the deep palace in the future, she should bring more people. Look at this little one. What use could she be? Lu Qingjin was genuinely startled at first, but seeing the appearance and demeanor, she realized he looked like a living person. She comforted Xiao Si and said, "You only came out because there were fewer people around me today. If the official has any news, it's better to tell me quickly. Otherwise, if the Emperor returns, you really won't be able to leave. Who knows if your master will come to save you then?" It was not angry and simply smiled faintly, saying, "Your Majesty is truly clever. Our master asked me to tell you not to go to the Black Tower again. He didn't mean to harm you, but if you stay in an unlucky place for too long and something happens, there's nothing he can do." This sentence is more of a reminder than a warning. Lu Qingjin nodded calmly, but inside, she was already overwhelmed with waves of emotion. She wondered if she truly carried the bloodline of the Xie family. Lu Qingjin felt that the truth of this matter was getting closer to her. Just as she was lost in thought, a sudden scream from her little servant startled her. The servant tremblingly pointed at the distant palace wall and said, "Did the Empress just not see? That little went through that wall. What should we do now? Are we encountering something unclean?" Lu Qingjin looked at the gentle breeze and smiled softly. On the other side of the palace wall, some elegant apricot blossoms blew their petals into the air. Lu Qingjin, holding hands with her servant, said as they walked toward the distance, "This is quite strange. Maybe someone is just lonely. Now it's lunchtime, we should go back." Even if Lu Qingjin didn't say anything, her servant quickly followed. It seemed that if she hadn't been walking slowly, her servant would have run back immediately. A long sigh came from inside the palace wall behind them. The disappeared little was calmly watching a woman under the apricot tree. The woman seemed to sense his gaze and slowly turned around. Although her face looked a bit older, Lu Qingjin recognized her. Her beauty was still striking, but her face showed signs of weariness and age. There was also a touch of cold indifference, as if she had seen through many things in life and no longer cared, carrying a hint of helplessness. The little, wearing a cloak of uncertain origin, sighed as he draped it over the woman's shoulders. "Madam, why do you have to do this? You could have kept silent. Now the Empress is suspicious. If she really discovers the secret of the Black Tower, won't we be exposed?" The woman coughed and leaned against a tree, her face full of exhaustion. After a long moment, she seemed to finally recover and let out a deep sigh. "When you went out just now, I was debating whether to do this. It didn't have to be like this. It could have gone according to plan. But I am truly tired. If the Empress really figures it out, that would be good. But I am unwilling. After all these years, I've waited so long. What if I fail in the end?" The little avoided her gaze, lowering his head without a word. His expression was full of pity and sadness. Even his pale skin seemed to have a faint blush, but the redness looked unnatural and painted on, making it look untrue. The apricot blossoms fell one by one onto the two people, and in the blink of an eye, the once vibrant tree had turned into a withered branch. Just as the woman thought the little wouldn't speak, he suddenly spoke. "I've been following you for many years. The things from before seem like they happened in a past life. Now, being neither human nor ghost, I accept it. As long as you're alive and well, I would be happy even if I died." The woman seemed touched and suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed until she was out of breath and tears filled her eyes before stopping. The little looked at her sadly. The woman gazed at the clear sky and said softly, "That's enough. As long as you're here with me, I accept failure. I just hope that the child has good luck." Lu Qingjing returned to the Empress's palace and saw little Fuzi standing at the door with a pale face. When she saw her, little Fuzi quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty is finally back. The Emperor said lunch will probably be in the study. You can eat by yourself. The Grand General also sent a lot of food. If you like, you can tell the servant." Lu Qingjing nodded without speaking. A young servant nearby politely asked little Fuzi to leave. After a while, the servant brought in a large food box. "Madam, do you want to use this for lunch? I've looked at it. It's just ordinary food. I don't know why the Grand General personally sent it." Lu Qingjing, walking into the room, shook her head with a faint smile. How can the Grand General handle these matters? Without the Emperor's permission, it would be difficult even to enter the palace. "Never mind. Just bring it here, and we'll eat it casually. We can discuss other things later." The young servant was somewhat slow-witted and now more confused by her words. He respectfully brought everything in. The two of them ate together and found it quite pleasant. Originally worried about whether the food was safe, the servant soon forgot about it. After eating, little Fuzi somehow appeared again, looking at the leftover food as if heaved a sigh of relief. "Madam, if you're finished, you should rest. The Emperor said that the Black Tower is an inauspicious place. Even if you're healthy, you should be careful." Lu Qingjin looked at Xiao Fuzi with complicated eyes as she slowly packed the items on the table back into the lunchbox. Xiao Si was curious and wanted to ask something, but was scared off by Lu Qingjin's gaze. Only after Xiao Fuzi left did Xiao Si strangely speak up. In the past, Xiao Fuzi would always explain the reason before doing anything. "Why is she so unruly today? I find it really strange." Lu Qingjin wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, looked at the bright sunlight outside the window, and smiled faintly. What could be the reason? Isn't it all about today's matter? These people really think I'm a fool. While tending to the flowers in the yard, Xiao Si yawned and soon lay down on the steps and fell asleep. Lu Qingjin had already sensed something was different in her body. She quickly used her spiritual energy to resist, and soon the toxins in her body disappeared completely. When Princess Li arrived at the Queen's palace, she saw Lu Qingjin still sitting gracefully in the main seat. She sighed long, as if she had known everything in advance, and calmly walked over. Xiao Si was still lying where she fainted, but now covered with a blanket. Lu Qingjin slowly poured a cup of tea for Princess Li. "Since you've come so far, let's talk." "Honestly, I thought Qin Zhao would be the one coming today." Princess Li was not surprised. She took a sip of tea from the nearby chair last morning and slowly spoke. "Your Majesty should have expected this when the meal was delivered by my brother. If the Emperor truly had that courage, he wouldn't be hiding in the back now. It's our family's bad luck." Lu Qingjin smiled faintly and didn't urge her. She just quietly looked at her teacup. After a while, even the usually calm Princess Li couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Qingjin then spoke. "I know many things. Even if you know, you can't say them. I don't mean to make things difficult for you. I just want to know what you are here for today." "That shouldn't be hard to answer." Princess Li raised her eyebrows, seeming very grateful, and clasped her fists. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. But ultimately, it's the Emperor's decision. I hope Your Majesty won't hold a grudge against my brother." Lu Qingjin nodded gently, as if she agreed. Princess Li's tense heart finally relaxed. She thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, she didn't think her visit today had any real meaning. "I came today to get the badge of Princess Joan that you obtained some days ago." Once, a small wisteria branch had grown into a beautiful sea of flowers. Lu Qingjin stood by the yard and sighed. "These are really hard to handle. I wonder how many people like to eat wisteria flower cakes." Xiao Si ran around picking flowers and, hearing this, helplessly pouted. "Your Majesty's memory isn't very good now. If I hadn't opened the south-facing window last night, these flowers might have been wasted." Lu Qingjin slowly walked over and carefully looked at the wisteria trellis. She smiled shyly and said, "No one knew that the wisteria was planted here. I thought we only had the front yard. I didn't expect there to be another one at the back. It's just a pity we can't plant anything now. This wisteria has already grown full." As they spoke, the scent of flowers drifted in the breeze. The light fragrance was not strong but surprisingly refreshing. Even Lu Qingjin, who had just woken up, felt a bit sleepy, but the floral aroma made her mind clearer. Xiao Si put down the basket, stretched lazily, and said comfortably, "This smell is really nice. Even though I haven't made wisteria flower cakes yet, I already like it. I've been feeling a bit down these days, but now I feel much better." Lu Qingjin's spiritual energy had already expelled the toxins that day, so she didn't notice any side effects. Hearing Xiao Si, she wondered if Qin Zhao had given her some medicine, because she found it hard to believe Qin Zhao would give her something with side effects. Yun Fei's voice grew closer. "Empress, how did you come to this place? I've been searching for you for a while. But I must say, the smell of these flowers is very pleasant. When I leave later, I'll pick a few. Since the wheat and other plants in my courtyard died, it's been bare. I don't usually grow expensive flowers. I've lost several batches." Later, I stopped wasting money on them. But maybe these flowers can survive. Lu Qingjin wiped the dirt from her hands and stood up, smiling. You do have plans. But the purple wisteria flowers don't last long. Usually, they only bloom for about a month before only leaves remain. If you like, you can come with me to make purple wisteria flower cakes. It might be useful. Yun Fei covered her face and smiled, then ordered her people to prepare things. Xiao Si, sensing the situation, politely took his people and left. Only then did Yun Fei show a worried expression. What exactly is going on? I heard about it last night. How could someone steal things inside the palace? Could I have been poisoned? Lu Qingjin paused slightly, then pulled Yun Fei closer to the wisteria trellis and said, How did you hear about this? The theft seems very strange. I didn't search much, because I didn't think it was necessary. Besides me, only Xiao Si is here. Neither of us has gone out. Who told you? Yun Fei's face suddenly looked very unhappy. After a moment of calming herself, she said, I thought you sent someone to tell me. But if that's not the case, then it must be someone who took the items and spread the news. That doesn't seem right. What exactly did you lose? Lu Qingjin had been wondering what Qin Zhao meant, but hearing this, she relaxed a little. Seeing Yun Fei's confused expression, Lu Qingjin shook her head helplessly. It was just an old, worn-out plaque. I don't know how many secrets are hidden in it, but it doesn't concern us. I won't say more. Today, I plan to make some pastries. If you're interested, you can join me. Yun Fei originally came because she was worried this incident might cause trouble for the public situation. She was mainly concerned about her own involvement. Now that she heard it was unrelated to most people, she relaxed. She then became interested in studying pastries and the wisteria flowers. The large backyard was filled with various ingredients and cooking tools. A group of palace maids quietly discussed among themselves, making the atmosphere lively and warm. Consort Yun, who was raised in a noble family, was not familiar with such scenes and felt a bit overwhelmed. She carefully placed the milk-based cake into the steamer when she saw Lu Qingjin nearby, looking at the minced meat in her hand. Consort Yun approached with a look of disbelief, noticing that the meat filling emitted a greasy smell and looked quite unappetizing. After Xiao Si followed Yun and saw this, he also couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted. Turning his head with a frown, he said, Your Highness, what are you doing? Forget about everything else, but how can you use meat filling to make pastries? Lu Qingjin looked at the fresh-looking meat filling in her hand and smiled helplessly. You just haven't tried it. Steamed pastries made with this meat filling are very tasty. I prefer this over overly sweet desserts. Yun was about to make a sarcastic remark about how messy everything was, but hearing Lu Qingjin's words sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, she suddenly realized and said, I've heard that before. It was a performer from the south who said it. She mentioned that southern desserts tend to be sweeter, so they prefer fresh and fragrant fillings. The Empress's taste seems more like that of someone from the south. Lu Qingjin secretly thought, Of course. I've been considered a southerner for many years. Moving to this place, adapting to everything again is not easy at all. Xiao Si came over and placed the purple wisteria flower cake on the table, looking a bit confused. He asked, I've heard that southern pastries are quite famous, but I haven't seen many people eating them now. Are these desserts all from the south? Consort Yun kneaded the dough in her hand, helping Lu Qingjin wrap the meat filling. She glanced at Xiao Si and impatiently said, Look at who controls the South now. These days, not to mention fresh meat pastries, even ordinary ones are hard to find. Only the wealthy can afford them. Most people are just trying to fill their stomachs. I've seen many Southerners who don't even know such desserts exist. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Lu Qingjin sighed sadly upon hearing this, but continued her work without stopping. Consort Yun forgot about it after a while, as it was someone else's matter. After a moment, she looked at the plain sticky rice desserts and touched her chin. She tentatively asked, These desserts look quite ugly now. Do you think we can add some decoration with this purple wisteria jam? Lu Qingjin finished the last snack and looked back. She had never heard of this combination before. After thinking for a while, she said, let's just try it and see. She evenly spread the violet wisteria jam on the freshly made meat pastries to draw a small flower. The two of them were satisfied and placed the snacks into the steamer. Lu Qingjin was eager to continue, but was stopped. Xiao Si smiled wryly and said, Your Majesty, you should rest now. The steamer is already full, and there are many pastries. If we make more, it might be wasteful. Why don't you taste these first? Before she could speak, she heard the concubine Shu's voice nearby. I just finished reviewing the accounts in the palace and heard you're making snacks here. How relaxing. But I've never heard of pastries so special that the entire palace couldn't eat them all. Yun Fei, seeing her come, let out a half-joking, half-serious complaint. You came at the right time. Everything is already done. You're just here to eat, right? Before eating others' food, you first criticize it. Concubine Shu couldn't help but laugh. All right. I was wrong. These pastries are quite unique. I didn't expect both of you to have such skills. While speaking, she picked up a cooled piece of violet wisteria cake and ate it. The glossy juice from the violet wisteria had soaked into the sticky rice. Holding it, it trembled like jelly. It melted in the mouth, carrying a light, refreshing scent of violet wisteria. Though it lacked the heaviness of regular pastries, it was more cooling and crisp. After finishing, Concubine Shu nodded in surprise, looking at the two. How are these made? I've never tasted anything like this before. Lu Qingjin handed her a bowl of violet wisteria jam, smiling and nodding. It seems pretty good. This is a new method I thought of. Usually, pastries feel too heavy, even with violet wisteria juice. Making it directly into jam makes it much better. Concubine Shu took a sip of the jam, frowned, sniffed, and asked uncertainly, Does it have mint in it? Lu Qingjin didn't expect her nose to be so sharp. She nodded and said, You're quite perceptive. The violet wisteria jam has a slight cooling taste on its own, but after mixing with the sticky rice, it's less obvious. I added a bit of mint to restore the violet wisteria flavor. Eating it alone makes the taste quite strong. Consort Shu looked at the slowly brought-out pastries with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. The long tray was filled with all kinds of sweets, dazzling everyone with their colors and strange shapes. Many looked quite unusual. Lu Qingjin seemed unaware of the awkward glances from those around her. She asked the little servant to pack some of each pastry to send to Qin Zhao. Yun Fei also didn't expect there would be so many in the end. Feeling a bit shy, she suggested, maybe we should send some to Lady Li and Lady Xian. With so many, not just us, if all three of us in the palace combined, we couldn't finish them. That made sense. Lu Qingjin nodded casually and reached for a piece of milk cake. Since it was her first time trying Yun Fei's milk cake, she knew it had no sugar added. She thought it might taste bland, but perhaps because it was next to the wisteria flour cake, the milk cake had a special flavor. At least Lu Qingjin liked it very much. Consort Shu had almost finished eating and was carefully choosing other pastries she hadn't tried yet. She occasionally handed a piece to the palace maid behind her. Yun Fei was also a noble lady and usually couldn't eat much. Now she was almost done, too. Lu Qingjin looked around helplessly and said, You all are here more to look than to eat. We've only eaten a few pieces so far. If this keeps up, even if we send these to the different palaces, they won't be enough. Consort Shu looked thoughtfully at the colorful, fragrant, and tasty pastries, lost in her thoughts and silent for a moment. Yun Fei, excited for her first time doing something like this, was still full of enthusiasm. Hearing this, she waved her hand dismissively. Now that we are ladies of the palace, if we can't finish, we can send them home. If not, we can give them as rewards to the officials. Lu Qingjin shoved a piece of milk cake into her mouth and mumbled vaguely, That might not be a good idea. Those officials are all scheming and unpredictable. They often accuse me of this and that. Even if we give them these pastries, we'd still have to charge them. Just as she finished speaking, Consort Shu suddenly stood up excitedly and said, Here's an idea. Let's open a pastry shop. If we just send everything to Shengshi Pavilion, it wouldn't be good. Their business is already so busy that they hardly take in new customers. Starting our own pastry shop would be different. Maybe we could even compete with Shengshi Pavilion someday. The queen consort thought it was a good idea, but didn't have time to agree before hearing Lu Qingjing speak in a somewhat dull voice. I'm not trying to discourage you. At this moment, it's hard to talk about anything else. If you're interested, you can only find another cover story. The official's attention is mostly on the harem now, so we should be more careful. This was true. Perhaps if the pastry shop opened today, tomorrow the emperor would receive petitions from all the harem members, possibly even affecting the family. Thinking of this, the three of them felt a bit down. The recent difficulties seemed to be torn open and laid bare before everyone. Nearby, Xiao Si saw Lu Qingjing's mood darken and hurriedly thought of a solution. After a while, Xiao Si slowly spoke. Your Majesty, listen to me. The officials are mostly focused on the harem now. We just need to find someone else to pretend to be nearby in the capital. Didn't some people from the western regions come to do business recently? If we cooperate with a western region person, it might work. Lu Qingjing thought for a moment and shook her head firmly. They're foreigners, and the ambitions of the western region people are much greater than they seem. Collaborating with them could be risky. The concubine suddenly clapped her hands and stood up as if she remembered something. The Empress has a point, but we don't necessarily have to find a merchant from the western regions. I have many western region refugees under my command. They came here mainly because it was convenient for trade. Now, since it's hard to go to the western regions, these people have settled here. If we open a pastry shop in their name, it would be much more reliable. After all, there's a contract of service, so it shouldn't cause any big trouble. Lu Qingjing almost forgot about the contract of service. Hearing this, she nodded happily. With that, the pastry shop was now somewhat established. Lu Qingjing strode confidently all the way to the imperial study. On the way, countless officials brushed past her, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Soon, everyone knew that the Empress had boldly entered the imperial study. In Liyun Palace, the consort was peacefully drinking her morning tea. Before she could even spit out a sip, she swallowed it all. Xiao Cui, standing beside her, looked a bit distressed and wiped the water stains from her. Your Majesty, what's wrong? It was just the Empress suddenly coming to the imperial study. She met a few officials on the way, but you're so surprised? Water in Consort Li's mouth was easy to swallow, but she coughed several times and hiccuped, saying, You don't understand. A few days ago, the noble consorts opened a shop under the Queen Mother's guidance, but they were just using fake names. Now, suddenly being so showy must mean there's a problem, but I don't know exactly what it is. Xiao Cui sighed helplessly and said, I think these officials are too much. Not only are they watching the harem closely, but they also keep accusing us of all kinds of crimes. Even the Queen Mother has been involved, quite a bit. It's understandable that the Queen Mother is angry. Yesterday, the Ministry of Rights even said the Princess of the Huns doesn't need to be received by the Queen Mother. It's obvious they don't respect her, and I think today's issue is probably related to this. Several young maids brought in breakfast. Xiao Cui was busy arranging the dishes and didn't pay much attention to Consort Li for a moment. Seeing so many people, Consort Li swallowed her words and kept quiet. The aroma of the food was very pleasant and comforting at any time. While thinking, Consort Li unconsciously leaned closer to the table, trying to get nearer to the food. Suddenly, a foul smell burst out, filling everyone's senses. She had already been choked earlier, and now, smelling this, she almost vomited. Xiao Cui protected Consort Li by fanning her and scolded, Are you all crazy? What kind of are you serving? Be careful, or the lady will send you to the Justice Department. Consort Li took a few steps back, looked at the plates taken away, and breathed a sigh of relief. The palace maid kneeling on the ground trembled and didn't dare speak. Xiao Cui looked at Consort Li with concern, about to have her taken away, but saw her gently wave her hand. Xiao Cui wisely closed her mouth. The maid on the ground lowered her head, looking more frightened. Consort Li coughed softly and asked gently, Even if I am not the Empress, I am still the consort second only to her in the palace. How dare you serve this to humiliate me? The young palace maid was so frightened that tears kept falling, forming a small pile on the ground. Princess Li saw her so scared that she didn't speak or worry. Instead, she calmly took a snack sent earlier by Lu Qingjing and ate happily. After a while, the young maid seemed to be less afraid, trembling as she raised her head and said, "This isn't something I brought here on my own. It was a gift from the foreign princess, who said it would arrive in a few days. These treats are just a welcoming gift. We didn't want to serve them because they smell bad, but the little servant in the queen's palace told us it was necessary to deliver them to all the ladies' chambers. That's why they were brought here this morning." Xiao Chui received a look from Princess Li and stepped forward, speaking softly to the young maid. "It's fine. Since this wasn't your idea, go and prepare a new breakfast to send. The queen herself will handle the rest." The young maid hurriedly thanked her and bowed, then quickly left with her people. Xiao Chui waved her hand, dismissing everyone from the palace room, and then asked worriedly, "Are you all right, my lady? The queen probably isn't angry about you taking the plaque into her chamber, is she? But what about the other ladies?" Princess Li sat down and let out a long sigh. She placed her teacup heavily on the table, making a crisp sound. Xiao Chui immediately stopped talking. Outside, Shi Wang saw this and quickly left, looking a bit nervous, his footsteps heavier than before. Xiao Chui, being the chief maid in Princess Li's palace, was surprised and turned around. Princess Li chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Look at this. I thought the people in my palace would be the most honest. But it turns out even the people sent by my brother are not entirely trustworthy. It seems I have to do what the queen requests." Although Xiao Chui was confused, she didn't say anything. She just stood quietly aside. Princess Li swallowed her snack, took a sip of tea, and slowly asked, "The queen always has so many ideas. These pastries are really delicious. I missed out on that pastry shop. It was a shame. Anyway, go find out when the foreign princess will arrive." While adjusting Princess Li's clothes, Xiao Chui softly replied, "This morning, when I went to the laundry room, I happened to meet the little servant. She reminded me that the foreign princess is arriving today, probably this morning. The queen is probably going to meet her now." The consort Li smiled, stood up, and brushed off her clothes. She said, "This outfit is new, but still tidy. Let's go just like this. It's only a short trip anyway." Xiao Chui looked a bit surprised, raised her head, and quickly followed Consort Li outside while saying, "I really don't understand how your highness knew the Empress wanted you to go. If we misunderstood, it wouldn't be good for us to go." Consort Li smiled faintly and slowly said, "The food sent by this foreign princess is quite strange. The Empress is telling me to go and pick her up early this morning and to test her a bit. I'm a little tired." As they spoke, they reached near the imperial garden. Sure enough, several other consorts were waiting there. When they saw Consort Li, Yunfei approached with a bitter smile and whispered, "I thought the Empress wouldn't leave you out. Seeing you here makes me feel a bit of sympathy." Xu Fei looked at the large archway, pouted, and said slowly, "Last night, I spent the whole night checking the shop accounts. This morning, the smell of that thing almost made me faint. I really don't understand why the Empress is so upset with this foreign princess to make such a big fuss." Just as she finished speaking, the foreign princess came over. Lu Qingjing followed behind with an unreadable expression. Several consorts looked up in shock, and the scene suddenly fell silent. The foreign princess was very beautiful, with a brave and spirited look. But what made everyone speechless wasn't just her beauty. It was that she looked very much like the legendary Princess Juan. Although everyone said they didn't know much about Princess Juan, being from a noble family, everyone had seen portraits of famous figures. The foreign princess performed a strange but confident greeting and said cheerfully, "My name is Nuya. Greetings to all the ladies." Yunfei, startled, took a few steps back. Suddenly, a fluffy stray cat appeared behind her, pressing against her heels. To avoid stepping on the cat, Yunfei hurriedly staggered backward. Lu Qingjing told these people that they were just testing the depth of this foreign princess's character. Since she saw the portrait of the princess, Lu Qingjing always felt she resembled Princess Jian, but she couldn't say why. Now, seeing Yunfei in danger, Lu Qingjing's first reaction was to keep her eyes fixed on Nuya. Nuya's eyes flickered briefly, and she confidently stepped forward to catch Yunfei. The wildcat, as if startled by something, quickly ran away. Yunfei, still shaken, stood up and forced a smile, saying, "Thank you, Princess Nuya. I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Lu Qingjing stepped forward first and said, "The princess is our guest. Our great Yu is nothing special, but the spring scenery in the Imperial Garden is quite beautiful. Why don't you join us for a walk?" Nuya looked at Lu Qingjing with a mysterious smile and nodded, saying, "Most of the western regions are wild deserts and rocky plains, and our Hu tribes are mostly deserts and gobi. Compared to the Yu, the scenery here is unmatched. I think it's good to take a walk. Please, ladies, lead the way." The others looked uncomfortable. When Li Fei arrived, she knew this was a tricky situation, but she didn't expect the person to offend to look so much like the legendary Jian. Suddenly, not only Li Fei, but everyone else felt a bit nervous. The scenery in the Imperial Garden was indeed beautiful. Lu Qingjing wasn't lying about that. Nuya looked like a girl of 18 or 19. Even though the others tried to probe, they couldn't sense anything unusual. Lu Qingjing herself even wondered if she remembered wrong. Nuya stood beside a lush apricot blossom tree, squinting and murmuring, "The scenery of Diyu is truly beautiful. Just like that person said, this is a garden full of spring colors that can't be contained." Lu Qingjing was lost in thought when her body suddenly jolted at these words, almost jumping. In this time period, there were no poets, and the phrase "spring colors that can't be contained" was originally a poem by a famous poet from her own era. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing subtly signaled Yunfei. Yunfei understood and stepped forward, saying, "I used to think Hu tribes didn't care much for poetry, but I didn't expect Princess Nuya to be quite talented in this area." Nuya, who had just been subtly and openly teased by everyone, trembled at Yunfei's words.
Li Fei silan lismilat.
Lu Qingjing looked at Nuya with some embarrassment and shook her head, saying, "I didn't write that poem. I only heard it before. I don't know poetry." Her repeated denials made it seem like she was worried everyone would ask her to recite it on the spot. Actually, Yunfei wanted her to say more, but seeing her refuse so firmly, she didn't want to force her. It was almost noon, and the sunlight in the Imperial Garden grew even stronger. Even some butterflies and bees flew over. Behind her, Xiaoxi didn't know what her master was doing, but she had woken up very early that morning. By the time she reached the Imperial study, she was already very hungry. She couldn't hold on any longer and softly said, "Your Majesty, please speak quickly. It's already noon. If I don't eat soon, not only the foreign princess, but even I will faint from hunger." Lu Qingjing was mainly thinking about what Nuya had casually said earlier. When she noticed it now, it was a bit late. A large group of people had already gone to the Queen's palace for lunch. Nuya was walking ahead quickly, as if she was afraid the few intimidating women behind her would say something again. Li Fei slowed down and walked to Lu Qingjing's side, speaking gently, "I know what you're suspicious about. But this Nuya, apart from her face, doesn't resemble the mysterious and unpredictable Jiuan princess at all. Maybe you're mixing her up, or maybe it's just a small coincidence." Lu Qingjing sighed long and said uncertainly, "I don't know for sure. Or maybe my intuition tells me this person is connected to the Jiuan princess. The poem she just recited sounds familiar, but she should know it. Things are getting stranger. No matter what, we must be careful. I wonder what Nuya really wants." In the Imperial study, Qin Zhao looked at Ji Chun with a headache, his expression full of despair. What does the Empress really want? To cause such a fuss over a foreign princess like the Jiuan princess in the Imperial study. If it weren't for you and the Chancellor here today, I might have had to depose the Empress. Ji Chun bowed and carried a tray over. Inside a smooth glass dish was a dead, foul-smelling fish with no visible cuts on its body. It was a specially preserved stinky fish. Qin Zhao took a few steps back, covering his nose, and ordered the people nearby to open the window. He then took a deep breath and said angrily, "What is all this nonsense? Where did you get this thing?" Ji Chen's voice was serious. "Your Majesty, please take a good look." This was sent by the foreign princess. Its appearance and smell are very similar to a dish that the previous emperor loved to eat. Usually, the lands where the foreigners live are full of deserts and gobi, so such fish are very rare. There's no way they would prepare it like this. Qin Zhao forcefully suppressed the urge to and moved closer. He saw that the fish on the plate even had a few unremarkable spices. Ji Chen, noticing this, reached out and took the fish back, saying calmly, "At first, I thought it was just an accident. But after Jingqi Pavilion started to interact with the Hu people, I became suspicious. I believe the emperor also knows what kind of people are in Jingqi Pavilion. Their contact with the Hu princess at this time is very suspicious." Qin Zhao took a deep breath, leaning against the door with a look of helplessness, lost in thought. Lu Qingjing sat in the courtyard, looking at the overly lush chives that only grew leaves and didn't flower, feeling a bit frustrated. Next to her, Xiao Si slowly approached, rolled his eyes, and whispered, "Madam, you're living like a prisoner. Aren't you bored? Consort Yun has come several times, trying to rescue you. Now look, the Empress's palace gates have been closed for nearly half a month, and it's just me and that little taking care of the vegetable garden." Lu Qingjing brushed aside the leaves and suddenly poured all her spiritual energy into the chives, slowly saying, "You little girl, what do you know? I'm doing all this for the emperor. Don't you understand love?" Xiao Si looked at the chives, which had grown wild like weeds, and curled his lips. He stood up, picked up a shovel, and dug out the chives by the roots. He kept talking, "Madam, stop fooling me. The emperor visits more often than Lady Li Fei, but you never see him. Besides, when you caused a fuss in the imperial study, you should have thought of the consequences. Now, the Hu princess has been in bed for half a month, and you've been here just as long. If this keeps up, the palace's plants will be ruined by you." Lu Qingjing wiped the dirt from her hands, feeling a bit guilty, and said, "Isn't this just to make the chives grow faster? Who knew they'd turn out like this? I was just testing her at the time. Who knew the princess liked beans so much? It's just a deeper kind of poisoning." Xiao Si pulled her up, sighed deeply, and led her to sit down. He said, "Madam, you've gone too far this time. That princess only looks a bit like Princess Joan. We still don't know what's really happening. You gave her undercooked beans, almost causing a disaster." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Chui's voice came from outside the door. "Servant Xiao Chui, on orders from Lady Li Fei, has an urgent matter to see the Empress. Please come out and meet her." Lu Qingjing took a sip of tea, frowned, thought for a moment, and then nodded. Xiao Si stepped forward to open the door. 2 steps ahead, she hurriedly said, "Our Lady has been watching the dock area closely. Today, we finally received news about Miss Qinglan, but it's quite unbelievable. This servant is here to inform you." Lu Qingjing knew that in this era, most unbelievable stories were probably told because the person involved had already died. Her heart sank a little. Xiao Si carefully rubbed her chest and politely said, "Our mistress has always been most worried about Miss Qinglan. If Sister Xiao Chui knows anything, please tell us quickly." Xiao Chui clenched her teeth and slowly spoke. "This morning, someone said they saw a woman who looked exactly like Miss Qinglan with a child last night. Now many people are saying that Miss Qinglan has already died. Because she was worried about her child, she became a ghost who delivers children. The child in her arms is proof. These rumors are everywhere now, and common people even want to build a temple to worship Miss Qinglan." Lu Qingjing slammed her teacup down hard and said fiercely, "This is simply ridiculous. Qinglan is still unaware of her situation, and people are cursing her like this. Go tell Consort Li that this matter must be handled carefully. There must be no temple for Qinglan in the capital. If anyone dares to cause trouble, arrest one, kill one." Xiao Si looked at Lu Qingjing with some confusion. After Xiao Chui left, she quickly closed the door and asked, "Madam, haven't you always disbelieved in ghosts and spirits? Shouldn't you be Even less convinced by such curses? Why are you suddenly so angry? Lu Qingjin sighed deeply and leaned over the table, saying, At first, I heard a story like this. Do you know why the Empress of the previous dynasty's founding emperor was called the goddess? Do you know the reason? Lu Qingjin softly began to tell her story. It all started when the emperor's maid was drowned. She was carrying her young daughter when she died. Rumors began to spread among the people, saying that the Empress had caused her death. But a few days later, someone saw the maid by the sea, still holding her daughter. The person who saw her was a woman who had been unable to have children for many years. Surprisingly, after returning home, she had a baby. People then said that the maid was repaying the Empress's kindness. From that day on, no one dared to accuse the Empress again. The people called her the Goddess Queen. Xiaoxi covered her mouth in disbelief and whispered, Although it's a good story, it really gives me chills. Especially since your situation is so similar to hers. Lu Qingjin, lying sideways on the noble consort's bed, looked at the blue sky and softly said, I believe there are coincidences in this world, but I don't think this is one. Anyway, Qinglan is my maid. The way things are developing benefits me. But even a noble lady shouldn't ignore lives and let others pave the way for me. This matter must be investigated thoroughly if Qinglan and her child are truly harmed. Xiaoxi sighed and casually swatted a long hovering mosquito. Your Majesty, are you not planning to go out? Relying only on consortly makes it very hard to find out the truth. Heavy footsteps sounded at the door. Qin Zhao pushed it open. This was the first time he entered without knocking in days. There was little Lu Qingjin could do to refuse. Her gaze stayed on him for a long moment before she said, You must have heard everything by now. Sometimes I really wonder what people with power are thinking. Qinglan just had her baby, and they are two living people. Yet, because you wanted to test if there are other forces in the palace, you let the guards at the Jade Emperor Garden slack off and assumed they were taken away. What are you really thinking? Qin Zhao lowered his head and let out a bitter laugh. A dandelion floated slowly between the two. Lu Qingjin's expression suddenly relaxed, her voice hoarse as she said, Sorry. I was too emotional. Honestly, if anyone is to blame, it's me. The people from my aunt's faction always find opportunities. Their real goal is to pave the way for me. In the end, if Qinglan and her child are harmed, I should be the one to pay. Qin Zhao hurried forward and tightly embraced Lu Qingjin, his voice trembling. I'm very sorry, but trust me again. I will bring Qinglan back to you. The warm atmosphere between the two didn't last long. Outside the door, Ji Chen's voice was heard. Your Majesty, you should go to the front court quickly. Just now, news came that a riot broke out in Nanjong Forest and many venomous snakes and insects have escaped. The most worrying thing is that there was also a riot in the woods near the capital. Although the number of venomous creatures isn't as large as in Nanjong Forest, it's still very dangerous. Qin Zhao quickly walked to the door, opened it, and looked back at Lu Qingjing with a gentle voice. Come with me. After all, this matter concerns your aunt. Ji Chun hurriedly tried to stop their conversation, lowering his head to say, Many people in the court already know about Miss Qinglan's situation. Some think the Empress is lucky, but most believe she is ruthless. It's safer for the Empress to stay in the Empress's palace right now. Lu Qingjing took a deep breath and said urgently, Your Majesty, you should go with the general quickly. This matter is urgent. I can take care of myself here. No one will bother me at this moment. Don't forget, you promised to bring Qinglan back for me. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and quickly left. Lu Qingjing trembled as she closed the door and let out a long sigh. People are like that. Once they leave that environment, even big problems seem less stressful. At this moment, Lu Qingjing was in such a state. She sat on the ground, unsure of what to do next. Xiaoxi saw her like this but couldn't do anything, so he could only silently stay with her. The palace was very quiet at this time. Yunfei sat on the main seat and sighed deeply, asking the maid beside her, I heard that something happened in Nanjong Forest. Even Simin has gone missing, and it's very likely she was caught inside. The Empress should have already heard about this. What is her attitude now? The young maid hesitated and helplessly replied, "It's hard to say about the Empress. We haven't seen her come out of the Empress's palace yet. She might not even know that Simin and is missing." Yun Fei tilted her tea slightly, spilling a little. Before she could speak, footsteps were heard at the door. At this moment, anyone coming in wouldn't be a good sign. Yun Fei composed herself and sat gracefully, waiting. Soon, Prince Li and a young entered. He wore a relaxed smile and bowed slightly. "Greetings, Empress Yun." Compared to Consort Yun, Prince Li's status is much higher, so there was no need for formal bowing. This proved that Prince Li came with an urgent matter. Consort Yun knew she was no match for the young prince, and could only smile politely, saying, "I am just a concubine in the palace, and cannot bear to perform such rituals for you. Please feel free to speak directly." A mature concubine acting so flattering was quite amusing, but most people present showed little expression. The clever maidservants quietly took their leave. When the hall was empty, Prince Li set down his mismatched teacup and spoke calmly, "You should know what's been happening in the capital lately. The lady went missing in Nanjong Forest, and I really couldn't do anything about it. But she entrusted me with a task before she disappeared, so I can't just give up. The Empress Dowager refuses to cooperate, though. What do you think we should do?" Consort Yun spilled her tea more fiercely before slowly speaking. "You are from Siminan, and everyone should know that. I want to help you, but I am still the Empress Dowager's person. Frankly, I won't tell her about this, so I can't help you."
Please leave now.
Prince Li looked at her deeply, then walked to the side and opened a window. Outside, Lady Li appeared. When he turned back, he wore a somewhat proud smile. "I already know that, but look at Lady Li's choice. Are you sure you don't want to stand with her?" The spring breeze should have been gentle, but Consort Yun felt colder than ever. Suddenly, everything became clear. Why did Qinglan and her son mysteriously disappear? All the guards in the palace were assigned by Lady Li. Even if the emperor drafted some, people wouldn't just vanish without a trace. The only explanation was that the person in front of her already knew everything and had been acting openly and secretly all along. Lady Li approached the door, pushed it open, and entered. She looked at Consort Yun with a calm expression. "The Empress Dowager is now in a very dangerous situation. I know our plan isn't perfect, but giving up now would only worsen your reputation. When the missing Siminan returns, do you think she will let you go?" Little Chui entered and coldly said, "The emperor has sealed off the capital. Our people are trapped in the temple. If we can't get out soon, we will definitely be discovered. Also, Empress Dowager has realized something and is beginning to suspect us. There isn't much time left." Princess Li was unusually anxious, while Prince Li remained calm, sipping his tea. Yun Fei clenched her teeth and said firmly, "At first, I also thought of using the Empress Dowager, but she has been kind to me all this time. I really can't betray my conscience to help you. Even if Siminan doesn't let me go in the end, that's okay. It's my fate." After speaking, Yun Fei turned to leave. Princess Li, truly worried, grabbed Yun Fei's shoulder and said sternly, "Not all lies will be exposed. You should know that if this matter is discovered, it's because I was caught. You only helped a little. Think about your family, your younger brother and father. Do you really want them to suffer harm too?" Yun Fei's determined expression suddenly broke down. She felt deeply tormented inside but remained clear-headed, as if her mind was split in two. She turned to look at the young man sitting on the chair and thought, "A child younger than my younger brother is forcing me into this situation. How terrifying is Siminan? If their plan fails because of me, how many of my family can survive?" After a while, seeming to accept her fate, Yun Fei nodded and looked out the window with a cold expression, saying, "The emperor trusts only your brother and my father. I will lend you my personal maid. When the time comes, anyone related to my father will leave. The rest is up to you." Lu Qingjing sat quietly at the palace gate for a long time. Light footsteps approached from outside. A familiar, gentle voice slowly said, "Empress, you should do something. Our master has already lost patience. I came to remind you, if you don't act now, Miss Qinglan's life may be in danger." Lu Qingjing looked outside anxiously. The empty palace path showed nothing. After a while, a few complete apricot blossoms gently fell. Xiaoxi, a bit confused, walked over and looked at Lu Qingjing with concern, asking, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? If there's anything you need to tell me, now is a good time. We don't have any major issues at the moment. It's a bit troublesome to go out, but it's not impossible." Lu Qingjing recalled everything that happened yesterday. Every detail seemed natural. She knew that the wanted to tell her someone was secretly causing trouble, but there was no one she could suspect. Thinking of this, Lu Qingjing felt even more uneasy. She tidied her clothes and stood up from the ground. "Do you know where the Emperor is right now?" Xiaoxi hesitated briefly, put down what she was holding, and hurried out. Lu Qingjing stood quietly in the courtyard, surrounded by ornate buildings, with Xiaoxi's voice asking questions nearby. But she always felt like something was missing. This feeling made her anxious and restless. Just as she thought she might lose her composure, Xiaoxi hurried back. Lu Qingjing handed her a teacup, patted her on the back, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there an urgent matter with the Emperor?" "Don't worry, just tell me slowly." Xiaoxi took a sip of tea, exhaled deeply, and then hurriedly said, "Recently, there have been riots among the poisonous insects near the capital. Many say it's because you acted recklessly and wanted to use Miss Qinglan to build your reputation, which has brought punishment. The Emperor insists on supporting you in court, but he's also been criticized a lot. Things have gotten worse, and the common people are starting to complain. To stabilize the situation, the Emperor has gone to the outskirts." Lu Qingjing's already pale face grew even more grim. At this moment, she finally understood what imperial power politics were and realized the hidden hardships Qin Zhao faced in doing many things. Thinking that this matter was connected to her concubine, Lu Qingjing felt it was not so simple. Xiaoxi softly asked, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking? Should we do something now?" Lu Qingjing tidied her clothes, recalled all the insect-repelling items she knew, and after a moment, ordered, "Go and bring out all the sulfur and kerosene in our palace. Also, find some miscellaneous herbs and fragrant powders." As she spoke, she headed toward the house. Xiaoxi, even if confused, followed her instructions. Lu Qingjing took a brush and wrote many formulas on paper. As she wrote, she thought about who in the palace might be suspicious. Eventually, her paper was full, and she had a suspect in mind. Xiaoxi hurried in, panting, and said anxiously, "There's not much of these items left in the palace now. They're all in the boxes in the courtyard. Do you have any other orders, Your Majesty?" Lu Qingjing gently blew on the still wet ink on the paper and slowly spoke. "Take this item to Lin Palace and tell the concubine that we will settle other matters later. For now, this medicine formula must be prepared and sent to the countryside, as many as possible." Xiaoxi nodded, went to the door, and ordered someone to prepare the carriage while passing the note to them. Lu Qingjing looked around the room with a somewhat sad expression, took a moment, then slowly lifted her head and left. The horse at the door let out a low whinny, then sluggishly pulled the carriage away. Lu Qingjing sat in the carriage, carefully thinking about the upcoming plan. Xiaoxi, after tidying up the broken pastries, sighed and said, "The rebellion of those poisonous insects is truly frightening. Not only the common people, but even the horses in the palace are affected." As they spoke, the carriage shook and moved forward. Outside, Qin Zhao, with his people, watched from afar as the army of poisonous insects tried to approach several times. Jichen saluted, looking somewhat helpless, and said, "There are still many dangerous insects and beasts in the nearby woods approaching us. Our people and torches are not enough. Later, Your Majesty, follow me back about a mile." Qin Zhao closed his eyes tiredly and asked, "How far is it from the capital? How are our people doing? Any casualties?" Jichen sighed helplessly and slowly replied, "Over 200 of our people have died. Many of the survivors are barely able to fight. If things get worse, we'll have to call in the city's imperial guards. We're less than 10 miles from the capital now." Before Qin Zhao could speak, Xiao Fuzi hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it's not good. Empress has arrived with her people, and they're nearby. Some officials have already gone to meet her. Should you go too? Ji-chun looked surprised toward the palace, then, after a moment of hesitation and feeling guilty, lowered his head and said, I am here, Your Majesty. You should go. Those officials are very angry right now. If anything happens and the Empress is hurt, it would be very bad. Qin Zhao was stunned when he heard this news. He quickly recovered and ordered anxiously, arrange the retreat here. As long as anyone is still alive, we must not abandon any soldiers. Ji-chun nodded and looked toward the direction Qin Zhao left, sighing. The young guard beside him looked worried and said, The Empress doesn't know what the Emperor is doing. If something really happens, it will be the end. Do you want to think of a way to shift the blame onto someone else? Many adults are anxious now, and this is the easiest time to act. Ji-chun thought for a while before taking action. The young guard took advantage of Ji-chun's instructions to slowly leave the crowd. When Qin Zhao arrived near the carriage, he heard Zhao Yunheng shouting, The Empress is really going too far. What grudge does my Qinglan and the child have that she wants to harm them? Now, everyone is dead, and what more is there to say? Hearing this, Qin Zhao felt very angry. No one knew Lu Qingjing better than him. Even if Lu Qingjing were dead, she wouldn't let Qinglan be harmed. Everything about today's event seemed too carefully planned, as if someone was setting a trap. Before Qin Zhao could speak, Lu Qingjing's voice came over. I understand that the heir loves his wife very much, but this is just the body of a woman and child who have been dead for a long time. Their faces are unrecognizable now. The heir is being unreasonable to claim that I, the Empress, am involved. An old minister slowly stepped forward and said, The heir's actions are indeed a bit inappropriate. But everything happening in the capital now is connected to the Empress. I advise you to step down. Otherwise, it will be hard for the officials and even the Emperor to protect you. His words gained some support. Lu Qingjing stood quietly to the side, watching coldly. Xiaoxi came over and whispered in her ear, Madam, don't bother with this. The general said he will be back soon. For your safety and everyone's, it's better to step back a mile. The officials still looked angry at her, as if they didn't believe the news. Lu Qingjing sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Suddenly, a swarm of poisonous insects appeared out of nowhere and swept over the officials. Before they could scream, they were dead. Lu Qingjing ordered Xiaoxi to pour fire oil from the carriage onto the ground and set it on fire. The flames quickly drove away the insects. Because of the fire oil, the flames stayed in one place and didn't spread elsewhere. They burned steadily, keeping the area safe. When Qin Zhao was about to walk over, he heard cheers coming from a nearby hillside. He turned around and saw hundreds of villagers crowded together, watching eagerly. Perhaps they were excited by Lu Qingjing's brave act, many shouting praises to the queen goddess. Lu Qingjing looked at the pale-faced villagers and finally understood. Whether it was this insect disaster or the officials involved, it was all part of a planned scheme. Not everyone was part of the plan, but the fact that her stepmother had foreseen it all proved how frightening this plan was. Qin Zhao gently approached and gently held Lu Qingjing, then spoke softly, I know what you're about to say. Please be patient for now. Fixing this insect problem is the most important thing. If these poisonous insects get into the capital, it will be a disaster. Lu Qingjing calmed her anger and replied calmly, Do other cities also have these poisonous insects? How are they doing? Qin Zhao sighed and led her toward a nearby mound. The two looked down at the swarm of poisonous insects rushing toward them. Qin Zhao said helplessly, They're all similar, but Nanjong Forest is worse. Usually, we use torches to drive away the insects. Other cities are doing okay, but the insects in the capital are especially fierce. It looks like we can't hold them back much longer. Lu Qingjing called Xiaoxi to bring some fire oil. She turned and said calmly, I brought a lot of fire oil when I came. You probably saw that. With this and guards protecting the flames, we should be able to hold them. Princess Li will send the insect-repelling powder soon. Stopping the insects is just a matter of time. Qin Zhao was pleased and patted her head, feeling a bit helpless. Your method is good. The fire oil works well, but these aren't ordinary insects. We've used powder on many, but it hasn't worked. It only slows them down. Lu Qingjing smiled. Before she could speak, Xiao Chui's voice came from afar, saying, "Our Lady has already sent the powder, and it's prepared in advance. Empress, please see where it's being used." At this moment, the fire oil line in front had already repelled most of the insects. Although some fierce ones still charged forward, the situation was much calmer now. Qin Zhao has always trusted Lu Qingjin the most. Seeing the poison insects almost retreating, he quickly ordered people to sprinkle the medicinal powder on them. Surprisingly, the black powder did not kill all the insects, but forced most of them to retreat. The retreating insects seemed to regain their senses and obediently returned to the woods. As a result, the number of insects in front decreased significantly. Qin Zhao let out a long sigh of relief. Even though the officials nearby were unhappy with the Empress, they dared not speak out. Earlier, several officials had been the main ones criticizing the Empress, and their fate had been quite frightening. The atmosphere at the scene had become much more peaceful. Qin Zhao looked at the honest officials and sighed again, secretly admiring Si Minen's sharp judgment. Meanwhile, Lu Qingjin anxiously looked at the injured guards and said, "Let's not talk about celebrating now. It's more important to treat the wounded first." The attending doctor hurried over to examine the injuries and said, "Fortunately, these are not deadly insects. The worst part is delaying treatment. Now that the situation is almost over, just focus on proper treatment." Lu Qingjin breathed a sigh of relief. Many of the insects near the woods seemed to have regained their senses and returned inside. The guards had changed into clothes without injuries. Qin Zhao gently said, "The danger here is over. It's time for us to return to the palace." Lu Qingjin gave a subtle signal to the young servant, who wisely went to carry the two bodies. Qin Zhao initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Qingjin's pale face, he silently agreed. The officials all bowed and dared not say more. Only Zhao Yunheng looked angrily toward Nanzhenglin. On the carriage, Qin Zhao finally removed her previously strained mask, looking somewhat tired and asking, "Why did you come here? What if something had gone wrong?" Lu Qingjin sighed sadly, her face looking a little grim. "I knew this was probably aimed at me. Many people lost their lives because of this. I had to come even if I had to crawl. I didn't expect Andy to be so clever. Those officials' deaths were probably because of me. It saved you a lot of trouble." Qin Zhao patted her head and stayed silent for a long time, but her expression was no longer as grim. Outside the carriage, the young servant softly said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Those two bodies aren't Miss Qinglan's. They're probably just meant to distract us." Lu Qingjin took a deep breath and gently held Qin Zhao's hand, saying, "That's great. Qinglan won't be in danger anymore." When Lu Qingjin returned to the palace, she finally felt the sense of urgency fade away. Before Xiao Si could tidy up, he came over with some helplessness and said, "Consort Li is just outside the door. Would you like to see her?" Lu Qingjin sat on the only wicker chair in the courtyard and replied softly, "Since she's here, just let her in. After all, this matter was helpful, so I should show some respect. Go and bring out the cassia seeds from the storage to brew some tea." Xiao Si nodded and left. A breeze blew past, and Lu Qingjin finally realized what felt off. It was still spring, yet the wicker chair felt surprisingly warm, as if someone had sat there not long ago. This felt especially strange in the cool wind. Before she could think further, Xiao Si returned with Consort Li. Xiao Chui wisely went downstairs too. Soon, only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Lu Qingjin sighed helplessly and spoke slowly. "Do you know I didn't suspect you at first? I really didn't want to doubt you, but you must understand that your actions have consequences." Consort Li, dressed in luxurious brocade palace clothes, sat on the ground without concern. A gentle breeze made her look like an otherworldly fairy. After a while, Lu Qingjin finally calmed down. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Consort Li say, "I know I am the main suspect in this matter, but sometimes The more solid the evidence, the more likely it is a false accusation. Do you really believe I did all this? Remember, I haven't left the palace in a long time. If it really was me, how would I contact the person in charge? Lu Qingjin took a sip of the cassia seed tea, nodded, and said calmly, I understand. Even if there is real evidence, it doesn't prove innocence. Until the real culprit is found, everything remains uncertain. I didn't intend to do anything to you, just wanted to remind you. No matter whether you did this or not, one day, the lady's people will come after you. When that happens, I hope you will stand with me. The hand that was playing with the grass leaf trembled slightly. She remained silent for a while, unsure where the breeze came from that tousled her hair. Only then did Lady Li regain her composure and straighten her hair. Your words are a bit too light-hearted, she said. You know what kind of person Simin and is. Even if we had the courage, we wouldn't dare do anything to her. Lu Qingjin closed her eyes without replying. After a moment, she heard rustling sounds. Xiao Si softly said, Don't sleep here, Your Majesty. Lady Li has already left. If you want to rest, you can go to the main hall. Lu Qingjin shook her head and said nothing, just sitting in her chair and gazing at the sky. Xiao Si waited for a while, seeing that Lu Qingjin showed no response, and finally sighed and spoke. Old people used to say that those who like to look at the sky are soft-hearted. Now I believe it. What is Your Majesty really thinking? Lu Qingjin shook her head, looking a bit tired. People's hearts are such a scary thing. I used to think that if I treated others sincerely, they would be genuine in return. I never expected I couldn't even compare to the reputation of the concubine. Farming is easier. I hope there will be fewer things like this in the future. It's just a way to save my time. Xiao Si seemed to remember something and stood up. After a moment, he pointed excitedly at a warehouse not far away. A few days ago, you were in a bad mood. The bourgeois fruit sent by the emperor hasn't been eaten yet. If you want to farm, you might want to consider it. Lu Qingjin, who had heard of the bourgeois fruit in modern times, knew it was mostly just a legend. But now, for the first time, she truly saw this bourgeois fruit in reality. She couldn't care about anything else and eagerly headed toward the warehouse. I want to see what this bourgeois fruit looks like. Why haven't I heard of such a thing in Daga before? Xiao Si, walking with her toward the warehouse, slowly explained. No wonder you didn't know. The bourgeois fruit is a specialty from the Hu people. It's actually a new crop cultivated in recent years. Even we haven't tasted it yet. Princess Nuya brought it all the way here, but it's much better than that broken fish. As they reached the warehouse, Lu Qingjin looked at the basket in front of her. Inside were small round fruits, about the size of apples but identical in shape, just a bit smaller. She curled her lips slightly. Xiao Si, excited, said it smells really good. If you don't want to eat it, keeping it as a spice is also good. Lu Qingjin thought to herself, isn't this just a sand fruit? They even gave it a fancy name, but it turns out that the so-called worry-free boza fruit is just a lie. Xiao Si picked up one, washed it by the well, and handed it over. Try it. It smells very good, so it should taste pretty nice. Lu Qingjin looked at her hopeful expression and took a bite. The surface of the sand fruit didn't look very appealing, but the taste was quite good. It was juicy and crunchy, much better than an apple. Xiao Si swallowed hard and asked impatiently, is this really good to eat? Lu Qingjin smiled at her eager face. The sand fruit did smell quite nice, so she quickly finished her own and slowly held the seed in her hand. It's crisp and tasty. This is pretty good. We should plant a few later. Come with me and bring some of these fruits. Xiao Si hesitated and took a few fruits to test. Don't you only need the seed to plant? The flesh seems wasted. Can I have one to eat? Lu Qingjin laughed. She thought her little maid was quite cute and innocent. Seeing her longing look, she couldn't help but smile and said, all right, just one. But it's only one fruit. There are plenty in the storage. If you want to eat, go ahead. You haven't had any for days. Just smelling them must be hard. Xiao Si quickly wiped one with her clothes and put it in her mouth. The fresh flesh made her squint happily. She casually said, the Empress doesn't know, but those of us who've been in the palace for a long time have learned our lessons. The things the master has aren't for us to take. Not just a fruit, even a stone isn't allowed. Lu Qingjing paused slightly. She forgot that this place was no longer her own time and space. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Si knew she had said the wrong thing. She quickly forced a smile. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's already good enough to be with you. I had it worse when I was in the laundry room." Lu Qingjing kept walking forward without saying a word. Xiao Si was quite carefree. She didn't try to comfort her during this walk, instead just eating the remaining fruits until only a few seeds were left. The little in the vegetable garden saw two people arrive and tremblingly bowed. He stayed bowed for a long time, not daring to stand up or speak. When Lu Qingjing saw him blocking the entrance to the yard and not moving aside, she had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Xiao Si asked loudly, and the little replied, "Your Majesty, forgive me. It's not that the servant didn't watch the garden properly. It's just that Princess Ye is so noble that I couldn't stop her." Lu Qingjing pushed past the little and hurried over. She saw that only some branches and leaves remained in the garden, and all the fruits were gone. Even the sweet potato seedlings had been pulled out. Xiao Si covered his mouth in surprise and said, "Everyone in the palace knows this garden belongs to the Empress. Is Princess Ye crazy? How dare she do such things?" The little behind him said helplessly, "When the princess came, she kept saying that the Empress had lost favor and that the ownership of this place might change in the future. I tried to stop her, and I was even injured. When I left the Imperial Hospital, I saw the garden was like this. The Emperor came once, looked around, and said the seedlings were still there. They should grow back in a few days." Lu Qingjing smiled coldly and handed a fruit pit to Xiao Si. "Princess Ye is quite bold. Let's plant this fruit first and see what happens." Xiao Si quickly dug the soil after hearing this. The spiritual energy in the garden grew pure, and even the soil improved. After working for a while, they finally finished planting everything. Xiao Si asked while watering, "Your Majesty, what do you plan to do next?" Princess Ye is a foreign princess. If she goes too far, it might be hard to explain to the emperor. Lu Qingjing chuckled coldly and slowly said, "Since you know Princess Ye is a foreign princess, you should also think about my aunt's relationship with the foreigners. I used to think I shouldn't rely on my aunt's influence, but now I see things differently. Some problems can't be avoided just by hiding." The little beside her flickered with his eyes, bowed his head, and said nothing. Xiao Si nodded and followed Lu Qingjing as they headed toward Princess Ye's residence, Yuhuang Garden. Jiuan sat in a private room at the tea house, drinking tea. When his subordinate reported, he smiled and said, "Look at this child now, so sensible. It's a pity our plans are already enough. Otherwise, she could replace Siminen." The pale-faced little waved his hand and told someone to leave, then softly said, "This servant, yeah, was originally raised just so you could have a status. But now she's becoming more disobedient. She dares to do such reckless things. Should I go teach her a lesson?" Jiuan looked at the rising steam and chuckled. "People, a small lesson isn't enough to make her remember. It's just a temporary deterrent." The little thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "I understand." Miss Siminen left with something brought by Jida. "Now is a good time to use it on Nuya." After speaking, he was about to leave. Jiuan leisurely called him back. "Why are you in such a hurry? Tell me more about the situation outside." The little hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Miss Siminen's independent actions have succeeded. But neither Qing Lan nor her son died. They were protected by the Empress consort and Yun Fei. When the Empress knew, she was quite pleased. Now, the Empress's reputation and benefits have improved." Jiuan smiled and waved his hand. "Anything unrelated to our plan doesn't matter. Tell me, what does Zhao Yunheng plan to do now?" The little looked up and replied calmly, "I don't know. Zhao Yunheng is ambitious. He knows his child isn't dead, but he doesn't care much. Right now, he's probably trying to force the emperor near Nanjong Forest, but he hasn't figured out how yet." Jiuan took a sip of tea, restrained a smile, and said softly, "This person is interesting. Luckily, we have plans in this area too. Let's send someone to help him. And also, include the Empress. In the Jade Emperor Garden, Lu Qingjin sat quietly, without speaking. Nuya, sitting below, swallowed hard and slowly said, I only took a few of your fruits. I've apologized and made some compensation. What more do you want? Don't forget, I am a princess of the Hu people. Lu Qingjin put down her teacup, looked at her calmly, and said slowly, You don't need to worry. I never forget this. I don't want anything to happen either. But your compensation isn't what I want, so I have to bring it up with a thick face. Nuya gritted her teeth and said angrily, You're going too far. I am a princess. Even if I don't agree, what can you do? Could your emperor punish me over this? Lu Qingjin smiled lazily and said, Our emperor certainly can't do that, but you know what kind of person my aunt is. If she gets upset over this, it might be more dangerous than the emperor. I believe you've heard about it too. Nuya's face instantly turned pale, trembling with fear. After a long moment, she slowly said, Just tell me what you want. I'll do my best. Lu Qingjin, with a satisfied smile, softly said, It's quite simple. I want you to help me collect seeds from the western regions. All kinds of seeds. There's no strict time limit, but it would be better to do it quickly. Nuya thought it was something difficult, since Simeon usually handled serious matters. Hearing this, she relaxed a bit and nodded, saying, I agree. But I still need to stay in Dayu for a while. Once I return to the country, I can gather the seeds and send them to you. Lu Qingjin nodded happily and, without hesitation, turned to leave. Nuya, as if relieved, slumped into her chair. A young maid nearby softly said, It seems this matter is settled. You don't need to worry anymore. Nuya forced a smile and looked at the sky, saying slowly, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Those people are not as easy to deal with as the Empress. Lu Qingjin looked at the lush young saplings and sighed in relief. As she transmitted spiritual energy to the jujube trees, she said, I used to worry that these trees wouldn't adapt well, but now I feel assured. It won't be long before they bear fruit. A familiar voice approached from the distance. Your worries are unnecessary. Anything you plant always turns out well. Soon, Shengshi Pavilion will have new fruits and vegetables. Lu Qingjin softly scoffed and said calmly, You really know how to seize every opportunity. Shengshi Pavilion is thriving now. You secretly added many strange and wonderful things, even taking some from my palace. You're never satisfied. Now even these half-grown trees are on your mind. Yunfei smiled and said, It's all for business. I've brought some good things this time. Don't rush, come try them. If you like them, I'll have someone send you seedlings in a few days. Lu Qingjin turned around and sat at a small table nearby. Yunfei had already been sitting there, eating strawberries and saying, It's quite comfortable here. When we are tired from looking at the accounts and feeling dizzy, we like to stay here. The air is good, and it's relaxing. Consort Shu even asked me if I wanted to open a tea house like this in the capital. Lu Qingjin took a bite of the strawberries Yunfei brought and nodded. These are very good. Tomorrow, send someone to bring the seedlings. I still have some empty land here, so let's plant strawberries and blueberries together. Yunfei gently shook her fan and softly clicked her tongue.
Who asked you that?
I was talking about whether we should open a tea house like this. You know, without your help, it would be very difficult for me to do it. If you agree, just lend me the little here to help out. You don't need to go yourself. Lu Qingjin took a sip of the tea made from juemingzi, moth bean, and shook her head.
Not now.
The people in the capital are too poor. Even if we open it, there won't be many customers. A tea house is different from a fancy restaurant like Shengshi. When the people in the capital become richer, we can open it then. Yunfei sighed long and looked at the teacup in Lu Qingjin's hand, frowning. Are you out of money for tea? Juemingzi tea is one of the cheapest. Even when you cut expenses before, we never drank this. When we go back, I'll bring you some jujube tea from the Hu people. Lu Qingjin smiled faintly and put the teacup on the table. Forget it. I can't get used to the tea from the Hu people. A few days ago, I scolded Nuya. I'm afraid drinking her tea now would make her angry. Yunfei couldn't help but laugh for a while before slowly saying, I won't interfere in your affairs. I heard that after the poisonous insects were treated outside the capital, some strange trees appeared. Many villagers use their bark to wrap their shoes, claiming it makes them slip-proof and durable.
Do you want to go see?
Lu Qingjing listened and found it quite familiar. After a moment, she said, I think I know what those are. Since I have nothing to do now, why don't we go take a look? Yun Fei stood up, adjusted her hairpin, and smiled.
I was just going to tell you about it.
I really want to go out now. Never mind. I'll change my clothes first. I can't go outside dressed like this. Lu Qingjing nodded, closed her eyes, and slowly said, I'm tired too. Wait for me for half an hour. Hurry up. If it gets dark, we won't be able to come back. Yun Fei turned to leave, and only after stepping out of the imperial garden did she slowly hide her smile. The maidservant beside her looked worried and said, Your Majesty, you only needed to give a quick message. Why did you have to go yourself? If Si Minin is not sincere, it could be very dangerous for you. Yun Fei snorted coldly. Si Minin is still very caring for her daughter. Even if the Empress isn't her biological daughter, she is still the only descendant of the Xie family. The bloodline is the same. The young maid covered her mouth in surprise and dared not speak. The two of them gradually walked away. Meanwhile, a young palace girl hiding in the bushes quickly ran toward the laundry yard. After Yun Fei finished her preparations, she saw the carriage in front of her and got on. Seeing Lu Qingjing inside, she was startled. I thought you were waiting for me in the vegetable garden. You seem quite anxious to come here. Lu Qingjing poured her a cup of tea behind her and looked out the carriage window, saying, I suddenly remembered how important this thing is. If used well, it could serve as armor for soldiers. Now, whether it's the barbarians or the western regions, they are all watching closely. Having this would be a big gain. The emperor's pressure at court might also lessen. Yun Fei nodded but said nothing. The two of them silently continued their journey, both understanding each other. When they reached outside the city, guards were already stationed there. Yun Fei smiled and said, Among us, Sister Li Fei is the most informed. It looks like she already has people watching over the place. Lu Qingjing ignored her words and moved toward the edge of the woods. A guard softly stopped her, saying, Your Majesty, be careful. This tree secretes a sticky substance with a very unpleasant smell. If it gets on your hands, it will cause a burning, stabbing pain. Lu Qingjing obediently stopped and observed for a while. The tree was a rubber tree, and it looked quite old. It was only now that she noticed the cuts on the tree, from which the liquid was flowing, likely made by someone who had been cutting it daily. The mastermind behind this was easy to guess. Lu Qingjing stood up quietly and said softly, That's quite thoughtful. Sometimes I wonder if you are truly my biological mother. The guard beside her looked confused and asked, What are you talking about, Your Majesty? Lu Qingjing shook her head lightly and gave a calm order, Have someone come and dig up these trees. Plant them in the imperial garden. The guard's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, This is the first time I've seen a queen so fond of farming. Despite his thoughts, he politely said, Your Majesty, you may not know, but many people nearby use this to wrap their shoes. If you take it all back, the common people might feel resentful. Lu Qingjing suddenly smiled coldly, as if she had thought of something, and said, I want to see what happens if they do feel resentful. The guard felt that this queen was acting very recklessly. Only Yun Fei, who was nearby, looked at Lu Qingjing and shivered slightly. The two of them returned to the palace and were watching the planted oak trees. Not far away, little Fuzi ran over happily. Yun Fei saw this and smiled, saying, Is there something urgent? I see that your official's shoes are almost flying off. Little Fuzi blushed and, feeling a bit shy, stood a little away from them. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, It's not exactly urgent. This noon, the Crown Prince Zhao Yunheng submitted his resignation, saying he wants to return south. The Emperor asked me to tell you. I'm worried I might not catch him, since he's leaving tonight. Lu Qingjing reached out and evenly distributed her spiritual power to the trees. She silently chuckled and said lightly, The official is joking. I just find this news interesting. There's no need to worry about catching him. Do you think I can stop him? Little Fuzi awkwardly smiled and apologized. I was overthinking. Since your majesty already knows, I will go back now. The emperor still has many things for me to attend to. Yunfei looked at little Fuzi's back with some worry and frowned. It's better to be more careful when speaking, your majesty. Little Fuzi is just a servant, but he's still part of the emperor's people. If he truly harbors resentment against you, it could be troublesome. Lu Qingjing glanced at her, released her hand, and the oak branch spun and snapped back. She then walked toward the queen's palace and said calmly. The guard also said the same thing. I really don't understand why you all think I would be afraid of resentment. Now that Daegu is part of my aunt's plan, what is there to fear? Queen Yun suddenly remembered the events of recent days and felt a cold shiver. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, we all know that Empress Dowager is very displeased with Simeon, but I must say, even if she oversteps in other areas, she still cares about you. Your reputation is your own. If things continue like this without any concern, even Simeon, with her great abilities, might be powerless to help. Lu Qingjin paused and looked back with a meaningful expression. You speak as if you know something.
Fine.
I have my own plans. Just watch and wait. Without another word, she left quickly. Queen Yin stood at the fork in the road, lost in thought. Her personal maid softly said, Your Majesty has already gone far. We should leave too. Queen Yun sighed and followed. As she was being helped, her maid worriedly asked, Did you sense earlier that the Empress Dowager seemed suspicious?
What should we do now?
If this continues, Simeon's people will surely come after us, and Lady Li is even more at risk. Queen Yun adjusted her hair and silently sighed. She looked around carefully before speaking. Since we interfered in this matter, there's no way to hide. Fortunately, my father has replaced the person involved. Even if something happens later, the Empress Dowager can't say much. Besides, now that the Empress Dowager has made it clear she's investigating the behind-the-scenes people, we all know Simeon wouldn't be unaware. Things might settle down for a while. The maid nodded in understanding. Queen Yun, lost in thought, suddenly stopped and frowned. Did Xiao Fuji just say Zhao Yunhing is leaving? But King Wei is still bedridden, isn't he? And recent news mostly said Zhao Yunhing planned to push the emperor to the southern border. Why is he leaving so suddenly now? Her maid cautiously looked around and slowly said, That's something I should know. But Lady Li somehow sent word that, even though King Wei is ill, he's still restless. The heir can't act freely because of King Wei's restrictions. So, he plans to keep King Wei in the capital and return himself. Queen Yin gave a cold smile and slowly stepped over the threshold. Such coldness and cruelty. Just tell Lady Li that I know. The rest is best left to us to watch and wait. It seems there's no need for us to take action now. In the Queen's palace, Xiao Si unexpectedly brought a cup of yellow wine and handed it to Lu Qingjin. Lu Qingjin was surprised for a moment before accepting it. Why did you bring this up just for no reason? Do I look like I need to get drunk? Xiao Si shook her head in confusion and explained, I don't know what getting drunk means. This wine is recently brewed in the capital. I thought it looked good, so I brought a little. They say it can warm the body. Your face doesn't look well right now. Lu Qingjin finally realized that this was no longer her time. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, took a sip of the wine, and said nothing. Xiao Si, holding the empty cup, sighed helplessly and advised, I know you're trying to understand the influence of Simeon's forces, but this isn't something that can be done overnight. There's no need to rush. Lu Qingjin threw her handkerchief onto the table and said calmly, If I wasn't in a hurry today, I wouldn't know what might happen tomorrow. My aunt is kind, but I really can't take it anymore. It's good to uncover those who are behind her early. I didn't expect even Yun Fei and others to be involved. Xiao Si thought for a moment, then suddenly looked excited as she spoke. If the Empress really worries, she could form alliances with forces that wouldn't be related to Aunt Lu. Like Zhao Yunheng. Lu Qingjin was stunned for a moment, hearing such rebellious words for the first time. Xiao Si looked at her confused, and after a while, Lu Qingjin slowly spoke. I used to think you were simple, but now I see you're quite naive. Forget about the Emperor's relationship with Zhao Yunheng. Just my identity alone is unacceptable to him. And he's known to be ruthless in his methods. Xiao Si nodded vaguely, then continued, the heir of King Wei is about to return south. Are you really not planning to do anything? Lu Qingjin looked at the flowering tree outside the door and smiled faintly. I'm not doing nothing. Zhao Yunheng has always looked down on women, right? It seems it's time to let women cause him some trouble. Xiao Si still didn't understand and didn't ask further. Soon, Xiao Fuzi, a little servant close to the emperor, came over. This time, he didn't waste words and respectfully bowed his head. The emperor knows about the oak trees in the imperial garden. Several guards are quite good. The emperor said you've done very well. These guards are just a reward for you. Rest assured, use them as you see fit. Lu Qingjin took a sip of tea, nodded faintly, and said nothing more. After little Fuzi left, Lu Qingjin kept her eyes closed and said nothing. Xiao Si just stood quietly nearby. Soon, there was urgent knocking at the door. Lu Qingjin frowned, opened her eyes impatiently, and asked, Is today a special day? Why are you here at this time? Go see who it is. If it's not important, tell them to go back. I'm tired after waiting so long. Xiao Si nodded and left. The room returned to silence. Lu Qingjin relaxed, closed her eyes comfortably, and took a deep breath. After a while, she heard a commotion at the door. Reluctantly, she got up and went over. What's going on? Are they bullying the people in the Empress's palace? At the door, Xiao Cui hurriedly bowed and said with some difficulty, It's not that I wanted to be bold. The Empress ordered that this matter must be told to the Empress herself. When Miss Xiao Si was blocking the way, I had no choice but to rush in. Xiao Si snorted and stepped back. Lu Qingjin rubbed her forehead and said calmly, Now that I am here, just tell me what you want. Xiao Cui nodded quickly and spoke rapidly. Earlier, we received news that Lu residence is no longer peaceful. Maybe you should go back and check. Lu Qingjin frowned and shook her head. My aunt and I have already moved out. Lu residence no longer recognizes my identity. Even if I go back, I probably can't get in.
Please take care of yourselves.
The situation in the capital has just stabilized, so it's better to be cautious. Xiao Cui hesitated but didn't say anything. She bowed and left. The remaining Xiao Si watched her leave with some worry and asked, Your Majesty, do you really not want to go see? Right now, only the eldest lady of the Lu family can stir up trouble. I heard she's a tough character. Lu Qingjin shook her head and headed toward the Jade Emperor Garden. Since we can't go, someone else can. We can't just leave Princess Nuya sitting idle. Anyway, she's not one of us. We'll leave future matters to Aunt. As they spoke, they arrived at the Jade Emperor Garden. Princess Nuya had just stepped out when she saw the two groups. The two parties froze for a moment. Without saying a word, Nuya headed inside. A strange maid standing at the entrance blocked her and coldly said, It's proper to bow when meeting the Empress. Princess, don't forget your manners. Nuya looked at her with a displeased expression and walked away, reluctantly bowing slightly. She squeezed out a sentence from her teeth. Your Majesty, what brings you here again? Please don't say you're here, because you regret it. Lu Qingjin smiled warmly and gently pulled her toward the door. That sounds too distant. I'm here because I have a favor to ask. I didn't expect the princess isn't very free right now. That's my fault. I'll talk to her later and see if she can slightly ease up on you. After all, she's somewhat connected to my aunt. Xiao Si, standing behind, frowned and thought to herself that this wasn't the usual style of the Empress. But then she remembered the Empress's recent plans and quietly watched without speaking. Even though Nuoya was clever at heart, she was still young and of high status. Lu Qingjing's blunt and mocking words made her immediately snort coldly and softly say, The Empress really values Simi and status too much. I don't want to offend her either, and I'm a bit afraid of her methods. But in the end, we're equals. The person I have with me was sent by my master. Not to mention Simi, and even you are of little use. Lu Qingjing frowned and casually pretended to be surprised, speaking with disbelief. I didn't expect that in your organization, My words hold much more power than the consort's. I'm really curious about who your master is. Could it be someone from the Great Yu? Nuoya's face instantly turned pale. She carefully looked at the servant behind her, who was cold-faced and seemingly distracted, and quickly relaxed, sighing softly. Be quiet. I didn't know you didn't know these things. Are you here today just to stir trouble for me? But even if you knew, what good would it do you? I think you just want to harm me. Lu Qingjing shook her head slowly and said, How can you say that? Honestly, I mean well. I feel sorry for your current situation. But if you don't appreciate it, that's fine. I came today because I have a favor to ask. Please consider it. Nuoya raised her chin proudly and snorted, sitting on the chair arrogantly. I didn't expect you'd have a day like this. I was thinking about whether to help you, but your performance just now wasn't very good. Let's forget it for now. If you're still interested in a few days, send a message. I'll consider it then. Lan Qingjin looked at the person in front of her, whose bright face displayed an expression that she found quite adorable. However, when she thought about what she was about to say, she reined in her smile. Perhaps seeing Lan Qingjin silent for a long time made her feel uneasy, as Nuya coughed several times and kept glancing in this direction. After a while, Lan Qingjin slowly smiled and said, The princess really doesn't understand how tricky people can be. I do have some experience. Since you don't want help, I won't force you. After all, we are friends now. Since we already know quite a bit, I must save you from trouble. She then stood up as if to leave. Nuya was startled and hurriedly stopped her. With a slightly suspicious look from her maids, she softly said, I'm afraid of you now. Just tell me quickly what you want. I'll go do it right away. Lan Qingjin then sat back down leisurely, took a sip of tea, and said, You probably know my identity. Unfortunately, the Lu family no longer recognizes me. Recently, I heard that my eldest sister is doing who knows what in her residence. I'm quite worried. After all, we used to be a family. I still care about her. Nuya, not being foolish, quickly responded, That's not a big deal. Just wait here. I'll go check and come back with news. After saying that, she turned to leave. Her maids did not follow but instead took 2 guards with them. Lan Qingjin watched the maids calmly drink her tea and said, I thought the young lady would go too. Why don't you need to follow the mistress? It's quite strange how you servants serve people. The maid smiled faintly and said slowly, Your Majesty, you're joking. I'm not a servant from the Hu people. I thought you would know my status a bit better. Lan Qingjin sat up straight, her smile still gentle, and said, I think I already know who your mistress is. Please pass on a message. I ask her to interfere less in my affairs. If possible, it would be best to return my maid to me. The maid respectfully replied, Your Majesty, that's not right. Our mistress's status is not something a simple maid like me can compare to. If you have doubts, go find the person yourself. After saying this, she left without looking back. Xiao Si, standing nearby, was still a bit confused but couldn't help speaking up. The princess's maidservants are so arrogant. Your Majesty should tell the emperor to better control the rules in the palace. Lu Qingjin sat calmly at the main seat, lost in thought without speaking, but a nearby guard's expression looked strange. At the Lu residence, Lu Yuru stared hard at the table for a while before gnashing her teeth and saying, How is the task I asked you to do? Why is there no news yet? The young maid quickly knelt and apologized. The young master's people arrived too late. Even if I wanted to go earlier, I couldn't. It should be done by now. If there is any news, we might have to wait a bit longer. Before she could complain further, they heard a cheerful laugh at the door. Your house is really luxurious. It's much better than many big families in the capital. But why has the young lady not come out after so long? Lu Yuru went to the door and saw Lady Yun and Nuya standing nearby, looking in this direction. When Lady Yun saw her, her face stiffened, but she maintained a peaceful expression and said, My daughter is not very sensible. If she says anything inappropriate, please forgive her. Lu Yuru snorted coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. Being a madam makes you so proud. You've forgotten your own status, and don't even know what kind of manners you're showing. Lady Yun looked slightly displeased but exchanged a few polite words, and then left. Nuya looked at her with a smile. I've heard for a long time that the Empress's sister is talented. Today, I see she's even more impressive than the Empress herself. Lu Yuru raised her head proudly and softly said, Princess Nuya, you flatter me. May I ask what brings you here today? Nuya's expression darkened briefly. Then she forced a cheerful tone. I came to spar with you a bit. Just now in the palace, the Empress lost a contest to me. She said you are very capable, so I came to see for myself. Lu Yuru's face instantly turned red. She gritted her teeth and said bitterly, You're overthinking. That was just the Empress's sarcasm. In a few days, she won't be able to smile anymore. Then you'll see who's the fool. Inside the Empress's palace, Lu Qingjin was drinking tea when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps of Nuya approaching. I have already found out that your sister is truly crazy. I have never seen anyone in the organization act so wildly. She somehow obtained a large number of locusts and released them into the woods. It won't be long before a locust plague occurs. Before Lu Qingjing could speak, Xiaofu hurried over and said, Your Majesty, things are not good. Outside the capital, many fields have locusts. The numbers are not too large yet, but if this continues, it will become a big problem. Lu Qingjing quickly moved outside and asked, Didn't I say that the locusts would come in a few days? How many did she release? Where did she get them from? Nuya followed behind and, ignoring her attitude, quickly answered, We don't know. I tried a few times to test, and them away. They probably came from Zhao Yunheng when he left. She might not even know how many there are. By the time they reached outside the palace, it was already late. They could still see many villagers holding lanterns and catching locusts. Nuya sighed and looked at the occasional flying locusts in the sky, saying helplessly, Right now, there's not much we can do about these locusts. We can only look for some reliable insecticide. It's a pity about your grain. I think the harvest will come soon. Lu Yurua is really frightening. Lu Qingjing's heart sank deeply. In this era, there was little effective way to control locusts. The only solution was to spray poison, but too much poison would make the food inedible. Most of these pesticides are probably ineffective anyway. While she was lost in thought, an older woman recognized her and approached. Nuya immediately stepped in front to protect Lu Qingjing, knowing that if anything happened to her, she would be in trouble too. Seeing this, Lu Qingjing took a half step back and asked loudly, It's late. If you have something to say, just say it from there. I can still hear you. The old woman trembled and hesitated, looking at her for a long time before tentatively speaking. I just want to ask if the Empress's crops are ruined this year. Are we going to go hungry again? Lu Qingjing closed her eyes, holding back tears before replying, Please believe me, it won't happen. We won't give up the crops outside the city. We'll find a way tomorrow. It will be fine in a few days. The harvest will be the same, and we won't go hungry this year. The old woman nodded twice and hurried away, seeming to go report the news. Nuya looked at her with some disapproval and followed the carriage, saying, Are you crazy? Even our master can't do anything about the locust problem. If you agree to this, you'll ruin the good reputation that Simin built for you. Lu Qingjing looked out the window at the night scene and smiled coldly. Isn't that perfect? I didn't want this messy situation anyway. Even if everything is ruined, I don't care. Besides, she's missing, so what else can she say? Nuya shook her head sadly and said, Simin is very cold-hearted. I've never seen her treat anyone so well all these years. You, on the other hand, don't appreciate it and even cause trouble. When Simin hears this news, she will be furious. Lu Qingjing quickly saw the flaw in her words and asked with a suspicious tone, Oh, that's new. I don't even know when Annie will come back, or if she will come back at all. You seem to know a lot. Maybe you're not unfamiliar with her? Xiao Si quietly stood to the side, watching Lu Qingjing wash up. It seemed to her that the Empress's temper was getting more unpredictable lately. She rarely inquires about the locust issue anymore. Every day, she just writes and draws, and even the Emperor seldom visits. When Lu Qingjing turned around, she saw Xiao Si lost in thought. She shook her head helplessly and asked, What's with that expression? I don't remember anything bad happening recently. Xiaoxi handed her a rinsing cup and sighed deeply. The locust problem isn't severe, but it's not good to leave it unresolved for so long. Now many people say you're bragging, and there are quite a few insults being thrown your way. Lu Qingjing rinsed her mouth and walked outside, stretching lazily in the sunlight in the courtyard. She said lightly, "That's easy. Just pretend I'm bragging." With so many people coming and going, even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't control everyone's words. Just focus on living well. I know how to handle the locust issue. When you're free, stop listening to gossip. Xiaoxi nodded in agreement and watched as Lu Qingjing headed straight toward the door. A young maid with breakfast approached hesitantly and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? You haven't eaten breakfast yet." Little Sir sighed softly and calmly ordered, "Put the breakfast in the kitchen to keep warm. If the Empress wants to eat later, she will come back. You have just been assigned to the Empress's palace recently, so it's better to ask fewer questions. Don't forget why there are so many people in the Empress's palace who are not serving anyone for a long time." The young maid was startled and quickly agreed, then left. Little Sir hurried to catch up with Lu Qingjing. Behind them, the Empress's palace still looked peaceful on the surface. Lu Qingjing stood in the imperial garden, looking at the plants covered with morning dew, feeling happier. She took a deep breath and walked into the oak tree. Little Sir was a bit worried and followed behind her. "Your Majesty, be careful. Now, many people have been hired in the palace, and it's unlikely that you will do such chores. Let's handle it." Lu Qingjing handed a small iron tube to a nearby young with a smile. "My maid's words make sense. The palace doesn't raise you for nothing. Everyone, get to work." The young was a bit stunned but took the iron tube and humbly said, "Your servant is clumsy and doesn't dare keep the Empress waiting. Once we fill this bucket, we will deliver it to the Empress's palace." Lu Qingjing nodded with satisfaction, looked around with an inscrutable smile, and softly said, "Good. Thank you all. We will go back to eat breakfast now. Keep up the good work." The leading young looked unhappy but forced a few smiles, then threw the items in his hand to his subordinate. "You take the people and work hard. Make sure to finish this quickly." Li Wang Jingjing was sitting and eating breakfast. Before she could ask Lu Qingjing about her plans, she heard her subordinate at the door say, "Servant has an urgent matter to see the prince. It's about the imperial garden." A young maid nearby looked at Li Wang, wiped her mouth as if she had finished eating, and said somewhat annoyed, "These servants really have no sense. Don't bother the prince. It's just that the Empress has taken something. Eating breakfast is more important. You're still growing. How can you delay for such trivial matters?" Li Wang Jingjing coldly glanced at her and said lightly, "Don't forget, you're just a servant. You've only been here a few days and think you're someone important? My affairs are none of your business." The young maid stepped back in frustration and stopped speaking. The little, who seemed to have overheard earlier, sneaked a few glances at her before saying, "We were ordered to guard the Queen Mother's oak tree in the imperial garden, but it seems we were discovered. This morning, the Queen Mother came to test us. Do you think we should retreat for now?" Li shook his head with a worried frown. "Retreating isn't an option. It's always hard to hide people in the palace. I carefully set everything up during the selection of palace maids. We can't give up just because of the Queen Mother. We need someone to attract her attention." The little thought for a moment and looked at the young palace maid behind Li. Seeing this, Li narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "No, that won't do. If Simeon finds out I neglected her daughter, it would be a big problem. I still want to keep my life." The little chuckled softly, his eyes like a snake slowly sliding over the maid's full figure. "The prince is worried, but if we fail or mess up this task, even Simeon can't bear the consequences. Besides, we're not actually trying to get the emperor's favor." Li looked thoughtful and nodded. "That makes sense. Let's send her to the emperor later. Didn't Zhao Yunheng want to introduce a noble lady into the palace? We can use her as a cover, so it doesn't seem too obvious. That way, we can also distance ourselves." The little agreed with a sinister smile, and the maid trembled uncontrollably, unable to speak. After a while, she knelt and tearfully begged, "Please, Prince, spare me. I won't dare do this again. Please don't send me to the emperor." Li's chubby face suddenly stiffened. He coldly said, I know you're still thinking about the Li princess's position. You're ambitious. Think carefully. If you stay with me, you'll have to wait several more years. But if you follow the emperor, you'll rise instantly. Even if you don't get much favor, you'll still be a mistress. The young maid cried nonstop for a long time. Li couldn't bear it anymore and ordered someone to take her away, while the little quietly followed. In the imperial study, Qin Zhao was reading a memorial. Xiao Fuzi approached softly and said, the noble lady sent by the Wei prince's son has been arranged. She's staying at Songzhu Garden, near the opera troupe. The Empress should not be jealous, but I don't think this noble lady is very sensible. Qin Zhao turned a page, smiled coldly, and replied casually, there's nothing surprising about that. It's only unusual if Zhao Yunhing's people are easy to handle. Just make arrangements. Lately, remind the Empress to be careful. No one knows who Zhao Yunhing's people are really working for. Xiao Fuzi nodded and left. Qin Zhao let out a long sigh. Soon after Lu Qingjing returned to the palace, she received news. Xiao Si pouted, looking a bit sad, and said, when the emperor was here before, he said the Empress was his favorite person. Now, he's taken in such a charming woman. If the Empress keeps earning money like this, the treasury will be full, and there might be a big election soon. Lu Qingjing shook her head, fiddling with the iron shield in her hand, and said, that's a strange theory. It's just the Prince Wei's son trying to avoid responsibility. I'll be more careful and ignore her from now on. The palace is so big, surely I won't run into her just outside the door. Xiao Si handed her a handkerchief and came over carrying a stove and charcoal. Use this, Empress. It's not winter anymore, so there's quite a bit of dust. If it's not used properly, the servant will go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get a good one. Lu Qingjing placed the hardened rubber piece on the prepared stove and continued studying the shield. Xiao Si looked confused and asked, what are you doing, Empress? If it's for making shoes, it might work, but if you put it on the shield, it's too soft. It might be worse than iron. Lu Qingjing looked at the sunlight shining on the shield, lifted it, and firmly stuck it into the ground. Xiao Si was startled by the splashing dirt and quickly stepped back. Lu Qingjing looked at her swollen wrist with a helpless sigh and said, I didn't mean to wrap the shield with this. I wanted to put it on the inside of the shield. That way, when it won't be too passive. It can also improve defense a lot. Most importantly, soldiers on the frontier often fight in snow and wind. I want to help improve their environment. Xiao Si nodded, watching Lu Qingjing carefully apply the rubber to the shield. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and ran out. A hesitant young maidservant stepped forward and said, Lady Ruo said that first-time visitors to the palace should follow the rules. She's here to pay her respects. Would you like to see her? Lu Qingjing was sitting there, not looking up. Tell her to go back. There is no such strict rule in the Grand Palace of Diu. Just tell her to behave herself. When Xiao Si returned, she happened to meet a palace maid leaving. She looked a bit confused and asked, Where did Baiyin go? Didn't I tell her to serve you well earlier? Lu Qingjing reached out and took the round object from Xiao Si's hand, examining it carefully while saying, You're quite easygoing. Baiyin probably doesn't want to be just a small tea-serving maid. She's probably eyeing your position. Xiao Si looked surprised, not angry, but instead looked around cautiously with worry, asking, It's not a big deal. We still don't know who sent Baiyin. Should we tell the consort to check? After all, the Queen's palace just got a new person recently. Lu Qingjing rolled the object a couple of times, finding it heavy but otherwise fine. She happily put it and the shield into the box and said, You know, there are only a few people in the Queen's palace right now. It's impossible for someone foolish to send someone over at this time. Otherwise, a few days ago, it would just be you cleaning alone, which would be pointless. Anyway, don't worry about others. Follow me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to try this out. Without looking back, she was about to leave. Xiao Si followed reluctantly, still asking, Should I go find the Emperor? It's boring for you to go alone. If you find the Emperor, you can also give that newcomer a warning. Lu Qingjing thought to herself that the child had been acting crazy lately, as if she had taken some medicine. Before she could refuse, she heard Qin Zhao's voice nearby. I've already arranged for her to be in a remote place. I didn't expect you to be jealous, but forget it.
I'll just accompany you this time.
Lu Qingjing helplessly smiled, handed the box to Xiao Fuzi, and gently took Qin Zhao's arm, teasing, Then I am truly lucky. Your Majesty, could you stay a bit longer? Maybe have dinner with me tonight. Qin Zhao felt very pleased but pretended to be impatient, snorting twice. I'm busy with official duties all day. There's no time for a proper dinner. Qin Zhao's 2 sentences were meant to be polite, but they unexpectedly caused Lu Qingjing to quickly straighten her smile and stand modestly to the side, with a gentle smile in her eyes. She said, I have long known that your Majesty is busy with official matters. I didn't really want to keep you here. If you're busy, you can leave. I have my little assistant here, which is enough. The inner court office isn't a dangerous place, so there's no risk. Qin Zhao was amazed by Lu Qingjing's sudden change of expression. After a moment, he realized he had no way to retreat and quickly cleared his throat, saying, Even if you're busy with official duties, I can't bear to have the Empress go alone to the inner court office.
It takes some time to make that trip.
Lu Qingjing finally couldn't hold back her laughter and complained, You're so proud that you won't say you want to go. Why didn't you just say so? What's going on with that noble lady? I feel like she's not someone Zhao Yunheng sent here. She's just too foolish. Qin Zhao nodded, pulling her hand as they headed toward the inner court office. He said, I didn't doubt before, but her coming openly to find you is suspicious. It must be that you've done something recently that upset someone. They want to use this foolish woman to distract you. When Lu Qingjing entered the inner court office, she handed over the items in her hands and said, They just want to contain me, not hurt me. This person is quite clear about that. Sometimes I feel sorry for these subordinates. They could be good villains, but now they just openly use these petty tricks. Qin Zhao looked at the carriage being brought out with some surprise and asked, Are you sure this can be used as a wheel? If it's too soft, it could be dangerous. Lu Qingjing raised her hand to signal the carriage to go out and tested it on the palace road, soothing Qin Zhao, You don't need to worry so much. I've seen these before. It shouldn't be a problem. Just watch. If this goes over icy snow, it's much better than wooden wheels that might fall apart at any moment. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, seeming skeptical. He stood to the side, watching Lu Qingjing direct the carriage to move slowly. Soon, the rolling sound echoed on the smooth palace road. Qin Zhao was almost stunned as he watched the fast and steady carriage beneath him. If it can go at this speed, the journey from the capital to the south could be cut in half. If things continue like this, even if Zhao Yunheng is plotting a rebellion, we will have a great advantage. Lu Qingjing leaned against the car window, watching the outside slowly say, It's just a means of transportation, not very useful. Compared to the mysterious explosive the current Zhao Yunheng has, it's not much. I just studied the shield. See if it can be useful. Qin Zhao got off the carriage, took the shield, looked at it, and then hit it on the ground. The rubber-coated shield lightly bounced on the ground, and the force in his hand was weaker. Qin Zhao nodded in approval and said, This is really worth the effort to get into the palace. Even if it's just a military weapon, it's good enough. Lu Qingjing touched her swollen wrist, worried, and said, Although King Wei might not rebel, it's better to be safe. We can secretly arm some trusted people with this. We should prepare for the future. For now, there's not much rubber left, so you should discuss with the Grand General first. Qin Zhao nodded and turned to leave, reminding his men to take everything with them. Lu Qingjing stood at the gate of the inner court, sighed long, and said, Send people to disperse and warn everyone along the way. Make sure no one spreads today's events. The chief steward of the inner court nodded and went down. The young servant helped Lu Qingjing walk toward the queen's palace. He asked softly, Your Majesty, you could wait a bit. The oak trees haven't grown yet. Even if the Grand General and the Emperor find out, it won't help much. It's better to arm everyone together later. It's not good to favor one side over the other now. Lu Qingjing smiled softly, looked at the sky outside the palace gates, and sighed. You don't understand. The Emperor is under too much pressure now. Even if this thing appears, it takes time to train the army. No one knows what Zhao Yunheng is planning now that he's returned to the south. The news from Jingqi Pavilion has been silent for a long time. The young servant carefully helped her across the threshold and asked quietly, "What does this mean, Your Majesty?" Jingqi Pavilion is just a small business, not related to King Wei. I think young Master Wei treats you well. If you have questions, you should ask directly. Qing Jinglong sighed deeply without speaking, as if she was regretful about something. The two of them walked away into the distance. Behind them, Ruagui Ren quietly watched, while a maid nearby said with some frustration, "Today is the first time you've entered the palace to see the Empress. You've seen her now, but what's the use? The Emperor doesn't even want to see you. I think it's more important that you gain his favor first." Hearing this, Ruagui Ren stiffened. Another maid behind her, with a cold face, said nothing but clearly showed warning in her eyes. Ruagui Ren snorted coldly. "I'm not that lowly. I just want to see what kind of person I'll have to deal with in the future. That's enough. We've seen everything now, so let's go back." The stern maid behind her calmly said, "You know yourself how you got here. We're just servants, so we shouldn't say much. But if something happens to the Empress, it's not for us to explain. Think carefully before you act. If it's just a small fight, that's fine. Your task is to handle this. But if it gets worse, look around. Where will you stand in this world then?" The young maid who had been speaking earlier looked a bit upset. She hurriedly led the pale-faced Ruagui Ren, saying, "Don't take it to heart, miss. The maid from the south is not good. Her manners are all over the place, and she keeps talking nonsense. I think you can still be favored." Soon, the group left. After they disappeared from the gate of the inner court, it slowly closed behind them. Inside, everyone acted as if they hadn't heard anything, each doing their own thing. Some even whispered about tire improvements. In the imperial study, Qin Zhao looked anxiously at Ji Chen. "You mean the army of Great Yu and the forces under Prince Wei are almost the same? Where does all our yearly military funding go? It can't be that Prince Wei took it all, right?" Ji Chen looked at the tire in his hand and sighed long. "Our military funds are quite a lot. It's just that we rely on the last bit of savings in the Treasury to support the army. Prince Wei's side has exchanged a lot of weapons with mysterious gold and silver. Even if we double our efforts, it won't help. It's probably connected with the western regions and the Huns." Qin Zhao rubbed her forehead helplessly and said after a moment, "All right. Let's not pursue this matter further. Let's talk about these two things first. The Queen only recently managed to produce some, and although the output is still not enough, it will definitely be useful for the army. You should send some reliable people to check it out first, and in a few days draft a list for me." Ji Chen nodded and agreed. After a while, he looked up and said, "Something seems to have happened at the King Wei's residence. If you have more people, send them to check. My people are busy trying to find ways to control the locusts." Qin Zhao nodded, and Ji Chen left. The remaining Xiao Fuzi tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, do you want to know what's happening at the King Wei's residence?" Qin Zhao frowned and looked at him cautiously, asking, "What do you mean? Do you know something even the general can't find out?" Xiao Fuzi bowed respectfully and replied, "It's not that I have great powers, but I still have some contacts with the group you sent to the Empress a few days ago. Most likely, the Empress is behind this. The young concubine at the King Wei's residence has given birth, but she has a mental disability. We also found traces of a spell called Yan Sheng in the courtyard where the former princess and the heir lived. The King Wei's health has improved a lot recently, and he's very angry about this. He plans to return south soon." Qin Zhao nodded and sighed. The Empress really has her ways. Even if the King Wei goes back, it's not a big problem. It might even help us deal with Zhao Yunheng's arrogance. It's a pity about that concubine and the child, though. We should send some gifts tomorrow as a token of condolence." Lu Qingjing sat calmly on the main seat. A young from the inner court looked somewhat confused at Xiao Si. Xiao Si coughed and slowly said, "Madam, everything is ready. Should we go and check?" The young awkwardly smiled and led the way. Lu Qingjing didn't speak and followed behind. Just as they reached the door, they encountered Consort Li. She smiled gently and said, I happen to have nothing to do, so I came to chat with Madam. It seems you've encountered something interesting. Lu Qingjing looked at the tiles on the city wall as they walked, saying, It's not something fun. The locust problem is urgent now. I'm just trying to find a way to deal with it. Consort Li looked around and pulled Lu Qingjing back a few steps, saying calmly, I've heard about King Wei's affairs. If it really was you, you should be careful. I've heard Zhao Yunheng is very angry. Now there has been violence, and even the maid who was with him has died. It looks like they are about to find out it was you. Lu Qingjing watched the small casually brush the leaves of a tree and said, You're overthinking. I've been busy lately trying to find out who the lady-in-waiting is. I don't have the time or energy for other things. However, Lu Yorua has been acting too much. I think I should teach her a lesson. Consort Li snorted softly and said lightly, That's nothing special, just a foolish woman. If you want to do something, you can ask the emperor. After all, Lu Yorua is now related to King Wei. As they spoke, they reached the gate of the inner court. Lu Qingjing stepped over the high threshold and asked, Didn't Lady Yun already control Lu Qi? Why are these two now related by marriage? Is my Qinglan's death in vain? Consort Li smiled faintly and looked at the busy little eunuchs in the distance, her voice cold. Zhao Yunheng is mostly interested in power. Even if he truly cares for Qinglan, how much can it be? It's barely worth mentioning. As for Lu Qi, he is also caught up in it. Even if King Wei feels uncomfortable, he won't make a big fuss. When Lu Qingjing reached a courtyard, she saw that the garden was full of cages filled with ducks. Consort Li looked puzzled and asked, Are these all the ducks in the palace? Are they for some special dish? Lu Qingjing crouched down to examine the ducks and smiled. You're talking like a child. Do you think I only make food? These ducks are for controlling locusts. What you see is only part of them. The rest are outside the palace. A young saw this and hurried over, wiping his sweat and saying helplessly, These are all the ducks in the palace, but we're still short of the 1,000 the lady mentioned. We'll go outside the palace to buy more. Lu Qingjing shook her head with a helpless smile and said, 1,000 isn't a strict number. It's just an estimate. These are enough. The palace's funds have just been replenished, so we shouldn't spend more. The young agreed and finally calmed down. But where are we supposed to send so many ducks? Consort Li watched with interest, but did not speak. Instead, Xiao Cui softly said, The carriage at the door is ready. You just need to get in, and someone will take you to the right place. You don't need to worry about anything else. The young quickly helped carry the ducks onto the carriage. Consort Li, puzzled, asked, Are these ducks really able to control locusts? I've never heard of that before. Lu Qingjing proudly lifted her head. There are many things you haven't heard of in this world. Since you asked, I'll show you how amazing these ducks are. At the city gate, many common people pointed at Wei Wang's carriage and whispered. A young boy, carrying a bag and speaking with a strange accent, asked, This carriage looks very grand, but I wonder which royal family member it belongs to? I think you all seem to dislike him. An old woman sighed deeply. Kids, don't ask if you don't understand. They're not good people. Just focus on living well in the capital. We have a good empress, and life will get better in the future. The boy nodded, still seeming a bit confused. Suddenly, an elderly person pointed at the palace gate and said, Look over there. What do you think those are? They look like a bunch of ducks. Everyone turned to look. Somehow, many ducks had been driven out of the palace. The locusts in the air, like fire meeting ice, gradually disappeared. The flock of ducks ran outside the city under everyone's watch. The boy stared in shock and tremblingly asked, Is this something the Empress came up with? But no one answered him. Instead, everyone looked at the ducks with excitement, cheering loudly. Many people knelt on the ground, shouting, Long live the Empress! Lu Qingjing, standing by the palace wall, looked at the scene in the capital and smiled softly in the wind. She thought to herself, I used to be disappointed in them, but luckily, people don't stay disappointed forever. I finally see the light after suffering. I am grateful for your support all along. Things are getting better now. Are you really going to change sides? Consort Li's smile froze, and she sighed faintly. Did you see that just now? When the emperor left, he kept looking back at the capital. Do you think someone like him truly appreciates the emperor's kindness? Lu Qingjin looked at the departing carriage, which was now only dust and smoke. She brushed her wind-blown hair and said indifferently, "We both know that he might not come back this time. We are busy people, so what does it matter if someone dies?" But Zhao Yunheng is more frightening. One of my trusted aides was also killed by such schemes. The concubine, Li, stayed silent for a long time. Lu Qingjin stood nearby, without urging her. On the empty city wall, only the sound of the wind could be heard. The people inside the city were still cheering, while the ducks were slowly leaving the city. The locusts in the sky were decreasing, and the disaster was ending in this way. Lu Qingjin didn't speak. She coldly walked down from the city wall. The concubine stood behind her without moving. Xiao Cui, worried, came over and asked, "Empress, you seem very angry. Are you really not going to tell the truth? After all, you helped a lot when Qinglan and her son survived." Li shook her head and sighed tiredly. "So what? In the end, we are the ones who failed her. Even if I tell the truth, the Empress might not forgive us." King Wei sat in his carriage, looking very unhappy. His guards carefully helped him onto the carriage and knelt down, not daring to speak. King Wei opened the window and looked toward the capital, asking softly, "Not long after leaving the city, I heard cheers. What exactly happened?" The guards swallowed nervously and looked toward the capital, hesitating before speaking. "I heard that the Empress has found a way to control the locusts. The people in the city are celebrating." King Wei's jade ring in his hand suddenly shattered. The guard trembled and continued. "Miss Lu Yuru also sent a message. She said the Empress is after her now. He hopes the prince can find a way to frame someone else, so she can move freely in the city." King Wei sighed deeply, clenched his fists tightly, and after a moment, said, "Lu Qi's two daughters are really different. It's all my fault for misjudging people. The famous talented woman of the Lu family is actually a fool. Just tell her there's no way now. Let her stay quiet for a few days. If anything happens, send someone to deal with her." The guard agreed and was about to leave. King Wei stopped him and asked cautiously, "Any news from the western regions?" The guards hesitated and shook their heads. "We haven't received any news, but there are rumors that Jida and Tong Siminen disappeared together in Nanjong Forest. Now the western region king is bedridden, and it seems quite chaotic." King Wei thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and said calmly, "There's no need to tell the crown prince about this. Send someone to contact the western region king and find out if this is true. We must act quickly and reach out before the emperor does." In the study, Qin Zhao looked worriedly at Ji Chen. "Are you sure this news is real? We haven't seen any signs so far. There are even western region merchants still in the capital." Ji Chen looked at the green plants in the corner of the room and helplessly said, "The message should have come from people loyal to Siminen. Whether it's true or not is hard to say, but I believe it's likely true. Such matters concern the safety of Yu and the Empress. I don't think Siminen would risk such a thing." Qin Zhao paced around nervously. When the chancellor entered, he saw the emperor spinning in circles like a grinding mill. He was momentarily speechless, feeling somewhat awkward and unsteady. He cleared his throat and asked, "Chancellor, is there something you came here for?" The chancellor bowed and looked anxious. "I've come to discuss the chaos in the western region. King Wei already knows about it and has taken action. Do you think we should also send people to check?" Ji Chen shook his head and slowly spoke to Qin Zhao. "The message from Siminen says we should wait and see. It could be a trap, but I think the safest approach now is to stay calm and not change our plans." The old chancellor, already sweating with worry, sighed deeply. "General, you're wrong. This isn't just about waiting. If chaos breaks out in the western region, the barbarians won't just watch. If these forces get involved, we'll be in a tough spot. If King Wei or the barbarians take over the western region, even just a part of it, you will be in danger." Ji Chen didn't speak, only quietly looked at Qin Zhao. After a while, Qin Zhao stood up, sighed, and said, "I understand what the chancellor means. But right now, Dayu's army isn't strong enough to confront any of these forces directly. If we get involved, things might get worse. We should focus on resting and rebuilding. Let's hope Siminen can help us out, especially for the sake of the Empress. The Empress consort was carefully tending to a cactus in the palace. Nearby, Xiaoxi looked a bit disgusted and sprinkled some water, saying, "This plant hurts and it doesn't look very nice. I don't understand why your majesty bought it." Lu Qingjin smiled gently, carefully loosening the soil, and said, "You don't understand anything. I like plants that are strong and resilient. When it grows up, I'll send it to the vegetable garden." Xiaoxi pouted, feeling it was hard to understand, and went to water the other flowers and plants in the courtyard. Lu Qingjin looked at the cactus, took a deep breath, and said, "I will take good care of you now. I hope one day you can save everyone in the palace." Just as she finished speaking, Xiaoxi and Xiao Chui entered the room. Lu Qingjin looked coldly at Xiao Chui without speaking. Xiao Chui knew she had done something wrong and was caught, so she lowered her head respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I just received news that the western regions are in chaos. The Western King is missing, and Jida and Gung are also gone. The Wei King's people have already gone there. Please consider advising the Emperor to send some people." Lu Qingjin's hand trembled slightly. The cactus's sharp spines pricked her hand, and bright blood slowly dripped into the flower pot. She was momentarily distracted and slowly said, "Are you saying the Emperor didn't plan to get involved?" Xiao Chui nodded anxiously and said, "Yes, the Emperor said we should just watch quietly for now. But Our Lady thinks this is a good time. If we miss it, the Wei King might take advantage. So, she wants you to persuade the Emperor." Lu Qingjin was silent for a while before slowly speaking. "This matter is not as simple as you think. You should tell your lady to listen to the Emperor. Remember, people's greed is endless, like a snake swallowing an elephant." Xiao Chui, who had also studied, trembled at her words and didn't dare say more. She left quickly. As soon as Xiao Chui left, Xiaoxi hurriedly said, "Lady, now she suspects that Consort Li is in contact with the Dowager, or even that the Dowager's people are involved. But why doesn't she trust the message from her now? Could it be that this is what Auntie Lu wants?" Lu Qingjin raised her hand, took a sip of tea after blowing on it, and said, "The consort has been planning for so many years. It's unlikely she only relied on a person with unclear loyalties to pass such important news. Most likely, the noble consort found out about my uncertain status and deliberately came to stir trouble. Her goal is to prevent her brother from having to fight on the battlefield later to clear up the mess." Xiaoxi hesitated before saying, "But I think the noble consort's words make some sense. If we really don't act first, what will happen? After all, many people want the western regions." Hearing this, Lu Qingjin smiled helplessly and said, "It's because so many people want it that we can't go. If we really go, the power of the western regions alone would be too much for us to handle. The Great Yu has just barely recovered, and it's not the right time for a fierce power struggle." The Emperor's decision was correct. Before she finished speaking, she heard Xiaofuzi panting anxiously and saying, "Something's wrong, Empress. This morning, the city's doctors reported that many common people have caught typhoid. If this continues, the medicine won't be enough, and there might be trouble." Lu Qingjin stood up, looked at the bright sunshine outside, and asked with some doubt, "Are there too many people coming from outside the city? Could that be why so many are sick? This beautiful weather shouldn't be the season for typhoid." Xiaofuzi sighed and knelt on the ground helplessly. "We don't know for sure, but the people inside the city are indeed getting sick one after another. The herbs are grown in the mountains and forests. Recently, there have been fewer herbal collectors because of the poisonous insects. Now it's even more difficult. The Emperor asked you to think of a way, see if some herbs can be cultivated more quickly." Lu Qingjin frowned and headed toward the vegetable garden, leaving only a sentence behind. "Tell the Emperor not to worry. I have confidence in this. We will gather the people of the capital, and all families with the sick will be steamed with hot vinegar for disinfection. Those who are ill will be taken outside the city for treatment." Xiaofuzi responded from afar and quickly left. Xiao Si looked worriedly toward the vegetable garden and said, Your Majesty, maybe we should change locations. You've already planted enough recently. The Imperial Garden is probably full, not to mention the vegetable garden. Lu Qingjin's steps were steady and determined as she said, This is easy to handle. All the edible plants in the vegetable garden have been pulled out. The ones that can be eaten will be sent to the kitchen, and the rest will be thrown outside the palace. The most urgent thing now is to stop the typhoid outbreak in the capital. Since the situation in the western regions has just started, we must not have any internal problems. Otherwise, we'll be at the mercy of others. As she spoke, they arrived at the vegetable garden, where a young had already cleared all the plants, leaving the ground bare. Some medicinal seeds like ginseng had been prepared in buckets. A young boy nearby looked at Lu Qingjin with some doubt. When I came to the city, I heard about Empress Renda's good reputation. Your method of controlling locusts also convinced me. But herbs need specific growing conditions and time. Even if you gather all the seeds in the capital here, it might not be enough to save them, let alone grow quickly enough with the medicine. Lu Qingjin ignored the boy's status and continued planting the seeds herself. The herbal seeds were different from regular grains. By the time she reached the second bucket, she started to feel exhausted, as if her spiritual power was running out. For the first time in a long while, she felt that the great banyan tree's way of refining her bloodline was truly beneficial. If it had been before, she wouldn't have been able to plant even a row of seeds. The young boy beside her initially wanted to warn her that the jasmine seeds wouldn't sprout in such strong sunlight. But seeing the tiny seedlings breaking through the soil almost immediately after planting, he wisely kept his words to himself. Lu Qingjin sat down, panting, and looked at the small herbal seedlings with a shake of her head. This won't do. Where is the little who used to take care of the garden? The little servant hurried over, wiping her sweat with a cloth. The little has gone out of the palace. Today is his day off. I've already sent someone to find him. He should be back soon. Feeling her spiritual power slightly restored, Lu Qingjin stood up and continued planting, giving orders. When he returns, tell him to take good care of these seedlings. Water them as much as possible so they grow faster. The young boy nearby couldn't hold back anymore and said, I know you, Your Majesty, have special methods for growing herbs. But overwatering is definitely not right. I'll handle the rest. Lu Qingjin thought to herself, where did this reckless young man come from? With so many miracles, can't he see that herbal medicine doesn't rely on experience alone? Politely, she said, I believe young sir has noticed that my method is different. Even if I give it to you, it won't bring much benefit. It's better to choose the right person to take care of you. If you are confident in yourself, you can take some seeds home to plant. If you manage to use these herbs, it will be a good deed. The young boy sighed deeply, then took a small bundle and some seeds and left. Lu Qingjin, while struggling to plant herbs, softly asked, That person just now looked unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be a palace doctor. Where did he come from? Xiao Si smiled helplessly and said softly, Your Majesty, what are you saying? He is from a proper medical family. I heard he came because of someone named Si Minen who practices magic arts in the capital. It was a good opportunity to do some good and help out. That's why he entered the palace. I didn't expect you to send him away so quickly. Lu Qingjin stood up to rest and looked at the small seedlings growing behind her. She smiled and said, That person really doesn't have much information. Auntie left the capital almost half a year ago, yet someone still comes here not knowing anything. Forget it. He's too young and doesn't seem reliable. Let's wait and see. Xiao Si, feeling a bit worried, supported her and said, It's enough for today. You've planted enough herbs. Your face looks very bad. Let's go back and rest, and we can talk tomorrow. Lu Qingjin stubbornly finished the remaining half bucket of herbs. By the end, she was too exhausted to speak and was carried back in a sedan. Xiao Si, walking behind, muttered, Why is there always trouble in the capital? If only we could have a peaceful, leisurely life farming. If this keeps up, you'll suffer even more. Lu Qingjin looked toward the distant imperial study roof, faintly saying, This is a place everyone in Dago longs for. As long as I am the Empress, such things will happen often. I have to get used to it. Xiao Xi's eyes reddened and she sniffled, finally saying nothing. Meanwhile, Xiao Fu, who had just come over, looked dejected and retreated, and Qin Zhao nearby didn't dare speak. Lu Qingjing awoke groggily. The sunlight outside the window had already entered the room. Suddenly, she remembered the herbs in the garden and quickly sat up to get dressed. After a while, she went to the courtyard. The small palace garden was busy with people coming and going. Xiao Xi kept talking about something, but she paid no attention. When she arrived, concubine Xian was the first to walk over and said, "Why don't you rest a bit longer? The medicinal herbs inside and outside the palace are enough now. Even if we go to the vegetable garden a little later, it won't matter." Lu Qingjing looked at the people coming and going, frowned, and asked, "What is this about? Why are so many people crowded in my courtyard instead of treating illnesses in the capital?" Concubine Xian sighed and handed her a water cup, saying, "These people are sent by officials from different districts of the capital, mostly here to pick up medicines. Isn't it necessary to get approval before taking them? I think, even if I manage palace affairs myself, it's not proper. It's better to come to you." Lu Qingjing considered this and didn't refuse. She looked at the busy crowd and said worriedly, "Although the Imperial Garden has planted a lot, it's clearly not enough for so many people. If necessary, we might have to go up the mountain and dig some herbs." Concubine Xian, who had been frowning, suddenly chuckled and said, "Your idea is quite similar to that young doctor's. But now, you don't need to go personally. Last night, before the city gate closed, he took some people up the mountain. They came down early this morning, and they've gained quite a lot. Plus, what he grew is enough." Lu Qingjing suddenly remembered the young doctor she saw yesterday and felt a bit embarrassed. Concubine Xian seemed to notice and said, "Things are now stable. The capital isn't as panicked as before. But the Lu family is still restless. The emperor probably can't tolerate it anymore." During this morning's court, he scolded Lu Qi for not teaching his daughter properly and even gave him 30 lashes. Lu Qi has lost face. When Lu Qingjing first arrived here, she felt sorry for Lu Qi because of her memories of the original owner. But now, she had no strong feelings, only saying lightly, "That's good. It saves us from having to worry about those petty people while busy these days. It's just a pity that Lu Yurua wasn't punished." Concubine Xian walked with Lu Qingjing toward the vegetable garden, handing her a cake made from locust tree seeds, and said, "My Empress, you must not say that anymore. Although the emperor punished Lu Qi this morning, he still agreed to include your name again in the Lu family genealogy at Lu Qi's request. You are now the second miss of the Lu family. Originally, Lu Qingjing was often called the little miss of the Lu family because of her status as a concubine's daughter. Only the legitimate daughter, the second miss, could be given that title. However, after gaining some advantages, Lu Qingjing didn't feel as happy and just nodded, acknowledging this. When they arrived at the gate of the Imperial Garden, they saw little Fuzi approaching. Lu Qingjing instinctively became nervous, because every time little Fuzi came over, it was usually not good news. Sure enough, little Fuzi came over with a Polen and said, "Recently, there have been many strange rumors in the capital. At first, they were just gossip, but after the outbreak of typhoid, things changed. The common people say it's caused by evil spirits. When the typhoid was under control, it seemed to be over. But then the Grand Marshal caught a strange man with pale face and red lips. Now things are getting worse. The townspeople say he should be burned. The emperor is concerned about your reputation and wants you to go out and advise everyone." The noble consort asked curiously, "I've never heard of evil spirits coming out during the day. Could it be a lie?" Little Fuzi sighed helplessly. "It's mostly a lie, but now that we've actually caught someone, we're in a tough spot. The person seems to have a strange illness, but now he probably has to die." Lu Qingjing spoke calmly to the little beside her. "The situation in the Imperial Garden will be left to the little to handle. Make sure he pays attention. These medicinal herbs are very rare. If we can't get them in the capital, someone will be held accountable." After speaking, Lu Qingjing led the noble consort and little Fuzi away. At first, They couldn't understand how someone could be mistaken for an evil spirit and be burned alive. When they reached the market outside the palace gates, they finally understood. The man was unusually tall, with a very pale face and bright red lips. His mouth was wide open, revealing sharp teeth that gleamed. His mental state seemed unstable, and he kept shouting at the crowd. Lu Qingjing approached and greeted Ji Chen, "Grand Marshal, you've worked hard. How is this person caught?" Ji Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Don't tease me, Your Majesty. I know this is trouble, but we had to catch him because he's been drinking blood in the capital." The noble consort thought he was just a strange-looking madman and was watching, but when she heard he drank blood, she quickly stepped back and said, "That's not unfair. If he really drinks blood, even if he's not an evil spirit, he should be executed." Lu Qingjing carefully examined the man and noticed that his canine teeth were not actually long, but appeared sharp due to gum recession. Suddenly, she thought of a disease and quickly asked, "Where is the person bitten by this man?" Ji Chen, though confused, obediently replied, "They are now being treated at the medical clinic. It's not serious, just quite a shock. They can't speak yet. If the Empress wants to ask anything, you'll have to wait." Lu Qingjing's pupils shrank rapidly as she said, "This man's illness is very strange and contagious. Quickly have someone lock up the person he bit, or else someone might get hurt again." Ji Chen hurriedly followed the order and left. Hearing this, the concubine was even more afraid of the man and stepped back several paces toward the carriage. By then, the common people below were already angry, shouting to burn the man alive. Lu Qingjing cleared her throat loudly and said, "Everyone calm down. This man only has a strange illness. It is now under control and is not dangerous. Please trust me. I will send someone to cure him. After all, he is a life. We can't just burn him without reason." Most of the common people were simple-minded, but they were not heartless. When they heard that the man was no longer a threat, they stopped causing trouble. Seeing the crowd calm down, Lu Qingjing quickly took her people and left. The concubine on the carriage kept complaining, "Your Majesty, why bother? It's just a lot of trouble for no good. If we burn him, it's over. This disease is so strange. How could anyone cure it? The palace doctors are not as skilled as you." Lu Qingjing sat by the window, watching the people coming and going outside, and said with emotion, "Whether this person lives or dies doesn't matter. I'm used to seeing people die from time to time. But he can't be burned in front of the people. Once a person is stained with blood, they can't shut it. You should be a country where people leave their doors open at night and no one steals. It shouldn't be a closed and ignorant place." The concubine looked up in surprise. Lu Qingjing's profile was faintly visible in the bright sunlight, blurry as if she might dissolve into the dazzling light at any moment. For the first time, the concubine felt how great the difference was between them. She seemed to be bewitched and asked, "Do you really not want to leave with your aunt?" Lu Qingjing turned back, looked at her with a puzzled smile, and said, "My aunt and I have never been on the same path. I thought you knew that." The concubine turned her head away from those eyes that seemed to see everything and softly said, "Actually, the third miss of the Xie family wasn't like this at the beginning. She was very much like you now, kind and caring for others, even helping many people." For the first time, Lu Qingjing heard from a palace lady about her aunt's past. She quickly asked, "That's a good thing. But now, I can't see any of that. You should know, she has completely changed." The concubine nodded with a nostalgic look. "That's why I say you're not suited for this place. If you don't leave early, one day, the power here will change you completely, just like Ximin. I think you already know about Lady Li." Before Lu Qingjing could reply, she heard hurried voices from the carriage. "I have an important matter to discuss. Please stop, Your Majesty." Lu Qingjing lifted the curtain and saw they were about to enter the palace gates. She wondered if angry commoners had followed them. Feeling angry, she got out of the carriage. For a moment, she forgot about the concubine's words. As she stepped down, she met the young doctor coming toward her. Seeing her pale face, he quickly stopped and bowed. "I mean no offense. My family knows about strange illnesses like this. Although your majesty is wise and experienced, she is not a proper doctor. I hope to take this patient into my care. When Lu Qingjing saw him, her attitude improved. She knew he was a bit reckless but capable. She didn't want to make enemies, but if this patient ran away, she might really be in danger. She felt helpless and said, I trust you very much, but as you saw, the common people have little patience for this person. If something happens, it could be very dangerous. You'd better come into the palace and treat him. The young doctor didn't like the palace much, but seeing the patient suffering and crying in the cage, he finally agreed. They all went inside peacefully. Qin Zhao had already heard the news and was waiting at the palace gate. Lu Qingjing got out of the carriage and saw Qin Zhao. She was very happy and hurried over. Why are you waiting here? Aren't you busy with the affairs of the imperial study? Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. What's the rush? Even if I am busy, you are more important. I heard about that strange person and came to check on you.
How are you?
What exactly is wrong with this strange man? The young doctor, who had been watching from the edge of the cage since earlier, didn't notice that there hadn't been much reaction here. Xiao Fuko gently nudged him and said, This person's illness is probably rabies, which can happen after being bitten by a wolf or a dog. My family has an old secret remedy, but its effectiveness is uncertain, and we need to try it again. Lu Qingjing nodded with some pity and looked at the man still struggling inside the cage. She said, Let's do as you suggest. But it's best to keep him calm. If he continues like this, not only will it be hard to cure him, but even saving his life will be difficult. The young doctor looked very embarrassed for the first time. I'm not skilled enough. This patient isn't bitten by anything, so he's in this state. I really can't do more. I hope the lady can think of a way. Lu Qingjing thought to herself, Aren't you from a family of doctors? How come you're this level and still dare to come out? She politely replied, I'm not worthy of praise. I just don't have a good solution either. Maybe we should call the Grand General to come and try to knock him out. Qin Zhao's face twitched, and he couldn't help but remind her, Are you sure about that? Ji Chen has spent most of his life on the battlefield. He's good at killing, but if it's just about knocking someone out or fighting, he's probably not very skilled. There's a real risk of killing him. The consort Fong had been invisible until now, but finally stepped forward and took out a handkerchief, saying, I've heard from Yun Fei before that this kind of illness can be cured if a red cloth covers the head. I happen to have a handkerchief here. Please, one of the guards can cover his head and try. The guard nodded and took the large red handkerchief, covering the man's head. As expected, the once very agitated man suddenly calmed down. Lu Qingjing let out a long breath of relief. Thanks to you and Yun Fei. Otherwise, this man's life might truly be in danger. Qin Zhao nodded sincerely and praised, Yun Fei truly lives up to her reputation as the talented daughter of the Prime Minister's family. She's very knowledgeable and resourceful. But with all the commotion today, why didn't she come over? Lu Qingjing looked thoughtful and didn't respond immediately. Consort Fong looked around with some helplessness and spoke. The Emperor is busy all day. We haven't had it easy either. If it weren't for the herbal matter in the palace today, I wouldn't be here. I'd be busy reviewing accounts or managing affairs. Yun Fei, of course, is even more so. Lu Qingjing knew deep down that this was her own fault for not doing anything and causing trouble. She chuckled softly and said, I didn't expect you to be so busy. I guess I am quite free. Tomorrow, I will find some palace maids to help you. At least you will have some rest. Concubine Xian smiled politely, exchanged a few words, and then left. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao, who was nearby, frowned thoughtfully.